Chapter 1. Marry me? A toad aspiring to eat swan meat. A delusional thought. In the heavenly mystic sect, vibrant lanterns adorn the surroundings, and red curtains hung gracefully. The auspicious hour has arrived, welcome the bride. With a resonant call, all eyes turn skyward. In the distance, a multitude of tiny dots swiftly magnified. They were celestial steeds of auspicious omen, their hooves blooming with lotuses as they galloped through the air with magnificent vigor. These are the seven-colored celestial steeds, exquisite spiritual beasts. A guest exclaimed, envy gleaming in their eyes. Exquisite spiritual beasts are seldom seen by ordinary folk in their entire lifetime. The Heavenly Mystic Sect has assembled 99 exquisite spiritual beasts as the wedding procession, a rarity both in ancient and modern times, truly deserving of being a millennial Tao sect. The crowd was moved, awestruck by the grandeur of the Heavenly Mystic Sect. The Heavenly Mystic Sect is already a top-tier Tao sect, and now, with the union of the Holy Sun Lu Chun and the Holy Maiden of the Windkite sect, the two sects will surely ascend to even greater heights. Union? Do not speak foolishly. The Holy Sun Lu Chun has pursued the Holy Maiden Ling Zhu for 10 long years. His genuine affection evident, he has won her heart. This is why today marks such a joyous occasion. They are indeed tying the knot. There is not an ounce of sectarian interest involved. Their feelings are so pure, truly worthy of song and tears. The guests buzzed with conversation. Meanwhile, within the sect hall, dressed in red, Lu Chun listened to the sounds from outside, a hint of exasperation crossing his face. Pursuing for 10 years? Incorrect. It is 10 years of relentless flattery. He inwardly scoffed. Moved by genuine emotion? Also wrong. It is motivated by wealth. No trace of self-interest? Yet again, incorrect. It is all about self-interest. Lu Chun had thought he had encountered enough sycophants in his past life. Now, having digested the memories of his predecessor, he realized how naive he had been. As the holy son of a premier Tao sect, second to none, wielding unparalleled power, he found himself utterly captivated by a woman. Not only had he bestowed upon her all his cultivation resources, but he had also sacrificed all the great opportunities he had earned over the past decade to her. He had no doubt that at her command, the original owner would unhesitatingly leap into the fire for her. Even having experienced the digital age of the 21st century, Lu Chun could not help but praise. What a remarkable dog. Is her name Ling Zhu? A figure emerged in his mind, her beauty extraordinary, captivating enough to enthrall a nation with a single smile. This woman's methods were extraordinary. Once merely the last-ranked Holy Maiden of the Windkite sect, she had used his influence and resources over the past decade to transform into the chief Holy Maiden of the sect, her status within the sect rivaling his own in the Heavenly Mystic sect, second to none. He could not believe such a woman would willingly marry him, a mere sycophant. Today's wedding would undoubtedly feature a splendid spectacle. Lu Chun felt resolute in his conviction. Very well. If you come to marry me obediently, I have yet to find an excuse to repay the humiliation of being a sycophant over the past decade. He let out a cold laugh. Absorbing all the memories of the original owner, the series of sycophantic behaviors rendered him no different from lived experience, a fire of indignation simmering within. Who was he in his past life? A libertine in affairs of the heart. Having encountered countless women now, he found himself toyed with by one woman for a decade without so much as a touch, truly a profound disgrace. Ling Zhu, I shall see what kind of grand performance you intend to stage today. Lu Chun murmured, whatever the performance, I shall embrace it. Reflecting upon the memories in his mind, he recognized that this new identity was far from simple. Beyond the public identity of the Holy Son of the Heavenly Mystic Sect, there lay a hidden one. From the upper realm, a supreme ancient clan, the heir of the Lu family, exiled to this world for training since the age of 3. There exists a protector of unfathomable strength, a guardian whose presence is as elusive as a divine dragon. Ascending to the upper realm was the ultimate goal for all cultivators across the myriad realms. And the ancient Lu family was among the most elite clans in the upper realm, governing countless worlds and wielding the power of life and death over billions. Lu Chun, as the son of the clan leader, had been sent down to the lower realm for training. With such a profound background, Lu Chun felt an abundance of security. Reflecting on this, he felt an immense frustration towards the original owner with such power and background. How could he stoop to being a sycophant in the lower realm? Why not diligently cultivate, return to the upper realm, take charge of the Lu family, and reign over billions? Would that not be more gratifying? Within the main carriage of the seven-colored celestial steeds, two women sat elegantly. One was adorned in a grand wedding gown, embroidered with golden phoenixes, vivid and lifelike, a delicate veil obscuring her face, revealing enchanting eyes that could captivate the heart. Miss, the holy son, Lu truly harbors deep feelings for you. A maid, gazing out of the window at the celestial steeds and the grand, welcoming procession of the heavenly mystic sect, spoke with envy. The holy son Lu Chun is exceptionally handsome. He is destined to ascend to the position of sect leader, and his sincerity towards you is unmistakable, a match made in heaven. A perfect pair. Such a grand spectacle was unlike anything she had ever witnessed. If someone were to marry her with such flourish, she would gladly welcome death. A match made in heaven? Ling Zhu gazed down at the heavenly mystic sect, her eyes filled with disdain. The heavenly mystic sect may be a top power in Yuan continent, but in the grand scheme of the Kangwu realm, it is but a drop in the ocean. Lu Chun, a mere holy son of the heavenly mystic sect, aspires to marry me? Simply a toad attempting to consume swan me. Delusional. The maid was taken aback, her expression one of disbelief. If you do not wish to marry, then why? Before she could finish, Ling Zhu interrupted coldly. Green slave, you have followed me for over 20 years, yet you still do not understand me. Lu Chun has pursued me for 10 years, and during that time, I have utilized Lu Chun's influence and resources to ascend to the position of chief holy maiden within the sect. All of this is known by nearly everyone in Yuan continent now. As we prepare for marriage, the world perceives it as a romantic tale, a beautiful narrative. But in my eyes, this is my shame, my dark history. I have achieved the position of chief holy maiden of the Windkite sect through my own efforts to the outside world. It appears I attained it through man. Ling Zhu grew increasingly agitated, her beautiful features contorting into an ugly expression. Today, I shall sever all ties and restore my honor. The maid green slave was utterly shocked, left speechless. Silence enveloped the carriage for a moment. Ling Zhu's expression regained its composure, and she began to smile playfully. This smile sent a chill through the maid's heart. And who says I do not wish to marry? Today I shall marry, but not to that toad Lu Chun. Rather, I shall wed the holy son of the heavenly Tao sect, Lin Fan. Upon hearing this, the maid green slave was left in utter shock. Tianzhou, the most powerful region in the Kangwu realm, home to countless elite Tao lineages and prodigious talents. The heavenly Tao sect, the supreme Tao lineage of Tianzhou, with a legacy spanning 1,000,000 years, is undeniably the ruler of the Kangwu realm. Before such an immense power, not even the heavenly mystic sect could stand. With a single word from the heavenly Tao sect, the entire Yuan continent would be reduced to ashes. Miss, are you saying you wish to marry the holy son of the heavenly Tao sect? Green slave's voice trembled. Ling Zhu declared proudly, indeed. 3 years ago, I accompanied the sect leader to Tianzhou, where I met the holy son of the heavenly Tao sect, Lin Fan. In that moment, I realized that only such a person is worthy of me. Ling Zhu. Over these 3 years, we have exchanged letters continuously. He has long harbored feelings for me. Before our departure, I sent a letter to Lin Lang. Lu Chun has pined for 10 years. Unrequited love, turning to hatred, kidnapping my parents, threatening me with their lives to marry him. Green slave stared at Ling Zhu in disbelief, shocked by her scheme. Then her expression shifted to one of unbridled joy. Ling Zhu was her mistress, and their fates were intertwined should Ling Zhu's plan succeed. The maid of the holy son of the heavenly mystic sect and the maid of the holy son of the heavenly Tao sect merely a word apart. Yet the disparity was akin to fireflies and the bright moon. Ling Zhu's lips curled into a cold smile. The holy son of the heavenly mystic sect has fallen into darkness. holding the holy maiden of the Wind Kite sect captive to marry him, the holy son of the heavenly Tao sect. Lin Fan, descend from the heavens to rescue the beauty, shattering the heavenly mystic sect and slaying the evil Lu Chun. The holy maiden of the Wind Kite sect pledges herself, and Lin Fan returns with his bride to the heavenly Tao sect. This is the beautiful tale I seek. Chapter 2. 4 Invitations to the Bride. What a grand display. Hurry, hurry. The bride is already in place. Let us double-check all the procedures and rituals. Today marks the joyous occasion of my disciple Lu Chun. Should anything go awry, I shall not spare you. Outside the hall, the hurried footsteps were accompanied by the sultry and magnetic voice of a mature woman. Dear disciple, the bride has arrived. Why do you not hasten forth to prepare for the wedding? As the door to Lu Chen's chamber swung open, a fragrant breeze wafted in, heralding the entrance of an elegant figure. She was a woman in her 30s, draped in a flowing veil, which could not conceal her alluring figure. Her hair was elegantly pinned up with a jade hairpin, and her every gesture exuded a mature charm. Lu Chun maintained his composure, respectfully greeting, Master, such a significant moment in life is bound to incite some nervousness. If there are any oversights, I hope for your understanding. The woman before him was none other than Xue Wanwan, the head of the Tianxian sect and Lu Chen's master. Even though he had anticipated her arrival, Lu Chun was still taken aback by Xue Wanwan's stunning presence that, in both beauty and figure, she surpassed Ling Zhu by leaps and bounds. The precious jade he had previously taken for granted was now nothing more than a sycophant. Lu Chun could not help but lament the foolishness of his former self. Xue Wanwan regarded her disciple, adorned in splendid red attire, with striking features and an exceptional demeanor, and nodded in satisfaction. From this day forth, you shall be someone else's husband. You must not behave childishly as you once did. Her voice carried a hint of reluctance, for the disciple she had personally nurtured was now to be given away to another woman. To claim she was untroubled would be a lie. Though she harbored a strong disdain for Ling Zhu, who was overly ambitious and had shamelessly exploited Lu Chen's affections, she had observed everything from a distance. Yet, how could she deny that her disciple was enamored? After a decade of heartfelt devotion, it seemed they were destined to be united. Once married, with her as a watchful master, Ling Zhu would surely behave herself. Lu Chun, deeply moved, clasped Xue Wanwan's hands and earnestly declared, Master, what has been in the past shall remain in the future. Even with Ling Zhu's arrival, my regard for you shall never waver. Xue Wanwan was touched by his words, exclaiming, Truly, you are an exemplary disciple. Together, Xue Wanwan and Lu Chun exited the chamber and entered the hall. The disciples of the Tianxian sect greeted Lu Chun with heartfelt congratulations. Senior Lu, congratulations on winning the heart of a beauty. 10 years of romance, at last, come to fruition. Congratulations, Senior Lu. Lu Chen's rise to the position of Holy Son was attributed to his own strength as a scion of an ancient clan, endowed with a supreme bloodline and extraordinary talent. He cultivated at an astonishing pace. He had already mastered the first 3 realms, Linghai, Xianxiao, and Dongtian, while his peers were still struggling through Linghai. With a mere flick of his hand, he was invincible, earning him immense prestige within the Tianxian sect. Responding warmly to the congratulations of his fellow disciples, Lu Chun exuded an approachable demeanor. Xue Wanwan observed her disciple's composure and confidence, finding him distinctly charming, having shed the naivety of his youth. Chun'er has truly matured, she mused, her heart heavy with bittersweet emotions. Outside the hall, guests filled the seats. Those present at the wedding were all notable figures of Yuanzhou, upon seeing Lu Chun and Xue Wanwan emerge. They stood to offer their congratulations. Master Xue, Holy Son Lu, congratulations. Holy Son Lu has pursued love for a decade, and today he achieves his heart's desire. Congratulations. Lu Chun smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, relishing the grandeur of the moment. Suddenly, the square erupted in a thunderous chant. Welcome the bride, Xue Wanwan announced. Let us proceed. The bride has arrived. In the square, disciples of the Tianxian sect stood in neat rows, their attire dignified. A palanquin stood silently in the center, adorned with exquisite phoenix carvings, exuding an ethereal aura. This wedding was indeed opulent. Ling Zhu, O Ling Zhu, I wish to learn how to train a dog from you, for you have tamed the previous self remarkably well. Lu Chun thought, as he approached the palanquin and extended his hand. Please, the bride. The disciples once more called in unison. As their voices faded, the square fell silent. However, the bride inside the palanquin did not extend her hand. As anticipated, Lu Chun discerned that Ling Zhu was bound to cause a scene today. Xue Wanwan furrowed her brow and communicated telepathically with the disciples, instructing them to invite the bride once more. The disciples received the command and collectively called out, "Second invitation, the bride." Their voices resonated even louder than before. Inside the palanquin, Ling Zhu, peering through the curtains, felt her heart stir at the grand spectacle outside. Such a display for merely the wedding of a holy son of the Xian Tian sect. What of the Tiandao sect? Ling Zhu clenched her fists. She must marry Lin Fan. She, Ling Zhu, deserved an even grander wedding. Third invitation, the bride. The disciples chanted again in unison, channeling their spiritual energy, their voices soaring to the heavens, shaking the very earth. The maid, LV Nu, trembled at the overwhelming display. "Miss, shall we not descend?" she whispered, glancing at the silhouette before the palanquin. Ling Zhu shot a sidelong glance at LV Nu, remaining silent. The loyal servant was somewhat dim-witted. She was playing the part of a saintly maiden coerced into marrying evil, and it was essential that she descend under duress. "Lin Lang, when will you arrive?" Ling Zhu gazed longingly at the distant horizon. Xue Wanwan's temper flared. She nearly shattered the palanquin with her rage. Yet recalling that this was her disciple's beloved, she restrained herself. "Invite her once more." She gritted her teeth. The disciples, equally incensed, could hardly believe that the esteemed Tianxin sect could not even secure a bride. They harbored a storm of frustration, channeling their spiritual energy towards the palanquin, and cried out in unison, "Fourth invitation, the bride." Creak, creak. The palanquin, crafted from the finest spiritual materials, began to buckle under the pressure. The two within felt the weight of the spiritual energy, their faces turning pale. Ling Zhu broke into a cold smile. It was working. The disciples of the Tianxin sect were judicious, applying merely spiritual pressure without causing harm. However, Ling Zhu summoned her own energy, feigning injury, emitting a muffled groan as blood trickled from her lips, creating the illusion of having been harmed. Then, she shakily extended her hand through the curtain, attempting to grasp Lu Chen's outstretched hand. Yet, unexpectedly, Lu Chun withdrew his hand suddenly. Chapter 3. All must die at the Tianxin sect. Ling Zhu's hand hovered in midair beyond the curtain, stunned that if you do not wish to marry, then please return. Lu Chen's light voice drifted from outside the palanquin. I, Lu Chun, never force anyone against their will. Hearing this, Ling Zhu furrowed her brow, sensing a change in Lu Chun. But the play had begun, and there was no turning back. Today would be etched in blood, the blood of the Tianxin sect, and Lu Chen's life to forge her future. Holy Son Lu, in matters of such significance, it is only natural for one to feel anxious. I beg your understanding. Ling Zhu's dulcet voice emerged, evoking a sense of pity. She lifted the curtain of the palanquin, her red wedding gown revealing her delicate figure, a translucent veil partially concealing her face, akin to a lute player half hidden behind her instrument. She extended her hand, saying, "Holy Son Lu, please, what a quintessential green tea." Lu Chun understood that this woman was not to be trifled with. With the wedding upon them, he had no choice but to pinch his nose and lead her down from the palanquin. "I shall see what schemes you harbor." Once within the Tianxin sect, she would find it impossible to escape. Xue Wanwan, observing Ling Zhu descend from the palanquin, felt some of her displeasure dissipate. Let us proceed to the next part of the ceremony, the banquet. As the rituals unfolded, Ling Zhu refrained from causing any further disturbances, leaving Lu Chen somewhat perplexed. Had he misjudged her? Had this green tea genuinely been moved by her sycophant affections and sincerely wished to marry? Meanwhile, Ling Zhu, on the brink of the ancestral rites and entering the bridal chamber, was filled with impatience. "Lin Lang, where are you?" LV Nu, aware of her mistress's plan, felt a growing anxiety. If this continued, her mistress would truly wed the holy son Lu, shattering her dream of becoming the wife of the Tiandao sect's holy son. Lu Chun and Ling Zhu stood within the hall, with their respective guardians, Xue Wanwan and Feng Chao Tian. the head of the Feng Yuan sect, overseeing the proceedings. Shui Wanwan's expression remained serene, betraying no emotion, while Feng Chao Tian appeared elated. The venerable Tianxian sect, with its millennia-long legacy, boasted profound depth. The Feng Yuan sect, a burgeoning sect, while one of Yuanzhou's top Dao sects, still fell short in comparison. The alliance through marriage favored the Feng Yuan sect immensely, allowing them to leverage the Tianxian sect's resources for their rapid development. Bow to heaven and earth. The officiant's loud call signified that the traditional wedding was nearing its conclusion. However, both the groom and bride remained utterly still. Liu Chun observed Ling Zhu with keen interest, his gaze never straying from this woman. If she bowed, he would naturally follow suit. If she chose not to, he would appear foolish for doing so. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers furrowed their brows in confusion. The officiant, a venerable elder of the Tianxian sect, felt a surge of displeasure as he noted the bride's immobility. Bow to heaven and earth, he intoned once more, his voice deep and authoritative, his formidable presence unmistakable. Ling Zhu, merely at the spirit bridge realm, trembled beneath the overwhelming pressure but resolutely clenched her jaw. Unwilling to yield, she understood that to bow meant the marriage was complete, and such a concession would undoubtedly create a rift in Lin Lang's heart. Silence enveloped the hall, all eyes fixated on Ling Zhu. The atmosphere palpably tense. Feng Chao Tian was equally perplexed, wondering what Ling Zhu intended. She had agreed to the marriage, yet now refused to perform the bowing ceremony. Ling Zhu quickly bowed to heaven and earth. He transmitted secretly, but she feigned ignorance, remaining unmoved. The elder's fury mounted. I command you to bow to heaven and earth. His aura erupted, leaving everyone aghast at the terrifying might of the Tianxian sect's elder. Ling Zhu faced this dreadful force, her veiled visage marred by a trickle of blood that dripped onto the ground. Just as she felt her resolve faltering and her knees buckling, a furious shout resonated from outside. Stop this at once! Who dares to force her? Before the echoes faded, a figure crashed through the hall, descending from the skies to stand before Ling Zhu as dust settled. It revealed a strikingly handsome young man, his face a mask of fury. Who dares to cause a ruckus at the Tianxian sect? The congregation was thrown into a frenzy of astonishment and rage. Tianzhou, saint of the Tiandao sect. Lin Fan surveyed the crowd with a proud demeanor, slowly articulating his words. Upon hearing his identity, the atmosphere fell in a stunned silence, faces reflecting disbelief. Tianzhou, saint of the Tiandao sect, such a figure would grace a remote place like Yuanzhou. Ling Zhu beheld the young man before her, a radiant smile illuminating her previously expressionless face. I knew you would not forsake me, she thought, elated. Let today be the day my future is forged with the blood and bones of the Tianxian sect. Her heart brimmed with joy, a sense of unprecedented relief washing over her. The injury she had feigned earlier erupted forth in a crimson bloom as she spat blood, staining Lin Fan's back. Lin Lang, I have resolved to face death. To see you once more before my end is enough for this life. Her veil fell to the ground, revealing a pale visage, blood trickling down her face, exuding an air of fragility. Shaoling, Lin Fan's heart ached at the sight, his eyes reddening with emotion. Oh, be it a den of demons at the Tianxian sect. Today, every one of you shall perish. Chapter 4. The Saint of Tiandao Sect. An overly affectionate fool? Liu Chun chuckled, his shoulders shaking with mirth. This drama was truly captivating. He even contemplated applauding. Ling Zhu, how unfortunate that such a delicate beauty is wasted on mere theatrics. Who could resist a damsel in distress, drenched in tears? Alas, Liu Chun was no fool swayed by carnal desires. Lin Fan, is it? The Saint of the Tiandao Sect, quite an impressive title. Liu Chun clapped his hands, his tone dripping with derision. Oh, you not fear that parading in this remote little corner might strain your saintly back? Lin Fan glared, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent directed at Liu Chun. Demon scum, do not be so arrogant. Today, I will act on behalf of heaven to eradicate your evil kind. Act on behalf of heaven. Eradicate evil. Liu Chun scoffed, his gaze icy as he surveyed both Lin Fan and Ling Zhu. What a splendid pair of actors. one playing the villain, the other the innocent, their collaboration seamless. Regrettably, your performances are tragically lacking, riddled with flaws. He pointed at Ling Zhu. Ling Zhu, you repeatedly accuse the Tianqian sect of being demonic. Where is your evidence? Do you think your word alone can distort truth and deceive the masses? Ling Zhu's complexion paled further, the blood at her lips enhancing her feeble appearance. Trembling, she pointed at Lu Chun. Her voice a mere whisper, Lu Chun, you still wish to deny it. You forced me into marriage, and, before she could finish, she seemed to succumb to the weight of her emotions, collapsing into Lin Fan's embrace. Lin Fan held her tightly, fury igniting within him, wishing to rend Lu Chun to pieces. Ling Zhu, fear not, I shall avenge you. Today, I will turn the Tianqian sect into a river of blood. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with lethal intent. Hear me, all of you. Today I, Lin Fan, shall act on behalf of heaven to purge you demonic fiends. If you wish to live, kneel and surrender immediately. Otherwise, show no mercy. Lu Chun found himself momentarily bewildered. This Lin Fan, appearing so composed, was truly lacking in intellect. How could he not see through Ling Zhu's amateur act? The cuckoldry was so blatant it transcended the cosmos. Lin Fan, has a donkey kicked your brain? Lu Chun couldn't help but taunt. You believe every word this woman utters? Is this your first foray into the world? Lin Fan cradled Ling Zhu as if she were a rare treasure. Someone like you, a demon, could never comprehend the essence of love. Ling Zhu is pure and virtuous. How dare you slander her? Lu Chun nearly laughed in exasperation. Pure and virtuous? Puffed. If she were pure, even pigs could climb trees. This woman is nothing but a scheming vixen, and you, blissfully entranced, are the epitome of absurdity. Lin Fan's rage boiled over, a powerful surge of spiritual energy radiating from him. Demon, cease your blasphemy. Today, you shall learn the price of defaming Ling Zhu. Lu Chen's fury erupted like a volcano. This woman possessed a truly venomous heart. Her former self had catered to her every whim, and now she sought to drag his entire sect to ruin. He glared at Ling Zhu's pale yet beautiful face, a wave of unprecedented disgust washing over him. Such talent in acting. How unfortunate you won't be winning an Oscar. Lin Fan, you are a fool. Lu Chun, driven to the brink, pointed accusingly at Lin Fan. Be manipulated by this woman and yet feign deep affection. Do you not find that repugnant? The green hat you wear could overshadow the entire Tiandao sect. Lin Fan's expression shifted dramatically, his arms trembling as he held Ling Zhu. He fixed a deadly gaze upon Lu Chun, his murderous intent intensifying. You seek death. Lin Fan spat through clenched teeth. Does me seek death? I believe it is you who courts demise. Lu Chun met his gaze unflinchingly. The Tiandao sect, so formidable that it can trample upon us lesser sects at will. Today, I shall show you that the Tianqian sect is not to be trifled with. A powerful force erupted from Lu Chun, sweeping across the plaza. The disciples of the Tianqian sect stood frozen, having never witnessed such a dominant side of Lu Chun. Previously, he had always been gentle and accommodating, especially towards Ling Zhu, but now he appeared as a completely different person to Lu Chun. Ling Zhu stirred awake in Lin Fan's embrace, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. What? Are you afraid? Lu Chun sneered, advancing step by step toward Lin Fan. You think feigning unconsciousness will spare you. Today, you will pay the price. Lu Chun, you dare. Lin Fan roared, gently placing Ling Zhu on the ground. What do I have to fear? Lu Chun scoffed, drawing his sword. Today, it is either your death or mine. At that moment, an aged voice suddenly rang out. Stop this at once. The crowd turned to see an elderly man with white hair approaching slowly, followed by a cadre of Tianqian sect elders. The venerable elder. Upon seeing the old man, the disciples of the Tianqian sect hurriedly bowed. This elder was indeed the venerable one of the Tianqian sect. Lu Chun, what is the meaning of this? The elder inquired solemnly as he approached Lu Chun. Lu Chun took a deep breath and succinctly recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing the account, The elder's expression darkened ominously. He turned his gaze toward Lin Fan, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. However, Lin Fan was the saint of the Tiandao sect, and even he could not act against him without incurring catastrophic consequences for the Tianqian sect. Young Lin, is there perhaps some misunderstanding here? Lu Chun is young and impetuous, and his words may have been inappropriate. I ask for your understanding that I apologize on his behalf to you and Miss Ling Zhu. He inclined his body slightly, adopting a notably humble posture. This action elicited gasps of astonishment from the surrounding disciples of the Tianqian sect. The venerable elder held a status of utmost reverence. Yet he had bowed to a junior for Lu Chen's sake. Lin Fan cast a disdainful glance at the elder. An apology all it takes? He slandered Ling Zhu, tarnishing her reputation. Can this debt be settled with mere words? What does Lin Xiaoyu intend to do? The elder, suppressing his fury, inquired once more. Lin Fan paused, his gaze sweeping across the disciples of the Tianqian sect. The Tianqian sect must impose severe punishment on Lu Chun to serve as a warning to others. Otherwise, he deliberately halted, leaving the threat unspoken yet palpable. The elder's countenance darkened. He understood what Lin Fan's otherwise implied if the Tianqian sect failed to provide an explanation. The Tiandao sect might very well use this as a pretext to launch an attack against them. Chapter 5. Lin Fan, incensed, noted that Lu Chun also possessed 9 cave heavens, with the strength of the Tianqian sect. They were utterly incapable of contending with the Tiandao sect. Contemplating this, the elder's posture bent even lower. This obsequious demeanor ignited the fury of the surrounding Tianqian disciples. Even the usually composed law enforcement elder could not refrain from clenching his fists. Just then, a cold voice emerged from the crowd's rear. Elder, there's no need to demean yourself so. When has the Tianqian sect ever feared the Tiandao sect? The crowd turned to see a woman clad in a pale purple dress approaching. It was none other than Lu Chen's master, Xue Wanquan. Xue Wanquan walked up to Lu Chun, gently patting his shoulder, and softly asked, "Chun, are you all right?" Lu Chun shook his head, replying, "Master, I am fine," touched by the concern in her eyes. Lu Chun felt a surge of gratitude. After all, it was his master who truly stood by him. Xue Wanquan then turned her gaze to Lin Fan, a glint of frost flashing in her beautiful eyes. "Lin Xingzi," she declared, "one may indulge in reckless consumption, yet words must be weighed carefully. You claim my disciple has sullied Miss Ling Zhu's name. Do you possess any evidence?" Lin Fan scoffed. Ling Zhu herself attested to it. "Can that possibly be false?" Xue Wanquan chuckled lightly. "Is what Miss Ling Zhu says to be taken as absolute? If she were to assert that you have wronged her, would you then acquiesce?" "You." Lin Fan's expression shifted as he glared at Xue Wanquan. Unfazed, she met his stare. "What? Have I struck a nerve? Has Lin Xingzi truly committed some unseemly act? You slander me." Lin Fan bellowed, "I slander you." Xue Wanquan retorted with a cold smile. "Then why does Miss Ling Zhu adamantly claim that my disciple has wronged her? Is it not the two of you who conspired to frame my disciple?" Her words left Lin Fan speechless. His face shifted from green to white as he struggled to find a counter-argument. The surrounding disciples of the Tianqian sect began to cheer in support. "Elder Xue speaks the truth. Ling Zhu, unwilling to marry Senior Lu, concocts lies to defame him. Truly despicable. The Tiandao sect has gone too far." Xue Wanquan's words struck Lin Fan like a resounding slap, reddening his face and causing veins to bulge on his forehead. The disciples' shouts pierced through his pride like daggers. "Good! Good! Good!" Lin Fan's fury twisted into mockery as he repeated the word thrice, each utterance seemingly squeezed from between clenched teeth. Indeed, the Tianqian sect boasts a grand reputation. Not only do they bully the weak, but they also shelter such scoundrels. With a sudden motion, he drew a massive halberd from his back, pointing its tip directly at Lu Chun, roaring with all his might. To hold a blood relative hostage and compel virtue into vice. Such deeds are no different from those of the demonic path. Today, I shall uphold the path of righteousness. As soon as his words fell, 9 portals opened behind Lin Fan, releasing a surge of colorful light that shot skyward. A terrifying pressure enveloped the scene, leaving everyone gasping for breath. The disciples of the Tianqian sect stared in disbelief at this spectacle. 9 portals. This level of power could only be attained by an unparalleled genius. Lin Fan was astonishingly formidable. Even Shui Wangquan raised her brows in surprise. She had not anticipated Lin Fan's strength to be so terrifying. Yet, Lu Chun remained calm, as if his cataclysmic manifestation bore no relation to him. He cast a nonchalant glance at Lin Fan. The elder, witnessing this, erupted in rage. He could tolerate Lin Fan's provocations, but he would not permit any harm to befall his sect. Impudent ruffian! How dare you act recklessly within the Tianxian sect? With that, he charged toward Lin Fan, his palms moving like 2 fierce dragons, descending with a might to obliterate the heavens. However, just as the elder's attack was about to land upon Lin Fan, a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was an elderly man clad in black, his face a map of wrinkles, yet his eyes shone with a penetrating brilliance, as if capable of seeing through all. With a mere wave of his hand, the old man dispelled the elder's assault. "You dare lay a hand on my sect's holy son." The elder's expression changed drastically. He recognized the old man as a revered figure of the Tiandao sect, one who had transcended to the realm of Zhan Wujing. Lin Fan's protector, Zhan Wujing. What a terrifying existence. The mere release of his aura made the elder feel like an ant, ready to be crushed. Despair filled his heart. A mere Huayu realm cultivator. How could he contend with a master of such caliber? The disciples of the Tianxian sect turned pale as if death had visited them. One Zhan Wujing could obliterate the entire Tianxian sect. Was the Tianxian sect truly destined for annihilation today? A grave expression crossed Shui Wanquan's beautiful features as she stepped forward, shielding Lu Chun, her gaze fixed on the black-clad elder. "Senior, this matter concerns the grievances between our Tianxian sect and Lin Xingzi. We ask that you refrain from intervening." The black-clad elder snorted derisively. "You little one, what are you to negotiate with me?" Just as he was about to unleash his fury, Lin Fan raised his hand to interrupt. "Elder Wu, allow me to handle this." The elder nodded slightly, stepping aside, his murky old eyes sparkling with interest regarding the ensuing developments. Lin Fan's gaze swept over the crowd, landing squarely upon Lu Chun. "If you are a man, step forward. Do not cower behind a woman." His voice, though not loud, resonated like thunder in the ears of all present. Lin Fan's arrogance was palpable, yet it was clear that Lu Chun would not relent. He slowly emerged from behind Shui Wangquan. "Hide? That word does not exist in my dictionary." As soon as he spoke, a surge of spiritual energy erupted around Lu Chun, and the 9 portals opened once more. Unlike Lin Fan's, Lu Chun's 9 portals did not emit a spectrum of colors, but instead radiated a chaotic essence, leaving one perplexed 9 portals. When did Senior Lu also reach 9 cave heavens? The disciples of the Tianxian sect stared agape, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. Not only they, but even Shui Wangquan and the elder were taken aback. It is known that 9 cave heavens signifies unparalleled talent. Typically, an average individual could be deemed exceptional for unlocking 3, for would mark a genius, while 7 would border on the monstrous. 9 cave heavens could only be expected from the most elite sects like the Tiandao sect. Initially stunned, Lin Fan then sneered in disdain. "Interesting. I did not expect you to possess 9 cave heavens as well. However, rank does not equate to everything. Allow me to demonstrate what foundation and depth truly signify." With hands forming seals, Lin Fan's 9 portals glowed brilliantly, exuding a terrifying pressure that rendered the crowd breathless. Is this the power of the Holy Son of the Tiandao sect? Truly dreadful. Chapter 6. The Ultimate PUA Technique. Shui Wanquan's brows furrowed slightly. Having watched Lu Chun grow, she was acutely aware of the pride that coursed through him. Yet that pride appeared so fragile in the face of such harsh reality. The Tianxian Qinglian sword technique was the finest skill the Tianxian sect could offer, yet it paled in comparison to the Tiandao sect's heavenly grade techniques. She bit her lip, determination flashing in her eyes. No, she had to find a way. The other disciples of the Tianxian sect wore expressions of concern. Lin Fan's arrogant tone and disdainful gaze struck them like harsh slaps. When had they, the Tianxian sect, ever been treated with such contempt? Ahem. The elder cleared his throat, his face flushed with embarrassment. 9 cave heavens. This was a talent that appeared once in a millennium, Yet he felt guilt as he glanced at Lu Chun. If only Lu Chun had been born in a top-tier sect, what glory would he be reaping now? What? Are you afraid? Lin Fan mocked, noticing the changing expressions around him. With such a pathetic technique. Do you think you are worthy to challenge me? He cast a sidelong glance at Lu Chun, his eyes brimming with provocation. Those who are wise should kneel and admit their mistakes. Perhaps this holy sun might spare your life. Kneel and admit my mistakes. Lu Chun burst into laughter, as if he had heard the grandest of jokes. You think you are worthy? His brazen attitude thoroughly enraged Lin Fan, the holy son of the Tiandao sect. Lin Fan was accustomed to being exalted. How could he tolerate such disdain? His expression darkened, murderous intent swirling in his eyes. You insult me. Since you seek death, do not blame me for being merciless. Seeing this, Ling Zhu immediately tugged at Lin Fan's sleeve, her voice soft and sweet. Brother Fan, do not be angry. It is not worth it to get upset over someone like him. After finishing her words, she turned to look at Lu Chun. Lu Chun, my brother Fan has already given you the chance to admit your mistake. If you truly repent and bow down to acknowledge your fault, what difference would it make? Her speech, seemingly a counsel, was in fact a provocation. Tea not only sowed discord between Lu Chun and Lin Fan, but also subtly showcased her own gentleness and consideration. Lu Chun regarded Ling Zhu's clumsy performance with a cold smile in his heart. Truly, she was a master of manipulation. The sheer level of her psychological tactics had reached an extraordinary caliber. It was not only Lu Chun who thought this way. All disciples of the Tianxian sect scoffed at Ling Zhu's antics. Previously, Lu Chun had been utterly captivated by her, behaving like a devoted lapdog before her. Everyone had witnessed it. Now, observing Lin Fan's demeanor, they were momentarily at a loss whether to laugh or feel something else. Seeing that Lu Chun had been silent for a long time, Lin Fan assumed he was too frightened to speak, which only made him feel more triumphant. What's wrong? Lost your voice? Where's that arrogance from earlier? He taunted. Zhu, stay behind me and watch how I deal with him. I'll avenge you. As he spoke, he pulled Ling Zhu behind him. Ling Zhu gazed at Lin Fan, her eyes filled with admiration. Indeed, only a man as powerful as Lin Fan was worthy of her. As for the worthless Lu Chun, he could be left to fend for himself. Shui Wanwan looked at the tense standoff before her, filled with despair. The terrifying aura in the distance grew ever closer, and the threat of their revered master descending upon them loomed ominously. On Lu Chun's side, facing the favored son of the Celestial Path sect, his chances of victory seemed almost non-existent. Was the legacy of the Tianxian sect truly about to be extinguished in her generation? No, even if it meant death, she would exhaust every effort to protect Lu Chun. Lu Chun observed the farcical scene before him, unable to suppress a sneer. Lin Fan was indeed a fool, completely oblivious to how Ling Zhu toyed with him. How could they possibly think themselves worthy? Finally, Lu Chun spoke up. Lin Fan's face contorted with rage. You're seeking death. He formed hand seals, and the light of 9 celestial realms surged behind him. A terrifying pressure enveloped Lu Chun in an instant. Come, let us fight. Unfazed by Lin Fan's overwhelming aura, Lu Chun waved his right hand, summoning a long sword of pure emerald. The blade shimmered with azure lotuses, and a faint dragon-esque roar echoed from it. Before Lin Fan could make a move, Lu Chun took the initiative to attack. He transformed into a streak of azure light, charging straight at Lin Fan. First form of the Tianxian Azure Lotus Sword technique. Azure Lotus blooms. With a sharp cry, Lu Chun swung his sword in an instant. The world changed hues. Countless azure lotuses appeared from thin air, swirling around Lu Chun as if he were a celestial being descending from the heavens. An overwhelming sword intent swept across the arena. This truly our Tianxian Azure Lotus Sword technique. The Grand Elder's eyes widened in disbelief. The Tianxian Azure Lotus Sword technique was classified as a spirit-grade skill. It was utterly inconceivable that it could achieve such an effect. Other disciples of the Tianxian sect were equally stunned. Lin Fan, witnessing Lu Chun's display, felt the gravity of the situation settle upon him. He scoffed, "A mere trick, and you dare to show off here With a flash of light in his hand, a long spear, as black as ink and entwined with dark red demonic flames, emerged. This was none other than the Da Huang demon spear. One of the Celestial Path sect's most prized treasures, the spear's tip aimed directly at Lu Chun, while Lin Fan's 9 celestial realms spun wildly like black holes, devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. An even more terrifying pressure surged forth, the Huang battle spear. This is the treasure of the Celestial Path sect. It is said that only the saints of each generation can wield it. Among the onlookers, someone gasped. Lin Fan had truly drawn it, indicating he was ready to kill. Lu Chun was as good as dead. No matter how monstrous he was, he could not withstand the might of the Da Huang battle demon spear. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Even Shui Wanwan clenched her fists in apprehension. First form of the Da Huang battle spear. Earth Splitter, Lin Fan roared, thrusting the spear towards the ground. Dark red flames erupted like a volcanic explosion, causing the earth to tremble violently, but a massive fissure rapidly spread towards Lu Chun as it tore through the ground. Rocks shattered, and even the fabric of space seemed to fray. Several Tianxian sect disciples, caught off guard, were engulfed by the chasm. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Grand Elder and Shui Wanwan, they would have been obliterated. Facing this cataclysmic blow, Lu Chun remained unfazed. The azure sword in his hand emitted a clear ringing sound. Third form of the Tianxian Azure Lotus Sword technique, sword sweeping the 8 desolates. Lu Chun swung his sword, unleashing a torrent of azure sword energy that howled forth. It collided fiercely with the spear's attack. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued, unleashing a wave of terrifying energy that surged outward. The watching disciples were once again sent flying, with some fainting on the spot. Their fates unknown. Even the Grand Elder and Shui Wanwan had to summon their full strength to barely withstand the impact. As the dust settled, Lu Chun and Lin Fan remained standing, though their faces were pale and their clothes tattered. Impossible! How could you possibly withstand my Earth Splitter? Lin Fan shouted. Disbelief etched across his features. Lu Chun responded with a cold laugh. You are merely a waste relying on the Celestial Path sect's reputation to flaunt your power. Without the resources provided by the Celestial Path sect, who would even recognize you? Lin Fan's face turned a deep shade of crimson, fury coursing through him. He no longer held back, channeling the full might of the Da Huang battle spear. His eyes bled red, and a suffocating aura of demonic energy radiated from him. Lu Chun, you've pushed me to this. Today, I will show you the true power of the Da Huang battle spear. Annihilation, darkness engulfed the realm, and a terrifying demonic aura descended upon the Tianxian sect like an impending apocalypse. Under this overwhelming force, everything appeared minuscule and fragile. Shui Wanwan's face paled. This power far exceeded the realm of the Godfire stage. Even she could not withstand it. Lu Chun, get away. This is a forbidden technique. Shui Wanwan cried out anxiously, but Lu Chun remained indifferent, narrowing his eyes as golden runes swirled within his pupils. The Da Huang battle demon spear was indeed formidable. But to think you could kill me with just this technique? How naive! As the last words fell, a faint crack echoed through the air. Subsequently, a brilliant beam of light erupted from the center of Lu Chun's forehead, piercing through the void and illuminating the Tianxian sect with a dazzling brilliance that stung the eyes. Slowly, a bronze seal emerged upon Lu Chun's brow, and a pale golden lotus mar shone resplendently upon his forehead, radiating a light akin to 1,000 rays of dawn. Above the Tianxian sect, the skies shifted ominously as endless spiritual energy surged towards Lu Chun like rivers converging into the sea. This energy coalesced above his head, ultimately forming a magnificent golden lotus. The golden lotus spun gently, emanating a soft glow that enveloped Lu Chun entirely, its petals layered upon one another, releasing a sacred aura that sent shivers through all present. In the next moment, the golden lotus bloomed, its brilliant light illuminating the entire Tianxian sect, even piercing through the clouds to reach the heavens. The heart of the golden lotus stood Lu Chun, suspended in midair, clad in white garments, with long hair flowing. He wielded the Qinglian sword, its blade shimmering with a divine radiance. What on earth is happening? The elder of the Tianxian sect gazed at the scene. his eyes filled with astonishment. Shui Wanjiao also wore an expression of disbelief. At this moment, Lu Chen appeared as a celestial being, too radiant to behold. Lin Fan's countenance darkened considerably. He had initially believed that his forbidden technique, the Great Desolation Battle Spear, wielded to annihilate, would be sufficient to slay Lu Chen. Yet now, it was evident that he had underestimated Lu Chen's strength. Damn it! Lin Fan cursed inwardly, the scorn in his eyes vanishing along with the force of his attack. In the center of the golden lotus, Lu Chen gradually opened his eyes. Within his gaze, golden light flickered. As if harboring infinite stars, he glanced at the Qinglian sword in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. Tianxian Qinglian sword. Qinglian slays all immortals. Lu Chen's voice resonated like a deity from the heavens. As words fell, he swung the Qinglian sword with vigor. A dazzling stream of azure, sword energy erupted from the tip of the blade, slicing through the air, hurtling towards Lin Fan. This sword energy contained the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Lin Fan's expression shifted dramatically. He felt the terrifying might of the sword energy and dared not delay. He hastily swung the Great Desolation Battle Spear, intent on parrying this lethal strike. However, the speed of the azure sword energy was too swift, too rapid for Lin Fan to react. With a soft sound, the azure sword energy pierced through Lin Fan's defenses, leaving a ghastly wound upon his chest, deep enough to glimpse bone. My heavens! Lin Shengzi has been injured. A short and stout sect master pointed towards Lin Fan, his body quivering with disbelief. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence, as if everyone had been struck by a spell, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. They darted their gazes between the horrifying sword wound on Lin Fan's chest and the calm demeanor of Lu Chen. The guardian of the Tiandao sect, who had been so confident, wore an expression as dark as thunderclouds. He had assumed Lin Fan would easily deal with Lu Chen, only to find that this young man had concealed such formidable power. If anything were to happen to the Shengzi under his watch, he would have no choice but to bury himself alive. In the stillness, an elderly sect master with graying hair trembled as he spoke, his voice hoarse like a broken windbag. Who on earth is Lu Chen? Could he be the illegitimate son of some reclusive ancient being? Upon hearing this, many nodded in agreement, finding the notion plausible. After all, aside from his explanation, they could conceive of no other rationale for Lu Chen's extraordinary prowess. A lavishly dressed female sect master, adorned with jewels, covered her lipstick-painted lips and giggled. Perhaps Lu Chen is the reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse? TSK, such talent is truly enviable. Nonsense, a burly man interjected rudely. Reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse. I reckon he's merely stumbled upon some fortuitous treasure, leading to this fleeting surge of power. Those words were crude. They echoed the sentiments of many. After all, for certain individuals, acknowledging another's superiority was more painful than death itself. Chapter 8. Forbidden Secret Arts. The secret technique of burning life Lin Fan was precisely such a person. The Shengzi of the Tiandao sect, who had always considered himself a prodigy, had never before suffered such a humiliation. The ghastly sword wound on his chest was not merely a physical pain, but a brutal trampling of his pride and dignity. He felt more tormented than if he had been slain. A furious roar erupted from Lin Fan. Dark energy surged around him, amplifying his already domineering aura. The crowd was aghast. Lin Fan had hidden his true strength all along. Strange black demonic patterns danced upon his skin, radiating a chilling aura. Suddenly, a colossal shadow of a demonic dragon emerged behind him, blocking out the sun, its roars shaking the heavens. The demonic dragon body. It was the legendary demonic dragon body. A voice in the crowd gasped, recognizing Lin Fan's physique. The demonic dragon body was renowned as one of the most elite combat physiques, possessing unparalleled combat talent and devastating destructive power. The Shengzi of the Tiandao sect was indeed fearsome. The onlookers were left in shock, having thought Lu Chen to be unparalleled, only to discover Lin Fan was even more monstrous. Such a prodigy could only be cultivated by the ancient sanctuaries of the upper realms. The Tiandao sect's guardian, who had previously worn a dark expression, finally revealed a hint of a smile. Indeed, the Shengzi was the Shengzi. Until the very last moment, no one could fathom how many hidden cards he possessed. Liu Chun regarded the surging Lin Fan, feeling an unprecedented pressure. Yet he harbored no fear. Instead, he was filled with fighting spirit. Come, let me see just how formidable you, the Shengzi of the Tiandao sect, truly are. The Qinglian sword in Liu Chen's grasp emitted a resonant hum, seemingly in response to his battle intent. At this juncture, right and wrong held little significance. Only in battle could one find resolution. Lin Fan's eyes glinted with malice, and he held nothing back, fully unleashing the power of the demonic dragon body. Liu Chen, today it is either your demise or mine. Before his words could fade, Lin Fan transformed into a bolt of black lightning, hurtling towards Liu Chen. The great desolation battle spear in his hand now swirled with dark energy, exuding an aura of destruction. The black lightning cleaved through the skies as the great desolation battle spear, enveloped in annihilative energy, struck at Liu Chen with ferocity. Liu Chen barely raised the Qinglian sword to block. A deafening crash resounded, a tremendous force surged through him, numbing his grip and sending him hurtling backward, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Cough! A mouthful of blood erupted forth. As Liu Chen struggled to rise, feeling as if his bones were shattered and engulfed in unbearable pain, Lin Fan's figure appeared before him, the great desolation battle spear raised high, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Die, you ant! Lin Fan sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. Just as the moment hung in the balance, a dormant power within Liu Chen surged forth, erupting like a volcano under the threat of death. A vast and boundless bloodline power surged from the depths of his dantian, flooding his entire being in an instant. His once dim eyes now ignited with radiant golden light. Boom! An invisible pressure radiated outward from Liu Chen, overwhelming the surroundings. This aura carried an air of sovereign dominance, constricting the breath of all present. Lin Fan's movements abruptly halted. He was horrified to find himself immobilized by this pressure. The great desolation battle spear in his grip felt as heavy as a mountain, refusing to descend even a fraction. What kind of power is this? Lin Fan's heart raced with terror. He felt he was not facing a mere mortal, but an ancient behemoth that had slumbered for eons. Liu Chen slowly rose to his feet, his aura undergoing a profound transformation. In its place emerged a domineering presence, one that looked down upon the world with unparalleled superiority. With a casual wave, an invisible force sent Lin Fan hurtling away. Lin Fan tumbled through the air, landing awkwardly on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. What kind of person are you? His demonic dragon body was fully unleashed, fighting prowess reaching the pinnacle of divine fire realm. Yet he had been so easily repelled by Liu Chen. Liu Chen ignored Lin Fan's question, focusing entirely on the bloodline power coursing through him. Is this the bloodline power of the supreme ancient clan? Liu Chen murmured, a realization dawning upon him. The bloodline within him was far more potent than he had ever imagined. Come again, Liu Chen roared, charging once more at Lin Fan. This time, his speed was swifter, his strength greater. Lin Fan's pupils constricted. He hastily summoned a spiritual weapon to defend. Boom! The clash ignited a terrifying shockwave, sending both combatants staggering back several meters. How is this possible? Lin Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had exerted all his strength, yet not only had he failed to harm Liu Chen, he had nearly been forced back. How had this fellow cultivated such power? Lin Fan, unwilling to accept defeat, continued to elevate his cultivation. However, Liu Chen offered him no opportunity to execute his plans. With a swift step, he struck forward with a palm. Bang! Once again, a fierce clash ensued, sending Lin Fan hurtling through the air. Hiss! The onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. Liu Chen's strength was astonishingly formidable, defying all comprehension. It is worth noting that the power Lin Fan had just unleashed was beyond that of many at the Divine Fire Realm. How could Liu Chen, relying solely on brute physicality, have bested him? Where on earth did this monstrous prodigy emerge from? Cough, cough. Lin Fan clutched his chest, coughing violently several times, expelling a few mouthfuls of congealed blood. His face flushed with shame and indignation. "You shall pay for this." Hatred blazed fiercely in his eyes. Lin Fan's heart brimmed with an overwhelming sense of grievance. The esteemed son of the heavenly Tao sect. He had been defeated by a worthless wretch. Be humiliated publicly, stripped of dignity. How could he endure such disgrace? He refused to accept it. How could the illustrious body of a demonic dragon be suppressed by an insignificant insect? Jealousy gnawed at his reason like a venomous serpent, clouding his judgment, leaving him with but one desire: to annihilate Lu Chun completely. "I will not concede. Why should you, a useless fool, possess such power?" Lin Fan roared. Secretly, he activated a forbidden secret technique, the life-burning art. This was his last trump card, capable of sacrificing his vitality to unleash power far exceeding his own realm for a brief moment. Yet, the price was a permanent reduction in lifespan. A violent surge of black demonic energy erupted from Lin Fan's being, coalescing behind him into a menacing shadow of a demonic dragon, roaring with a deafening ferocity. "Lu Chun, I will see your demise." He burned 10 years of his lifespan, elevating his power to its zenith. The great desolate battle spear was raised high, entwined by the demonic dragon. The dragon's head opened wide, lunging toward Lu Chun. Chapter 9. Bloodline Awakening. Lu Chun's protector. Lu Chun gazed at the formidable Lin Fan before him. In that moment, his opponent appeared as a colossal figure of the demonic path. Lin Fan's desperate strike was executed with such incredible speed that Lu Chun had no time to evade. Am I to perish? This was the first thought that flickered through Lu Chun's mind. No, he would not die. In this fleeting moment between life and death, the dormant power of his bloodline surged forth once more. More ferocious and expansive than ever before. Boom! A radiant golden light erupted from within Lu Chun, soaring into the heavens. His eyes transformed into pure gold, resembling two blazing suns that exuded an aura of supreme majesty. Furthermore, Lu Chun's presence underwent a monumental transformation. It was no longer the previous domineering essence, but rather a divine aura that looked down upon all beings. This sudden change left the spectators at a distance in sheer awe. They felt a tremor deep within their souls, as though mere mortals stood before an exalted deity. Even Shui Wenwan displayed a look of astonishment at this moment. This power had far surpassed her understanding of Lu Chun. Who on earth is this young man? Shui Wenwan pondered silently. Lu Chun felt an overwhelming surge of strength within him, as if he could control the very heavens and dominate all existence. He extended his hand, effortlessly intercepting Lin Fan's unstoppable spear. Crack! The great desolate battle spear, an ancient artifact, shattered into fragments in Lu Chun's grasp. Lin Fan's eyes widened, the madness within them shifting to terror. He could not believe that, even after burning a decade of his lifespan, he could not break through Lu Chun's defenses. Lu Chun's gaze was icy, void of any emotion in his golden eyes. Meanwhile, in the primordial Forbidden Land, located in the far western reaches of the Kangwu realm, there lay an ancient expanse shrouded in chaos. The space here was chaotic, time distorted. Even saints dared not tread lightly. Yet, at this moment, a figure was slowly advancing deep within the primordial Forbidden Land. Clad in a black robe, his face obscured by a hood, his true visage remained concealed, and a faint golden light surrounded him, as if he were a deity traversing this chaotic realm. Finally, I have arrived at a deep voice emanated from beneath the hood. This figure was Lu Jiuyu, Lu Chun's protector. He had been dispatched to the primordial Forbidden Land in search of the legendary primordial legacy. The primordial legacy, left behind by an unparalleled ancient powerhouse, held the potential to enable one to achieve the supreme path and become a true sovereign. Although Lu Jiuyu's cultivation revealed him to be at the quasi-saint level in the lower realm, this was not his true strength. His actual power far exceeded the quasi-saint level. Having already reached the realm of a saint, concealing his abilities was merely a precaution to avoid unnecessary trouble. The primordial Forbidden Land was fraught with peril, and Lu Jiuyu meticulously surveyed his surroundings. This aura. Suddenly, Lu Jiuyu halted, a frown creasing his brow. He sensed a powerful presence rapidly approaching. Could it be an inhabitant of the Forbidden Land? Lu Jiuyu mused to himself, I in the primordial Forbidden Land. Aside from spatial turbulence and temporal whirlpools, there lurked mysterious creatures. These beings possessed great strength, and Lu Jiuyu did not dare to act recklessly. He immediately summoned his inner spiritual energy, preparing for battle. Moments later, a colossal figure appeared within Lu Jiuyu's line of sight. It was a giant, standing 100 feet tall, muscles bulging, exuding a ferocious aura. The giant wielded an enormous stone axe, devoid of pupils in its eyes, which only heightened its terrifying presence. Roar! The giant let out a thunderous roar, swinging the stone axe violently toward Lu Jiuyu. With a cold smirk, Lu Jiuyu evaded the giant's attack, a mere insect shaking a tree. Lu Jiuyu scoffed. He extended a finger and lightly poked, unleashing a beam of golden light that instantly pierced through the giant's chest. Boom! The giant's massive form crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Lu Jiuyu brushed off the dust from his robes and continued deeper into the Forbidden Land. Several hours later, Lu Jiuyu reached the heart of the primordial Forbidden Land. In this area, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth became increasingly distorted. As he surveyed his surroundings, the environment gradually revealed unusual shadows amidst his relentless probing. Lu Jiuyu chuckled disdainfully. An array? Merely child's play. With a flick of his sleeve, a surge of immense power swept forth, dispersing the twisted spiritual energy and shadows like melting snow. A vast altar slowly emerged. Ancient runes flickered with a ghostly light upon its surface. The center of the altar, a chaotic, misty sphere hovered silently, emanating waves of power. The supreme primordial legacy truly resides here. Lu Jiuyu fixated on the chaotic sphere at the altar's center, his eyes gleaming with fervor. The primordial legacy held little allure for him. However, for Lu Chun, it represented not just a gift of power, but a tremendous opportunity. The young master, possessing the bloodline of an unrivaled ancient clan, was destined to rule the upper realm. But if he were to merge with this primordial legacy, oh, what wonders would unfold! Lu Jiuyu envisioned Lu Chun reigning supreme, looking down upon all beings. From the moment Lu Chun was born with a chaotic body, he was already endowed with an extraordinarily rare constitution. Yet, the primordial chaotic body formed after merging with the primordial legacy would eclipse even the bloodlines of celestial emperors. With this thought, Lu Jiuyu's excitement intensified. He yearned to snatch this legacy and present it to Lu Chun without delay. With the primordial chaotic body, how could the young master not achieve the supreme path? At that time, not merely the upper realm, but even the 3,000 worlds and countless planes would bow before the young master. The more Lu Jiuyu contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. His breath quickening, he suppressed his fervent emotions and approached the misty sphere. Soon, he stood before the glowing mist. After all, this was a legendary entity, and he had sought it for over a decade. He held his breath, carefully scrutinizing the glowing mist. Why is there no reaction? Lu Jiuyu was taken aback, confusion filling his eyes. According to records, the primordial legacy contained not only boundless mysteries, but also the essence of ultimate creation. Merely touching it would grant one immeasurable creative power. Could it be that only one with a chaotic body could access it? Lu Jiuyu fell into contemplation. Though somewhat disappointed, he quickly reasoned that this legacy had been left behind by that esteemed figure. It appeared he needed to bring the young master here after all. Upon this thought, he could no longer contain his impatience and hastily departed from the forbidden grounds. Chapter 10. The First Body of Eternity. Tianxian Sect. On the floating island, everyone held their breath, their gazes fixated on the ethereal figure of Lu Chun, that he appeared like a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, surrounded by a faint golden glow. This emanation was a pressure derived from the supreme bloodline of the ancient clan from the upper realm, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld it. Lu Chun felt the surging power within him. At this moment, he finally comprehended why those of the ancient clan in the upper realm were regarded with such reverence. This innate strength was sufficient to crush all opposition. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was engulfed by a tempest of turmoil within. Previously, as the holy son of the Tiandao sect, he had basked in admiration wherever he went. Yet now, standing before Lu Chun, he found himself overwhelmed by a sense of impotence, a shudder that emanated from the depths of his soul. He nearly succumbed to the urge to yield, to submit before this formidable force. However, when his gaze fell upon Ling Zhu behind him, his determination was reignited. The pitiable visage of Ling Zhu stirred a deep-seated instinct to protect within him. For her, he would sacrifice everything, even his life. The secret art of life burning. If 10 years are insufficient, then let it be 20. I refuse to believe that I, the esteemed holy son of the Tiandao sect, will be defeated by this obscure brat. Lin Fan roared, and the already shattered Da Huang battle heaven halberd unexpectedly reformed, radiating a chilling glow. Witnessing Lin Fan's reckless fervor, Lu Chun could not help but shake his head with a bitter smile. Come on, buddy, do you really need to go all out like this? Though such thoughts crossed his mind, his actions showed no sign of hesitation. Empowered by the bloodline strength, the Tianqian sword blazed with renewed brilliance, its sword chi intertwining with ferocity. Now, facing an opponent of Lin Fan's caliber, Lu Chun was fully prepared. Since you insist on seeking death, do not blame me for being ungracious. Lu Chun scoffed coldly, transforming into a streak of golden light as he surged toward Lin Fan. Unyielding, Lin Fan brandished the Da Huang Battle Heaven halberd in response. The Da Huang Battle Heaven halberd, third style, dragon battles in the wild. Lin Fan bellowed, the burning vitality around him coalescing into a crimson halo. The Da Huang Battle Heaven halberd in his grasp became even more fearsome and imposing. The black dragon above had now fully manifested. This was the power granted to Lin Fan by the demonic dragon body. The halberd tip aimed at Lu Chun, as a black-red halberd beam transformed into a colossal black dragon, cleaving through the void with earth-shattering might, striking fiercely at Lu Chun. Aware of the terrifying force behind this blow, Lu Chun did not dare to underestimate it. Fifth style of the Qinglian sword art, the galaxy upside down, Lu Chun shouted. Swinging the Tianqian sword with vigor, a brilliant sword light shot into the sky, transforming into a vast galaxy, hurtling toward the black-red dragon. Boom! The two immense forces collided, unleashing a deafening roar that reverberated through the air. The entire floating island trembled violently. Both Lu Chun and Lin Fan were thrust back several dozen paces by the overwhelming backlash. Lin Fan's life-burning secret art had reached its limit. Cracks began to appear on his body, blood seeping from the fissures, staining his garments crimson. Cough, cough. Lin Fan coughed violently, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Yet, there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Only a fervor for battle. Lu Chun, even if I perish, I will drag you down with me. Lu Chun regarded the seemingly mad Lin Fan with a frown that he had not anticipated Lin Fan's recklessness. For the sake of a woman, he was willing to disregard his own life. Seeing Lin Fan's desperate demeanor, Lu Chun sneered inwardly if he sought death so fervently. Then let him have it, his gaze sharpened. No longer holding back, since you refuse to yield, I shall beat you into submission. I will instill fear in you. I will make you tremble. Lu Chun's voice was frigid, sixth style of the Qinglian sword art. The blue lotus blooms, 10,000 flowers fall. As his words fell, countless streams of sword chi erupted from the Tianqian sword. Like petals of a lotus, crystalline and sharp, they cascaded to envelop Lin Fan. Lin Fan's final strike, fueled by the burning of his life essence, coalesced into a massive black demon dragon, roaring with a thunderous might. The dragon's scales were distinctly visible, its eyes a fiery red, exuding a cataclysmic aura as it sought to withstand the torrential onslaught of the lotus sword chi. Perhaps in the past, he could have contended, but now, his resistance felt utterly futile. The deluge of sword rain descended like torrential rain, instantly shredding the demon dragon, its momentum unabated as it surged toward Lin Fan. This moment, Lin Fan felt fear. For the first time, he sensed death lurking so closely. The icy sword chi was poised to engulf him in the next heartbeat. He stared helplessly at the approaching sword rain, powerless to evade. You dare! A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the heavens and earth, reverberating in the ears of all present. The drifting lotus sword chi, as if grasped by an unseen hand, dissipated into nothingness. The observing Elder Wu appeared before Lin Fan, blocking the lethal strike. His murky old eyes shone brightly at that moment. Liu Chun had anticipated this old coot's intervention. He smirked disdainfully, retracting the Tianxian sword. If the old man had been even a moment later, Lin Fan's life would have been forfeit. Lin Fan collapsed to the ground, blood oozing from his mouth, his gaze vacant, resembling a puppet bereft of its soul. Elder Wu, I have failed to sex expectations. I lost. Elder Wu remained silent, merely watching Liu Chun. The unmasked killing intent in his eyes spoke volumes. The onlookers were in an uproar. Lin Fan's defeat was undoubtedly a devastating blow to the Tiandao sect. But more shocking was the apparent shattering of Lin Fan's resolve, his Dao heart seemingly obliterated by Liu Chun. A cultivator who loses their Dao heart is akin to a rootless reed. Unable to progress further, Liu Chun surveyed the pitifully defeated Lin Fan, a cold smile creeping across his face. The holy son of the Tiandao sect. Merely this, TSK, 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 is this truly the holy son of the Tiandao sect? What a disappointment, unable to withstand even a single strike from me, and yet he dares to show his face. Hearing Liu Chen's derision, Lin Fan abruptly lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot as he fixed his gaze on Liu Chun with unwavering intensity. He spat a mouthful of blood, staining his chest, in stark contrast to Lin Fan's wavering resolve. The golden runes on Liu Chen's body danced as if alive. The people of the lower realm could not comprehend these runes, but they felt an inexplicable pressure bearing down upon them. Only Elder Wu seemed to have an inkling of the truth, his expression darkening ominously. Liu Chun felt the surging power within him, his smile widening. The revival of the bloodline of the immortal emperor endowed him with strength far surpassing that of his peers. He even sensed an even more terrifying power slumbering within him. This was his Chaos Dao body, the first body of eternity. Chapter 11. In my heart, you are invincible. Liu Chun had returned to Xue Wanwan's side. Master, Xue Wanwan gazed at her once familiar, yet now strange disciple, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Ling Zhu had collapsed beside Lin Fan, tears streaming down her face, an image of sorrowful beauty. Fan Ge, what has happened to you? Her trembling hands brushed against Lin Fan's chest, staining them with his blood, yet she remained oblivious. Lin Fan, upon seeing Ling Zhu, felt a flicker of joy in his eyes, which quickly morphed into despair. Zhu, I am sorry, I lost. Ling Zhu softly replied. Brother Fan, no, you did not lose that in my heart. You are invincible. As she spoke, she gently nestled into Lin Fan's embrace, evoking a profound sense of sympathy. However, beneath this tender facade, Ling Zhu's heart was tumultuous. Others might not understand. But she knew all too well. The Liu Chun, who had been under her thumb for the past decade, had grown to such formidable heights. She recalled the past, when he had been so subservient and compliant before her, now transformed into someone powerful, indifferent, even evoking a sense of dread within her. Impossible, she screamed inwardly. How could a mere lapdog, discarded by me, surpass Lin Fan? Yet the reality before her was undeniable. Liu Chun observed the scene of their affection with a cold smile. This woman truly excelled at playing her role. He cast a disdainful glance at Ling Zhu. What's the matter? Seeing your brother Fan suffer such a crushing defeat. Are you feeling heartbroken? Ling Zhu's body trembled as she lifted her head, looking at Liu Chun with a pitiful gaze. Liu Chun, I know you resent me, but brother Fan is already lost. Why must he be so aggressive? Aggressive? Liu Chun erupted into hearty laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing joke. Ling Zhu, to hear such word from your lips is truly ironic. His laughter echoed throughout the square, slicing through Lin Fan's dignity like a blade. His fists clenched tightly, nails nearly digging into his flesh as he trembled uncontrollably. Shame, an unprecedented humiliation. The holy son of the Tiandao sect, a favored child of heaven, had been defeated by a mere country bumpkin. Ling Zhu sensed Lin Fan's tremors. She raised her head, her eyes reddened, tears welling up yet stubbornly refusing to fall. She leaned against Lin Fan, appearing to comfort him, but inwardly she cursed. Useless. Liu Chun, you have gone too far. The voice of Ling Zhu trembled slightly, yet she feigned composure. Victory and defeat are commonplace in warfare. Why must you humiliate him so? Lu Chun let out a disdainful laugh, casting a scornful glance at Ling Zhu. Humiliation? I merely speak the truth. After 10 years. Ling Zhu, do you truly believe I am oblivious to your little tricks? You have used me, toyed with me, treated me as a mere plaything, and now you pretend to be deeply affectionate. Do you not find that repugnant? Ling Zhu's face paled, her body trembling slightly. Lu Chen's words struck her heart like a venomous serpent. Struggling to suppress her inner turmoil, she feigned grievance, saying, Lu Chun, I admit I was wrong in the past. I should not have exploited your feelings. However, my love for Brother Fan is genuine. Can you not support us? Just as Lu Chun was about to respond, a figure abruptly interjected. It was Feng Chaotian, the leader of the Feng Yuan sect. He stroked his beard, shaking his head with a look of sorrow. Lu Chun, I see you are a prodigious scion of a great sect, yet you possess such a paltry temperament. Do you not feel ashamed? Lu Chun was taken aback. Was this old fool sent by a monkey to amuse everyone? Shame. The words sounded absurd coming from Feng Chaotian's lips. Not only Lu Chun, but also the disciples of Tianxian sect were incensed. They glared with wide eyes, itching to pin the old man to the ground. Over the years, Lu Chen's previous incarnation had poured his heart into Ling Zhu. Treasures from the upper realms and resources rewarded by the sect flowed to Ling Zhu and Feng Yuan's sect like a river. Yet, this old man not only showed no gratitude, but also bit back. His audacity was thicker than the walls of a city. At that moment, Feng Chaotian's mind was racing with schemes. With Lin Fan's defeat, it was an opportune moment to offer a helping hand. If he could leverage this chance to ally with the Dao sect, and through Ling Zhu's relationship with Lin Fan, establish a familial bond, would not the Feng Yuan sect soar to become the foremost sect in the Yuan continent? With this thought, Feng Chaotian waved his hand, revealing his trump card, and a crystal-clear, spirit-rich, heavenly-grade spiritual herb appeared before the crowd. 9-section heavenly root. Young Lin Fan, victory and defeat are routine in warfare. Do not lose heart. I have here a 9-section heavenly root to bestow upon you, aiding your swift breakthrough to the divine fire realm. The declaration sent the crowd into an uproar. The 9-section heavenly root was a legendary heavenly-grade spiritual herb, capable of guaranteeing a perfect breakthrough for any cultivator at the peak of the cave heaven realm to the divine fire realm. This old man was truly investing heavily. Lu Chun gazed at Feng Chaotian's hypocritical smile, a cold sneer forming within him. This cunning old fox believed he could win hearts with a 9-section heavenly root while simultaneously stepping on him. How naive! He stepped forward, directly interrupting Feng Chaotian's intended words. Feng sect leader, your generosity is commendable, giving away a 9-section heavenly root, but if I recall correctly, I believe it was I who gifted that 9-section heavenly root to Ling Zhu, was it not? Upon hearing his words, the crowd, previously engaged in discussion, fell into stunned silence. All eyes turned to Ling Zhu. Her face drained of color, her body quivering. Lu Chun, what nonsense are you spouting? Ling Zhu forced herself to maintain composure. Unable to meet Lu Chen's gaze, Lu Chun coldly chuckled, continuing, Nonsense? Then perhaps sect leader Feng could enlighten us on the origin of this 9-section heavenly root. Surely it did not fall from the heavens. Did it? Feng Chaotian's expression stiffened. He had not anticipated Lu Chun would publicly expose his ruse. He cleared his throat. This 9-section heavenly root was naturally acquired by chance. Acquired by chance. Feng sect leader. Do you take me for a mere child? Lu Chun pressed forward, his gaze sharp. The item I gifted to Ling Zhu now appears in your possession. Is that not an extraordinary coincidence? Beads of sweat formed on Feng Chaotian's forehead as he forced down his anger, stating, Lu Chun, do not slander me. Would I covet your trifles? My trifles. Feng sect leader, you are truly forgetful. What I gifted to Ling Zhu was not limited to the 9-section heavenly root. There was also the Qing Ling pill. Lu Chun proceeded to recite all the treasures he had bestowed upon Ling Zhu over the years. Not only was Feng Chaotian flabbergasted, but even Lin Fan, who had been boasting moments ago, was taken aback. Though he was the scion of a top-tier sect, hearing that so many resources had been given to Feng Yuan's sect shocked him. Feng Chaotian, now devoid of shame, began to deflect blame onto Lu Chun. Are you not merely attempting to seize our sect's saintess for yourself? Now you speak thus. Let me inform you, with young Lin present, even if you pressure us, we shall never yield. Chapter 12. Do not shake the green lotus. Feng Chaotian's shameless remarks incensed Lu Chun to the point of laughter. Feng Chaotian, your ability to speak such blatant falsehoods is a wasted talent. You should consider a career as a storyteller. When did my possessions become your chance acquisition? If you truly possess such abilities, you ought to seek a celestial opportunity instead of embarrassing yourself here. Stepping forward, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from him, forcing Feng Chaotian back several steps. The onlookers instinctively retreated. Liu Chen's icy gaze swept over the crowd, finally resting on Feng Chaotian and Lin Fan, his tone chillingly resolute. Feng Chaotian, do you truly believe I would hesitate to act against your Feng Yuan sect? A brash young fool daring to speak so boldly before me? Elder Wu had not initially intended to intervene. However, upon seeing the 9-section heavenly root, his desire was stirred. With that, he swung a palm toward Lu Chun. This seemingly gentle strike was, in fact, an attack from the cutting realm. Lu Chun felt an overwhelming pressure wash over him. Liu Chun. Shui Wanwan gasped, her complexion paling. The elder rushed forward recklessly to shield Lu Chun from the blow. Alas, he was merely at the feather transformation realm, and the gap between him and Elder Wu was akin to that between heaven and earth. Even with all his strength, he was like a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, instantly sent flying by the terrifying force. Lu Chun watched helplessly as the elder was grievously injured while protecting him, fury surging within him. He abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes burning red, fixated on Elder Wu, wishing to tear him to shreds. Old wretch, how dare you? Lu Chun roared, ready to charge forward recklessly. Shui Wanwan, seeing this, hastily grasped him, anxiously saying, Lu Chun, calm down. You are not his match. The elder, struggling to rise, urged, Lu Chun, heed my words, do not act impulsively. Charging him like this is tantamount to seeking death. Elder Wu observed the unfolding drama with cold indifference. To him, these people were mere ants, easily extinguished. His reason for refraining from outright annihilating Lu Chun was to allow Lin Fan to defeat him personally, thereby solidifying his wavering resolve. Lin Fan, what are you waiting for? A fortuitous opportunity such as this should not be wasted. With Elder Wu's prompting, Lin Fan no longer cared about others' opinions. Eagerly, he clasped his hands toward Feng Chaotian, his demeanor excessively perfunctory, as though the 9-section heavenly root was already his possession. Thank you, sect leader Feng, for your generosity. Rest assured, should you need me in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Upon hearing this, Feng Chaotian was elated, hastily presenting the 9-section heavenly root. Such treasures should indeed be bestowed upon promising young talents like Lin Fan. With a fawning expression, Feng Chaotian offered the 9-section heavenly root to Lin Fan, almost as if he were presenting a treasure. After receiving it, Lin Fan barely acknowledged Feng Chaotian, immediately sitting down cross-legged to absorb the herb's energy. Spiraling spiritual energy enveloped him, creating a small vortex that greedily devoured the surrounding heavenly and earthly spiritual essence. This scene ignited the fury of Shui Wanwan and the others. Feng Chaotian, as the leader of a sect, how can you be so shameless? Shui Wanwan rebuked, her mature composure marred by uncontainable rage, her chest heaving violently. Other elders and disciples of Tian Xian's sect chimed in, condemning Feng Chaotian's disgraceful actions. Do not shake the green lotus. Feng Chaotian, are you not afraid of heavenly retribution for such deeds? To curry favor with the Tao sect, you would forsake your own sect's dignity. How tragic. Ha, what nonsense, Feng Yuan sect. Perhaps you should just rename it to the Lickspittle sect. In the face of the crowd's outrage, Feng Chaotian remained unfazed, wearing a contemptuous smirk that a group of dying individuals dares to bellow before me. Tian Xian's sect colludes with the demonic path. All must be eradicated. Today shall be the day of your sect's annihilation. Feng Chaotian's words incited even greater fury among the Tian Xian sect members. Colluding with the demonic path, such claims were utterly ludicrous. The Tian Xian sect had always acted with honor. They had never had any dealings with the demonic path. Feng Chaotian, you slander us? Elder Wu bellowed, already severely injured from the previous attack. Now, his anger reopened his wounds, causing his frail form to tremble. Feng Chaotian, however, appeared to find amusement in the situation. Liu Chun threatens my Feng Yuan sect, demanding we marry our saintess to you. Is this not collusion with the demonic path? Today, I shall act on behalf of heaven to eradicate you remnants of the demonic path. His statements, which turned black and white upside down, left Shui Wanwan and the others with eyes wide open in disbelief. The matters concerning Ling Zhu and Lu Chun had yet to reach a conclusion within their Tianxin sect. When did they become evidence of collusion with the demonic path? Feng Chaotian, you are courting death. Lu Chen's eyes burned crimson, his murderous intent palpable. He was already furious over the injury inflicted on the elder, and now, hearing Feng Chaotian's slander, he felt an overwhelming urge to devour him alive. Shui Wanwan grasped Lu Chen's arm and spoke in a hushed tone. Lu Chen, calm down. This is not the time. She understood clearly that, with their current strength, they were no match for Elder Wu. Any rash action would only lead to their demise. Elder Wu observed the unfolding scene with a cold gaze. He stroked his beard lightly and remarked, Indeed, sect leader Feng is truly wise. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Upon hearing Elder Wu's praise, Feng Chaotian couldn't restrain his delight, puffing out his chest a bit more. He cast a triumphant glance at Shui Wanwan and the others, silently mocking them. A bunch of fools. How naive to challenge me. Feng Chaotian's words ignited a frenzy among the onlookers. So, it turns out Tianxin sect is indeed remnants of the demonic path, hidden so deeply. No wonder Lu Chun was so arrogant. He was relying on the support of the demonic path. Sect leader Feng, who prioritizes righteousness over kinship, is truly a model for us all. Various voices erupted in a cacophony. Among them were those sects that once maintained a cordial relationship with Tianxin sect. They hastily distanced themselves from Tianxin sect, even going so far as to assist Feng Chaotian in distorting the truth and tarnishing Tianxin sect's reputation. Shui Wanwan, I have long suspected your Tianxin sect's dubious dealings. Who would have thought you actually colluded with the demonic path? Truly disgraceful. A stout, oily-faced, middle-aged man stepped forward, indignantly accusing. This man, named Qian Duoduo, was the president of a nearby merchant association called Jubao Pavilion, who had often profited from dealings with Tianxin sect. Now, sensing the shifting winds, he immediately turned against them, even attempting to cast blame. Qian Duoduo, you are talking nonsense. When did our Tianxin sect ever collude with the demonic path? Stop spreading lies. An elder from Tianxin sect rebuked, his body trembling with rage. Humph! Whether you have colluded with the demonic path, you know it in your hearts. Qian Duoduo scoffed dismissively. I advise you to surrender obediently to avoid suffering. The elder was about to retort further when Shui Wanwan stopped him. She cast a cold glance at the crowd. These people, who usually treated her with utmost courtesy, calling her sect Master Shui with familiarity, now turned their backs the moment Tianxin sect encountered misfortune, even kicking them while they were down. Truly, the world is a harsh and fickle place. To these individuals, it was evident that if they could seize this opportunity to curry favor with Tiandao sect, their future would be boundless. Lu Chun took in everything, his heart ablaze with anger. He would remember all these opportunistic fence-sitters. One day he would settle the score. Chapter 13. Breakthrough to Divine Fire. The power of the character Jie. The fury in Lu Chen's eyes threatened to become palpable. However, he gritted his teeth, forcibly suppressing the surging rage within him. Shui Wanwan's hand, cold yet soft, extinguished the volcano of anger that was about to erupt in his heart. Taking a deep breath, he grasped Shui Wanwan's hand in return, offering her a reassuring glance. In the distance, Lin Fan's spiritual energy surged, hinting at an impending breakthrough. Liu Chen's heart stirred. This was not the time for rash actions. Gaining strength was paramount. Wasn't the opponent trying to use him to stabilize their resolve? Then he would shatter Lin Fan's resolve completely. Quietly, he activated his technique, beginning to absorb the long-dormant bloodline inheritance of the immortal emperor within him. A vast ocean of power surged through his body, and countless profound runes flickered in his mind. ultimately coalescing into an ancient character. J-I-E-S-O. This is the power of the GS secret. Liu Chun felt a rush of clarity, his perception of the world around him sharpening significantly. This was one of the 9 character secrets, the GS secret. The GS secret enhances comprehension and amplifies combat strength. Clenching his fist, he vowed, Feng Chaotian, the old ghost Wu, and all those who kicked him while he was down, today's humiliation would be repaid 100-fold. At that moment, the skies shifted dramatically, and a vortex of spiritual energy surged wildly into Lin Fan's body. A brilliant golden light enveloped him, and his robes fluttered as a powerful aura radiated from him, overwhelming those around him. Boom! With a resounding crash, a blazing red flame ignited above Lin Fan's head. Burning fiercely, he had truly broken through to the divine fire realm. Slowly, he opened his eyes, 2 beams of brilliance shooting forth. S.O. This is the power of the divine fire realm. Indeed formidable. Lin Fan clenched his fist and turned to Liu Chun, his gaze brimming with provocation. Liu Chun, what do you have to say now? What can you use to contend with me? Feng Chaotian laughed heartily, praising, as expected of the holy son of Tiandao sect. Achieving a breakthrough to the divine fire realm at such a young age. Your future is limitless. The surrounding crowd erupted in awe, expressing their reverence for Lin Fan's prowess. The holy son of Lin is truly astounding. He has indeed broken through to the divine fire realm. Liu Chun is finished. How could he possibly be Lin Fan's opponent? Sect leader Feng truly has an eye for talent, a model for us all. Those sects that had previously remained neutral now hastily switched sides, cozying up to Feng Chaotian. Congratulations, sect leader Feng. We celebrate your success. If you forge ties with Tiandao sect in the future, do not forget us old friends. Chindo Duo even leaned in closer, winking at Feng Chaotian. Sect leader Feng, the humble Jubao Pavilion is willing to strengthen cooperation with Feng Yuanzone and contribute to its development. Feng Chaotian, buoyed by the flattery, felt an overwhelming sense of pride at this moment. Ling Zhu gazed at Lin Fan in admiration. Brother Fan, you are the best. A simple statement conveyed both her admiration for Lin Fan and her pure innocence. Lin Fan, filled with delight, replied, Hey Zhu, watch closely. Today I will surely avenge you. I will formally marry you and bring you to Tiandao sect. Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively held their breath, staring at Lin Fan. Standing tall, he looked down upon Liu Chun. Come up and fight. He pointed a finger at Liu Chun. Feng Chaotian clapped and laughed, as if envisioning the scene of Liu Chun being trampled beneath Lin Fan's feet. Liu Chun, weren't you quite arrogant? Why are you hesitating now? Are you afraid? The crowd joined in the mockery, taunting Liu Chun that if you're scared, just scram. Don't embarrass yourself here. Who do you think you're to challenge the holy son of Lin? I see him as nothing but a waste, too cowardly to step forward. Faced with the tide of ridicule, Liu Chun remained calm, even feeling a hint of amusement. Did these clowns truly believe that Lin Fan's breakthrough to the divine fire realm made him omnipotent? Shui Wanwan's brows furrowed slightly, her beautiful eyes revealing concern. She transmitted a message. Chun'er, be careful. Lin Fan's divine fire power is formidable. Liu Chun returned her a reassuring glance and replied softly, Master, do not worry. I am well aware. Just watched as he stepped forward, his form floating in mid-air. His robes billowed without wind, emanating a dominating aura. Seeing Liu Chun's arrogance, Lin Fan's fury intensified. With a cold huff, he clenched his fists, red flames coiling around him like a spirit serpent, radiating a scorching heat. Liu Chun, you seek death. Without hesitation, Lin Fan charged forward, his fists engulfed in roaring flames, striking fiercely towards Liu Chun's face. This punch contained all of Lin Fan's strength. Capable of flattening a small mountain, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Ling Zhu, on the other hand, wore an expression of anticipation. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed, flames shot into the sky, and a powerful shockwave spread outwards. Liu Chun! Shui Wanwan exclaimed in horror, her delicate face turning pale. However, as the dust settled, the crowd was left in shock to discover Liu Chun still standing unharmed in midair, enveloped in a faint golden light that shielded him from Lin Fan's attack. How could this be possible? Lin Fan stared at Lu Chen in disbelief that a smirk graced Lu Chen's lips. With such little ability, you dare to be arrogant in front of me. He slowly raised his right hand, pointing his index finger at Lin Fan, a terrifying pressure instantly enveloping the area. Now, it is my turn. The smile on Lu Chen's face widened, his eyes filled with disdain. He softly uttered 4 words. Jiezimi. Open, a visible wave of golden ripples radiated from Lu Chen's center. How can this be? Lin Fan's pupils constricted, panic surging within him. He could clearly feel that Lu Chen's realm remained at Dongtian. How could he unleash such terrifying power? Lu Chen paid no heed to Lin Fan's astonishment. He raised his right hand, and from the palm emerged a blooming azure lotus. The lotus was translucent and glimmering, exuding a faint fragrance while harboring a formidable sword intent. The Tianxian Qinglian sword technique. The azure lotus blossoms. As Lu Chen's words fell, the azure lotus erupted in a dazzling brilliance, transforming into a beam of azure sword light that shot towards Lin Fan with incredible speed, arriving almost instantaneously before him. Lin Fan could hardly react, helplessly watching as the sword light pierced through his protective divine fire and struck his chest with devastating force. Huffed. Lin Fan spat out a mouthful of blood, hurtling backward like a broken sack, stirring up a cloud of dust. His shirt was stained crimson, the dark red liquid flowing from the corner of his mouth and soaking the ground. How could this be possible? Lin Fan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lu Chen, suspended in midair. He had clearly broken through to the divine fire realm. How could he still be defeated by Lu Chen? This was an unbearable truth for him. Silence enveloped the surroundings, the atmosphere so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was dumbfounded by the scene before them. They had anticipated Lin Fan's effortless victory after his breakthrough. Yet the outcome was entirely contrary to their expectations. Ling Zhu's complexion turned pale, her delicate form trembling slightly. She had envisioned Lin Fan winning and triumphantly marrying her, but the reality was starkly different. Shui Wanquan, witnessing Lu Chen's victory, felt a heavy stone lift from her heart. She had always known her disciple would not disappoint her. Waste. How dare you? Lin Fan roared, his eyes ablaze with anger, resembling a madman. He could not fathom the reality of having been defeated despite a timely breakthrough, that a wave of intense humiliation surged within him. How could I, Lin Fan, a child of destiny, fall to a worthless wretch like you? With the resurgence of the blood-burning secret technique, Lin Fan's power surged to the pinnacle of the divine fire realm. Flames erupted around him, transforming him into a blazing fireball that radiated an overwhelming heat. Burning life? Ha! Merely a futile struggle. Liu Chen's gaze remained indifferent. Dismissing Lin Fan's desperate attempt without a hint of concern, he activated the Jizhi secret once more, the golden ripples shining ever more brilliantly. A terrifying pressure enveloped Lin Fan, firmly pinning him down. Die. Lin Fan bellowed, igniting his life force as he charged towards Lu Chen like a streak of fire. You will die. Lu Chen snorted coldly, gathering the azure lotus sword intent in his hand, condensing it into a resplendent sword radiance aimed directly at Lin Fan. The murderous intent of the sword soared high, as if intending to cleave the very heavens asunder. Boom! At the moment of collision between the sword light and the fireball, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Elder Wu, save me! This cry did not emanate from Lu Chen, but rather from the frenzied Lin Fan. Just when the situation seemed dire, a skeletal finger emerged from thin air, nonchalantly pointing towards Lu Chen. The finger appeared slow, yet in reality, it was as swift as lightning. Liu Chen felt an irresistible force locking onto him, the shadow of death enveloping him in an instant. Slayer of the realm. Shui Wanquan gasped, her delicate face turning ashen. Liu Chen, who was poised to deliver a fatal blow to Lin Fan, was compelled to redirect his attack towards that approaching finger. The azure lotus sword intent erupted in brilliant light, akin to a radiant azure sun, clashing violently with the seemingly unremarkable finger. Boom! A thunderous crash reverberated through the air. The terrifying energy wave surged outwards, sending the surrounding disciples flying. Liu Chen felt an overwhelming force surge into his body, as though his internal organs were being torn apart, blood gushing from his mouth as he crashed heavily against the edge of the floating island. Lu Chun, Xue Wangquan cried out, her figure flashing to his side, supporting him upright. Cough, cough. Lu Chun coughed violently, his complexion as pale as a sheet, his breath weak. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The disciples of the Tianxian sect stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before them. The Slayer of the Realm had actually targeted a young disciple of the cave Heaven Realm. How utterly shameless. Even the Elder did not anticipate that Lin Fan's protector would be so ruthless. Elder Wu, however, paid no mind to the opinions of the onlookers in this moment. A flicker of surprise flashed in his murky eyes. He had believed that this finger was sufficient to annihilate Lu Chun. Yet he was astonished to find that the boy had withstood it. This only intensified his murderous intent towards Lu Chun, that a mere disciple of the Cave Heaven Realm was capable of enduring a blow from the Slayer of the Realm. Such a prodigy, if allowed to grow unchecked, would undoubtedly become a future threat. Lin Fan, seeing Lu Chun gravely injured yet still alive, felt an inferno of jealousy erupt within him, nearly consuming him whole. He howled in despair. Elder Wu, kill him. If this demon survives, he will surely become a great threat to the Tiandao sect. Elder Wu nodded slightly, a murderous glint evident in his eyes. He understood the implications well. To let a tiger return to the mountain is to invite one's own demise. Below, Ling Zhu, who had been closely observing the battle, witnessed Lu Chun being struck down by a single finger. Blood gushing uncontrollably, her previously tense expression blossomed into a relieved smile. She patted her chest, murmuring to herself, "That scared me." He actually managed to withstand a blow from the Slayer of the Realm. However, this is where it ends. The smile in her eyes grew ever more pronounced, as if she could already envision Lu Chun being crushed beneath Elder Wu's finger. And no matter how strong you are, you remain but a tiny ant in the Cave Heaven Realm. How could you possibly contend against the Slayer of the Realm, let alone oppose the entire Tiandao sect? Today, you shall undoubtedly perish. Lu Chen's survival left her restless. Now, she could finally rest easy to eye in the high sky. Elder Wu gazed at the gravely injured Lu Chun. The audacity of this boy to provoke the dignity of the Tiandao sect would meet its end today. He raised his bony finger once more. A wave of even more terrifying pressure descended upon Lu Chun like a mountain. This time, he held nothing back, for he knew full well that a prodigy like Lu Chun, if not eliminated soon, would become a significant threat in the future. Meanwhile, at the Tianxian sect, Xue Wanquan's beautiful eyes widened, her chest rising and falling violently, a surge of fury erupting from the depths of her heart. She waved her slender hand, shielding Lu Chun behind her, confronting Elder Wu directly, her voice ringing out, "A dignified Slayer of the Realm, yet you dare to strike at a mere disciple of the Cave Heaven Realm. You have brought shame upon the Tiandao sect." Though Xue Wangquan had only just entered the Transformation Feather Realm and her combat strength was even inferior to Lin Fan's in the Divine Fire Realm, her imposing aura at this moment was not in the least diminished compared to any Slayer of the Realm. If she did not fight with all her might today, Lu Chun would undoubtedly perish. Elder Wu, who had extended his finger, slowly retracted it. "Just based on you, an ant barely entering the Transformation Feather Realm dares to shout in front of me. Ant, today, I shall show you the might of this ant." Without further ado, Xue Wangquan flipped her hand, and a crimson long whip appeared in her grasp. Flames coiled around the whip, emanating a terrifying heat. Overreaching, a flicker of appreciation gleamed in Elder Wu's eyes, quickly replaced by cold disdain. What a pity, such talent, yet you choose to oppose the Tiandao sect. But he shook his head, seemingly lamenting the imminent fall of a rising star. This boy, if allowed to grow, would possess limitless potential. Alas, he must die today. Without hesitation, Elder Wu's withered finger gathered power once more. This time, his target was both Lu Chun and Xue Wangquan. He intended to eliminate them together to eradicate future troubles. Chapter 15. Young Master, I have arrived too late. A terrifying pressure surged forth like a tidal wave. Xue Wangquan trembled, finding it difficult to breathe. "Lu Chun, you must flee." She pushed Lu Chun away, burning her own essence blood. The crimson long whip danced in her hand like a fire dragon, unleashing unprecedented power. She aimed to withstand the blow of the Slayer of the Realm with her transformation Feather Realm cultivation. Master, Lu Chun was pushed aside, watching in anguish as Shui Wanquan burned her life force. Her figure traced a beautiful arc in the air. She was acutely aware that she was no match for Elder Wu. Yet she had to block this strike, even at the cost of her life. However, the power of the Slayer of the Realm was not something the Transformation Feather Realm could contend with. Elder Wu's attack contained the might of the great Tao from the lower realms, and no matter how fervently Shui Wanquan burned her essence blood or unleashed her power, that finger descended like a mountain. Unstoppable. Boom! With a deafening roar, Shui Wanquan's figure was engulfed by the overwhelming pressure, the crimson long whip shattering into countless fragments that scattered through the air. Master! Lu Chun cried out in anguish, his eyes a fiery red. Resembling a madman, Elder Wu sneered with disdain, devoid of any compassion in his gaze. Ultimately, an ant remains an ant. Even if it sacrifices its life, it cannot shake an elephant in the slightest. Liu Chen appeared as if his soul had been siphoned away, kneeling there in a daze, allowing the warm blood to splatter upon his face. The world lost its color in his eyes, leaving only the swirling crimson fragments, akin to a shattered heart. The members of Tianxian sect, from the sect leader to the ordinary disciples, witnessed the scene where Shui Wanwan selflessly defended her disciple. An elderly man, stooped and white-haired, slowly emerged from the crowd at IT was the severely injured Grand Elder. Yet at this moment his murky eyes burned with a fierce rage. Tian Dao sect, you have gone too far. The Grand Elder's hoarse voice resonated through the air, laden with endless sorrow and fury. He raised a trembling hand, pointing towards Elder Wu in the sky. Though my Tianxian sect is not a grand sect, we shall not tolerate such humiliation. With the Grand Elder's bellow, a terrifying aura erupted from within him. This too was a sacrifice of life. Grand Elder, the members of Tianxian sect exclaimed in shock. However, before Elder Wu could act, an even more shocking scene unfolded. One of the elders from Tianxian sect suddenly let out a piercing howl. We, Tianxian sect, would rather be shattered like jade than remain whole like tiles. Before the words could fade, he resolutely ignited his own life force. Following suit, one after another, the elders and disciples of Tianxian sect burned their lives, rushing towards Elder Wu like moths drawn to a flame. Today, we shall not rest until we are dead or victorious. Not rest until we are dead. Not rest until we are dead. A mist of blood filled the air, and severed limbs fell like rain, staining the earth crimson. The members of Tianxian sect, in their quest to protect their sect and Lu Chun, advanced courageously, embracing death. The brilliance unleashed by their sacrifice was fleeting yet dazzling. Ultimately extinguished mercilessly by Elder Wu. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his robes billowing, Elder Wu remained indifferent, as if he had merely crushed a swarm of ants rather than vibrant lives. With a sigh, he shook his head and remarked, "Alas, why bother? Such foolishness is a detriment to the heavens." Liu Chen knelt in a pool of blood, his eyes aflame with rage, his body trembling. He witnessed everything. The pain and fury within him erupting like a volcano, nearly consuming him whole. Tian Dao sect, I, Lu Chun, will not perish until you do. Elder Wu looked down at Lu Chun, akin to observing a lowly insect. The law of the world is survival of the fittest. Tianxian sect's folly in opposing Tian Dao sect has led to this dire outcome, a consequence of their own making. Despair surged like a tidal wave, and Lu Chun felt as though he were suffocating. His master was dead, the Grand Elder was dead, the elders and disciples of Tianxian sect had all perished, sacrificing their lives to protect him. And he could only watch helplessly as it all unfolded. Just as despair engulfed him, a familiar aura emanated from afar, jolting him back to consciousness. This presence was powerful and enigmatic. Liu Juyo, how long will you watch this unfold? Lu Chun screamed, his voice tinged with a flicker of hope and madness. As words fell, a shadow clad in black appeared before him. The figure was tall, draped in a black robe, strikingly handsome, yet exuding a sense of cold indifference. It was none other than Lu Chen's protector, Liu Juyo's arrival. bore no grandiose spectacle, no radiant light, but he simply stood there, as if he had existed since time immemorial. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The Tianqian sect disciples, who had charged towards Elder Wu like moths to a flame, suddenly halted mid-air. Then, as if manipulated by an invisible hand, they rapidly retreated to their original positions. The blood mist and severed limbs miraculously vanished, reassembling and returning to their respective owners. Even the gruesome pools of blood on the ground dried up and disappeared as if time itself had reversed. Shui Wanwan, the figure who had sacrificed herself to shield Lu Chun, reappeared before him. She remained clad in red, her elegance undiminished, though her complexion appeared slightly pale, as if the events just witnessed were but a fleeting dream. The white-haired Grand Elder had also reverted to his prior state, stooped and standing among the crowd, with fury still burning in his murky eyes. Everything had returned to the moment before Elder Wu made his move. Elder Wu's previously indifferent expression finally showed a hint of fluctuation. He narrowed his eyes, fixated on Lu Jiuyo. "Who are you?" Lu Jiuyo seemed to ignore Elder Wu's inquiry, not even glancing his way. Instead, he turned to Lu Chun, his face adorned with an awkward smile. Devoid of the earlier imposing aura, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. "Young master, I apologize for my tardiness." Lu Chun rose from the ground, brushing off the dust, waves of astonishment surging within him. He had always known Lu Jiuyo was powerful, but this level of strength exceeded his wildest imagination. With a mere wave, time reversed, life and death were upended. This was not mere strength. It was divine. Elder Wu's expression darkened ominously as he repeated, "Who exactly are you?" Only then did Lu Jiuyo deign to cast a glance at him, a mere flicker of disdain in his eyes. "Get lost. Can't you see I'm speaking with my young master?" His words were spoken without any attempt to lower his voice, ensuring that everyone around heard him. The disciples of Tianqian sect were left in shock. Who is this person? He dares to speak to a revered one of the slaying realm like that. In a fit of rage, Elder Wu laughed maniacally, a surge of violent spiritual energy erupting from his body. "Arrogant child, I shall see what you are capable of." With a thunderous roar, a long spear materialized in his hand, its shaft radiating spiritual energy as it lunged towards Lu Jiuyo. In the face of Elder Wu's assault, Lu Jiuyo did not even raise an eyebrow. He simply waved his hand nonchalantly, and an invisible barrier manifested before him. Elder Wu's spear collided with the barrier, vanishing instantly as if it had struck the ocean's depths. Elder Wu's expression shifted dramatically, terror gripping his heart. He realized he was far from a match for Lu Jiuyo, and thoughts of retreat began to form in his mind. However, Lu Jiuyo had no intention of letting him escape. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing before Elder Wu, delivering a seemingly light yet devastatingly powerful palm strike. Elder Wu barely had time to react before he was struck, sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth, his breath faint. The entire arena fell into silence. All present were awestruck by the terrifying power displayed by Lu Jiuyo. The disciples of Tianqian sect, witnessing this, felt as though they had found a savior, their eyes filled with hope. Meanwhile, those who had just disparaged Tianqian sect turned pale, fear washing over them. Lu Jiuyo withdrew his gaze, turning to Lu Chun, his eyes sparkling with astonishment. The bloodline of the immortal emperor from the Lu family had revived at this realm. Historically, the direct descendants of the immortal emperor would only awaken their bloodline at the semi-saint or even saint realm. Yet Lu Chun had awakened it in the cave heaven realm. Such talent was nothing short of monstrous. If he could further awaken the chaos Dao body within, evolving it into the primordial chaos Dao body, his future achievements were simply unimaginable. Lu Jiuyo's excitement grew as he contemplated this. His gaze upon Lu Chun grew increasingly fervent. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Lu Jiuyo's scrutiny, Lu Chun scratched his nose and inquired, "What exactly is this chaos Dao body within me?" Only then did Lu Jiuyo snap back to reality, offering an awkward smile as he explained, "The Chaos Dao body is a legendary supreme constitution, possessing boundless potential that, if it can evolve into the primordial Chaos Dao body, one could wield the power of chaos and achieve the ultimate path." Lu Chun listened, perplexed, feeling that this concept sounded extraordinarily impressive. Noticing Lu Chen's confusion, Lu Jiao refrained from elaborating further, deciding that such matters could be discussed later. His gaze shifted towards the crumpled Elder Wu, his expression one of disdain, as if he were regarding an insect. Elder Wu, meeting that gaze, felt a tremor of fear shoot through him, a chill creeping up from his feet to the crown of his head. Struggling to sit upright, he feebly proclaimed, "Esteemed sir, I am an elder of Tiandao sect. If you kill me, Tiandao sect will undoubtedly seek vengeance." Who was Lu Jiao? A saint from the upper realm, an unparalleled existence in the upper realm, and here stood a mere lower realm sect. No matter how strong it was, could it rival such supremacy? Tiandao sect. Was it truly so formidable? Elder Wu, sensing Lu Jiao's utter contempt for Tiandao sect, felt a mix of astonishment, rage, and above all, fear. He suppressed his unease and continued, "Tiandao sect is a major sect in the lower realm, with formidable experts. If you kill me, you will be opposing the entire Tiandao sect." Listening to Elder Wu's threats, Lu Jiao grew impatient, raising his right hand. "Noisy, bullying the weak will lead to death." Accompanied by this seemingly understated remark, Old Master Wu's body instantaneously erupted, transforming into a mist of crimson, unable to even emit a scream. A venerable being at the realm of slaying was effortlessly reduced to ashes. An eerie silence enveloped the arena. All present, including the disciples of the Tianxian sect, stood as if petrified, their gazes fixated on the scene before them. Their minds were blank, utterly incapable of comprehending the unfolding events. The elders and disciples of the sect, who had previously taken sides and ridiculed the Tianxian sect, were now paralyzed with terror, their faces as pale as parchment. They had thought that Lu Jiao was merely an ordinary powerhouse, yet they were blindsided by the revelation of his terrifying prowess, able to slay a venerable with a mere wave of his hand. Feng Chaotian was consumed by regret, his gut twisted in despair. Just moments ago, he had mocked Lu Chun and even issued threats. In hindsight, it was an act of sheer folly. His legs weakened, collapsing to the ground. Trembling uncontrollably, only a quasi-saint could so effortlessly obliterate a venerable. In other words, the seemingly ordinary middle-aged man before them was, in fact, a quasi-saint powerhouse. Upon realizing this, fear flooded the eyes of the onlookers as they regarded Lu Jiao. The knowledge that Lu Chun had the backing of a quasi-saint struck them like a thunderclap. That a quasi-saint. In this era where saints do not emerge, such a figure represented the pinnacle of power in the Kangwu realm. Lu Jiao cast a glance at Lu Chun, Shui Wanquan, and others, once again bowing in respect. "Young master, I have arrived late. I hope for your forgiveness." This time, his voice resonated with spiritual energy, clearly echoing throughout the plaza. Each word struck the hearts of the crowd like a heavy hammer. He was declaring to all, "Lu Chun is my young master." As these words left his lips, an uproar erupted in the crowd. Ling Zhu was particularly struck, her delicate form trembling, her face drained of color. She had never anticipated that he was backed by a quasi-saint. A quasi-saint? How could this be? Ling Zhu muttered to herself. Feeling her worldview shatter, the disdain and mockery she had once directed at Lu Chun now seemed utterly ludicrous and foolish. "It's over, it's all over." Feng Chaoyan's heart sank into despair. Had he offended a young master of a quasi-saint? Was there any hope for survival? The disciples of the Tianxian sect, however, were elated, standing tall with renewed pride. Having been ridiculed by other sects, they could finally hold their heads high. Lu Chun surveyed the expressions of those around him. Feeling a surge of satisfaction, he relished the sensation of being in control of everything at that moment. He finally understood why some individuals stand atop mountains yet still bow their heads. A flicker of astonishment crossed Shui Wanquan's beautiful eyes before she regained her composure. Though she had known Lu Chen's identity was extraordinary, she had not expected him to have the support of a quasi-saint. "It seems my disciple is even more formidable than I had imagined," she mused inwardly. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous corner of the crowd, Lin Fan nearly ground his teeth in frustration. He watched in horror as his protector, Old Master Wu, was effortlessly extinguished by Lu Jiao, as if crushing an ant. A chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. He understood all too well that with Wu's death, he had become a lamb awaiting slaughter, with Lu Chun backed by a quasi-saint. Revenge was out of the question. Survival itself was in jeopardy. Damn it, this kid is hiding his strength far too well. Lin Fan cursed inwardly, consumed by jealousy. Even he, the holy son of the Tiandao sect, lacked a quasi-saint level protector. Yet this brat had one. Chapter 17. The pinnacle opportunity of the Kangwu realm. As long as the Green Mountains endure, there is no fear of firewood running out. Lin Fan forcefully suppressed his fear, stealthily reaching into his storage ring to retrieve a shimmering golden talisman. This was a life-saving trump card left to him by his master, a quasi-saint level teleportation talisman. He would not use it unless absolutely necessary. He stealthily moved to Ling Zhu's side, seizing her icy wrist, whispering urgently, "We must leave quickly." Ling Zhu was equally dazed, perceiving everything around her as a nightmare. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, she instinctively tried to resist, but was met with a fierce glare from him. "If you wish to perish, stay here." Only then did Ling Zhu realize that this was not the time for petty grievances. Survival was paramount. She complied and followed Lin Fan, their figures flickering as golden light enveloped them, vanishing in an instant from the plaza. Lin Fan and Ling Zhu's hasty escape appeared to Lu Chun as nothing more than a farcical display. Unworthy of his attention, he could scarcely be bothered to glance in the direction of their disappearance. The struggles of mere ants held no significance. Liu Jiuyo did not even raise an eyelid. The Kangwu realm, a world that seemed as inconsequential as dust in his eyes, held no one worthy of his regard. These individuals were merely stepping stones for Lu Chen's journey to the pinnacle. His mission was to guard, not to interfere, to seek out the legendary supreme Taichu inheritance for Lu Chun and prevent certain senior figures from bullying Lu Chun due to their age and rank. This was the essence of his existence. As for everything else, whether dragons or insects, it was entirely up to the young master to contend with at that moment. The Grand Elder of the Tianxian sect emerged, supported by several elders, trembling as he approached. Following him was the elegantly attired Shui Wanquan. Although the Grand Elder was aged, his insight was sharp. He cast a deep gaze at Lu Jiuyo, secretly astonished. This person's cultivation was unfathomable, even though he addressed Lu Chun as young master. The members of the Tianxian sect maintained the respect and reverence due to such a figure. "Elder, your presence in the Tianxian sect today is an honor. May I inquire as to your purpose?" The Grand Elder inquired, clasping his hands and greeting with a tone of utmost respect. Although puzzled by Lu Chen's background, he understood that having a quasi-saint level protector meant Lu Chen's origins were anything but ordinary. Lu Jiuyo cast a calm glance at the Grand Elder, his voice as tranquil as still water. "I am merely escorting the young master for his training. I harbor no other intentions. I am grateful for your assistance in rescuing the Tianxian sect from dire straits." The Grand Elder bowed once more, yet his confusion only deepened. Shui Wanquan stepped forward, offering a slight bow to Lu Jiuyo. "Thank you, Elder, for saving my disciple's life." Liu Jiuyo's gaze lingered on Shui Wanquan for a moment, noting a hint of the extraordinary in her aura. "It was but a trivial act. There is no need for concern." Lu Jiuyo replied nonchalantly. Below the floating island, those once high and mighty sect elders and clan heads now fell silent, their smiles more sorrowful than tears. Just moments ago, they had boisterously clamored for Lu Chen's demise. Yet now they resembled wilted eggplants, drooping and defeated. A purple-robed elder coughed twice. Breaking the silence, he rubbed his hands, donning a sycophantic smile as he bowed to Lu Chun. "Young Master Lu, your youth is matched only by your extraordinary talent. This old fool was blind earlier, having offended you. I humbly seek your forgiveness." This elder was the leader of the Lihua sect, who had previously boasted the loudest. Now, he was the first to alter his stance. The speed of his transformation astonishing. With one person leading the charge, the others seemed to find their backbone, stepping forward in droves. Flattering words washed over them like a tide. Young Master Lu is truly a dragon among men, destined for boundless prospects. Unlike the likes of Lin Fan and others, he is a true exemplar for our generation. We were blind to your brilliance, having offended you. Please, young master, show mercy and do not hold it against us. Listening to such nauseating flattery, Lu Chun could only sneer internally. These people flipped their allegiances faster than one could turn a page. From threats of violence to groveling in an instant, he cast a disdainful glance at the gathered sect members. Filled with contempt that Liu Juyo, too, could not be bothered to raise an eyelid. These insignificant figures of the Kangwu realm were as trivial as dust. Unworthy of his attention, he waved his hand, his tone icy and indifferent. Begone. The affairs of today will be settled by the young master. Upon hearing the word settled, a tremor ran through the crowd, their faces drained of color. They understood that Liu Juyo was warning them. The events of today would not simply be dismissed. They would inevitably face consequences in the future. Thank you, Elder. Thank you, young Master Liu. The crowd felt as if they had received a reprieve from death. And without a moment's hesitation, they fled in terror, fearful that Lu Chun might change his mind in the blink of an eye. The plaza was left with only the members of the Tianqian sect. Along with Lu Chun, Liu Juyo, and Shui Wangquan. Shui Wangquan approached Lu Chun, her beautiful eyes filled with concerned. "Chinner, are you unscathed?" Lu Chun shook his head, offering her a reassuring smile. "Rest assured, Master, I am unharmed." Shui Wangquan gazed at Lu Chun, feeling a tumult of emotions. The transformation in Lu Chun made her feel a sense of unfamiliarity, yet there was also a hint of pride. The once slightly immature youth before her had now grown capable of standing on his own. At that moment, Liu Juyo's voice echoed in Lu Chen's ear, unexpectedly carrying a tone of gravity. "Young master, you must swiftly address the matters of the Tianqian sect." Liu Chun frowned slightly, feeling a touch of impatience. This. Liu Juyo understood his concern for the Tianqian sect and explained, "I have invoked the supreme secret method of the Liu family to draw out the Taichu inheritance. This method can only be sustained for 3 days. After that, the inheritance will once again conceal itself, and finding it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens." Liu Chen's brows were tightly knit, contemplating the supreme inheritance of Taichu, the most coveted opportunity in the Kangwu realm. Such temptation lay before him, and relinquishing it would be a grave loss. However, a Tianqian sect, he took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping across the familiar faces of his fellow disciples. These disciples regarded him with profound reverence, almost as if he were a deity. Should he choose to withdraw at this moment, Tianqian sect would undoubtedly face utter catastrophe. "Master," Lu Chun turned to Shui Wanwan, his voice laced with a hint of apology. "This matter is of great importance, and I must make a trip." Shui Wanwan's heart tightened as she bit her lip. "Chun, you may go." She forced a smile and gently caressed Lu Chen's cheek. "With me here, you need not worry." Liu Chun grasped Shui Wanwan's hand, the warmth of her touch bringing him solace. "One side apart, you all must hide. Those from Tiandao sect will surely not let this matter rest. Master, when I return, everything will be different." He left unspoken what different entailed, yet Shui Wanwan understood that his heart harbored ambitions far greater than before. Chapter 18. Prosperity lies in risk. Liu Juyo listened quietly from the side. To him, the conflict between the sects in Kangwu realm seemed akin to children playing house, utterly trivial. "Young master, time is of the essence," Liu Juyo urged. Liu Chen nodded, no longer hesitating. He turned to the disciples of Tianqian sect and proclaimed, "Esteemed ones, I must leave for a while to attend to pressing matters. During my absence, I entrust everything to Master." He intentionally spoke in vague terms, revealing not a whisper of the Taichu inheritance. For he understood the adage that a common man is innocent, yet possessing treasure invites calamity. "Farewell, Brother Liu," the disciples chorused, their voices reverberating like thunder. Liu Chun cast one last glance at Shui Wanwan, his eyes brimming with tenderness, before resolutely turning away and vanishing into the horizon alongside Liu Juyo. Shui Wanwan watched the direction in which Lu Chun had departed, silently praying for his safe return. Subsequently, her expression hardened, regaining her usual authority as she turned to the disciples of Tianqian sect and commanded, "Activate the protective formation. No one is permitted to enter or exit without permission." The protective formation was the last line of defense for Tianqian sect. Once activated, unless someone inside were to disable it, Even if Tiandao sect unleashed their entire force, breaching it would be nearly impossible. With Shui Wanwan's command, beams of dazzling light surged into the sky above Tianxin sect, enveloping the entire sect in a radiant glow. From afar, it resembled a colossal inverted jade bowl that Liu Chun, witnessing this scene, felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. He then addressed Lu Jiuyu, saying, "Let us depart immediately." Lu Jiuyu enveloped Lu Chun in his spiritual energy, transforming them into a streak of light that streaked across the sky towards the Tai Chu forbidden area. Below, mountains and rivers rushed past in a blur. Lu Chun stood with his hands clasped behind him, his robes billowing dramatically, excitement flickering in his starry eyes. "What marvels does the Tai Chu inheritance possess?" he inquired eagerly. Liu Jiuyu cast a sidelong glance at him and replied calmly, "Young master, do not rush. Allow me to elaborate. The Tai Chu inheritance was left behind by a supreme being known as Tai Chu from ancient times." Liu Jiuyu paused for effect. This Tai Chu transcended even the celestial emperor, possessing an unparalleled, chaotic body, transcending the celestial emperor. Lu Chun gasped, his breath hitching in disbelief. The celestial emperor was the pinnacle of existence in the Kangwu realm and across the entire upper realm. Yet this Tai Chu had surpassed such a being. Indeed, Lu Jiuyu's voice trembled with intensity. It is said that after ascending to the celestial realm, Tai Chu, with his chaotic body, swept through all adversaries, ultimately achieving the supreme realm, gazing down upon all realms. Lu Chun felt a surge of fervor rush through him, his breathing quickening, transcending the celestial emperor, looking down upon all realms. The prospect of inheriting such a legacy was beyond his wildest imaginings. "Young master, do you know what a chaotic body is?" Lu Jiuyu suddenly posed a question. Liu Chun hesitated, shaking his head. "The chaotic body is an exceedingly rare and unique constitution endowed with limitless potential." Lu Jiuyu explained. "This constitution is innately attuned to the great Tao, allowing for cultivation speed far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, as well as the ability to comprehend various laws of power, yielding immense might. The Tai Chu chaotic body is a further elevation of the chaotic body, its strength beyond imagination." At this point, Lu Jiuyu gazed at him with anticipation. "Young master, you already possess a chaotic body. If you can obtain the Tai Chu inheritance, there lies the opportunity to elevate it to the Tai Chu chaotic body." What? Lu Chen's mind erupted in tumultuous waves of disbelief. He had always thought himself merely gifted, but never realized he possessed such a formidable constitution. "Indeed," Lu Jiuyu affirmed with a nod. "Having accompanied you for many years, I had discovered this truth long ago, yet the timing was not right to disclose it. Now that the Tai Chu inheritance has manifested, it is the perfect opportunity for you to awaken your chaotic body and achieve the supreme realm." Lu Chun inhaled deeply, striving to calm his racing heart. Chaotic body, Tai Chu chaotic body, transcending the celestial emperor. These phrases resounded like thunderclaps in his mind, igniting his blood with fervor and causing his body to tremble. Such an opportunity was one he could not afford to miss. It was the ideal chance to lay a supreme foundation and attain the ultimate realm. "How far is it to the place of inheritance?" Lu Chun inquired impatiently. "The Tai Chu forbidden area lies in the far west of the Kangwu realm, a location of extreme peril." Lu Jiuyu replied gravely that it is fraught with powerful demonic beasts and various enigmatic restrictions. A moment's negligence could lead to utter ruin. Yet for the sake of the Tai Chu inheritance, what does this danger amount to? Lu Chen's eyes glinted with determination. "Prosperity lies in risk. How can we, as cultivators, fear danger?" Lu Jiuyu looked at him with admiration and remarked, with such resolve, "Young master, you are bound to succeed." Meanwhile, in the eastern part of Kangwu realm, amidst the undulating mountains, a magnificent sect rose majestically, akin to a colossal pillar piercing the clouds. Golden and resplendent palaces and pavilions were meticulously arranged atop the peaks, shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial realm. This was Tiandao sect, a renowned super sect in Kangwu realm, to the foot of the mountain. The air was thick with spiritual energy, almost palpable, as various rare and exotic creatures meandered leisurely, and vividly colored spiritual birds soared overhead. Occasionally, disciples could be seen cultivating amidst the mountains, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, a scene of flourishing vitality. However, at this moment, chaos reigned within the grand hall of Tiandao sect. "Ancestor, help!" A piercing scream shattered the tranquility. A blood-soaked young man stumbled into the hall, accompanied by a pale young woman in a green dress, her breath weak. The pair were Lin Fan and Ling Zhu. "Fanner, what has happened?" In the center of the hall, an elderly man with white hair suddenly opened his eyes wide. "Ancestor, please save Brother Fan." Ling Zhu fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face. Lin Fan lay gasping for breath. Upon witnessing this scene, the previously calm elder's expression shifted dramatically, his hair standing on end, eyes ablaze with fury. This man was none other than Lin Wuxian, one of the ancestors of Tiandao sect. His trembling finger reached for Lin Fan's nostrils. A faint breath made his taut nerves relax slightly, yet only intensified the fury within him. Who harmed my grandson?" Lin Wuxian's voice was like the chilling winds of the abyss, laced with murderous intent that reverberated throughout the hall. His quasi-saint level pressure was unleashed without reservation. The disciples outside, feeling the overwhelming aura, prostrated themselves on the ground, bowing in reverence towards the grand hall. This powerful disturbance instantly alerted several other ancestors of Tiandao sect. Chapter 19. The three quasi-saints, several figures appeared almost simultaneously within the grand hall, each exuding a profound aura, their gazes sharp as lightning. They were the pillars of Tiandao sect, each one a quasi-saint level existence. "Elder brother, what has transpired?" inquired an elder clad in a green robe, his voice grave. He was another ancestor of Tiandao sect, known as Qinjianzi. Lin Wuxian pointed at the barely conscious Lin Fan, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "My grandson has been grievously injured, nearly losing his life." "What do you say happened?" Only then did the others notice Lin Fan's dire condition, their expressions shifting to one of shock. Those present knew well that Lin Fan was Lin Wuxian's most cherished junior, as well as the most talented disciple among the younger generation of Tiandao sect. The sight of him so badly injured ignited their fury at that moment. Ling Zhu was unaware of where she found the courage. She released her grip on Lin Fan and wore a face of sorrow and indignation. With embellishments, she recounted the events that transpired, of course omitting her own initial provocation, shifting all blame onto Lu Chun. She painted Lu Chun as a ruthless scion of debauchery, capable of every wicked deed. Particularly, she spoke of his protector, who not only acted with malice, but also boasted that the heavenly Dao sect was nothing to him, treating it with utter contempt. As she spoke, Ling Zhu turned to gaze at the gravely injured Lin Fan. Brother Fan, in an effort to preserve the reputation of the heavenly Dao sect, fought desperately against that demonic child. Unfortunately, that quasi-saint resorted to a sneak attack, had it not been for Elder Wu who desperately blocked that blow. Brother Fan would have had no opportunity to utilize the life-saving talisman granted by our ancestors. Upon hearing Ling Zhu's account, the elders were immediately engulfed in fury. How outrageous! A mere quasi-saint of the demonic path dares to humiliate our heavenly Dao sect. Qinjianzi bellowed, an overwhelming aura erupting from him. To dare injure a disciple of our sect is tantamount to courting death. The current patriarch, Lin Mingyuan, was also beside himself with rage. Lin Wuxian's eyes blazed with fury, wishing he could instantly reduce Lu Chun to ashes. That I, Lin Wuxian, swear I shall not be human until this grudge is avenged. Ling Zhu observed the righteous indignation of the heavenly Dao sect elders, a cold smirk forming within her heart. Externally, she feigned a look of great anxiety, her voice tinged with tears as she urged, "Ancestors, Brother Fan is in dire straits." Her cry was like a clarion call, instantly dousing Lin Wuxian's burning wrath. Only then did he remember the critically injured Lin Fan. He hastily retrieved a fragrant pill from his storage ring and placed it into Lin Fan's mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into pure energy that rapidly mended Lin Fan's damaged meridians. Lin Fan's pallid complexion gradually regained a hint of color, and his weak breath began to stabilize. Seeing Lin Fan escape from the brink of death, Lin Wuxian let out a long sigh of relief. though the anger within him remained undiminished. Ling Zhu watched the elder's fervent anger with a sense of satisfaction blooming within her. She was now tied to Lin Fan, like two grasshoppers bound together. If Lin Fan were to perish, her own fate would be equally grim. As for whether the Fengyuan sect would face Lu Chen's vengeance, what concern was that of hers? As long as Lin Fan could marry her, she would become the consort of the heavenly Dao sect saint, standing one person below the emperor and above all others. Who would dare to harm her then? With this thought, Ling Zhu could not help but smile, but quickly concealed it. Under the influence of the pill, Lin Fan gradually awakened. Upon seeing the crowd surrounding him, he weakly inquired, "What has happened?" "Fanner, you've awakened." Lin Wuxian rushed forward, concern etched on his face. "How do you feel?" Lin Fan struggled to sit up, his complexion still pale. It dawned on him that he was back in the heavenly Dao sect. He had vaguely heard Ling Zhu's voice earlier, and at this moment, he did not conceal his murderous intent towards Lu Chun. "Grandfather, I must kill that Lu Chun, to avenge myself and restore the honor of the heavenly Dao sect. Rest assured, my grandson, I will ensure justice is served." Lin Wuxian gritted his teeth, declaring, "To dare harm my grandson, he shall pay 100-fold, 1,000-fold price." The atmosphere within the heavenly Dao sect was steeped in vengeful fury. Lin Fan lay weakly on the bed, his gaze cold and fixed ahead. His lips moved, forcing out a phrase through clenched teeth. "Lu Chun, I will kill you." Each word seemed to drain his entire strength. The searing pain in his chest was a constant reminder of the humiliation he had endured that day. Lin Wuxian gently stroked Lin Fan's forehead, his eyes filled with affection, yet he could not conceal the murderous intent within. "My dear grandson, do not let anger cloud your health. That little beast will not last long." He lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp as blades, sweeping over the surrounding elders. "Our heavenly Dao sect saint has suffered such a grievous humiliation. How can we let this go unpunished? Send out the order. Immediately head to Yuanzhou and raise the Fengyuan sect to the ground, leaving not a trace." At that moment, the heavenly Dao sect was engulfed in a murderous aura. The three quasi-saint elders, Lin Wuxian, Qin Jianzi, and the current patriarch Lin Mingyuan, took to the skies together. Such a display of power was exceedingly rare in the history of the heavenly Dao sect. To mobilize such a formidable force for a saint was a testament to the value placed on Lin Fan. Ling Zhu closely followed Lin Fan's stretcher, her eyes sparkling with delight. She gently wiped the sweat from Lin Fan's forehead, speaking softly in comfort. Inwardly, she was already jubilant. Once Lu Chun was dead, she would be assuredly wed to Lin Fan. As three terrifying auras surged skyward, like three towering mountains, they pressed down on the entire Tianzhou, leaving its inhabitants breathless. Countless cultivators looked up in terror towards the direction of the heavenly Dao sect. What is happening? Is the heavenly Dao sect preparing to unleash its full might? Such overwhelming power. Could it be a quasi-saint? And not just one. Has some foolish sect provoked the heavenly Dao sect? News spread like wildfire across the Tianzhou, making every major sect tremble in fear, lest the wrath of the heavenly Dao sect extend to them in Tianzhou, and indeed the entire Kangwu realm. Quasi-saints stood atop the pyramid of power. As long as no saints emerged, quasi-saints were invincible. The emergence of three quasi-saints was enough to sweep away any sect. In the deliberation hall of the heavenly Dao sect, Lin Fan's face was as pale as paper. Yet he could already stand unaided. Ling Zhu stood beside him, occasionally using a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow, exuding a gentle and caring demeanor. The three quasi-saints restrained their auras, standing quietly in the center of the hall, resembling three towering mountains that instilled fear in all who beheld them. "I cannot express my gratitude enough for your personal involvement," Lin Wuxian said with a respectful bow. "The saint is the future of our heavenly Dao sect. Now that he has suffered such a grievous humiliation, how can we stand idly by?" Qin Jianzi snorted coldly, his tone frigid. "The Tianxian sect must pay the price. Indeed, to dare harm our heavenly Dao sect saint is to court death." Lin Mingyuan agreed, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Chapter 20. Do you wish to inherit my mantle? The three quasi-saint elders held absolute authority in this era devoid of saints. Their every word and action could determine the life or death of a sect. Ling Zhu listened to the elders' discourse, secretly rejoicing. With 3 quasi-saints in action, even if Lu Chun possessed unparalleled abilities, he would find it difficult to escape death. With this thought, she gazed at Lin Fan with an even gentler expression, as if envisioning the day she would become the consort of the heavenly Dao sect's saint. Lin Fan felt the warmth of Ling Zhu's gaze, a comforting warmth surging within him. He weakly raised his hand, grasping hers, and softly said, "Ling Zhu, thank you." Ling Zhu tenderly reciprocated his grip. "Brother Fan, focus on your recovery. I believe that the ancestors will surely avenge you and Elder Wu." Observing their affectionate interaction, Lin Wuxian nodded in approval internally. This girl, Ling Zhu, is not only intelligent, but also gentle and considerate. She is indeed the best candidate for the saint's consort. Onward, with Lin Wuxian's command, the 3 quasi-saints soared into the air, transforming into 3 streaks of light as they sped towards the Tianxian sect. Within the Taichu Forbidden Land, Lu Chun, guided by Lu Jiuyu, entered the depths of the Forbidden Zone. After traversing through a veil of mist, the scenery before him suddenly became clear. Gone were the ominous ancient trees, replaced by a chaotic and ethereal realm, filled with bizarre sights. The vibrant hues swirled like a dreamscape. Elyuchen raised an eyebrow, surprise flickering in his deep-set eyes. This forbidden land is utterly unlike what I had imagined. There are no eerie bones, no chilling winds. Instead, it is filled with an inexplicable sense of warmth. "What is this?" Lu Chun murmured, a strange sensation welling up within him, as if he held a connection to this space. Beside him, Lu Jiuyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "How does the young master feel?" After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chun slowly replied, "I feel a familiarity with the energy here." "Familiarity?" Lu Jiuyu furrowed her brow. And then, as if struck by inspiration, her eyes sparkled. Could it be that this Taichu Forbidden Land is truly an evolution of the supreme Taichu's power? Lu Chun nodded. "It is quite possible. I sense that the energy here resonates with a certain force within me." Lu Jiuyu took a deep breath, her expression brimming with excitement. If that is the case, then this Kangwu realm is highly likely the place where the supreme Taichu achieved enlightenment. Otherwise, he would not have placed his legacy here. Supreme Taichu. Lu Chun repeated the name softly. Who exactly was this figure? With awe in her eyes, Lu Jiuyu slowly explained. The Supreme Taichu was the most stunning genius of the ancient era, a singular individual who suppressed several epochs, unmatched by anyone. He paused for effect. At that time, the entire upper realm and all the myriad worlds were under his dominion. With his presence, he could compel the heavens to bow. Who stands at the peak at the end of the ages? Upon witnessing the Taichu, all becomes void. This phrase encapsulates him perfectly. Lu Chun felt a surge of excitement, his heart filled with admiration for this supreme Taichu. To suppress several epochs, what unparalleled dominance, what majesty. What happened to him later? Lu Chun inquired impatiently. Lu Jiuyu sighed, a hint of melancholy in his expression. Regarding his fate, opinions vary widely. Some claim he ascended to a higher realm, while others assert he perished beneath the tribulations of the heavens. Nevertheless, he remains a legend, an unparalleled legend that no one can surpass. Lu Chun fell silent, his mind swirling with thoughts. The disappearance of such a formidable being inevitably evoked a sense of lamentation. Young master, within this primordial forbidden land lies the supreme legacy of the primordial. If you can acquire his inheritance, you will ascend to greatness, becoming a true peerless powerhouse. Lu Jiuyu gazed at Lu Chun, his eyes brimming with anticipation that I will undoubtedly obtain his legacy, return to the upper realm, and take command of the Lu family. Lu Jiuyu nodded with satisfaction. He then pointed towards a more chaotic area ahead, saying, "There lies the core of the Forbidden Land, the very location of the supreme primordial inheritance. However, it is fraught with peril. Young master must be vigilant." Elyuchen nodded, undeterred, as he stepped boldly towards the core area. The chaotic energy in the core was thick, tendrils wrapping around Lu Chun, evoking a sensation akin to being cradled in a mother's womb. Warm and comforting as he advanced, the surroundings gradually sharpened into focus. An ancient altar abruptly materialized before him, constructed from unknown black stones, exuding an aura of antiquity. At the center of the altar, a radiant sphere floated, dazzlingly luminous, spinning slowly like a miniature sun, emanating waves of energy that caused the surrounding space to warp slightly. This is the supreme primordial inheritance. Lu Jiuyu's voice trembled with emotion. After over a decade of searching, this moment was what he had yearned for. His once indifferent face now radiated excitement and expectation. Lu Chen's gaze was firmly fixed on the sphere, its brilliance reflected in his profound eyes, stirring tumultuous feelings within him. This sphere would determine his future, whether he could return to the upper realm and reclaim control of the Lu family. The days of being a mere sycophant filled him with disdain. Now, he craved power, longing to stand atop the pinnacle of authority. Young master, go forth. Success or failure hinges on this moment. Do not disappoint the family's expectations. Lu Chun remained silent, simply nodding solemnly, taking a deep breath as he ascended the altar. The black stone steps were cold and unyielding, starkly contrasting the previously ethereal chaotic energy. Step by step, each footfall felt as though it pressed upon Lu Jiuyu's heart, causing him to feel nearly breathless with tension that he held his breath, eyes fixed on Lu Chun, terrified of missing any detail. Last, Lu Chun stood before the radiant sphere. Is this the primordial inheritance? He reached out, fingertips gently brushing the surface of the sphere. Buzz! The sphere trembled violently, its light surging, instantly engulfing Lu Chun. He felt a flash before his eyes, and suddenly found himself in an unfamiliar expanse. This space was vast and boundless, dotted with stars, as if he were immersed in the cosmos. The starry river sparkled brilliantly, revealing the wonders of the universe. Lu Chun felt as insignificant as a speck of dust, yet overwhelmed with awe. This is... Lu Chun murmured, filled with confusion. It was entirely different from the inheritance he had envisioned. Only an expanse of boundless starlight remained. Suddenly, an ancient voice echoed through the space, reminiscent of a distant echo from antiquity, bearing untold weight. Do you wish to inherit my legacy? Chapter 21. Lin Fan's 10 celestial domains. Lu Chun regained his composure and hastily bowed, declaring, I am willing. How could he refuse such an opportunity, the supreme primordial inheritance that countless individuals yearn for? The voice seemed pleased with Lu Chen's attitude, continuing, very well, that I am the primordial, the progenitor of chaos. My legacy is known as the primordial chaos body. The mention of the primordial chaos body stirred Lu Chen's heart. Although he had anticipated this, he could not suppress his excitement. Indeed, the primordial chaos body is the mightiest physique, capable of devouring all and refining everything. Once mastered, one shall be invincible in the world. Invincible in the world. These words etched themselves deeply in Lu Chen's mind, igniting his fervor. As you have chosen to inherit my legacy. Let us begin. The voice of the primordial gradually faded, and the surrounding starlight began to dissipate, replaced by a vast expanse of white. Lu Chen glanced around, bewildered. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a massive stone tablet ahead. Towering into the heavens, it was pitch black, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. The surface was etched with dense, cryptic characters. Lu Chen approached, scrutinizing the inscriptions closely. To forge the primordial chaos body. The first step. Open the 10th celestial domain. Upon reading these words, Lu Chun was taken aback. The 10th celestial domain. Isn't there only 9 in the realm of celestial domains? He had never heard of a 10th celestial domain. Could it be? His curiosity piqued. Lu Chun continued to read. The 10th celestial domain is the origin of chaos. Once the 10th celestial domain is opened, the 10 domains must be unified into one, achieving the singular chaos domain. Unify 10 into one. Achieve the chaos domain. Lu Chun was utterly bewildered. This was unprecedented. He felt as though his understanding had been completely overturned. However, rather than retreating, he felt an exhilarating thrill. This was the supreme primordial inheritance. The more incomprehensible it was, the more it proved the power of this legacy. Open the 10th celestial domain. Achieve the chaos domain. Lu Chen murmured, his eyes sparkling with determination. Suppressing his excitement, he quickly scanned the stone tablet for methods to open the 10th celestial domain and achieve the chaos domain. Yet aside from the names of these two tasks, the tablet offered no further guidance. Damn it, Liu Chan couldn't help but curse. What is this nonsense? Teasing me with promises but offering no substance. He felt like a fool led on a wild goose chase. Filled with false hope, it was akin to someone telling you that a stunning beauty awaited you in a room, yet refusing to provide the key. Was this not sheer torment? A surge of frustration coursed through Liu Chan, and he nearly smashed the stone tablet to smithereens. This old wretch, the primordial, is not toying with me, is he? Intentionally leaving me with half a message to drive me mad. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and he could not help but kick the stone tablet in frustration. Thud. A dull thud echoed, yet the stone tablet remained unmoved, while Liu Chan felt as though he had nearly broken his toes. Ouch, he sucked in a sharp breath, hopping up and down in pain. This stone was indeed hard. Rubbing his foot, Liu Chan limped back to the stone tablet, meticulously examining it again from top to bottom, left to right, scrutinizing each character. He even studied the patterns on the tablet. Yet the outcome remained disappointing. Could it be that I misunderstood? Just as Liu Chan was engulfed in doubt, a deafening roar reverberated through the white expanse. Liu Chan, you have the audacity. The voice resonated like that of an ancient beast, laden with boundless pressure, causing Liu Chan's eardrums to throb and nearly knocking him off balance. A jolt of alarm shot through him, and instinctively he attempted to turn, yet his body felt as heavy as lead, immobilized and unresponsive. Before he could react, a flash of cold light appeared, and a massive black halberd materialized, hurtling towards him with a cataclysmic force. The halberd, wreathed in black flames, radiated a chilling aura of destruction. Liu Chen's pupils dilated, an intense sense of mortality flooding him. This sudden assault left him no time to react, let alone defend himself. Boom! The halberd struck Liu Chan with tremendous force, engulfing him entirely. Excruciating pain surged through him, as though his very being were being torn apart, and his consciousness began to fade. Am I to perish? This was Liu Chen's final thought before losing awareness, a flash of white light. Liu Chan found himself standing unharmed 100 paces away from the stone tablet, his heart racing. The cataclysmic strike had made him acutely aware of the threat of death. Am I still alive? Liu Chan murmured, reaching out to touch his body, relieved to find himself whole. Before he could fully regain his composure, another sharp beam of cold light shot toward him, aimed directly at his face. Liu Chan instinctively sidestepped, narrowly evading the lethal blow. Liu Chan, you despicable wretch, come meet your end. The deafening roar echoed once more. Following the sound, Liu Chan saw a youth, wielding a black halberd, his face contorted with rage. Charging towards him, Lin Fan. Liu Chan recognized the figure immediately, momentarily frozen in disbelief. Lin Fan, whom he had regarded as an insignificant ant. How could he possibly be here? Confusion filled Liu Chen's mind, but Lin Fan wasted no time. Unleashing his great desolation battle halberd, Lin Fan let out a furious roar, his massive halberd sweeping through the air once more. The black flames surged forth like a roaring dragon, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space. Liu Chen's expression changed drastically. He dared not confront this strike head-on and hurriedly employed his agility to evade. Boom! The halberd crashed heavily into the ground, producing a deafening sound as the earth instantly fractured, revealing a bottomless chasm. Cold sweat broke out on Liu Chen's forehead. If he were struck, he would surely suffer grievous injuries, if not death. Lin Fan, have you lost your mind? This is the Taichu's secret realm. Do you dare to attack here? Liu Chan shouted, dodging Lin Fan's onslaught. Enough of your nonsense. Today it's either you die or I perish. Lin Fan's eyes were bloodshot, resembling a madman, as he wielded the halberd with ferocity. Each strike imbued with the intent to annihilate. Liu Chan felt a sense of despair. Although he hailed from a prestigious family and possessed extraordinary talent, he had yet to fully mature and thus could not withstand Lin Fan's reckless assaults. Moreover, he sensed that Lin Fan's strength had undergone a tremendous transformation since their last encounter, making it even harder for him to cope. What could this fellow have consumed to become so formidable? Liu Chun thought desperately as he clumsily dodged. Liu Chun, weren't you just so arrogant? Didn't you look down upon me? Today, I shall show you who the true waste is, Lin Fan bellowed, intensifying his assault. Chapter 22. The Emperor descends upon the nine heavens. Liu Chun was forced to retreat step by step, wounds beginning to mar his body. This cannot continue. I will surely die in this life and death moment. A latent power within Liu Chun erupted suddenly. The G character secrets surged wildly, and a torrent of might coursed through him like a volcanic eruption. His strength multiplied tenfold in an instant. Boom! Liu Chun thrust both palms forward, bracing himself against Lin Fan's earth-shattering blow. The black flames collided with golden radiance, unleashing a blinding brilliance and a shockwave that swept across the area. Liu Chun let out a muffled groan. His body hurled backward as he crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Even with the G character secret empowering him, he struggled to endure Lin Fan's ferocious might. Coughing, Liu Chun struggled to rise, his face pale and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He glanced down at his blood-soaked hands, shock flooding his heart. Lin Fan, the mere ant he had previously disregarded, now possessed such terrifying power. How could this be? Even if Lin Fan had received some fortuitous encounter, it was unimaginable for him to ascend to such heights in such a short time. Could it be? A thought flashed through Liu Chun's mind, leading to his sudden realization. Inheritance! It must be the inheritance! Liu Chun shouted internally, and Lin Fan must be a mere phantom conjured by it. With this understanding, Liu Chun's composure returned. Since it was a trial, there must be a way to break it. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he fixed his blazing gaze upon Lin Fan. Great Wilderness War Halberd. Earth Obliteration, Cleave. Lin Fan's phantom roared again, the halberd in his hand enveloped in an aura of destruction. Crashing down upon Liu Chun, Liu Chun dared not hesitate, although death in the secret realm allowed for resurrection. The experience of dying and the pain leading up to it were all too real. He had no desire to endure such sensations. Qinglian sword art. Open for me! Liu Chun roared, his internal spiritual energy surging violently. The long sword in his hand radiated a dazzling azure light, transforming into a colossal azure lotus, charging towards the fearsome black halberd. Boom! The collision of the azure lotus and the halberd erupted in a thunderous roar. A terrifying shockwave erupted outward. Liu Chun let out a muffled groan, feeling as though his internal organs had been shattered, a sweetness rising in his throat as he spewed forth blood. Even with the protection of the Qinglian sword art, he still found it nearly impossible to withstand such overwhelming force from Lin Fan. Seizing the moment, Lin Fan transformed his halberd into a bolt of black lightning, piercing through Liu Chun's heart in an instant. The excruciating pain caused Liu Chun's vision to darken, his consciousness fading. It hurts so much. This was Liu Chun's last thought before losing consciousness, that a flash of white light, and Liu Chun reappeared at the edge of the secret realm. The intense pain receded like a tide, replaced by a dull numbness in his chest. He stumbled a few steps, gasping for breath. Damn it. What in the world is happening with Lin Fan? His power has surged to such an outrageous extent. Liu Chun muttered under his breath, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, that he refused to believe in any protagonist halo, convinced that there must be something amiss. Steadying himself, Liu Chun refrained from recklessly advancing. Instead, observing Lin Fan from a distance, this moment, Lin Fan was enveloped in raging black flames, resembling a descended demonic god, instilling fear in all who beheld him. Upon closer inspection, Liu Chun's expression turned grave. Above Lin Fan's head hovered 10 radiant spheres, each emanating a brilliant glow. The ethereal lights intertwined, resembling 10 blazing suns rotating and exuding a suffocating pressure. 10 spheres. How is this even possible? Liu Chun's heart surged with tumultuous waves. The Dantian realm is the next stage after a cultivator breaks through the divine fire realm, with each sphere representing comprehension and mastery over the laws of heaven and earth. For an ordinary cultivator, creating even a single Dantian would mark them as extraordinarily gifted. This was utterly unheard of. Just recently, Lin Fan was merely a subordinate whom he could easily crush. Yet now he wielded such terrifying power. With 10 Dongshins, Lin Fan's strength far surpassed the divine fire realm. His might was at least tenfold greater. Lu Chun licked his cracked lips, the numbness in his chest making him uncomfortable, yet it stirred the ferocity within him. 10 Dongshins? Unheard of, but so what? I am Lu Chun, the heir of the Lu family from the upper realm. Why should I fear mere illusions? 10 Dongshins, what are they but phantoms? Lu Chun scoffed coldly, his disdain evident in his eyes. Slowly, he raised his right hand, palm facing upward. The torrent of surging spiritual energy erupted forth, coalescing above his head into a resplendent golden sun. Within the sun, a towering palace's phantom could be faintly discerned, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. This was the Lu family's inherited phenomenon. The emperor descends upon the 9 heavens. Open Dawn Tian, what of 10 Dongshins? I shall see just how formidable this Lin Fan, conjured by the secret realm, can truly become. Kill! Lu Chun roared, transforming into a streak of golden lightning as he shot towards Lin Fan. The long sword in his hand buzzed with resonance, the brilliance of the golden sun flowing endlessly over its blade. The phantom of Lin Fan remained expressionless, swinging his halberd. The black flames roiled, morphing into terrifying bolts of black lightning that surged towards Lu Chun. Boom! 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 The golden sword light clashed with the black lightning repeatedly. Lu Chun's figure flickered in the air, each strike executed with remarkable speed and precision. Exhilarating, exhilarating. Lu Chun grew ever more emboldened as he fought. It had been far too long since he had experienced such a thrilling battle. Again, Lu Chun roared, the brilliance of his long sword surging forth. A gigantic azure lotus phantom manifested behind him. Qinglian's sword art, lotus flower in full bloom. Lu Chun slashed forth, the enormous azure lotus phantom transforming into countless sword energies, raining down upon Lin Fan like a torrential storm. The expression of Lin Fan's phantom shifted slightly. The might of this technique far surpassed any he had previously unleashed. Great Wilderness War Halberd. Halberd shatters the firmament. Lin Fan summoned all his strength, the halberd in his hand spinning wildly. The 10 Dongshins whirled rapidly behind him, forming a black vortex that absorbed all the surrounding black flames. Boom! Both Lu Chun and Lin Fan's phantoms were simultaneously thrust backward, each spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Coughing, Lu Chun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his fighting spirit only intensifying. The intertwining sword energies and black flames created a deafening cacophony. Each of Lu Chun's attacks crashed against Lin Fan's phantom like colossal waves, yet the latter effortlessly nullified them with overwhelming force. This conjured Lin Fan wielded strength far beyond Lu Chun's expectations. Damn it, what kind of trickery is this secret realm playing at? Lu Chun cursed internally, rapidly retreating to evade a vicious black flame strike. He wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. The emperor descends upon the 9 heavens. Lu Chun activated the Lu family's inherited phenomenon once more. The brilliance of the golden sun intensifying and the phantom of the palace solidifying further. He poured all his spiritual energy into the long sword, which emitted a series of dragon-like roars. Qinglian's sword art. All swords returned to the sect, the skies filled with sword shadows, raining down upon Lin Fan's phantom like a swarm of locusts, each sword energy imbued with destructive power. Chapter 23. Your struggles are futile, however. Lin Fan merely chuckled coldly, swinging his halberd. As the 10 Dongshins trembled in unison, a terrifying gravitational force drew in all the surrounding black flames, devouring the torrent of sword energies entirely. Is this all you can do? Lin Fan's words dripped with mockery. Lu Chen's expression darkened, his anger boiling within him. He had thought that with the Lu family's inherited phenomenon and his powerful sword techniques, even if he could not match Lin Fan as strength, he should at least be able to exchange blows. Yet now he found himself utterly overwhelmed. Again, with a furious roar, Lu Chun charged once more towards Lin Fan, time and time again, in a desperate struggle for survival. A faint aura of chaos gradually enveloped Lu Chun's being. Initially, he remained oblivious to this subtle transformation, only sensing a surge of formidable power coursing through him, enabling him to withstand Lin Fan's ethereal assaults repeatedly. Boom! Another violent collision sent Lu Chun flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Yet there was no hint of despair in his eyes. Rather, they sparkled with exhilaration, for he could distinctly feel that the chaotic aura within him was growing ever stronger. Merging into every strike and movement he executed, that's how it is. A sudden clarity dawned upon Lu Chen's mind, revealing the truth. This secret realm was not designed to bring about his demise, but rather to aid him in his breakthrough. The illusory Lin Fan was not his enemy, but a sharpening stone. The life and death battles were, in fact, the key to awakening the chaotic Tao physique within him. Ha ha ha, come, let us fight. Lu Chun rose again, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor. He no longer adhered to mere techniques, but infused the chaotic aura into each of his attacks. His swordplay grew increasingly fierce and domineering, each strike imbued with the power to rend the heavens and earth asunder. Boom! 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 The battle between Lu Chun and the illusory Lin Fan intensified, shaking the entire secret realm. Lu Chun felt an unprecedented strength surging from within. The chaotic aura surrounding him thickened, even beginning to permeate his 9 celestial realms. The once resplendent celestial realms now bore a layer of chaotic hue, exuding an air of enigma. What is happening? Lu Chun pondered with uncertainty, yet his offensive did not waver. The situation, which had previously seen him being overwhelmed by Lin Fan, suddenly reversed. The chaotic sword energy surged forth like a torrential storm, each blade of energy infused with the might of creation, tearing through the black flames surrounding Lin Fan. The once indomitable Lin Fan was now being forced back by Lu Chun, retreating step by step. This is impossible. Your power, Lin Fan howled in disbelief. He could not comprehend why Lu Chen's strength had surged to such heights in such a brief span of time. Lu Chen scoffed, his combat spirit boiling. It's nothing. His sword danced with increasing swiftness. The chaotic sword energy crisscrossed, driving Lin Fan to retreat continuously. Just as Lin Fan's illusory form appeared on the brink of defeat, a wave of wild joy surged within Lu Chun. Could it be that I am about to conquer this formidable master of the 10 celestial realms? Am I on the verge of overcoming this trial of the secret realm? However, just as victory seemed within his grasp, an unforeseen change occurred. No, I will not lose. Lin Fan suddenly let out a skyward howl, a terrifying aura erupting from within him. The black flames surrounding him swelled instantly, transforming into a fearsome demonic dragon that coiled around him. Demonic dragon Tao physique. Lin Fan's voice deepened and became hoarse. Lu Chen's heart sank, sensing the imminent danger. The 10 celestial realms of Lin Fan's illusory form also underwent a transformation. The originally brilliant 10 celestial realms morphed into a pitch-black realm of the demonic dragon. Roar! A demonic dragon surged forth from the celestial realm, rising like a dragon from the depths, its deafening roar reverberating throughout the secret realm. The Lin Fan who had previously been pressed was now, like a deity, descended from the heavens. Exuding overwhelming might, the demonic dragon, composed of black flames, spiraled around him. Damn it! Lu Chun cursed inwardly, the chaotic sword energy surging wildly to counter the pressure of the demonic dragon. That moment, the strength of Lin Fan's illusory form had skyrocketed. The full activation of the demonic dragon Tao physique rendered Lu Chen's resistance utterly feeble. Boom! The colossal tail of the demonic dragon swept towards him. Lu Chun, caught off guard, was brutally sent flying. He crashed against a mountain peak, causing rocks to crumble and dust to swirl. Huffed! Lu Chun spat out another mouthful of blood. His complexion as pale as paper, he struggled to rise, but found his bones felt as though they were shattered. An excruciating pain coursing through him. Is this the power of the 10 celestial realms and the demonic dragon Tao physique? A bitter taste filled Lu Chen's heart. He had thought he was on the brink of victory, only to find himself in such dire straits in an instant. Your struggle is futile. Lin Fan's voice was cold and merciless. Accept your fate. The demonic dragon roared and charged at Lu Chun once more. Its massive claws, imbued with destructive power, seemed poised to obliterate him completely, Liu Chen's eyes flickered with despair. No, I refuse to accept this. I have yet to return to the upper realm, to reclaim the Lu family. I still have... Wait, I possess the chaotic Tao physique. I still have the 10th celestial realm. In this moment of life and death, a flash of inspiration ignited within Liu Chen's mind. The 10th celestial realm. Yes, that's it. As long as I can open the 10th celestial realm, I can fully unleash the potential of the chaotic Tao physique and defeat Lin Fan before me. With this thought, hope rekindled in Liu Chen's eyes that he no longer evaded but charged directly towards the demonic dragon-'s attack. Come, let me see just how strong you truly are, Liu Chen bellowed, his chaotic sword energy surging wildly. Behind him, it coalesced into a massive chaotic sword, exuding an aura capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. Overreaching, Lin Fan sneered, the demonic dragon roaring as it lunged at Liu Chen. Its enormous claws descended upon the chaotic sword. Boom! A thunderous clash reverberated through the realm. Liu Chen felt a tremendous force surge into him, battering against his meridians and causing him immense pain. It's over, Liu Chen. Lin Fan looked down upon him as if surveying an ant, disdain filling his gaze. You are ultimately nothing but a waste, foolishly challenging my might. The demonic dragon roared, lunging at Liu Chen once more. Its colossal claws, imbued with devastating power, seemed ready to tear him into shreds. No, I cannot die here. Liu Chen's consciousness grew increasingly hazy, yet the instinct to survive drove him to struggle fiercely. The chaotic Tao physique revolved frantically in the face of death. Waves of pure chaotic power coursed throughout his body, mending his shattered meridians and bones. Time and again, he faced attacks. Time and again, he brushed against death. Liu Chen felt as though he was ensconced in a hellish realm, teetering on the edge of life and death. His chaotic Tao physique appeared to awaken, ravenously absorbing the chaotic energy surrounding him. Each brush with death served as a rebirth. In a flash of white light, Liu Chen was resurrected without a moment's hesitation. He charged directly towards Lin Fan, shouting, again. Liu Chen roared, recklessly dashing towards the demonic dragon. His sword had shattered, leaving him to grapple with the beast barehanded. Bang! Bang! The sound of flesh colliding echoed throughout the secret realm. Liu Chen was knocked back time and again, yet he rose repeatedly. His body was battered and bloodied, his garments stained crimson, yet there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, they burned with fierce determination. What a monstrous being! Liu Chen's resilience far exceeded expectations. That I can still fight. His voice was hoarse, yet he stood resolute, resembling an indomitable god of war. In the relentless battles for survival, Liu Chen gradually entered an enigmatic state. He seemed to forget the pain, forget life and death, with only the rampaging demonic dragon remaining in his vision. His fists flew faster and stronger, the chaotic power within him surging like dragons coursing through his veins. Boom! At last, after a fierce clash, Liu Chen was able to completely withstand Lin Fan's offensive. The force of Lin Fan's attack struck Liu Chen like a drop in the ocean, failing to elicit even a ripple. The violent power of the demonic dragon was enveloped by a layer of chaotic energy, devoured entirely. Liu Chen even felt his own strength gradually increasing. This Lin Fan has become my sustenance. What is happening? My power. Lin Fan's illusory form quaked in terror as he realized his attacks were landing as if against cotton. Utterly ineffective, he sensed his strength being continuously siphoned away, as if caught in a vast whirlpool intent on swallowing him whole. Liu Chen paid no heed to Lin Fan's panic. His consciousness delved deeply within, deeper still. Everything around him faded away, leaving only boundless darkness. Suddenly, a pinpoint of light emerged in the void. It was tiny as dust, yet it exuded endless brilliance, shimmering with every hue of the world, yet appearing to be nothing at all. This point of light was the essence of the chaotic Tao physique. Upon touching this point, Liu Chen felt as though he had been electrified, a powerful force surging throughout his body. The point of light burst forth, transforming into a cloud of chaotic mist, as if to rend the heavens and earth asunder, giving rise to myriad creations, only to obliterate them in an instant, returning to nothingness. This is the power of chaos. Lu Chun was awestruck. This force was capable of annihilating the very fabric of existence. Yet there was no time for contemplation, for he realized that now was the perfect moment to open the 10th celestial realm. This primordial force, capable of shaping the heavens and the earth, manifests only when the chaotic Tao body first awakens. Should this opportunity be missed, it shall never return. Liu Chen's eyes suddenly flew open, seemingly harboring an entire chaotic star sea, deep and unfathomable. Gazing at the terrified phantom of Lin Fan before him, he spoke softly, "It is over." Before his words could fully resonate, Lu Chun casually struck out with a palm. Though it appeared light and effortless, it contained the chaotic power of creation. No. Lin Fan let out a desperate scream. He attempted to evade, but found himself utterly immobile. In the next moment, the colossal chaotic palm descended, and Lin Fan's phantom shattered like fragile foam, dissipating into the void. The secret realm trembled violently. As if unable to withstand such immense power, Liu Chun rose slowly, feeling the tumultuous chaotic energy surging within him, a sense of unparalleled dominance emanating from his being. The 10th heaven, arise! Lu Chun howled toward the sky, as chaotic energy surged around him. Above him, 9 heavens radiated resplendent chaotic light, resembling 9 miniature universes that revolved slowly, each responding to the other. In that moment, the chaotic aura emanating from the origins seemed boundless. Continuously gushing forth from the 9 heavens above, the chaotic mist enveloped the entire space, shimmering with vibrant colors, utterly magnificent. Yet, Lu Chun's brow furrowed in concern. He sensed that this chaotic essence was rapidly dissipating. This is not good. If I allow this energy to drain away and vanish, I shall never be able to establish the 10th heaven. A chill coursed through Lu Chun's heart. The opportunity to forge the 10th heaven was singular. If missed, it would be a lifelong regret, but he needed to swiftly find a method to retain this chaotic essence and transform it into his own energy for the creation of the 10th heaven. Lu Chun closed his eyes, centering his thoughts, and began to probe his own condition. He discovered that his body had transformed into a vast vessel. The 9 heavens acted as 9 continuously erupting springs, with chaotic energy surging forth from them. Each of the 9 heavens corresponded to a different type of chaotic force, each containing its own mysteries. An audacious idea sparked within Lu Chun's mind. Perhaps I could attempt to merge these 9 chaotic forces into one, thereby forming a more potent energy to establish the 10th heaven. With this thought, Lu Chun hesitated no longer and immediately began his attempts. He summoned the chaotic energies within him, guiding the 9 distinct forces to collide and merge. This process proved exceptionally arduous. Each chaotic force was ferociously wild and resisted one another. They clashed like 9 unruly dragons. Locked in endless combat, Liu Chen's body endured immense pressure, on the verge of being torn apart by this violent force. With a cough, blood spewed forth, leaving Lu Chen pale, yet his eyes held no trace of retreat. Only unwavering determination. I must succeed. Gritting his teeth, Lu Chun continued to guide the integration of the 9 chaotic forces. Sweat streamed down his chiseled cheeks, dripping onto the shattered ground with a faint sound. The 9 chaotic forces rampaged within him, utterly beyond his control. Intense pain caused his vision to darken. Damn it! This power is impossible to tame. Lu Chun seethed with frustration, the opportunity to forge the 10th heaven tantalizingly close. Yet feeling as though it lay beyond an insurmountable chasm, he desperately circulated his techniques, striving to subdue the rampant energy, but his strength felt as futile as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. The chaotic energy rampaged within him, relentlessly battering his meridians, making him feel as though his body was a balloon on the brink of bursting. Just as despair threatened to consume Lu Chun, a deafening roar suddenly erupted, like thunder cracking in his ears. Liu Chun, your life is forfeit. Startled, Lu Chun's eyes flew open, his pupils constricting sharply. Before him stood a familiar figure, none other than Lin Fan, whom he had previously crushed with a single palm. Chapter 25, Seeking Death. Again, why are you here? How much longer will this go on? A storm of emotions surged within Lu Chun. Lin Fan's appearance was utterly unexpected. Now, he radiated a chilling darkness. Clutched in his hand was a pitch-black halberd, its tip gleaming with a cold light, aimed directly at Lu Chun. What shocked Lu Chun even more was the sight of a single heaven hovering above Lin Fan. However, unlike Lu Chun's 9 heavens, Lin Fan's was a colossal singularity, akin to a black hole that threatened to consume all, exuding an oppressive aura of terror. A chaotic heaven. A chill gripped Lu Chun's heart. How could Lin Fan possibly possess a chaotic heaven? This was a privilege reserved solely for those with a chaotic Tao body. Surely, even secret realms must observe some limitations, right? There was no time for further contemplation as Lin Fan swung his halberd. Striking fiercely at Lu Chun, the halberd sliced through the air, carrying with it the force of annihilation. Lu Chun's face paled, and he sought to dodge, but it was too late. Boom! A tremendous crash resonated as the halberd struck Lu Chun with brutal force. Searing pain coursed through him, and he felt as if his bones were shattering. Blood spewed forth as he was sent hurtling backward like a puppet with its strings severed, crashing heavily to the ground. Coughing, Lu Chun struggled to rise, yet the overwhelming weakness coursing through him, combined with the turmoil of his internal energy, left him unable to move. Lin Fan approached with a sinister grin, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Lu Chun, it is over. Your chaotic Tao body is mine. Just as Lin Fan prepared to deliver the final blow, Lu Chun suddenly felt a warm energy surging within him, rapidly mending his injuries. This is Lu Chun's heart jolted as realization dawned upon him that it was the chaotic energy. At the moment Lin Fan struck him, the 9 chaotic forces within Lu Chun had miraculously fused into a singular, more powerful energy. Not only did it heal his wounds, but it continually reinforced his body. The agony that had felt like searing flames began to dissipate, replaced by an indescribable comfort. Broken bones swiftly mended. Torn muscles reconnected. Even the blood he had expelled seemed to be drawn back into his body, as if under some unseen force. Lu Chun felt the upheaval within him. A glimmer of understanding sparkled in his eyes. While the chaotic energy was indeed volatile, it was not entirely uncontrollable. At least, when faced with a lethal threat, it instinctively sought to protect its host. In other words, as long as I continue to sustain injuries, I can continuously trigger the healing abilities of the chaotic energy, ultimately mastering this power. A wild notion took root in Lu Chun's mind. He turned to face the advancing Lin Fan, a smile spreading across his face. Lin Fan was taken aback by this unexpected grin, a flicker of unease rising within him. "What are you laughing at?" he asked warily, the halberd still aimed at Lu Chun. "Oh, nothing much. Just suddenly thought of an amusing game," Lu Chun replied, slowly rising to his feet, the chaotic energy still swirling within him, mending every injury. Lin Fan frowned, his unease intensifying. He sensed that the Lu Chun before him felt like an entirely different person. "The game? What other tricks do you have up your sleeve?" With a scoff, Lin Fan swung his halberd once more, aiming for Lu Chun. Boom! The halberd struck Lu Chun's body again, this time rather than dodge. Lu Chun charged forward to meet it. Intense pain surged once more, yet he paid it no mind, laughing uproariously instead. "Come, if you can't kill me today, I'll have no respect for you." Lu Chun's voice brimmed with madness. Even though Lin Fan was but a fictional combatant, he was thoroughly shaken by Lu Chun's deranged actions. He had never witnessed such insanity, and he was utterly baffled by Lu Chun's intentions. Yet instinctively, he felt he had stumbled into a trap. Hesitation gripped him, and the halberd stilled mid-air. "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" Lu Chun taunted. "Didn't you want my chaotic Tao body? Come and take it." Lin Fan gritted his teeth, his greed ultimately triumphing over his fear. He swung the halberd once more, striking at Lu Chun with fervor. Again and again, Lin Fan's attacks rained down like a tempest. Lu Chun's body was shattered repeatedly, only to be mended again and again by the chaotic energy. Blood splattered, staining Lin Fan's armor crimson as he stared in a daze at the almost mad Lu Chun before him, the halberd trembling slightly in his grasp. Meanwhile, Lu Chun, amidst the relentless onslaught, grew ever stronger, akin to a phoenix reborn from the flames. What manner of monster are you? Lin Fan finally could no longer contain his fear. Taking a step back, Liu Chun licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes glinting with excitement. Monster, perhaps, but I have you to thank for that, Lin Fan. Thanks to you, I have discovered such fascinating matters. Lin Fan gripped the large halberd tightly, forcing himself to remain calm. Oh, you think you have one? Let me tell you, no matter how tenacious you are, you will ultimately be unable to escape from my grasp. Is that so? Liu Chen scoffed. Then let us see you try, Lin Fan roared, charging forward once more. This time, he held nothing back, channeling all his spiritual power into the halberd. It transformed into a dazzling beam of golden light. Striking fiercely at Liu Chen's head, boom, a thunderous noise erupted, and dust flew everywhere. A flicker of joy flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. He was confident that this blow would cleave even iron in two. However, as the dust settled, the joy on his face instantly froze. Liu Chen still stood there, bloodied but completely unscathed. In fact, his injuries were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. This is impossible. Lin Fan stared in disbelief. His eyes wide, Liu Chen grinned, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. There is nothing impossible, Lin Fan. You are simply too weak to comprehend my power. Weak? The very word pierced Lin Fan's pride deeply. He roared in anger and charged at Liu Chen again. Conversely, Liu Chen, with each successive attack, became increasingly adept at controlling the chaotic energy. He even began to actively guide the chaotic energy, simultaneously healing his injuries while continually enhancing his own strength. Not enough, still not enough, Liu Chen thought to himself. Though bodily injuries could stimulate the chaotic energy, the efficiency was far too low. He needed a more intense stimulus to fully master this power. A frenzied thought crossed his mind. If injuries could provoke the chaotic energy to heal, what if a celestial realm shattered? His 9 celestial realms were currently portals through which chaotic energy surged. What would happen if they were to break? This thought was utterly insane. Celestial realms were opened through one's very essence, and willingly shattering them would be tantamount to suicide. Chapter 26. Living towards death, Liu Chen's gaze hardened with resolve. The voice within him thundered. Either master the chaos or perish. There is no middle ground. Come on, show me the limits of this chaos. Liu Chen let out a long howl, shaking the heavens. The first celestial realm within him collapsed under the control of his consciousness. The anticipated heart-wrenching pain did not manifest. Instead, a strange sense of ethereality enveloped him. The shattered celestial realm no longer released chaotic energy. Yet peculiarly, the chaotic energy surging from the other 8 celestial realms became even more violent. Liu Chen's heart raced. This was entirely different from what he had envisioned. No searing pain, no backlash, only an even more ferocious chaotic energy. Could it be? This is the key. A glimmer of enlightenment flashed in Liu Chen's eyes. Akin to grasping a thread of light in the darkness, he hesitated no longer. His consciousness took control once more, and the second celestial realm shattered. Likewise, there was no pain, only the remaining 7 celestial realms erupting with even more massive chaotic energy. This chaotic energy rampaged within him, yet strangely did not harm his meridians. Liu Chen grew ever more certain that shattering celestial realms was indeed the key to mastering chaos. The 3rd shattered. The 4th shattered. The 5th shattered. With each celestial realm that collapsed, Liu Chen felt as though his body had transformed into a colossal furnace. The chaotic energy roiled and roared within, the temperature rising and the pressure mounting. Lin Fan, observing from the side, stared in astonishment, completely unable to comprehend what Liu Chen was doing to self-harm. Has he gone mad? Yet the increasingly terrifying aura emanating from Liu Chen filled him with profound dread. What kind of monster is this guy? Lin Fan could not help but swallow hard, his palms sweating as he gripped the halberd tightly. The moment the 8th celestial realm shattered, Liu Chen's body began to tremble violently. The chaotic energy within him had reached a critical point. Only 1 celestial realm remained. At this moment, Liu Chen's consciousness began to blur, flickering in and out. The consequences of the collapse of the 8 celestial realms were far more severe than he had anticipated. His body resembled a dilapidated bellows, leaking air from all sides. The chaotic energy surged in frantically, yet swiftly dissipated. Unable to mend the shattered foundation, he sensed his life force waning rapidly. Coughing, he spat out blood. Staining the ground, he struggled to lift his head, gazing at the terrified Lin Fan in the distance. I never expected it to end up like this. Lu Chun's voice was hoarse and weak. Lin Fan gripped the halberd tightly. His expression complex as he looked at Lu Chun. He was both terrified of the increasingly fearsome aura surrounding Lu Chun and somewhat sympathetic towards this madman. Lu Chun, what on earth are you doing? Lin Fan could not help but ask that. Lu Chun did not respond. His consciousness was already beginning to dissipate, everything before him becoming a blur. He felt as though he were plummeting into a bottomless abyss. An endless darkness consuming him. Only one celestial realm left, to shatter or not to shatter. This was a life or death decision. Shattering it might offer a glimmer of hope, allowing him to fully master the chaotic power and defy fate. Not shattering it would mean certain death, rendering all his efforts meaningless. Shatter for me. Lu Chun expended the last ounce of his strength, letting out a roar. His consciousness surged like a blade, piercing fiercely toward the final celestial realm. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted within Lu Chun, as if a cataclysmic blast had been unleashed. His body trembled violently, bones creaking under the immense strain. However, the anticipated chaotic power did not materialize. And oh miracle, no reversal. Only boundless despair. Lu Chun's consciousness sank into oblivion, his body collapsing helplessly. The chaotic energy ceased its tumultuous surge. The once rampant energy now eerily paused in midair, as if time had been frozen. The chaotic energy that permeated the space seemed to be in a daze, aimlessly drifting, like a flock of sheep without a shepherd. In the next moment, this flock found a new direction. The chaotic energy surged back into the 9 shattered celestial realms with even greater fervor. As if rivers returning to the sea, and no longer were they destroyers, but rather creators, mending Lu Chun's shattered foundation with an almost reverent intent. Lu Chun's formerly pale face gradually regained a hint of color. His tightly closed eyes trembled slightly, a single tear of joy escaping the corner of his eye. Even though he had anticipated this outcome, when his predictions came true, he could not help but burst into laughter. His laughter was imbued with the relief of surviving a calamity, a longing for the future, and a hint of madness. It worked. Ha! I bet right. Lu Chun's laughter reverberated throughout the vast secret realm. Lin Fan watched in astonishment, completely unable to comprehend everything unfolding before him. Just a moment ago, Lu Chun had been on the brink of death, like a candle flickering in the wind. Now, he seemed reborn from the flames. The 9 celestial realms were gradually being restored by the chaotic energy, akin to shattered porcelain being reassembled, radiating new brilliance. They began to operate anew, like 9 stars slowly revolving along some arcane trajectory. At the center of the 9 celestial realms, the 10th celestial realm was slowly taking shape. This was a realm actively opened by the chaotic energy, surging from within Lu Chun, serving as a portal of eruption. It was a celestial realm formed purely from chaotic energy, like a cosmic black hole. It was profound and mysterious. The 9 restored celestial realms revolve around the chaotic power. This strength is entirely different from before. The chaotic energy he had absorbed earlier had been wild and uncontrollable, capable of ripping him apart at any moment. But now, this power was docile and obedient, as if it were an extension of his will. He clenched his fist, an unprecedented sense of satisfaction swelling within him. All of this was earned at the cost of his life. Just then, a deafening roar shattered the tranquility of the secret realm. Lu Chun, prepare to meet your demise. Lin Fan's figure reappeared, the great wilderness battle halberd entwined with a menacing black dragon. His eyes burned crimson, filled with a desire to devour Lu Chun whole. Lu Chun turned to face Lin Fan, his fighting spirit igniting fiercely. You've come at just the right time. I was just about to test this chaotic power. His figure flickered, instantly appearing before Lin Fan. Delivering a punch. No frills, no technique, only pure strength. This punch, infused with chaotic energy, bore the intent to annihilate everything. Chapter 27. Chaotic celestial realm. Lin Fan's expression changed dramatically, and in a panic he raised the great wilderness battle halberd to block. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted. The great wilderness battle halberd trembled violently. The black dragon coiling around it let out a mournful cry, instantly disintegrating. Lin Fan was sent flying by the force of the punch, blood spewing from his mouth. How is this possible? Lu Chan paid no heed to Lin Fan's astonishment. His figure flickered once more, and he unleashed another devastating punch. Lin Fan barely managed to raise the Huangzhan Tianji to defend himself. However, the force of this punch was even more terrifying than the last. The weapon in his hand could no longer withstand it, and with a resounding crack, it shattered into two pieces. Lin Fan stared in disbelief at the remaining half of the spear handle in his grasp. A mouthful of blood surged forth. Impossible! You! He pointed at Lu Chun, trembling, unable to articulate his words. The one he had previously regarded as an ant, easily crushed beneath his heel, now possessed the power to obliterate him. Useless, nothing more. Lu Chun coldly regarded Lin Fan. He did not pursue the advantage, but leisurely brushed off non-existent dust from his robe. Lin Fan's eyes blazed crimson. His pride would not allow him to accept such a defeat. Lu Chun, I am a prodigy. How could I fall to your hands? With his roar, a strange black mist surged forth from within him, swiftly enveloping his form. Lin Fan's silhouette began to twist and contort, his once handsome visage transforming into a ghastly horror. Oh, is this a desperate struggle? Lu Chan raised an eyebrow with keen interest, showing no intent to intervene. The black mist churned, ultimately coalescing into a colossal demonic figure that loomed between heaven and earth. The demon dragon's visage was terrifying, its eyes glowing crimson, exuding an overwhelming aura of dread. Liu Chun, you have thoroughly enraged me. I shall make you pay the price. Lin Fan let out a deafening roar. The power he unleashed at that moment was enough to instill fear in cultivators of the transformation realm. Merely an illusion, a trick of the mind. Lu Chun scoffed as the chaos cave trembled slightly. A vast force of chaos surged forth, forming an indestructible barrier around him. The demon dragon swung its massive claws, striking fiercely at Lu Chun. This blow contained the power to devastate the world, capable of leveling a mountain. Yet, in the face of this terrifying strike, Lu Chun stood firm, not flinching nor evading, allowing the claws to crash against the chaotic barrier. Boom! A deafening roar echoed, shaking the heavens and earth. However, the chaotic barrier remained utterly unyielding, and no matter how Lin Fan attacked, he could not budge it in the slightest. Is this your trump card? Pathetic! A hint of mockery glimmered in Lu Chen's eyes as he slowly raised his right hand, his finger pointing at Lin Fan. Now, it is my turn. The chaos cave spun violently, an endless force of chaos converging at Lu Chen's fingertips, forming a brilliant beam of light. The beam, as thin as a hair, contained the power to annihilate all. Chaos, gather, break. Lu Chun shouted softly, and the beam shot forth, instantly piercing through Lin Fan's chest. Lin Fan let out a heart-wrenching scream, his massive form trembling violently. Ultimately, he collapsed, dissipating into a cloud of black mist. Meanwhile, outside the Tianxian sect, the atmosphere was starkly different. A group of individuals scurried about like ants on a hot stove, anxiously pacing back and forth. They were the sect leaders who had previously ganged up on Lin Fan, clamoring to attack the Tianxian sect. What do we do now? That kid Lin Fan actually lost. A short and portly sect leader lamented, his jiggling flesh resembling a frightened pig. Had I known that Lu Chun was so formidable, I would never have waded into these troubled waters. Another sect leader lamented, slapping his thigh in frustration, regretting his decision. Initially, to curry favor with the Tian Dao sect, he had rushed to the forefront. Now, it seemed that not only had he failed to win their friendship, but he had also offended the murderous Lu Chun. Feng Chao Tian's face darkened as he remained silent. He regretted more than anyone, not only for offending Lu Chun, but also because the sect's holy maiden, Ling Zhu, had left with Lin Fan. If the Tian Dao sect reconciled with Lu Chun, then Feng Yuan's sect would truly find itself in a dire predicament. At this thought, he felt like slapping himself, I should have resisted the urge to act impulsively. Feng sect leader, what shall we do now? A sect leader inquired cautiously. Feng Chao Tian shot him a fierce glare. What else can we do? Prepare lavish gifts and plead for forgiveness. The others grimaced at his words. This would practically deplete their coffers. At that moment, a sharp voice broke the silence. Feng Chao Tian. If it weren't for you leading the provocation against Lu Chun, how could we have fallen into such a predicament? The speaker was a gaunt, ominous-looking elder named Yinshan Lao Guai, the leader of the Yinsha sect. Previously, in a bid to please Lin Fan, he had subjected Lu Chun to all manner of humiliation. He dared not provoke the Tian Dao sect. So now he directed all his resentment towards Feng Chao Tian. Yinshan Lao Guai, you speak nonsense. Feng Chao Tian roared in fury that I acted for the greater good. Who knew that Lu Chun was a wolf in sheep's clothing? Humph. I see you were merely trying to curry favor with Lin Fan, hoping to climb the tree of the Tian Dao sect. Yinshan Lao Guai retorted sarcastically. Feng Chao Tian, knowing he was in the wrong, could only suppress his anger and remain silent in the face of Yinshan Lao Guai's taunts. He understood that this was not the time for a war of words, that if Lu Chun truly held a grudge, then Feng Yuan's sect would be doomed. Just then, a transmission talisman suddenly lit up. It was Ling Zhu's transmission talisman. Feng Chao Tian's heart jolted, and he quickly infused his spiritual energy into the talisman to perceive its contents. In the next moment, Ling Zhu's cold voice echoed in his mind. Sect leader, the Tian Dao sect has dispatched 3 quasi-saints, intending to annihilate the Tian Xin sect and the quasi-saint behind Lu Chun. Feng Chao Tian was momentarily stunned. Then, a surge of ecstasy washed over him, nearly splitting his face with a grin. He could not help but burst into loud laughter, appearing almost mad with joy. I place my bets wisely. The Tian Dao sect has indeed taken action. As long as Lu Chun and the Tian Xin sect are destroyed, my Feng Yuan sect will not only escape disaster, but also have the opportunity to ascend alongside the Tian Dao sect. His sudden laughter left the surrounding sect leaders exchanging bewildered glances, all wearing expressions of confusion. How could one still laugh at a time like this? Has Feng Chao Tian lost his sanity? Feng sect leader, are you all right? A sect leader cautiously inquired, fearful of provoking him further. Feng Chao Tian ignored him, his gaze burning as he turned toward the recently mocked Yinshan Lao Guai. I say, Yinshan Lao Guai, did you not claim that I saw to climb the Tian Dao sect's tree? Let me tell you, I have truly done so. Ha! Just as Yinshan Lao Guai was about to retort, witnessing Feng Chao Tian's triumphant demeanor change his expression drastically as he suddenly grasped the situation. He quickly donned a fawning smile, approaching Feng Chao Tian with utmost deference. Chapter 28. The Great Collapse. Feng sect leader, I must have spoken thoughtlessly earlier. Please forgive an old man like me and do not hold it against me. Yinshan Lao Guai said with a face full of smiles. Was that news just now from your sect, holy maiden? Hee. I knew your relationship with the Tian Dao sect was extraordinary. Feng Chao Tian, buoyed by such flattery, felt even more triumphant and no longer held a grudge over the earlier incident. He cleared his throat, feigning mystery as he proclaimed, let me share some good news with you all. The Tian Dao sect has dispatched 3 quasi-saints, heading this way. Upon hearing this, the regretful expressions on everyone's faces vanished instantly, replaced by exuberant joy. Wonderful. The Tian Dao sect has indeed taken action. Lu Chun is surely doomed now. Ha! Feng sect leader is indeed wise. Our previous decision was undoubtedly correct. The crowd expressed their admiration for Feng Chao Tian, as if he were some great strategist. Feng Chao Tian, basking in their praises, felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Clearing his throat again, he adopted a faux serious demeanor that almost caused the nearby sect leaders to burst into laughter. Ahem, esteemed friends, let us not become overly excited. Although the Tian Dao sect has sent only 3 quasi-saints, they will surely be in need of assistance. Let us be ready to serve them well, to win the favor of the saints of the Tian Dao sect. At these words, everyone nodded in agreement, eager to present themselves before the saints of the Tian Dao sect, like dogs wagging their tails in submission. Inside the grand hall of the Tian Xin sect, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as though water could drip from it. The Grand Elder stroked his grizzled beard, a look of deep concern etched upon his face. The Tiandao sect, those old tortoises, each one more cunning than a 1,000-year-old tortoise. Who knows how many ancient monsters lie in their coffins? He could not help but murmur, yet anyone could discern the helplessness in his words. The Tianqian sect, with its millennia-old heritage, naturally understood the profound depths of the Tiandao sect. A mere quasi-saint protector was hardly sufficient to instill any trepidation in the Tiandao sect. Moreover, given the immense loss Lin Fan had suffered, how could the quasi-saint Lin Wuxian behind him simply let it go? Elder Taishang, is there truly no way out? An elder inquired, his voice trembling. Indeed, Elder Taishang, we must devise a solution. Another elder echoed in agreement. Elder Taishang sighed and waved his hand dismissively. A solution? What solution could there possibly be? The Tiandao sect is the most formidable force in the Kanwu realm. It is said that their ascended ancestor has long since established a sect in the upper realms. Our meager foundation pales in comparison to theirs, like a firefly before the bright moon. Silence fell upon the assembly, the hall enveloped in a heavy stillness, broken only by the echoes of Elder Taishang's sighs. They all understood that what Elder Taishang spoke was the truth. The Tiandao sect was an existence they could not contend with. Just then, a clear, melodious voice shattered the silence. I believe in Lu Chun. If he has asked us to wait for his return, he must have a way. As Lu Chen's mentor, Shui Wanquan harbored an almost blind faith in her disciple. However, her words did not find resonance with the others. The Grand Elder shook his head, speaking with resignation. Wanquan, I know you have faith in Lu Chun, but the dilemma we face is immediate. Even if Lu Chun can escape, what about us old fellows? What does it matter if we perish? But what of our disciples? Must they await their doom? The Grand Elder's words struck like thunder, resonating in the hearts of the assembly. They understood that the Grand Elder was not one to fear death. When the time for life and death came, he would be the first to charge forth, sacrificing his life to protect the sect. Indeed, even if Lu Chun can flee, what are the disciples of Tianqian sect? Where can they escape to? Must we truly watch them perish? Shui Wanquan murmured, a flash of anguish crossing her eyes. The hall fell into a profound silence, the oppressive atmosphere rendering it difficult to breathe. An elder, trembling, spoke up. Elder Taishang, do we truly have to sit idly by and await our fate? At this, a relatively younger elder suddenly lost his composure. I grew up in the Tianqian sect. This is my home. Are we truly to watch it be destroyed? His exclamation acted as a fuse, igniting the suppressed emotions of the crowd. Elder Taishang regarded his old comrades, his mind in turmoil, that he slammed his hand on the table. The resounding noise silencing everyone instantly. Weeping and wailing. What a disgrace! I am still alive. It is not yet your turn to despair. Upon hearing this, many felt their eyes well up with tears. Each person present had devoted their lives to the Tianqian sect. It was a painful sentiment to be told that their home was to be destroyed, and they were powerless to stop it. An elder, choking back emotion, said, Elder Taishang, it is not that we fear death. We simply cannot resign ourselves to this fate. Elder Taishang sighed, understanding the sentiments of his comrades, that I know you are unwilling to accept this, and I too am unwilling. The Tianqian sect has thrived for 1,000 years. How can it be obliterated in an instant? But now is not the time for sorrow. We must devise a strategy to confront this. His gaze, piercing like a torch, swept over the assembly as he declared, though the Tiandao sect is formidable, we are not mere lambs to be slaughtered. Even if it costs me my life, I will protect the Tianqian sect. His words reignited hope within the hearts of the assembly. Yes, they still had Elder Taishang, and with him, hope remained. Very well, let us not disclose these matters to the disciples for now. We shall maintain the status quo. Elder Taishang instructed, we cannot sow discord among ourselves. We must let that bunch of old rascals in the Tiandao sect know that the Tianqian sect is not to be trifled with. With that, Elder Taishang made his way to the back mountain of the Tianqian sect. He intended to prepare thoroughly for the impending crisis. The forbidden grounds of the back mountain were where generations of ancestors of the Tianqian sect had secluded themselves, concealing the sect's greatest secrets. As he stepped into the forbidden grounds, a chilling aura enveloped him. The elderly figure of Elder Taishang, clad in a tattered gray robe, felt the cold seep into his very bones. The dimly lit grounds were flickering with ghostly green flames, casting eerie shadows on the grotesque statues adorning the stone walls, sending shivers down his spine. Deep within the forbidden grounds, an ancient altar stood solemnly. Intricate carvings adorned the stone pillars surrounding it, seemingly recounting the rise and fall of the Tianqian sect over the centuries. At the center of the altar lay a palm-sized piece of ancient jade, emanating a faint glow like a dim star flickering in the darkness. This was the Tianqian sect's treasured artifact, the Xiantian jade. Elder Taishang approached the altar unsteadily, a flicker of resolve flashing in his murky eyes. He trembled as he knelt, bowing deeply 3 times before the ancestral tablets enshrined behind the altar. His forehead struck the cold stone with a dull thud. "O ancestors, I, the unworthy descendant, have failed in my duties, leading the Tianqian sect to the brink of annihilation. Today, I must invoke the Xiantian jade and seek your protection to help the Tianqian sect weather this calamity." Elder Taishang's voice was hoarse and low, echoing through the empty, forbidden grounds like the sigh of a dying man. He inhaled deeply, slowly rising, extending his withered hand to grasp the Xiantian jade. The jade felt warm in his palm, but carried a chilling aura that sent shivers through him. Elder Taishang sat cross-legged, placing the Xiantian jade in his palm, closing his eyes to begin circulating the remnants of his vital energy. As he infused the jade with his spiritual power, its glow gradually intensified, transforming from a dim starlight to a dazzling sun, illuminating the entire forbidden grounds and dispelling the surrounding darkness and chill. The intricate patterns on the pillars surrounding the altar seemed to come alive, swirling like dragons in flight. A powerful wave of energy radiated from the Xiantian jade, enveloping the entire Tianqian sect. The protective array of the sect brightened, forming an impregnable barrier that securely shielded the Tianqian sect within. In the martial arts arena of the Tianqian sect, the atmosphere remained vibrant. Disciples gathered in small groups, animatedly discussing the earth-shattering battle that had recently transpired. Senior Brother Lu is simply incredible. With but his strength, he overpowered the holy son of the Tiandao sect. He is nothing short of a deity, a young disciple exclaimed, his face alight with admiration, spittle flying as he spoke. Indeed, even when united, ordinary peak divine fire practitioners must yield before his might. But Senior Brother Lu, he effortlessly sent them reeling. His prowess is truly otherworldly. Another disciple chimed in, excitement gleaming in his eyes, and that mysterious elder, Lu Juyo, is unfathomably powerful. He appeared and instantly dispatched the Tiandao sect's formidable opponent. My heavens, a quasi-saint. That is an existence at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Yes, the strength of Elder Lu Juyo has surely surpassed that of a quasi-saint, reaching the legendary realm of a saint. The disciples grew increasingly animated, envisioning the Tianqian sect marching toward a glorious future under Lu Chen's leadership. Meanwhile, the commotion in the martial arts arena did not affect Shui Wanquan in the slightest. She sat alone in Lu Chen's bridal chamber, the flickering red candles casting a soft glow on her slightly pale visage. This was meant to be the joyous wedding night of Lu Chen, adorned with red silk and festooned with celebration. Every detail she had meticulously arranged was imbued with blessings for Lu Chen. Yet now it felt particularly ironic. Yes, she caressed the cold touch of the brocade quilt on the bed. A shiver coursed through her heart. The bride, who should have been here to share a romantic evening with Lu Chen, was now nowhere to be found. The image of Lu Chen leaving before her lingered relentlessly in her mind. Shui Wanquan felt as though an invisible hand was tightly gripping her heart, making it difficult to breathe. Chener, you must be safe. She bit her lower lip tightly, exerting every effort to restrain the tears from cascading down her cheeks. She reassured herself that Lu Chen was a prodigy, endowed with formidable background and strength, and that he would undoubtedly emerge unscathed. Yet, the gnawing sensation of unease lingered, akin to a maggot burrowing into her very soul. Memories of Lu Chen's arduous trials during his formative years in the mortal realm flooded her mind. He must return safely, Shui Wanwan murmured to herself, her voice trembling to the point of near inaudibility. In the hushed confines of the bridal chamber, time seemed to stand still. Suddenly, a bold thought flickered through her mind. If Lu Chan were to remain unmarried throughout his life, could she then? The moment this notion surfaced, it proliferated wildly, akin to rampant weeds, consuming her every thought. She envisioned herself by Lu Chen's side, tending to his daily needs. Yet in the next instant, she shook her head violently, expelling this thought from her mind as a wave of shame and guilt washed over her. Meanwhile, a world away at the Tianxian sect, the atmosphere was starkly different. A chilling aura pervaded the air, oppressive to the point of suffocation. Three figures loomed in the air. Lin Wuxian, Lin Mingyuan, and Qin Jianzi, all quasi-saints of the Tiandao sect. Lin Wuxian's countenance was grim, his eyes glinting with a cold, lethal light. Flanking him, Lin Mingyuan and Qin Jianzi mirrored his somber expression. Below, the leaders of various sects sat upright, their expressions tense, scarcely daring to breathe. Their ostensible purpose for attending was to witness the ceremony. But in truth, they were compelled to lend their support under the pressure exerted by the Tiandao sect. Ling Zhu seated herself directly beneath the three quasi-saints, her demeanor exuding an appropriate level of respect as she introduced her elders. Elders, this is Feng Chao Tian, the leader of the Feng Yuan sect. Upon hearing this, Feng Chao Tian quickly rose and bowed. Elders, I have received word of your arrival and have been awaiting you. A fine sheen of sweat beaded on his forehead, his heart racing with trepidation. Days prior, Lu Chun had displayed overwhelming prowess at the Tianxian sect, single-handedly subduing the Tiandao sect's holy son. Furthermore, a mysterious powerhouse had annihilated an elder of the Tiandao sect in an instant. This news had already spread throughout the entire Kangwu realm. With the arrival of the three quasi-saints from the Tiandao sect, a great battle seemed inevitable. Other sect leaders rose in unison to pay their respects. Echoing, we welcome the three elders. Each harbored their own thoughts, discreetly observing the unfolding situation and contemplating how to safeguard themselves amid the impending storm. Lin Wuxian nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. There is no need for excessive formalities that we, the Tiandao sect, have come solely to seek justice. He declared that Liu Chun, that wretched beast, has slain our elder and humiliated our holy son. If we do not avenge this grievance, what face will the Tiandao sect have left? A chill ran through the hearts of the sect leaders upon hearing this. They understood that today's events were unlikely to conclude amicably. Elder Lin speaks true. This Lu Chun is utterly arrogant, disregarding his superiors. He certainly deserves punishment. A stout, sycophantic sect leader hastily agreed. He was Lai Zhongping, leader of the Liang sect, notorious for his opportunistic behavior. Indeed, Lu Chun's actions are nothing short of a provocation against the very order of the cultivation world. As righteous individuals, we cannot stand idly by. Another sect leader chimed, I in an instant. Voices of agreement rose in a chorus, as if Lu Chun had committed some heinous crime. Ling Zhu observed this with clarity. These individuals were indeed like reeds swaying in the wind, bending whichever way the current blew. Lin Wuxian nodded in satisfaction. Since you all share this sentiment, let us proceed to the Tianxian sect together and seek justice. With that, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring toward the Tianxian sect. Lin Mingyuan and Qin Jianzi followed closely behind, while the other sect leaders mounted their flying swords and trailed after them. A grand procession resembling a dark cloud converging upon the Tianxian sect in the Taichu Forbidden Land. The scene was one of chaos, reminiscent of a time before the world was formed. A figure emerged slowly from the secret realm. With striking features and an exceptional aura, it was Lu Chun at this moment. 10 enormous dantian surrounded him, revolving gently like 10 miniature suns, illuminating the chaotic space that on the periphery of the Forbidden Land. Lu Jiuyo stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The instant Lu Chun appeared, he had teleported to his side. Upon seeing the 10 dantian behind Lu Chun, Lu Jiuyo trembled with excitement. His voice hoarse, "Young master, have you succeeded?" Lu Chen's lips curled into a confident smile. Indeed, however, to truly step into the realm of Taichu, further time is required. Liu Jiuyo steadied his racing heart and inquired, "Young master, what do you need? I would risk my life to procure it for you." Lu Chun shook his head. letting out a soft sigh. The materials required are exceedingly rare. I fear that even the Lu family in the upper realm would struggle to gather them. He produced the Taichu Chaos Sutra, an ancient jade slip inscribed with a myriad of intricate characters, radiating an aura of mystery. Here, take a look. Perhaps you can uncover some clues within it. Liu Juyo accepted the jade slip, studying it intently. After a moment, his expression turned grave, his brow furrowed. Young master, this Taichu Chaos Sutra is indeed profoundly intricate, yet is also extraordinarily demanding. Liu Juyo spoke solemnly. The materials required are not only rare, but also necessitate a unique refining technique. A single misstep could lead to utter failure. Liu Chen nodded in understanding. He had anticipated that achieving the Taichu Chaos body would not be a simple task. Among the materials was one called Chaos Origin Crystal, which required a millennium of gestation within the Chaos Sea to form. Liu Jio continued, there is also a substance known as Taichu, divine liquid, which must be collected from the sacred land of Taichu and refined for 81 days to obtain. Listening to Liu Jio's account, Liu Chan felt a weight descend upon him. These materials sounded incredibly arduous to gather, and he would likely need to expend considerable time and effort to procure them. It seems I must return to the upper realm swiftly. Liu Chun stated gravely. Only there do I stand a chance of finding these materials. Liu Jio nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must hasten our return. I sensed a powerful presence approaching the Tianxian sect moments ago. At this revelation, Liu Chun felt a jolt of alarm. The safety of the Tianxian sect loomed over him like a massive boulder. In the past 2 days spent in the Taichu Forbidden Land, he had nearly forgotten everything happening outside, focusing solely on his cultivation. Now that he had made initial progress, his first thought was for the safety of the Tianxian sect. 2 days, Liu Chen murmured. His brow furrowed, a flicker of anxiety flashing in his eyes. Given Lin Wuxian's temperament, he dared not imagine the current plight of the Tianxian sect, a surge of intense unease swelling within him. Liu Juyo, take me back to the Tianxian sect at once. Liu Chun commanded urgently, his tone brooking no dissent. Liu Juyo's expression sharpened. He recognized the urgency of the situation and dared not delay. Yes, young master. Before he could finish speaking, Liu Juyo transformed into a streak of light, enveloping Liu Chun as they raced towards the Tianxian sect. Along the way, Liu Chen's anxiety grew, incessantly urging Liu Juyo to accelerate. Meanwhile, above the Tianxian sect, dark clouds loomed ominously, casting a stifling atmosphere over the entire sect. 3 figures hovered in the air, resembling towering mountains, exuding an oppressive aura that made it difficult to breathe. They were Lin Wuxian, Lin Mingyuan, and Qin Jianzi, 3 quasi-saint powerhouses. The disciples of the Tianxian sect had previously been immersed in the joy of victory that Liu Chun had bestowed upon them, dreaming of ascendance under his leadership, transforming the Tianxian sect into a true apex force. However, the appearance of the 3 quasi-saints shattered their illusions in an instant. Despair spread like a plague. Even if senior brother Liu Chun is powerful, he only has one quasi-saint protector behind him. How could he stand against them? One disciple muttered, "Is heaven truly intent on destroying our Tianxian sect?" The supreme elder, bloodied and battered, struggled to stand before the faltering protective formation of the sect, his gaze vacant as he stared at the 3 figures in the void. Xuelanwan and the other surviving disciples had gathered behind the supreme elder, each face pale, their eyes filled with terror. The pressure exerted by the 3 quasi-saints rendered them nearly breathless, let alone capable of resistance. They were overwhelmingly powerful, akin to deities. Was the Tianxian sect truly at its end? Xuelanwan gripped her sword tightly, determination mingling with fear. In the void, Lin Wuxian and his companions looked down upon the Tianxian sect. Lin Wuxian, are you truly intent on exterminating us? The supreme elder roared, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through him. Lin Wuxian sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. Humph, your sect has fallen into the path of darkness. We are merely purging it. You are being unreasonable. The supreme elder retorted, seething with anger. Lin Wuxian had come solely for the resources of the Tianxian sect. The so-called purge of darkness was but a pretext. Unreasonable. Old fool, you are no longer qualified to reason with me. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Lin Wuxian's eyes. He slowly raised his right hand, and terrifying spiritual energy coalesced in his palm, transforming into a colossal orb of energy that emanated an aura of destruction. This is bad. He intends to annihilate the protective array of the sect. The Grand Elder's expression changed dramatically. He exerted all his strength to activate the protective array, hoping to withstand Lin Wuxian's assault. Yet, how could the combined strike of 3 quasi-saints be thwarted by a mere protective array? With a thunderous roar, the protective array shattered instantly, dispersing into countless motes of starlight in the it is over. The Grand Elder despairingly closed his eyes. The doomsday of Tianqian sect has finally arrived. Chapter 31. Return. At the moment the protective array collapsed, a blinding radiance erupted above Tianqian sect, as if a star had fallen, and after the dazzling light faded, only devastation remained. The once impregnable protective array was now reduced to mere specks of starlight, drifting like fireflies in the void, ultimately returning to nothingness. It is over. The Grand Elder despondently knelt on the ground, repeatedly murmuring those 2 words. Blood stained his robe, starkly contrasting with his pale visage, making the scene all the more harrowing. Shui Wanquan stared blankly at the sky, her sword hanging limply in her hand. The other disciples also collapsed to the ground, their faces etched with despair. The 3 quasi-saints descended slowly, like 3 towering mountains pressing down on the hearts of the onlookers. The suffocating pressure rendered everyone breathless. Lin Wuxian stood at the forefront, looking down upon the crowd. Lin Wuxian, you beast! The Grand Elder struggled to rise, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Wuxian, roaring in anger. Lin Wuxian cast him a disdainful glance, sneering, to the victor belong the spoils. Your Tianqian sect has been vanquished. What qualification do you have left to shout at me? You will die a horrible death. The Grand Elder trembled with rage, spewing forth a mouthful of blood before collapsing once more. Lin Wuxian's eyes flickered with disgust as he waved his hand. An invisible force bound the Grand Elder, rendering him immobile. Old fool, I give you 3 days to bring back Lu Chun and that quasi-saint behind him. Lin Wuxian's tone was frigid. Should they not appear within 3 days, I will slaughter every disciple of your Tianqian sect, leaving no trace behind. You dare? The Grand Elder's eyes widened in disbelief. What do I have to fear? Lin Wuxian scoffed. A mere quasi-saint. I do not regard him at all. The Grand Elder, driven to the brink, once again spat blood and fainted. Shui Wanquan hurriedly rushed to support the Grand Elder. She raised her head, her gaze resolute as she looked at Lin Wuxian, gritting her teeth and declaring, Lin Wuxian, if you dare to harm anyone from Tianqian sect, Shui Wanquan will fight you to the death. Lin Wuxian erupted into laughter upon hearing this. He cast a scornful glance at Shui Wanquan and disdainfully remarked, You, a mere child, still wet behind the ears, dares to shout at me. Utterly deluded. With that, he waved his hand, a powerful force sending Shui Wanquan flying, crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing from her mouth. Elder Shui, the surrounding disciples gasped in shock, rushing to her side, their eyes filled with concern. Lin Wuxian snorted coldly, ignoring the crowd, and turned to Lin Mingyuan and Qin Jianzi behind him, saying, Let us depart. With that, the 3 transformed into streaks of light, vanishing into the horizon. Above Tianqian sect, only devastation remained, alongside the despairing disciples. Meanwhile, Lu Chun and Lu Juyo were hastily making their way to Tianqian sect. Lu Juyo. How long until we arrive? Lu Chun asked anxiously. I have a foreboding that something terrible is about to happen. Lu Juyo replied solemnly. Young master, at our current speed, we will reach Tianqian sect in no more than half an hour. Half an hour, Lu Chun murmured, hoping it would not be too late. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, a wave of intense unease washing over him. He abruptly lifted his head, gazing towards the direction of Tianqian sect. The horizon was awash in blood red, as if stained by gore. This is bad. Lu Chen's face changed dramatically, a sense of ominous foreboding rising within him. Something has happened to Tianqian's sect. Young master. What is it? Lu Juyo inquired. Noticing Lu Chen's unusual demeanor, Lu Chun did not respond. Instead, he summoned the spiritual energy within him, propelling his speed to its utmost, racing toward Tianxian's sect like a streak of light. Ruins and rivers of blood greeted him. The once grand and magnificent gate of Tianxian sect now stood as a twisted frame. Liu Qin staggered to the ground, struck by the devastation before him, as if struck by lightning. The familiar landscape was now shrouded in a bloody shadow, that he could hardly believe that in just 2 days, Tianxian sect had been transformed into a hellish nightmare. Young master, Lu Jio landed beside Lu Chun. His brow furrowed, eyes filled with gravity. Liu Chun ignored him, stumbling deeper into the ruins, hoarsely calling out, "Master, Grand Elder." The only response was the intermittent cries of the surviving disciples. A blood-soaked young disciple struggled to crawl over to Lu Chun, crying out, "Lu Shixiang, you have finally returned. Lin Wuxian, what has happened to him? Speak clearly." Lu Chun grasped the disciple's shoulders with immense force. "What of Lin Wuxian?" The disciple stammered. "Lin Wuxian has slaughtered the sect, capturing all the young disciples. The Grand Elder and Elder Shui have also been gravely injured." The disciple continued haltingly. "Captured all the young disciples?" Lu Chun felt a buzzing in his mind, his vision darkening. He released the disciple, collapsing to the ground, his fists clenched tightly. "This is too much." He recalled Shui Wanshuan's gentle smile before his departure, the Grand Elder's earnest admonitions, and the vibrant faces of the young disciples. Now all of it was destroyed, all because of him. "Young master, take care." Lu Juyo approached Lu Chun, gently patting his shoulder. Liu Chun suddenly lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot. "What has become of them?" "The Grand Elder and your master are gravely injured, but their lives are not in danger. I have administered healing elixirs to them, and they are currently recuperating," Lu Juyo said solemnly. Upon hearing this, Lu Chin's anxious heart eased slightly. Now was not the time for sorrow and self-reproach. He must rescue those abducted disciples. In which direction did Lin Wuxian go? Lu Chin asked, suppressing his grief. He headed northwest. According to that disciple, Lin Wuxian has proclaimed that you must appear within 3 days, or he will turn all the disciples into puppets. Lu Juyo's tone was icy. "Turn them into puppets?" Lu Chin's fist clenched once more, his knuckles cracking ominously. "Lin Wuxian, you shall pay for this. Can we catch up to him?" Lu Chun sprang to his feet, fixating his gaze on the northwest. Liu Juyo chuckled at his words. "3 little brats. I could crush them with one hand." Lu Chun said nothing further, transforming into a streak of light. Dashing toward the northwest, Liu Juyo followed closely, his speed astonishing. The two sped onward, with only one thought in Lu Chen's mind: catch up to Lin Wuxian and rescue those disciples. Hours passed. Suddenly, Lu Jio halted. His brow furrowed, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Chapter 32. The Ancient Mazoret. "What is it?" Lu Chen asked, stopping his weld. Liu Jio remained silent, closing his eyes to carefully sense the surroundings. After a moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, a mocking smile spreading across his face. "These people are truly cowardly. They have even set a formation." Before he could finish, the sandy ground began to churn violently. Countless dark figures emerged from the sand, encircling the two. These shadows were grotesque in form, their faces twisted. The ancient Mazoret. Such trivial skills, and yet you dare to show off in front of me? Lu Jio's spiritual energy surged around him, ready to break through the array at any moment. "Wait!" Lu Chun raised his hand to stop him, his brows knitted tightly, scanning the densely packed sand figures surrounding them. "Something is amiss here," Liu Jio, growing impatient, replied. "Young master, they're merely soulless puppets. Why bother with them? Let me break the array." "No, look," Lu Chun pointed to a sand figure charging towards them, though they lack intelligence. "They seem very interested in something on us." Liu Jio followed Lu Chen's gaze. Indeed, while the sand figures attacked chaotically, they persistently attempted to approach them. Their actions resembled not aggression, but a desperate craving for something. Lu Chen's gaze fell upon the jade pendant at his waist. This pendant was pure white, engraved with the emblem of Tianxian sect, an identity symbol exclusive to entry-level disciples. That he suddenly recalled that blood-soaked disciple from earlier, who also seemed to possess this jade pendant. It is the pendant. A cold glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Lin Wuxian had abducted all the disciples, yet he had deliberately left this one behind to deliver a message. Even entrusting him with a jade pendant, he was orchestrating a trap to lure me into the formation. Lu Juyo's expression changed. Does the young master mean to turn the tables on him? Lu Chen declared. I shall see what tricks Lin Wuxian is truly playing. Although Lu Juyo was eager to eliminate the three quasi-saints without hesitation, he restrained himself and feigned being trapped within the formation alongside Lu Chen. Meanwhile, behind a sand dune outside the formation, Lin Wuxian and his companions observed everything within with cold indifference. Seeing Lu Chen and Lu Juyo ensnared, he let out a triumphant sneer. Huh, a quasi-saint of the demonic path. Even if your protector is immensely powerful, you shall find it impossible to break free from this ancient maze of illusions. Hearing his words, Qin Jianzi inquired, should we activate the formation now and refine them into puppets? Not yet. A cruel glint flickered in Lin Wuxian's eyes that I intend to torment him thoroughly first, to let him taste despair, before transforming him into a puppet, forever unable to reincarnate, at Lin Wuxian's command. The sand figures within the formation launched a frenzied assault on Lu Chen and Lu Juyo. The two fought while retreating, appearing to be in a dire situation, but in truth, they were secretly observing the changes in the formation, searching for traces of the abducted disciples. Young master, although these sand figures are bothersome, they pose no real threat, Lu Juyo said while fending off their attacks. If I unleash my full power, I could obliterate them all in an instant. Lu Chen slightly shook his head. We must not act recklessly. Since Lin Wuxian has set a trap, the disciples must be nearby. We should locate them first. Suddenly, Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. He spotted a hidden entrance beneath the feet of the sand figure statue, faintly visible. Over there! Just then, a chilling scream echoed from the entrance. A young disciple was dragged out by the sandmen and tossed at the base of the statue. The disciple was tattered and bloodied, clearly having endured inhumane torment. Senior Lu, save me. He weakly extended his hand. Lu Chen's heart tightened. This was indeed a disciple of the Tianxian sect. He was about to rush forward when Lu Juyo yanked him back. Young master, be cautious. It may be a trap. At that moment, the sand figure statue suddenly opened its massive mouth, a powerful suction drawing the disciple inside. The scream was abruptly cut off, and the disciple instantly turned into a pool of blood. The gruesome sight of the disciple's demise deeply shocked Lu Chen. His eyes turned crimson as he roared. Lin Wuxian, I will tear you to shreds. Young master, do not act impulsively. Lu Juyo grasped Lu Chen tightly. This place is strange. There must be traps. A trap? I care not for any traps. Lu Chen shrugged off Lu Juyo's hand. My fellow disciples are suffering. How can I stand idly by? Without a second thought, Lu Chen charged towards the sand figure statue. Reluctantly, Lu Juyo followed closely, transforming his own spiritual energy into a barrier to protect Lu Chen. Upon reaching the base of the statue, Lu Chen discovered a layer of transparent restrictions at the entrance. He raised his fist to strike the barrier, but it felt as though he were hitting cotton, utterly ineffective. The barrier merely trembled slightly before returning to calm. Allow me. Lu Juyo stepped forward, with a flash of sword light. The cracks in the barrier widened. Finally, with a resounding crack, it shattered completely. The entrance revealed itself, releasing a chilling aura accompanied by piercing screams. Without hesitation, Lu Chen leaped inside, followed closely by Lu Juyo. Within the entrance lay a narrow and dark corridor. Upon reaching its end, they beheld a vast underground space. In the center of the space stood a towering altar, bound with dozens of Tianxian sect disciples, each on the brink of death, having clearly suffered brutal torment. Lin Wuxian, Qin Jianzi, and Lin Mingyuan stood beside the altar. Upon seeing Lu Chen and Lu Juyo enter, Lin Wuxian sneered. You came quite swiftly. However, the three paid no mind to Lu Chen, their gazes fixed squarely on Lu Juyo. In their eyes, no matter how monstrous Lu Chen might be, he was but an insignificant insect. The real target was Lu Juyo. Qin Jianzi could not help but mock. Tiske, who would have thought that a dignified quasi-saint of the demonic path would willingly act as a dog. Truly an eye-opener. Lu Juyo's expression remained impassive, his cold gaze fixed upon the three. A terrifying pressure slowly emanated, causing the temperature in the entire underground space to plummet. The invisible weight caused Lin Wuxian and his companions' expressions to change dramatically. Qin Jianzi's eyelids twitched violently as he barked. "Something's amiss. Attack together. Do not give him a moment to breathe." Qin Jianzi struck first, forming a seal with his hands that a green flying sword shot forth. Qin Yun's sword. Cleave the heavens. The sword's body shimmered with green light, embodying a terrifying sword intent, aimed directly at Lu Jiuyo's face. Lin Mingyuan followed suit, shaking his long spear at a glimmer of cold light. Dragon spear pierced the soul. Like a dragon emerging from the sea, the spear tip exuded a chilling radiance, sealing off Lu Jiuyo's retreat. Lin Wuxian formed seals with both hands, chanting incantations. Golden runes flew from his body, swirling in the air like golden dragons. These runes ultimately converged, morphing into a massive golden hand, descending with the intent to annihilate. Chapter 33. Quasi-Saints as Insects. The golden hand descended with earth-shattering might, as the three quasi-saints simultaneously unleashed their power, causing the entire underground space to tremble. Debris flew, dust billowed. The dozens of Tianqian sect disciples on the altar were filled with terror. Should this weight come crashing down, they would all be buried alive. Faced with the combined assault of the three quasi-saints, Lu Jiuyo stood unwavering. Not even blinking, he simply struck the air above him with great force. An overwhelming power erupted, sending the earth and stone above the underground space flying, revealing a vast opening. Sunlight poured in, illuminating the dark space. Immediately, he coldly regarded Lin Wuxian and his companions. He allowed the flying sword, spear, and giant hand to descend upon him. However, astonishingly, these attacks landed upon Lu Jiuyo as if they were mere drops in the ocean. Not stirring a single wave. It was as though an invisible barrier surrounded him, repelling all assaults. How is this possible? Lin Wuxian was dumbfounded. The three quasi-saints had joined forces. Such a situation had not occurred in nearly a century. Yet now they faced this outcome. What realm is he at? A sage. Lin Mingyuan stared blankly, his actions frozen. Not only him, but Qin Jianzi was equally astonished. Is this all you are capable of? Quasi-saints. Merely insects, Lu Jiuyo scoffed disdainfully, slowly raising his right hand. A terrifying suction suddenly erupted. This force was like a massive vortex, drawing everything around it inward. Lin Wuxian and his companions' faces changed dramatically as they felt an irresistible power pulling them toward Lu Jiuyo. Their internal spiritual energy surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. "This is bad," Lin Wuxian shouted in terror, attempting to break free from the pull, but found it utterly futile that he watched helplessly as he was drawn ever closer to Lu Jiuyo. The fear in his heart intensifying. Qin Jianzi and Lin Mingyuan were in the same predicament. They exerted every ounce of strength to resist, yet found themselves sinking deeper. Their terrified gazes met, each seeing profound despair reflected in the other's eyes. "You dare to offend my young master? Mere insects?" Lu Jiuyo's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. As soon as he finished speaking, he spread his fingers wide. An even more terrifying force erupted, instantly enveloping Lin Wuxian and the others. They screamed in agony as their bodies began to twist and contort. Bones cracked with a sickening sound, skin ruptured inch by inch, blood splattered. Ultimately, the three exploded in midair, transforming into a mist of blood that scattered into the atmosphere. A pungent scent of blood filling the air. The fall of quasi-saints shook the entire Kangwu realm. The heavens wept, and torrential rain began to pour. Meanwhile, in the underground space, blood rained down, staining the altar and the terrified eyes of the Tianqian sect disciples. However, this fear lasted but a moment before being replaced by an inexplicable exhilaration. The seniors truly powerful. Quasi-saints are but insects. My heavens! Senior Lu, who exactly are you? The disciples gazed at Lu Chun with a mixture of awe and reverence. They had never witnessed such terrifying power, nor had they ever contemplated the possibility of someone effortlessly crushing three quasi-saints into oblivion. Listening to the inquiries from the disciples behind him, Lu Chun could not help but chuckle. With his hands clasped behind his back, he cast a disdainful glance, inadvertently exuding an air of authority. This aura was not a deliberate facade. Enough about that. How are you all? Lu Chen's smile faded as he surveyed the crowd, his tone laced with genuine concern. Observing the tattered and disheveled state of his disciples, he quickly retrieved some healing elixirs from his storage ring and distributed them among them. Thank you, Senior Brother Lu. The disciples exclaimed, their voices thick with gratitude as they received the elixirs. Watching them swallow the potions and channel their energy to heal, Lu Chen finally felt a sense of relief. He turned his attention to Lu Jiuyu, who was idly toying with 3 storage rings, likely the remnants of the unfortunate quasi-saints. Noticing Lu Chen's gaze, Lu Jiuyu casually tossed the rings over, her motion as graceful as if she were merely discarding pebbles. Lu Chen caught them deftly, and upon probing their contents with his consciousness, he was momentarily stunned by the sights within. Goodness, these 3 old fellows were indeed affluent. Rare spiritual herbs and high-tier elixirs were piled high, with several artifacts radiating a faint holy aura that dazzled Lu Chen's eyes. Many of the elixirs were entirely unfamiliar to him, let alone having seen them before. Among the contents of one ring lay a vibrant green herb, exuding a robust vitality. Merely approaching it made Lu Chen feel a stir of spiritual energy within him. What is this? Lu Chen inquired, curiosity piqued. Lu Jiuyu glanced over, her tone unperturbed. That's a soul-returning herb, though merely a third-tier item. It is considered a holy medicine for healing in the lower realms. Even if one is on the brink of death, it can bring them back. Lu Chen inhaled sharply. This herb was truly an essential remedy for all occasions, whether for travel, combat, or plunder. He carefully stowed the precious plant away, secretly contemplating that such treasures should not be hoarded alone, but rather returned to enrich the foundation of the Tianxian sect. With these resources, the overall strength of the sect would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Once the disciples had sufficiently healed, Lu Chen summoned Lu Jiuyu to lead them back to the Tianxian sect. With a wave of her hand, Lu Jiuyu tore through the fabric of space, and the group entered in single file, vanishing from sight in an instant. That moment, outside the gates of the Tianxian sect, chaos reigned. The once magnificent gates now lay in ruins. Ling Zhu led the various sect leaders, who stood outside the wreckage, each wearing a smug expression. Ah, what a tragedy. The Tianxian sect truly reaps what it sows. Having offended the Heavenly Tao sect, its destruction was merely a matter of time, jeered Lai Zhongping, the leader of the Laihua sect. A wiry elder beside him chuckled sinisterly. Indeed, we shall then divide the resources of the Tianxian sect among ourselves. I've heard their treasure vault holds many fine items, especially that Tianxian sword, an authentic holy artifact. Another sect leader rubbed his hands together, his eyes glinting with greed. Ling Zhu, overhearing their words, felt her temper flare. It was not merely out of loyalty to the Tianxian sect. Rather, she was incensed that these treasures should rightfully belong to her. Feng Chao Tian seemed to sense Ling Zhu's irritation and quickly interjected. Everyone, it is possible that the 3 quasi-saints have already dealt with that demon. So ultimately, these matters will be decided by those 3 seniors. We should refrain from further discussion here. Chapter 34. The Heavenly Tao sect in shock. Are they all dead? Meanwhile, within the Heavenly Tao sect, in the center of the Grand Hall, 3 jade tablets shattered into fragments, symbolizing the fall of 3 quasi-saints. This news struck like a thunderclap, leaving the entire Heavenly Tao sect in a state of bewilderment. In the sect square, nearly 10,000 cultivators fell silent, their gazes fixated on an elderly figure on the high platform. The elder, with hair as white as snow and a stooped frame, commanded respect. And none of the elders dared to speak out of turn. For this was Lin Dao Xian, the previous sect master and the closest being to a saint within the sect. Ancestor, what has happened? An elder stammered in trepidation. Lin Dao Xian slowly opened his eyes, surveying the crowd. 3 quasi-saints have fallen. Upon hearing this, the square erupted into chaos. What? 3 quasi-saints have perished. How is that possible? Who could possess the power to slay 3 quasi-saints? Our Heavenly Tao sect's pillars have fallen. What are we to do? Voices of panic and speculation fill the air. With a sudden wave of his robe, Lin Daoxian unleashed a formidable pressure that enveloped the entire square. Silencing the tumult. Silence, he bellowed, his murky eyes sparkling with cold fury. What is there to be afraid of? Our heavenly Dao sect has stood for millennia. How can we be brought down by this minor setback? Send out orders for a thorough investigation. Whoever dares to kill our quasi-saints shall pay a price 1,000-fold. Yes, the crowd responded in unison. Meanwhile, Lu Chun and his companions had returned to the Tianxian sect. The scene before him ignited a fire of rage within Lu Chun. The sect leaders from various factions had gathered like vultures, their faces alight with avarice as they eagerly discussed how to divide the resources of the Tianxian sect. The Tianxian sword is a holy artifact. It will be mine, proclaimed a corpulent sect leader, rubbing his greasy hands together, nearly drooling. Dream on. The treasure vault of the Tianxian sect is mine. Lu Chen's eyes glinted with cold light as he retorted, "Who says the Tianxian sect is finished?" The crowd turned in shock, terror washing over them as they beheld Lu Chun and Lu Jiuyu returning unscathed. Particularly striking was Lu Chun, who bore not a single trace of blood. Could it be that the three quasi-saints had already? Lai Zhongping's face turned ashen, stuttering, "Oh, Lu Chun, you are not dead?" Lu Chun let out a chilling laugh. And with a flicker of light from his hand, three uniquely styled holy artifacts appear before them. Indeed, the weapons of the previously fallen quasi-saints. What do you think? A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. They understood all too well what these three holy artifacts represented. The three quasi-saints had truly perished. Lu Jiuyu stood expressionless behind Lu Chun as the sect leaders trembled in fear, their legs weakening, desperate to kneel and beg for mercy. Just moments ago, they had been arrogant and domineering, but now they resembled lost dogs, too frightened to even breathe. Lai Zhongping was the first to kneel, a mournful expression on his face as he pleaded. "Young Master Lu, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Please spare me." Seeing this, the others quickly followed suit, kneeling and begging for mercy. Their earlier bravado vanished entirely. "Young Master Lu, your might is unparalleled, destined to unify the world. The Tianxian sect shall reign supreme, and we vow to serve you for eternity." Flattery poured forth, causing Lu Chun to feel a wave of nausea. He cast a cold glance over the assembly, choosing not to pursue the matter further. His purpose was not to kill, but to instill fear in the malicious. The Tianxian sect shall rebuild its gates, and I invite you all to witness the ceremony. Lu Chen's voice was soft yet clear, reaching the ears of every person present. They quickly acquiesced, though inwardly they lamented, realizing this was no invitation, but rather a trap. Among the crowd, Ling Zhu and Feng Chao Tian turned pale, quietly retreating. They had previously taken pleasure in Lu Chen's misfortunes. Now that he had returned, they could hardly expect a favorable outcome. "Did I allow you to leave?" Lu Chen's voice, like a death knell, froze them in place. In the next moment, Lu Chen's figure appeared before them. Feng Chao Tian was so terrified that he collapsed to the ground. "That I was wrong. Lu Chun, I truly was wrong. I deserve to die." Ling Zhu was no better off, trembling and as pale as a sheet. Having relied on Lin Fan's protection, she had mocked Lu Chun mercilessly. Now, with the three quasi-saints dead, where could she run? The memories of her previous humiliations toward Lu Chun replayed in her mind like a series of resounding slaps to her face. Lu Chun, Ling Zhu stuttered, unsure of what to say. Pleading for mercy, she had thoroughly offended Lu Chun. Lu Chun looked down at her, his eyes icy. "How would you prefer to die?" Ling Zhu felt a wave of terror wash over her, a chill racing up her spine. "Arrest her and hold her until the Tianxian sect is rebuilt, at which point we shall decide her fate." Lu Chun waved his hand, dismissively. Two Tianxian sect disciples stepped forward, dragging the paralyzed Ling Zhu away. Seeing this, Feng Chao Tian's heart was filled with dread, and he hastily prostrated himself, crying out for mercy. "Young Master Lu, please spare me. I beg for your grace." Lu Chun did not even glance in his direction. Turning to Lu Jiuyu, "Elder Jiuyu, I leave this matter in your capable hands." Lu Jiuyu slightly nodded, and with a gentle tremor of the Xiantian gun in his hand, an overwhelming aura of terror instantaneously enveloped the entire arena. Within 3 days, the sects that participated in the siege of Tianxian sect must deliver all their resources to the sect and surrender a portion of their disciples to serve within Tianxian sect for 100 years as a form of punishment. Any defiance will be met with ruthless execution. The leaders of various sects appeared ashen-faced, daring neither to express their anger nor to voice their grievances. They had initially intended to seize the opportunity to plunder Tianxian sect's resources, only to find themselves striking against an impenetrable wall. With the fall of 3 quasi-saints, and Lu Chun and Lu Jiuyu returning unscathed, they had no room left for resistance. They could only swallow their grievances and comply obediently. Lu Chun paid no heed to these petty clowns and turned back to Tianxian sect. Although the sect had endured a great battle, its losses were not overly significant. The protective mountain array proved to be beyond imagination. Deflecting the majority of the assaults, upon returning to the sect, Lu Chun handed 3 storage rings to Shui Wanwan. "Master, these are the spoils of war. Please examine them for any items of use." Shui Wanwan accepted the rings, her consciousness probing within, and she was instantly awestruck by the treasures contained therein. "Heavens, so many treasures!" she exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment. The 3 rings were filled with various rare materials. Medicinal pills, magical artifacts, and even a few sacred items. The wealth accumulated over many years by the 3 quasi-saints now fell into Lu Chen's hands. Liu Chen smiled and said, "You may distribute these as you see fit. The reconstruction of Tianxian sect is imminent and will require ample resources." Shui Wanwan nodded and began to meticulously assess the treasures within the rings. By the way, there is one more matter. Lu Chun suddenly recalled, "I need to enter seclusion for a period to consolidate my cultivation." Shui Wanwan looked up, concern etched on her face. "Are you all right?" Lu Chun shook his head. "I am fine. It is merely a bit taxing. The battle against the 3 quasi-saints did not require my direct intervention. However, Lu Jiuyu had informed me in advance that as long as those individuals did not bully the weak, I would likely not need to intervene. Thus, Lu Chun needed to swiftly elevate his strength. After all, returning to the higher realms could not rely solely on Lu Jiuyu's assistance. You may rest assured and focus on your seclusion. I will manage the affairs of the sect," Shui Wanwan gently assured him. Liu Chun smiled faintly, and then turned toward his cave dwelling. 3 days later, in accordance with Lu Jiuyu's demands. The various sects delivered their resources and disciples to Tianxian sect. As they beheld the mountain of resources, the grand elders Shui Wanwan and the other elders could not help but marvel. This truly is an overnight fortune. With these resources, the reconstruction of Tianxian sect progressed at an astonishing pace. Within just a few months, the previously devastated mountain gate was revitalized, appearing even more majestic than before. The disciples sent to serve were engaged in various menial tasks within the sect. Inside the cave dwelling, spiritual energy permeated the air, resembling a celestial paradise. Liu Chun sat cross-legged, surrounded by resplendent radiance. The spoils of war from the earlier conflict, combined with the resources from the 3 quasi-saints' storage rings, transformed into pure energy that surged into his body. His aura steadily ascended, breaking through the barriers of cultivation like a chrysalis emerging into a butterfly. He advanced through the stages of the divine fire realm, initial, mid, and late stages, until, with a resounding boom, Lu Chun firmly established himself at the first layer of the divine fire realm. Slowly, he opened his eyes, 2 beams of brilliance shooting forth, causing the spiritual energy within the cave to ripple. The first layer of the divine fire realm. This sensation is truly delightful. Upon emerging from seclusion, Lu Chun discovered that Tianxian sect had transformed dramatically. The once ruined mountain gate now stood rebuilt, more grandiose than ever. The number of disciples had also significantly increased, each brimming with vitality and vigor, resulting in a notable enhancement of overall strength. The disciples sent by other sects diligently engaged in various tasks, each cautious and no longer exhibiting their previous arrogance. Liu Chun Shixiang. Lu Chun Shixiang has emerged from seclusion. Upon seeing Lu Chun, many disciples respectfully bowed, their eyes filled with reverence. Liu Chun nodded slightly and made his way directly to the main hall of the peak. Inside, Shui Wanwan was attending to sect affairs. Upon noticing Lu Chen's arrival, her face lit up with a joyful smile. "Chenair, you have emerged." "Indeed, Master," Lu Chen replied, approaching Xue Wanwan with concern. "I appreciate your hard work during this time." Xue Wanwan shook her head, softly stating, "It was not arduous. The reconstruction of the sect greatly benefited from the resources you provided, and everything is progressing in a positive direction now." "That is good to hear." Lu Chen nodded and then inquired, "By the way, is there any news from the Tian Dao sect?" Xue Wanwan's expression shifted slightly as she replied solemnly, "The news of the three quasi-saints' demise has spread throughout the entire Kangwu realm. Yet no one knows who is responsible. However, the Tian Dao sect has been unusually quiet of late, an unsettling silence indeed." Upon hearing this, a flash of realization crossed Lu Chen's eyes as he silently mused. "It seems that Senior Lu Jiuyu has already visited the Tian Dao sect." At the Tian Dao sect, Lin Daoxian sat in the grand hall, his expression ominously dark. 3 days prior, while he was in seclusion, Lu Jiuyu had suddenly appeared before him. Tian Dao sect. "Ah, remember this, you insignificant ants from the lower realms. Do not speak of this matter again. Let the old ghosts in your Tian Dao sect manage their own mouths. Matters among the younger generation should be resolved by themselves. Do you understand my meaning?" After speaking, Lu Jiuyu vanished from sight. In that moment, Lin Daoxian's back was already drenched in cold sweat. Below, the elders were as silent as gravestones, not daring to breathe. "Old ancestor, shall we continue the investigation?" one elder cautiously inquired. Lin Daoxian snapped back to reality, slamming his hand on the table in fury. "Investigate what? If we keep this up, our Tian Dao sect is finished. Immediately issue orders to halt all inquiries and recall all quasi-saints and elders from outside." After a moment's contemplation, Lin Daoxian issued a stern command. "Once everyone returns, seal the mountain. No one is allowed to enter or exit without my command." The elders were taken aback, their faces filled with alarm. "Seal the mountain? This is a significant matter. Silence. Do as I say." Lin Daoxian bellowed, cutting off the elders' protests. Days later, within Tianxian sect, Lu Chen was discussing future plans with Xue Wanwan. "The Tian Dao sect has sealed their mountain?" Lu Chen expressed his surprise upon receiving the news. "Yes, the information is absolutely reliable," Xue Wanwan confirmed with a nod. "It seems they've been thoroughly frightened." Lu Chen let out a cold laugh, saying, "A mountain seal is good. It saves us the trouble of seeking them out." "Chenair, what do you plan to do next?" Xue Wanwan inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen replied, "Now that I have broken through to the divine fire realm, it is time for me to venture out and experience the world. The Kangwu realm is too small. I wish to explore broader horizons." Xue Wanwan's eyes flickered with concern, but she ultimately nodded. "Very well. Going out to gain experience will be beneficial for you. However, do exercise caution. The outside world is more perilous than the Kangwu realm." "Rest assured, Master. I will take good care of myself," Lu Chen assured with a confident smile. That moment, a disciple rushed in, panicked, and shouted, "Not good! Sect Master, we have a crisis. What is so alarming?" Xue Wanwan furrowed her brow and asked. The disciple gasped for breath, saying, "A gigantic teleportation array has suddenly appeared at the foot of the mountain." Hearing the report, Lu Chen smiled knowingly. He understood that even if he ventured out, no one in the Kangwu realm would dare to provoke him. Moreover, this teleportation array was a signal from Lu Jiuyu, urging him to set forth. "Master, do not worry. I will not let you down," Lu Chen confidently declared, his eyes gleaming with determination. "By the way, Master, I will trouble you to take care of the sect's reconstruction." Xue Wanwan smiled gently. "Chenair, you need not worry. I will manage Tianxian sect well." "Very well," Lu Chen nodded, then gazed toward the distant teleportation array outside the hall, where an ancient array radiated a faint spiritual light. "Master, I must take my leave." Lu Chen took a deep breath and turned toward the teleportation array. Xue Wanwan watched Lu Chen's departing figure. Her eyes filled with reluctance. Yet, she understood that this was a path Lu Chen must traverse. As Lu Chen approached the teleportation array, he glanced back at Xue Wanwan with a slight smile. Then, with resolute determination, he stepped into the array that a brilliant white light enveloped him, and his figure vanished within the teleportation array. Chapter 36. The Central State Realm. The white light engulfed Lu Chen's form. After a dizzying spin, he landed heavily on the ground. Damn it, Lu Chen spat, wiping the dust from his face as he complained. Uncle Gio, could you not be a bit gentler? However, the surroundings were enveloped in silence, and there was no sign of Lu Ji. Lu Chen rose to his feet and surveyed his surroundings, only to discover that he found himself in a desolate plain, barren and devoid of any vegetation. Only a few peculiar stones in the distance adorned this lifeless expanse. The teleportation array had long since vanished without a trace. Lu Chen's surprise. However, the spiritual energy here was far more potent than that of the Kangwu realm. He took a deep breath, feeling his pores open up, and the divine fire within him flickered faintly. Jiu Shu, you can't possibly neglect to inform me which realm this is, Lu Chen called out to the sky. He was well aware that the other party was nearby. Sure enough, as soon as he uttered these words, the voice of Lu Juyo resonated in his ears. This is the Zhongzhou realm. It is considered a top-tier realm among the lower realms. Once you break through to the saint level, I will take you to ascend. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. It wasn't that he was unwilling to ascend. Rather, he was contemplating how to bring Shui Wanwan along. He wasn't a fool. He could discern the implications behind the words. Nevertheless, the immediate priority was to ascertain the circumstances here. Lu Chen muttered to himself and subsequently released his divine sense to probe the surroundings. However, he soon discovered that his divine sense was severely restricted, only able to cover a radius of about 10 miles. This revelation sent a chill through his heart. It seemed this was the heavenly Tao suppression within the realm. Just then, a powerful surge of spiritual energy rippled from afar, accompanied by a deafening roar. Lu Chen's heart raced, and he immediately concealed himself. He observed a dark mass of cultivators soaring towards him from the horizon. Clad in black armor and wielding various weapons, they exuded an air of coldness and menace. The weakest among them were at the immortal bridge realm. Lu Chen noticed that each of their armors bore a golden character for heaven. He mused internally. Heaven, could this be a major power in this world? These cultivators moved with astonishing speed, swiftly approaching Lu Chen's vicinity. They seemed to be in pursuit of someone, their expressions twisted with malice and murderous intent. Damn it, let him escape, roared the leading cultivator. Pursue, we must capture him. Another cultivator echoed. Without pausing, the group of cultivators continued their chase, quickly disappearing into the horizon. Once they had moved far away, Lu Chen emerged from his hiding place. It appeared that this world was far from peaceful, and he resolved to find a place to gather information about this realm before making further plans. Determining his direction, Lu Chen set off towards the east. After flying for quite some time, he finally glimpsed the outline of a city. His heart leaped with joy, and he quickened his pace. The city was grand in scale, with towering walls that reached the clouds. Adorned with various defensive formations, the city gates bustled with activity, a scene of vibrant liveliness. Lu Chen landed at the entrance, blending into the crowd as he observed his surroundings. Have you heard? The Tianwu Sacred Land is currently recruiting disciples. As long as you pass the assessment, you can join the Sacred Land and enjoy its resources and powerful techniques. Is that true? The Tianwu Sacred Land is one of the most powerful forces in the Zhongzhou realm. Being able to join there is a tremendous opportunity. Absolutely true. My cousin is cultivating in the Tianwu Sacred Land, and he told me personally. Lu Chen approached a young cultivator who was engaged in animated conversation and inquired, May I ask, what are the requirements to join the Tianwu Sacred Land? The young cultivator scrutinized Lu Chen with a dismissive expression. Kid, the Tianwu Sacred Land is not a place just anyone can enter. Don't be gullible. You might end up wasting your time. Lu Chen remained unfazed, offering a faint smile. From a storage ring, he produced a spirit stone exuding a warm glow and discreetly placed it in the young man's hand. The young cultivator's eyes brightened, and the disdain on his face vanished in an instant. Esteemed friend, you must be a person of exceptional talent. To join the Tianwu Sacred Land, you need to go to Tianwu City to take the assessment. Oh, Tianwu City? Lu Chen feigned contemplation. May I ask how one travels to Tianwu City? The young cultivator paused for a moment, seemingly questioning Lu Chen's intelligence. Such a question was something any knowledgeable cultivator would already know. However, having received the Spirit Stone, he patiently explained, in the major cities, there are generally teleportation arrays that connect to one another. Once there, as long as you pay a certain amount of Spirit Stones, you can go directly to IC. Lu Chen nodded, silently noting that the Zhongzhou realm bore similarities to the Kangwu realm, albeit with a significantly richer spiritual energy and a higher overall strength among cultivators. Where is this teleportation array located? The young cultivator pointed ahead. Just follow this main road, and you'll see the entrance to the teleportation array. However, you must hurry. The activation times for the teleportation array are unpredictable. If you miss it, you'll have to wait for the next wave. Thank you for your guidance. Lu Chen replied with a respectful nod before proceeding in the direction indicated by the young man. His primary concern was to swiftly understand the powers and rules of this world to facilitate his actions. Upon arriving at the entrance to the teleportation array, Lu Chen found it bustling with people. A lively crowd of cultivators in a variety of strange attire. It appeared the Zhongzhou realm truly was a place teeming with hidden talents. Lu Chen sighed inwardly as he positioned himself at the back of the queue, quietly observing the scene around him. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze wafted by, prompting Lu Chen to turn his head. He beheld a maiden clad in a flowing light purple gown approaching gracefully. The young woman was breathtakingly beautiful and exuded an ethereal charm. Drawing the attention of many cultivators nearby, she approached Lu Chen, smiled slightly, revealing two delicate dimples. "Young sir, are you also heading to Tianwu City for the assessment?" Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, then responded with a courteous bow. "Indeed, I am. My name is Zian. May I ask how to address you?" Her voice was melodious, akin to the song of a lark. "I am Lu Chen, Lu Gongzi. A pleasure to meet you," Zian replied with a charming smile that radiated allure. Eliciting an instinctive desire to approach her, Lu Chen noted inwardly that while this woman was stunning, she also emanated a subtle aura that hinted at her not being a human cultivator. However, he chose not to confront her about it, responding politely instead. The two engaged in light conversation until it was Lu Chen's turn to pay the spirit stones for teleportation. "Lu Gongzi, we shall meet again in Tianwu City," Zian said with a playful smile, waving farewell as she turned to enter another teleportation array. Having paid the spirit stones, Lu Chen stepped into the teleportation array. A flash of white light enveloped him, and he felt as though the world was spinning. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an even grander and more magnificent city. Chapter 37. Do not blame San Yi for being ruthless at the city gate. A massive signboard bore the words Tianwu City in a flamboyant script. Just then, a piercing voice rang out. "Who dares to block this young lady's path?" Lu Chen furrowed his brow and turned to look. A young girl, clad in a striking red brocade robe and adorned with extravagant decorations, glared at him with indignation. Behind her trailed several young cultivators dressed similarly, all exuding an air of arrogance. Lu Chen sidestepped, intending to bypass the haughty girl. However, to her, this movement seemed like a blatant disregard. Her brows furrowed, and her almond eyes widened. She raised her hand, accompanied by a waft of fragrance, aimed straight at Lu Chen's cheek. The expected sound of impact did not occur. Lu Chen's gaze turned cold as he swiftly seized the delicate wrist of the girl. She yelped in pain, her face flushing crimson. "Presumptuous! How dare you lay hands on me?" she exclaimed, attempting to break free of Lu Chen's grasp. Yet, she found her wrist ensnared as if in a vice. "Bold ruffian, release the young lady at once," shouted the young cultivators behind her, rushing forward. A flicker of disdain crossed Lu Chen's eyes as he released the girl's wrist. Before the group of followers could approach, he charged forward. These opponents were at most of the divine fire realm. While Lu Chen wouldn't claim invincibility, he was confident in his superiority within the same realm. No one would dare contest him for the title of second. That a few muffled grunts later, the followers lay sprawled on the ground, moaning in agony. The girl, witnessing this, was both shocked and enraged, her face pale as she cried out, "Do you know who I am? I'm the daughter of the city lord of Tianwu City. Nangongyu, you dare harm my people. You are doomed." Lu Chen brushed off non-existent dust from his sleeves, his expression indifferent as he replied, "I have no concern for your identity. It would be best if you refrain from provoking me further." With that, He ignored Nan Gongyu and strode towards the city gate. Nan Gongyu was thoroughly incensed by Lu Chen's nonchalant demeanor, her chest heaving with rage. However, a flicker of malice crossed her mind as she muttered to herself. Daring to treat me, Nan Gongyu, in such a manner, you shall pay for this. With that, she chose not to pursue Lu Chun, instead casting a disdainful glance at her fallen subordinates. Get up quickly, truly a bunch of useless fools. Upon entering Tianwu City, Lu Chun was immediately struck by the breathtaking sights before him. The wide streets were lined with bustling shops, and the air was filled with the incessant calls of vendors. A dazzling array of rare and exquisite treasures overwhelmed the senses, rendering one momentarily speechless. As Lu Chun inquired about the assessment news of the Tianwu sacred land, he simultaneously searched for a suitable place to rest. He noticed that ever since he had entered Tianwu City, he had been discreetly followed. That it was evident that these were individuals sent by Nan Gongyu. However, he paid little mind to it. Even if they were to act, what could they achieve? At worst, he could simply leave. Moreover, if the city lord of Tianwu dared to intervene, Lu Chun was confident that Lu Jiuyo would teach him a lesson in humility. With this thought in mind, he stepped into a restaurant named Tianxiang Tower. The establishment was lavishly decorated, and an enticing aroma wafted through the air, drawing many cultivators to pause. Liu Chun ordered several signature dishes and began to eat leisurely. The one tailing him, upon seeing him enter the restaurant, hurried inside to report to Nan Gongyu. Miss, that fellow has entered Tianxiang Tower. A man with a sharp chin and a wiry frame bowed as he spoke. Nan Gongyu, leisurely savoring her fragrant tea, curled her lips into a cold smile upon hearing this. Oh, Tianxiang Tower? That is one of the most expensive restaurants in Tianwu City. It seems this fellow is rather affluent. She commanded, Go, keep a close watch on him and observe his movements. Yes, miss, the man complied and departed. Nan Gongyu set down her teacup, suddenly recalling the proprietress of Tianxiang Tower, a bewitchingly charming woman. It was said that no man who had encountered her had escaped her grasp. Dare to provoke me, Nan Gongyu. I shall let you taste the depths of temptation. A sense of pride swelled within her as she envisioned Lu Chun utterly entranced. After feasting, Lu Chun rose to leave Tianxiang Tower. Instead of returning to the inn directly, he wandered towards the outskirts of the city. The person trailing him quickened their pace, closely following behind. That Liu Chun arrived at a secluded grove outside the city. He deliberately slowed his steps, feigning ignorance of his pursuer. After following me for so long, shouldn't you reveal yourself? Lu Chun paused and spoke casually. No sooner had his words left his mouth than a figure clad in black sprang from the thicket. Kid, if you know what's good for you, surrender quietly and come with me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu Chun found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Did Nan Gongyu truly underestimate him this much? She had merely sent one person to confront him. Moreover, this individual seemed reluctant to cause him harm. Was he merely intent on taking him back? Seeing Lu Chun silent, Zhang Dashan lunged at him. His towering physique resembled a small mountain. Exuding an overwhelming pressure, Liu Chun soon realized that this man was actually at the pinnacle of the divine fire realm. His fighting spirit ignited. This was an excellent opportunity to hone his skills. Rather than retreating, Lu Chun advanced, evading Zhang Dashan's attack effortlessly. Hey, you have some skill, Zhang Dashan exclaimed, astonished at Lu Chun's swiftness. That he swung his fist again, the wind howling as it carried a tremendous force. Lu Chun remained unfazed, dodging with ease. With such meager abilities, you think you can apprehend me? Zhang Dashan's fury ignited. You arrogant brat. He charged at Lu Chun once more, this time unleashing his full strength. His fists fell like rain, relentless and furious. Liu Chun, like a bolt of lightning, weaved through the barrage of punches, evading each strike effortlessly. Your speed is commendable, but unfortunately, your strength is lacking. As Zhang Dashan grew increasingly alarmed. He had not anticipated Lu Chun's formidable prowess. Now it's my turn, Lu Chun declared, abruptly halting. He unleashed a punch, swift as lightning and imbued with terrifying might. A resounding crash echoed as Zhang Dashan was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. How was this possible? Zhang Dashan's eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom being bested by youth who appeared so youthful. Liu Chun approached Zhang Dashan with an expression of indifference. "Who are you?" Zhang Dashan stammered, struggling to formulate the question that Liu Chun came to reply. Zhang Dashan pondered for a moment. As a warrior of the Tianwu City Lord's estate, he had certainly heard of various gifted cultivators. Yet he could not recall any sect associated with the name Liu Chun. Disregarding Zhang Dashan's confusion, Liu Chun continued, "Return to Nangong Yu and inform her that it would be wise not to provoke me again. Otherwise, she shall bear the consequences." With that, Liu Chun turned and departed, leaving Zhang Dashan trembling on the ground. Chapter 38. The Fox Clan's hospitality upon returning to Tianxiang Tower. Liu Chun sensed an odd atmosphere. The restaurant was devoid of patrons, save for the proprietress, an enchanting woman who sat behind the counter, idly playing with an abacus. Upon noticing Liu Chun's entrance, a glimmer of intrigue flashed in her eyes. She rose gracefully, swaying her slender waist as she approached him. "Ah, esteemed guest, you have returned. I've been waiting for you for quite some time." Her voice was sultry and beguiling, sending shivers down one's spine. Liu Chun frowned slightly. Something about the proprietress seemed off, though he could not pinpoint what was amiss. "Where is the key to my room?" he inquired. "Oh dear, esteemed guest, you jest. You haven't even checked in. How could there be a room key?" The proprietress giggled softly, her eyes sparkling with allure. A sinking feeling gripped Liu Chun. He distinctly remembered having paid for his lodging. "What do you mean?" he asked. His tone icy. A glint of cunning flickered in the proprietress's eyes as she leaned closer, her breath fragrant and inviting. "Dear guest, I have taken quite a liking to you at first sight. Why not stay with me tonight?" As she spoke, the proprietress extended her delicate hand to caress Liu Chun's cheek, that he seized her wrist firmly. "Who are you?" The proprietress's seductive smile froze in place. The hand that had been stroking Liu Chun's cheek halted mid-air, her eyes wide with astonishment. This charm technique, which she had mastered over the years, had never failed her until now. "You have sharp eyes. Young man, it seems my little trick cannot escape your notice." She withdrew her hand, stepping back gracefully, her demeanor shifting from seductive to playfully mischievous. "May I inquire as to how you wish to be addressed?" "Liu Chun," he replied. "Liu Gongzi." The proprietress repeated the name softly, her gaze shifting with intrigue. "I am Husan Yang. Pleased to make your acquaintance." Liu Chun raised an eyebrow. This fox demon was surprisingly candid, not bothering to conceal her identity. "You must have guessed at this time. Nangong Yu has spent heavily to have me, Husan Yang, entertain you." She paused deliberately, casting a sultry glance at Liu Chun. "To entice you." "My dear guest." Liu Chun was taken aback by how readily this fox demon had divulged Nangong Yu's intentions. Husan Yang chuckled lightly at his expression, her laughter ringing like silver bells. "Oh, you think I am being disloyal?" Husan Yang asked, her tone teasing. Liu Chun remained silent, merely observing her. "What you may not know, dear guest, is that I am but a humble woman, most adept at recognizing circumstances. Nangong Yu is not to be trifled with. But you, Liu Gongzi," she trailed off, her eyes laden with meaning. "That I perceive a remarkable presence in you, suggesting you are no ordinary individual. Offending Nangong Yu may merely necessitate relocating to continue my business, but to offend you, dear Gongzi, would be an entirely different matter." She let her words hang in the air, leaving a palpable tension. Liu Chun smirked coldly. "So, you intend to switch sides? You jest, Liu Gongzi." "I have no such intentions. That I am merely trying to make a living." "Hu," Sanyang laughed, her eyes shimmering with charm. "Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me." "Oh? Is that so?" Liu Chun regarded her with interest, a master at the severing realm. Yet here she was, merely seeking a means to survive. "What do you suppose would happen if I were to disclose this information? How would the city lord's estate or the Tianwu sacred land react?" At his words, Husan Yang's smile faltered, freezing like a sculpted ice figure. The once sparkling allure in her eyes was replaced by a sharp glint of murderous intent, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, aimed directly at Liu Chun. The air around them felt charged, the atmosphere thick with tension. Yet, Liu Chun remained unfazed, appearing entirely at ease. He casually pulled a chair over and sat down, crossing his legs in a relaxed posture. This composure left Sanyang bewildered. She discreetly channeled her spiritual energy, attempting to gauge Lu Chen's cultivation level, only to find an impenetrable fog obscuring her view. Is this how the Fox clan extends its hospitality, remaining silent for so long without offering even a pot of tea? Lu Chen's voice echoed once more, shattering the eerie silence. He lifted his eyelids, regarding Hu Sanyang with a smile that was neither genuine nor dismissive. A chill ran through Hu Sanyang's heart, and the murderous intent in her eyes quickly dissipated, replaced by the seductive demeanor she had previously displayed. Her exquisite face blossomed anew with an enchanting smile, as if the earlier aura of hostility had merely been an illusion. Giggling, "My dear sir is indeed a remarkable person. I shall brew you some tea at once." Hu Sanyang chirped playfully, her graceful steps swaying her alluring hips as she glided towards the back room. As she walked, she cast a flirtatious glance over her shoulder. Yet, Lu Chen's gaze remained as clear as water, devoid of any ripple of emotion. Before long, Hu Sanyang returned, cradling an exquisite tea tray, but on it rested a purple clay teapot and 2 cups of white jade. She gently set the tray upon the table, then lifted the teapot to pour Lu Chen a cup that a fragrant aroma wafted forth. Refreshing and invigorating. My dear sir, do savor the spirit tea I personally brewed. It is made from the finest tea leaves. Something rare for most to enjoy, Hu Sanyang said, nudging the teacup toward Lu Chen. He lifted the cup and took a delicate sip, nodding in approval. Not bad indeed, fine tea. How delightful to hear. Hu Sanyang's smile grew even more beguiling. May I inquire what brings you here today, aside from enjoying tea? Do you have any requests? Requests are hardly the case. I merely seek clarification on certain matters I find perplexing and wish to consult with the esteemed Hu boss. Lu Chen replied, setting down his teacup, his gaze piercing into Hu Sanyang's eyes. What matters trouble you? Please do not hesitate to ask. I assure you I shall be forthright in my responses, Hu Sanyang said, her eyes flickering momentarily. Hu boss, why do you choose to assist Nangongyu? Lu Chen inquired directly, cutting to the heart of the matter. Hu Sanyang's smile faltered for a brief moment, but quickly returned to her usual demeanor. What a curious question, my dear sir. I am merely a businesswoman. I assist whomever pays the most. Is there anything amiss with that? Is that so? Yet, as I understand it, although Nangongyu hails from a prestigious family, as an unmarried woman, her monthly allowance must be rather limited. What sum could she possibly offer to entice a formidable warrior like yourself to serve her willingly? Lu Chen pressed, his tone assertive and unyielding. Hu Sanyang's expression finally shifted. She had not anticipated Lu Chen's insight into Nangongyu's circumstances. After a moment of silence, she sighed, "Indeed, my dear sir, you are quite astute. Nothing escaped your notice. It is true. Nangongyu cannot afford to pay me much, yet I am compelled to assist her. And what prompts such obligation?" Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, intrigued, because Hu Sanyang hesitated, her eyes betraying a complexity of emotions. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Interrupting her, the petite figure rushed in. Flustered. "3 young lady. 3 young lady. This is dire." It was none other than Hu Sanyang's personal maid, Xiao Qing, her fair forehead glistening with beads of sweat. Xiao Qing was one of the few fox demons in their clan who had not yet fully transformed, her fluffy white tail swishing nervously behind her. Upon entering, she scanned the room hastily, and her eyes widened in surprise upon spotting Lu Chen. But urgency took precedence, and she quickly addressed Hu Sanyang. "3 young lady, the people from Tianwu's sacred land have come to purge us again." "What?" Hu Sanyang's complexion paled instantly, her previously alluring visage now shrouded in frost. Lu Chen perceived the suppressed anger in her expression as she stood abruptly, her sudden movement causing the chair behind her to topple with a loud crash, resonating ominously in the quiet room. "What is happening? Did we not just pay the protection fee?" Hu Sanyang exclaimed, her earlier composure shattered. As she spoke, a realization struck her, darkening her expression further. Damn it, could it be that Nangongyan Hai is scheming behind the scenes? She hissed through clenched teeth. "Let us go to the city lord's mansion." Without a second thought, Hu Sanyang turned to leave, disregarding Lu Chen. She needed to confront the city lord immediately. Otherwise, their kind, struggling to survive in Tianwu City, would face grave peril. However, Just as she took a step forward, Lu Chun called out to her. Wait, I shall accompany you to Hu Sanyang halted abruptly, casting a glance back at Lu Chun, her expression inscrutable. She appraised him thoughtfully before finally nodding. Very well, let us go together. Thus, Lu Chun followed Hu Sanyang as they made their way toward the city lord's mansion. Along the way, Hu Sanyang remained silent, her countenance dark and foreboding, while Lu Chun appeared calm and collected. Each harbored their own thoughts as they walked in tandem. Soon, they arrived at the city lord's mansion, where the grand entrance stood firmly shut, flanked by 2 rows of armored soldiers, their expressions stern and their long spears held at the ready, emanating a palpable aura of menace. Liu Chun recalled the figures he had seen upon his arrival, who bore a striking resemblance to these soldiers, though the armor concealed any insignia they might wear. Who goes there? One soldier stepped forward as Hu Sanyang and Lu Chun approached, leveling his spear across his chest and demanding loudly. Hu Sanyang remained silent, retrieving a token from her bosom and tossing it to the soldier. He caught it and scrutinized it carefully. His expression shifted as he recognized its significance, and he immediately adopted an air of respect. Ah, it is Hu boss. My apologies, please come in, with a wave of his hand. The soldiers parted to grant them passage. Hu Sanyang snorted softly. Striding in with Lu Chun and TOW, as they entered, they encountered a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe, striding forth with an entourage, exuding an aura reminiscent of an emperor on a royal procession. The moment Hu Sanyang laid eyes on him, her already darkened expression deepened, as if stained by ink. She immediately recognized this hypocritical figure as Nangong Yanhai, the cunning fox of Tianwu's sacred land and a confidant of the city lord, Nangong Zhe. Nangong Yanhai, upon spotting Hu Sanyang, halted with a feigned smile plastered across his face, addressing them. Why, if it isn't 3 young lady? What brings you here? And this young man seems unfamiliar. Is he your new beau? Hu Sanyang fought to suppress the urge to slap him, her voice icy as she responded. Elder Nangong, your memory is indeed short. I am here to inquire about the meaning of the protection fee to we, the demon clan, have always paid punctually, never daring to default. Yet suddenly raising the fee seems rather irregular, does it not? Or is there some misunderstanding at play? Her words dripped with veiled hostility, practically daring Nangong Yanhai to respond. Yet he feigned innocence. 3 young lady. How could you imply that I, Nangong Yanhai, would intentionally trouble your clan? The Tianwu sacred land has always acted with integrity. We would never arbitrarily increase your protection. FEIT is simply that some among your kind have committed offenses and are harboring criminals. I am merely carrying out orders that Liu Chun remained silent. Observing the exchange, Hu Sanyang trembled with rage at Nangong Yanhai's shameless words, her breath coming in heavy bursts. The disciples clad in Tianwu sacred land attire, beside Nangong Yanhai, regarded the scene with eager anticipation. Seething, Hu Sanyang retorted, Nangong Yanhai, do not play the fool. We demons have always acted within our bounds. How could we harbor criminals? You are fabricating charges. Nangong Yanhai merely chuckled, his demeanor brimming with self-satisfaction. 3 young lady. I understand your desire to protect those individuals, but sometimes sacrifices must be made. Otherwise, he trailed off, his voice deliberately elongated, a hint of malice flickering in his gaze. It could very well lead to your own ruin. With that, he gestured to the disciples behind him. Let us depart. The assessment begins tomorrow. We must prepare. The group of Tianwu sacred land disciples strutted past Lu Chun, one of them deliberately bumping into him, radiating arrogance and disdain. Igniting a spark of resentment within him, Hu Sanyang's gaze remained fixed on Nangong Yanhai's retreating figure, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. Liu Chun gently patted her shoulder. 3 young lady, do not let him provoke you. It is not worth your ire. He merely bullies the weak while fearing the strong. The angrier you become, the more pleased he will be. It would be wiser to disregard him entirely. Upon hearing this, Hu Sanyang's demeanor visibly deflated. She took a deep breath and addressed Lu Chun, saying, Master Lu, you do not comprehend the intricacies of Nangong Yanhai. He is an inner elder of the heavenly martial sacred land. And moreover, he is a maternal uncle of the city lord, Nangong Zhe. His influence within the heavenly martial sacred land is nothing short of formidable. Chapter 40. A plan foiled. Are you disappointed? Although he purports to be here in Tianwu City to oversee tomorrow's examination, it is likely that he harbors ulterior motives, seeking to create trouble for our demon clan. Realization dawned upon Lu Chun. It became clear that this old fox, Nangong Yanhai, had never intended any goodwill and had come with the intent to provoke. His aims likely extended beyond mere suppression of the demon clan. He might even wish to eradicate them entirely. What nefarious heart this old fellow possesses. Noticing Lu Chun grasping the gravity of the situation, Hu Sanyang continued, Master Lu, at this juncture, we have no choice but to meet with City Lord Nangong Zhe. Though he is the nephew of Nangong Yanhai, he remains the lord of the city. And perhaps he can be reasoned with. Since Lu Chun had already arrived, Hu Sanyang decided there was no point in concealing any further details from him. He had come to understand everything, both what was necessary and what was not, that he nodded in agreement. Thus, Lu Chun and Xiao Chui, under the guidance of Umayyar, proceeded towards the city lord's mansion, true to its reputation as the heart of Tianwu City. The mansion sprawled over a vast area. Upon entering, Hu Sanyang instructed Lu Chun and Umayyar to wait in the reception hall while she sought out Nangong. As Lu Chun surveyed the opulent reception hall, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The grandeur of the city lord's mansion rivaled that of the imperial cities in the Kangwu realm. Shortly thereafter, a graceful maid glided in, carrying a tray of tea, and served it to Lu Chun and Umayyar. With some idle time on his hands, Lu Chun struck up a conversation with the maid. This sister, I heard from Sanyang that the city lord has been in seclusion for quite some time and seldom receives guests. Is that true? He inquired, feigning casual interest. The maid smiled gently and replied, You speak correctly, young master. The city lord has indeed been in seclusion for an extended period, and even within the mansion, it is rare for anyone to catch a glimpse of him. If Sanyang wishes to see the city lord, it may prove quite challenging. This. Lu Chen's brow furrowed slightly. It seemed that the hope of resolving matters through Nangong Zhe was indeed slim. The city lord was clearly intent on retreating into his shell, avoiding confrontation. He internally cursed the pair of uncle and nephew. They were truly cut from the same cloth, both lacking in integrity. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from outside the door. I heard that Hu Sanyang, that brazen vixen, is here. Where is she? I happen to have matters to discuss with her. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Chen's expression darkened. He recognized it all too well. It belonged to Nangong Yu. Nangong Yu strode into the reception hall. Her formerly arrogant demeanor evaporated, replaced by sheer astonishment as she pointed at Lu Chun and stammered. You? Lu Chun leisurely sipped his tea, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. What's the matter, Miss Nangong? Disappointed that your plans have fallen through? Realizing her lapse in composure, Nangong Yu quickly reined in her expression, assuming an air of haughty indifference. What do I have to be disappointed about? I have come to the city lord's mansion for important business. As she spoke, her gaze swept over the diminutive figure of Xiao Qing beside Lu Chun. This little fox is rather enchanting. Oh, what business might that be? Pray, tell me, perhaps I could be of assistance, Lu Chun remarked, setting down his teacup and regarding her with a bemused expression. Nangong Yu inwardly scolded him. Who needs your help? Yet her face remained impassive as she replied, This is a matter for the Nangong family and does not concern you. The affairs of the Nangong family? Miss Nangong, I believe you are mistaken. This is the city lord's mansion, not your family's private garden. Lu Chun retorted lightly. He was well aware that the Nangong family had secured their position as the rulers of Tianwu City purely due to Nangong Yanhai's influence. Nangong Yu was momentarily taken aback, her anger boiling beneath the surface. Just as she was about to unleash her fury, a series of footsteps echoed from outside, followed by the entrance of a middle-aged man striding in with imposing confidence. Clad in resplendent robes, he was none other than Nangong Zhe, the city lord of Tianwu City. Upon entering, Nangong Zhe immediately sensed the tension between the two and furrowed his brow. What is going on? Nangong Yu hastily stepped forward, embellishing the tale with dramatics that, of course, she conveniently omitted her own provocation of Lu Chun, claiming that he had spoken disrespectfully to her. After hearing her account, Gongzai's expression darkened as he turned his gaze upon Lu Qian with evident displeasure. Who is this individual? How dare he create a ruckus in Tianwu City? Before Lu Qian could respond, Hu Sanyang entered from outside. Sensing the atmosphere, she quickly stepped forward to clarify. City Lord, there has been a misunderstanding. This is Master Lu, a friend of mine. Gongzai cast a scrutinizing glance at Hu Sanyang. What do you mean by this, Hu Sanyang? Are you attempting to shield this man? Not at all. There are extenuating circumstances. And I beseech the city lord to exercise discernment. Hu Sanyang replied, detailing the events that had transpired, albeit omitting certain unflattering aspects regarding the demon clan. Gongzai's countenance wavered between stormy and calm. While he held the title of city lord, he had to consider the reputation of the heavenly martial sacred land, especially with Nangong Yunhai as his uncle, putting him in a precarious position. Observing his indecision, Lu Qian smirked inwardly. Indeed, Gongzai was a crafty old fox. He sought to maintain a facade of neutrality, but it would not be so easy. An idea sparked in his mind, and he decided to stoke the flames further. City Lord Nangong, how secure do you feel in your position? Is it still stable? The color drained from Gongzai's face, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. How dare this young man question his authority? What do you mean by that? He retorted, his tone frigid as his gaze pierced through Lu Qian. Nothing much. Lu Qian shrugged nonchalantly. I merely heard that the Nangong family has been relying on the heavenly martial sacred land, wielding its influence. With the sacred land now sending representatives, I wonder if you can continue to remain comfortably seated beneath the Nangong family's auspices. His words struck at the very heart of the matter, directly addressing the vulnerabilities of the Nangong family and subtly hinting at the precariousness of Gongzai's position. The city lord's expression turned a deep shade of anger as he clenched his fists. Just moments ago, his uncle had relayed the same concerns, suppressing his fury. He gritted his teeth and warned, "You insolent brat, do not speak such nonsense." I am not speaking nonsense. It is you who knows best how fragile your position truly is. Lu Qian replied boldly, locking eyes with him. Some individuals ascend through connections, yet forget their own limitations, truly believing themselves to be something of consequence. You! Gongzai's rage boiled over, and he could no longer contain himself. He slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet, and pointed at Lu Qian, bellowing, "Someone, seize this madman!" Lu Qian remained unfazed, even leisurely picking at his ear as if unconcerned. Just then, Hu Sanyang stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Lu Qian. City Lord, please temper your anger. Master Lu did not intend to offend. I implore you to spare him this once, for my sake. Gongzai took a deep breath, striving to quell his fury that he still valued Hu Sanyang's standing. And moreover, this was not the moment to escalate matters that Hu Sanyang. Are you certain you wish to protect this fool? He inquired, his tone icy. With determination, Hu Sanyang replied, Master Lu is my friend, and I shall certainly defend him. Gongzai's expression darkened as he shifted his gaze between Lu Qian and Hu Sanyang, weighing the pros and cons. Ultimately, he decided to swallow his pride for the time being. Very well, for the sake of Hu Sanyang, I shall overlook this matter today. With a cold snort, he turned and left the room. Brat, you will pay for this. Lu Qian chose not to respond further. Instead, he turned to Hu Sanyang, his expression tinged with apology. Sanyang, I am sorry for the trouble I have caused you. Hu Sanyang shook her head gently, her voice soothing. Master Lu need not be so courteous. I understand your intentions to assist. That being said, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Lu Qian said, offering a respectful bow before departing the city lordess mansion. Hu Sanyang made no effort to retain him, watching his retreating figure. This young man, who appeared nonchalant, possessed a keen intellect and remarkable courage. To dare to sow discord in the presence of Gongzai, such audacity commanded her respect. After leaving the city lordess mansion, Lu Qian did not immediately exit the city. Instead, he sought out a modest and take-up residence. He was not so naive as to believe that Gongzai would simply let the matter rest. As night descended, Lu Qian sat cross-legged on the bed, quietly channeling his energy to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a cold smile gracing his lips. They have arrived. Outside the window, several dark figures stealthily approached, clearly intent on him. Liu Chun remained composed, continuing to meditate with his eyes closed. As the shadows infiltrated the room and prepared to strike, Liu Chun suddenly sprang into action. His movements as swift as lightning, swiftly knocking several of them to the ground. Such meager skills, and yet they dare to attempt my assassination. Liu Chun sneered. Return and inform Nangong Zhe that if he wishes to kill me, he ought to practice for a few more years. The shadows struggled to rise, fleeing in disarray that Liu Chun did not pursue them. He merely scoffed and resumed his cultivation. Meanwhile, within the drunken immortal pavilion, Fox Senyang heightened her vigilance. All the guards were on high alert, prepared for any eventuality that in the city lord's mansion. Nangong Zhe, upon learning of the failed assassination, erupted in furious rage, smashing the teacup in his hand onto the ground. Useless! A bunch of useless fools. He never anticipated that Liu Chen's strength would be so formidable that even his elite assassins would fail. That my lord, please temper your anger. This matter requires careful deliberation. An elderly man advised. Careful deliberation? By the time the Holy Land's emissaries arrive, will I still be secure in my position as city lord? Nangong Zhe roared. We must take the initiative and eliminate Liu Chun and Fox Sanyang. My lord, do not act rashly. The elder urged. Liu Chen's prowess is impressive, and Fox Sanyang has close ties with the demon clan, that if we act impulsively, those old-timers from the demon clan will undoubtedly intervene. What then do you suggest? Nangong Zhe asked in frustration. The elder leaned closer to Nangong Zhe, whispering a few words. After a moment's contemplation, Nangong Zhe's expression shifted between anger and contemplation, ultimately nodding. Very well. We shall proceed as you advise. The following morning, Liu Chun departed the inn early, setting off towards the assessment site of the heavenly martial sacred land. Unbeknownst to him, Nangong Zhe had set an elaborate trap, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Along the way, Liu Chun encountered numerous young individuals headed for the assessment, each exuding arrogance and pride. Liu Chun merely smiled faintly, choosing to ignore them. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead, drawing Liu Chun's curiosity. He approached the crowd, where, at its center, a ragged youth was curled up on the ground, shielding his head from the blows of several well-dressed young men. Though the youth's clothes were tattered and his face bore wounds, an indomitable spirit radiated from him as he gritted his teeth in silence. Seeing this, Liu Chun felt a surge of compassion. He could not abide such bullying of the weak by the strong. He pushed through the crowd and confronted the young men. Cease this at once. The youths halted, their faces twisted in annoyance as they turned to Liu Chun. One tall young man scrutinized Liu Chun from head to toe, and upon noting his ordinary attire, sneered, "Who is this country bumpkin daring to meddle in our affairs? Best leave now, lest you invite disaster upon yourself." Liu Chun furrowed his brow slightly and replied coolly, "I merely wish for you to stop. I mean no offense to— Oh, quite the bold one, aren't you?" Another lean youth taunted. "Do you know who we are? We're the sons of the city's elite. I have no interest in knowing who you are." Liu Chun impatiently interrupted. "Step aside, or I shall repeat myself." The youths, incensed by Liu Chun's insolence, were ignited with fury. The tall young man let out a snarl and swung a punch towards Liu Chun's face. Yuri seeking death, Liu Chun effortlessly sidestepped the blow, seizing the young man's wrist and twisting it behind his back, resulting in a sharp crack. The tall youth cried out in agony, clutching his wrist. The other young men immediately rushed to attack. With a cold smirk, Liu Chun moved like lightning, his fists and feet flying. Within mere moments, he had brought all of them to the ground, their cries echoing in the air. Only then did Liu Chun turn to the youth on the ground, extending a hand to help him up. "Are you all right?" The youth shook his head, looking gratefully at Liu Chun. "Thank you for your assistance." "Brother, I am Lin Xiao. Liu Chun nodded at it was but a small effort. What enemies have you made that they would treat you so harshly?" Lin Xiao glanced at the fallen figures, falling silent, noticing his reticence. Liu Chun gently took his arm and began walking away. "And no need to speak if you prefer silence. I simply cannot tolerate such arrogance." Lin Xiao was taken aback by Liu Chun's actions, yet felt warmth in his heart. As they walked side by side, he began to explain, I hail from a small clan near the heavenly martial sacred land. Recently, I offended the son of a city noble who has been harboring resentment and has sent people to hunt me down. I am to participate in the assessment of the heavenly martial sacred land. If I can become a disciple, they will dare not harm my family. Seeing Lin Zhao's kind heart and promising talent, Lu Chun felt a desire to befriend him. In that case, let us travel together, shall we? Lin Zhao rejoiced, eagerly agreeing he had witnessed Lu Chen's strength firsthand. Chapter 42. The shadow of the spear. These individuals were all at the divine fire realm, and it appeared the opponents had not yet exerted their full strength. Liu Chen chuckled, by the way, my name is Lu Chun. You are younger than me, so calling me big brother should be acceptable, right? Lin Zhao replied. That is only natural. Thank you, brother Lu. The two walked side by side, continuing towards the assessment site of the heavenly martial sacred land. However, this time, Lu Chun sensed that they were being followed. He was acutely aware that these individuals were likely sent by Nangongze. He deliberately slowed his pace, feigning ignorance, while discreetly observing the movements of their pursuers. As night fell, they were still some distance from the heavenly martial sacred land. Liu Chen halted and turned to Lin Zhao. Let us rest here for the night and continue our journey tomorrow. Lin Zhao readily agreed. They found a relatively flat spot, kindled a fire, and prepared to rest. The night breeze was gentle, and the shadows of the trees danced eerily. The surroundings were quiet, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Liu Chun remained vigilant, observing the area. The stalkers lay in wait nearby, poised for the perfect moment to strike. Suddenly, a dark figure leaped down from tree, aiming directly for Lu Chen's back. Liu Chun, having anticipated the attack, evaded the deadly blow. Instantly, dozens of shadowy figures surrounded them from all directions, encircling Lu Chun and Lin Zhao. Have you finally decided to show yourselves? Lu Chun was taken aback by the sheer number of assailants Nangongze had dispatched. Kid, prepare to die. A cloaked figure barked, brandishing a glimmering sword aimed at Lu Chen's throat. That moment, Lin Zhao surged forward, shouting, You dare threaten my brother? You must go through me first. With a flash of white light, a pristine long spear materialized in Lin Zhao's hands. The spear's tip glimmered coldly, accompanied by a faint dragon's roar. Liu Chen raised an eyebrow with interest, choosing not to intervene immediately. He was curious to see just how capable this Lin Zhao, whom he had only just met, truly was. In terms of cultivation, Lin Zhao was merely a practitioner of the Cave Heaven realm. However, the Cave Heaven realm had its own tiers, and his true strength would need to be assessed in combat. In the next instant, 8 dazzling cave heavens sprang forth behind Lin Zhao, revealing mountains, rivers, and celestial bodies, resembling a miniature world unto itself. Liu Chen's pupils constricted slightly, his heart racing in astonishment. 8 cave heavens. Such talent was truly rare. Even in a realm filled with powerful beings, an individual with 8 cave heavens could be considered extraordinary. It was almost certain he would ascend to the quasi-saint realm in the future. Not only Lu Chun, but even the black-clad assassins were taken aback. They had initially thought they were merely dealing with a couple of insignificant figures. Little did they know they had encountered a prodigy with 8 cave heavens. For a moment, everyone found themselves at a loss for how to proceed. Spear shadow technique. Lin Zhao roared, shaking the long spear in his hand. Instantly, it transformed into a myriad of spear shadows, cascading down like a torrential rain. The black-clad assassins were caught off guard by this sudden assault, hastily brandishing their weapons to defend themselves. Yet, Lin Zhao's spear technique was exquisite, the shadows overlapping and intertwining, making it impossible to discern the real from the illusion, rendering them unable to defend effectively. The sound of piercing flesh echoed as several assassins were caught unawares, their bodies penetrated by the spear shadows, blood splattering. The remaining assassins, witnessing this, were filled with dread, their attacks losing momentum. Liu Chun observed from the sidelines, nodding appreciatively. Although Lin Zhao's spear technique was somewhat immature, its overwhelming momentum and formidable power, combined with the immense spiritual energy of 8 cave heavens, were sufficient to overwhelm these ordinary divine fire realm practitioners. It seemed my concerns were unwarranted. Liu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile, feeling considerably lighter in spirit. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A chilling aura began to permeate the air, and the temperature plummeted as if they had entered an icy chamber. Liu Chen's instincts flared, and he swiftly turned to look. Not far away stood a mysterious figure clad in a black robe and a wide-brimmed hat. Having appeared unexpectedly, peak of the transformation feather realm. As Liu Chen's heart sank, a chill surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. The figure in the black robe slowly lifted his head, revealing a pair of narrow, elongated eyes beneath the brim of his hat. He fixed his gaze on Liu Chen and spoke ominously. Those who provoke the Nangong family shall not meet a favorable end. No sooner had his words fallen than the black-robed man vanished in a flash. Liu Chen barely had time to register the sudden movement before tremendous pressure assailed him, nearly robbing him of breath. This is bad. Liu Chen's heart raced with alarm as he swiftly employed his agility, retreating at once. Yet, the speed of the black-robed figure was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before Liu Chen. Striking out with a palm, bang, a deafening sound reverberated, sending Liu Chen stumbling back several paces. His internal organs jolted painfully. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have met their demise instantly. "Brother Liu!" Lin Xiao exclaimed in horror upon witnessing the scene. That he abandoned his assault on the black-clad assailant and rushed towards Liu Chen. The black-robed man sneered coldly and once again vanished, reappearing to block Lin Xiao's path. "Your opponent is me," he declared, his tone frigid, eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Lin Xiao was engulfed by anxiety. He understood that he was no match for this black-robed adversary, yet he felt compelled to protect Liu Chen. "If you wish to harm my brother, you must first step over my corpse." Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, brandishing his spear, which transformed into a flurry of spear shadows, launching an attack towards the black-robed figure. The black-robed man let out a derisive scoff. To him, Lin Xiao's barrage of spear shadows seemed like child's play, effortlessly evaded. "Trivial skills," he scoffed, flicking his finger. A nearly invisible force, imbued with lethal intent, struck Lin Xiao squarely in the chest. Puffed. Lin Xiao coughed up blood, hurtling backward to the ground. "What does it matter if you possess the 8 trigrams? I, Nangong Lai, take pleasure in slaughtering the talented." Liu Chen's fury surged at this sight. How dare these lackeys of the Nangong family humiliate his friend so brazenly? Taichu sword technique. "Sword, come forth!" With a thunderous shout, Liu Chen's spiritual energy erupted from his dantian. The Tianqian sword emitted a clear, melodious chime as it leaped from its sheath, hovering before Liu Chen. "Oh, this is rather intriguing." A flicker of surprise crossed Nangong Lai's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by disdain. "You think a broken sword can rival me?" Ignoring the mockery, Liu Chen swiftly formed hand seals, chanting incantations. The brilliance of the Tianqian sword intensified, while spiritual energy surged wildly into its blade. "Break the void!" Liu Chen suddenly pointed. The Tianqian sword transformed into a streak of golden lightning, hurtling towards Nangong Lai. Nangong Lai sneered, casually swatting his palm, but a wave of black spiritual energy surged forth, violently colliding with the golden sword light. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted. Liu Chen grunted, retreating a few steps, his complexion slightly pale. Yet Nangong Lai was also affected, for Liu Chen's attack had been laced with chaotic energy. The surrounding trees splintered under the onslaught, and deep fissures marred the ground. Nangong Lai grunted as he stumbled back, glancing at his trembling palm, where a small trickle of black blood began to seep out. Within it, faint traces of golden chaotic energy swirled ominously. "Damn it! What is this cursed thing?" His face darkened with rage and disbelief. This seemingly insignificant boy at the first level of the Divine Fire realm possessed such bizarre power. He could no longer afford to be careless, his eyes flashing with ferocity. "Kid, you've successfully enraged me." He rapidly formed seals with his hands, black demonic energy swirling around him. "Heavenly demon palm," Nangong Lai bellowed. The black energy coalesced into a massive demonic hand, descending upon Liu Chen with cataclysmic force. "Open, secret of the word!" Liu Chen, unwilling to delay, shouted. Golden runes instantly spread across his body, a powerful force surging forth. With tenfold battle power, Lu Chen's aura surged, matching Nangong Lai's intensity. Taichu sword technique, chaos sword slash. Lu Chen howled, the Tianqian sword radiating with golden brilliance. Its blade entwined with chaotic energy, he leaped into the air, bringing the Tianqian sword down in a fierce arc. A resplendent golden sword light cleaved through the void, meeting the looming black demonic hand head-on. Boom! A cataclysmic roar echoed as the golden sword light collided fiercely with the black demonic palm, unleashing a blinding radiance and a torrent of energy. The surrounding trees were obliterated in an instant, and the ground was gouged with a massive chasm. In the distance, Lin Xiao struggled to rise, his chest ablaze with pain. Yet he endured his injuries, anxiously observing the battle. "Brother Lu, you must be all right." In truth, Lu Chen had become Lin Xiao's first true friend. Though their time together had been brief, Lin Xiao felt the warmth of Lu Chen's kindness as time passed. Lu Chen gradually gained the upper hand. The chaotic energy naturally countered the demonic aura, and Nangong Lai's assaults began to falter, his expression growing increasingly grim. But he could not fathom how a mere boy at the Divine Fire Realm could push him, a peak expert of the Feather Transformation Realm, to such a brink. Damn it, what kind of monster is this kid? Nangong Lai cursed inwardly. He could not afford to linger any longer. Otherwise, today might truly mark his downfall. Seizing the moment, Lu Chen's Tianqian sword blazed with brilliance, cleaving through Nangong Lai's defenses, leaving a deep gash across his chest. Nangong Lai spat out blood, his expression turning pale. "Kid, just you wait. My Nangong family will not spare you." With one last venomous remark, Nangong Lai turned and fled, vanishing into the dense forest in the blink of an eye. Lu Chen had intended to pursue, but upon seeing Lin Xiao's injuries, he ultimately relented. He turned back to Lin Xiao, concern etched on his face. "How are you?" Lin Xiao waved his hand, forcing a smile. "Brother Lu, I'm fine, I won't die." Before he could finish a sentence, darkness engulfed him, and he fainted. Lu Chen hurriedly supported Lin Xiao, assessing his injuries and discovering they were grave, with significant damage to his meridians. Without prompt treatment, it might affect his foundation. Lu Chen retrieved a healing pill from his storage ring and fed it to Lin Xiao. Then, he sat cross-legged, channeling his spiritual energy to heal him. Warm spiritual energy flowed gently into Lin Xiao's body, mending his damaged meridians. Lu Chen understood clearly that he had irrevocably forged a vendetta with the Nangong family. When Lin Xiao awoke, it was already the following morning. As he slowly opened his eyes, he felt a wave of soreness throughout his body, his head pounding mercilessly. Above him stretched a canopy of lush green leaves. Dappled sunlight filtering through, casting playful spots of light on the ground. Struggling to sit up, he surveyed his surroundings and realized he was lying beneath a great tree, covered with a thick hide. "You reawake?" A familiar voice reached his ears. Lin Xiao turned to see Lu Chen meditating a short distance away, holding an unfamiliar jade stone as if in cultivation. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's voice, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes and rose to his feet. "Feeling better?" he inquired with concern as he approached Lin Xiao. "Yes, much better," Lin Xiao replied, rubbing his aching head. "Brother Lu, we must leave quickly, or we won't make it in time." His voice trailed off, growing fainter. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, understanding what Lin Xiao was implying. The next day marked the annual entrance examination for the Heavenly Martial Sacred Land. Should they miss it, they would have to wait another year. This was Lin Xiao's only opportunity, and he could not afford to let it slip away. "Don't worry, we have time," Lu Chen reassured him, patting Lin Xiao on the shoulder. This was Lu Chen's fourth day in the Central State. In this brief span, he had already drawn the attention of the Demon Clan and incurred the wrath of the Nangong family. For this, Lu Chen felt quite helpless. All he desired was to cultivate in peace and elevate his strength to ascend to the higher realms. Yet, trouble seemed to follow him relentlessly. "Brother Lu, thank you." Lin Xiao expressed gratefully. "What thanks are necessary? We are brothers. There is no need for such formalities," Lu Chen replied with a smile. "You should rest well while I go find something to eat." With that, Lu Chen ventured into the dense forest. Soon, He returned with a plump wild rabbit in hand. Skillfully skinning it and removing its innards, he set up a campfire and began roasting the rabbit. "Brother Liu, your strength is truly unfathomable." Lin Xiao marveled at Lu Chen's fluid movements. Nangong Lai is a peak expert of the feather transformation realm, yet he was routed by you. Lu Chen smiled faintly, remaining silent. Although Nangong Lai stood at the pinnacle of the feather transformation realm, his strength was still considerably lacking compared to a true master of that realm. Moreover, Lu Chun held a trump card like the Jie character's secret, which with a tenfold enhancement in combat power was more than sufficient to crush Nangong Li. By the way, Brother Liu, what realm are you in? Lin Xiao inquired curiously. First level of the divine fire realm. Lu Chun replied nonchalantly, what? Lin Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. A first-level divine fire realm cultivator can defeat someone at the pinnacle of the feather transformation realm. This is utterly outrageous. Lu Chun chuckled softly, offering no explanation. His true strength far surpassed that of a mere first-level divine fire realm cultivator. He simply preferred to keep a low profile. The aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. And Lin Xiao couldn't help but swallow hard. Liu Chun handed him a roasted wild rabbit, and Lin Xiao devoured it ravenously. After finishing the meat, the two continued their journey. Chapter 44. The Trial of the Heavenly Martial Sacred Land on the Way. Lin Xiao incessantly questioned Lu Chun about cultivation. Liu Chun patiently provided answers. By evening, the two had reached the foot of the Heavenly Martial Sacred Land. The imposing gates of the sacred land loomed like a colossal beast amidst the majestic mountains. Lin Xiao gazed up at the towering peaks, his cheeks flushed with excitement and his breath quickening. Brother Liu, this is it, the Heavenly Martial Sacred Land. I have finally arrived. Lu Chun appeared considerably calmer. He surveyed the surroundings where throngs of young individuals gathered at the gates, all eager to participate in the entrance examination. The array of bizarre attire and various weapons made him reflect on the hidden talents within the central continent. Let us go. We need to register first, Lu Chun said, patting Lin Xiao's shoulder to signal him to follow. The two were swept along by the crowd toward the registration area, where a long queue stretched endlessly. Seemingly without end, so many people. Lin Xiao exclaimed, astonished. He had thought he had arrived early, yet here he was, still late. Liu Chen frowned slightly. With such a crowd, it would likely take a long time for the examination. He was not keen on wasting time here. Just then, a disciple clad in the Heavenly Martial Sacred Land's attire shouted loudly, "First round, test bone age. Anyone over 20 years of age, please do not waste others' time and leave voluntarily. Otherwise, if discovered by the elders, you shall never step foot into the Heavenly Martial Sacred Land again." At these words, a stir erupted among the crowd. Some slightly older young people turned pale, having traveled a great distance only to be turned away due to exceeding the age limit. How could they accept this? Damn it, I'm just a few months short. Why can't I participate? A burly man with a full beard bellowed, brandishing a massive axe as if he intended to force his way in. Rules are rules. If you are dissatisfied, you may leave, the disciple scoffed, showing no fear. The burly man opened his mouth to retort, but was pulled back by those beside him. Forget it, don't act rashly. The Heavenly Martial Sacred Land is not something we can provoke. Ultimately, the burly man surrendered, dejectedly departing. Liu Chun and Lin Xiao exchanged glances. One was 18, the other 16. They naturally had no worries about their bone age. The two continued to advance slowly in the serpentine line. Brother Liu, how long do we have to wait? Lin Xiao complained impatiently. Liu Chun smiled, replying, patience. Good things take time to tea. That moment, a sharp voice rang out from the front. Oh, if it isn't Lin Xiao? What's the matter? Do you wish to join the Heavenly Martial Sacred Land? With your meager talent, I fear you won't even pass the first round. Lin Xiao's expression changed as he turned to locate the source of the voice. There stood a young man in fine garments, holding a folding fan, looking at him with a mocking grin. Nangongyu. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury. Nangongyu was none other than Nangong Lai's younger brother and Lin Xiao's sworn rival. Due to the rivalry between their families, they had clashed frequently since childhood. What? Feeling defiant? Nangongyu waved his fan, a smug look on his face that I advise you to leave early to avoid embarrassing yourself here. You! Lin Xiao was seething with rage, ready to charge at him. However, Lu Chun grasped his arm, calmly saying, "Do not act impulsively. The examination is of utmost importance." But Lin Xiao wanted to protest, but Lu Chun silenced him with a glance. Turning to Nan Gongyu, he said, "So it's you, Nan Gongyu. You had better pray we do not meet during the examination. Otherwise what?" Nan Gongyu scoffed. "With your background, do you dare threaten me?" "Humph." Lu Chun smirked. "You will find out soon enough." Nan Gongyu was about to retort, but was interrupted by an elder behind him. "Young master, let us not waste time. We should enter." The elder, clad in a gray robe, exuded a restrained aura, yet Lu Chun sensed a dangerous vibe emanating from him. "Humph. Consider yourself fortunate." Nan Gongyu shot Lu Chun a fierce glare before following the elder into the gates. Liu Chun watched their receding figures. A glint of coldness flashing in his eyes, it appeared that the heavenly martial sacred land was not as tranquil as it seemed as the line slowly progressed. Lu Chun and Lin Xiao finally arrived at the bone age testing area. An elderly man with white hair stood ready, holding a peculiar jade stone, illuminating the young individuals one by one as they came to be tested. 18 years old, 3 cave heavens, low-grade talent. Next, the elder spoke with no hint of emotion. When it was Lin Xiao's turn, he took a deep breath and extended his hand toward the jade stone. The jade emitted a faint green light, shining upon Lin Xiao's hand. Lin Xiao appropriately activated his cave heavens. And instantly, 8 cave heavens began to swirl behind him. The elder's gaze fixated on Lin Xiao, his cloudy old eyes widening in astonishment, as if he had encountered something extraordinary. 16 years old, 8 cave heavens. He stumbled over his words. Such talent was not merely rare in the small northern domain. Even within the heavenly martial sacred land, it was among the most exceptional prodigies. This news spread like wildfire among the crowd. Causing a stir, whispers erupted, filled with incredulity. 16 years old with 8 cave heavens. My heavens, where did this monster come from? Surely this lad isn't the reincarnation of some ancient freak, right? 8 cave heavens. If he enters the heavenly martial sacred land, his future is limitless. Among the crowd, Nan Gongyu's face turned ashen. He had come to see Lin Xiao's humiliation, expecting to witness him emerge with low-grade talent, only to be slapped in the face by the reality of Lin Xiao's talent. The mocking glances from those around him felt as if they were taunting him, as if to say, "Look, this is the caliber of your Nangong family's perception." The disciple responsible for registration stood dumbfounded, his pen clattering to the ground. He had seen many prodigies in his years of recording test results, but it was rare for someone with over 5 cave heavens to come for testing. They were typically sent directly to the sacred land for training. After a moment, he regained his composure, hastily picking up the pen and respectfully recording Lin Xiao's information. "Young Master Lin, please proceed to the next round of examination." His words were slightly stammered, and his gaze towards Lin Xiao was filled with awe. Lu Chun looked at Lin Xiao, a smile creeping at the corners of his mouth, feeling genuinely happy for him. Lin Xiao's talent was indeed remarkable. Given time, he would undoubtedly become a formidable force. Chapter 45. The trial peaked soon. It was Lu Chun's turn. He took a deep breath and placed his hand on the jade stone. Following Lu Jiuyu's advice, he concealed 4 of his cave heavens and only revealed 6. After all, having 10 cave heavens was too astonishing and could attract unnecessary trouble. The jade stone emitted a soft glow as it illuminated Lu Chun's hand. 6 cave heavens manifested behind him, slowly rotating and radiating a gentle golden light. 18 years old, 6 cave heavens, middle grade talent. The elder was about to announce the result when he suddenly paused, rubbing his eyes and looking at Lu Chun again. "Wait, this aura, is it the divine fire realm?" Lu Chun smiled slightly, neither confirming nor denying. The elder carefully sensed Lu Chun's aura again. Once he was certain he had not misperceived, he was left in shock. 18 years old and in the divine fire realm. This, in all his years, he had never heard of anyone reaching the divine fire realm by the age of 18. Even the legendary children of the sacred lands could not attain such a level. This was utterly unheard of. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, rendering them speechless before erupting into an even greater clamor. Divine Fire Realm? Am I hearing this correctly? An 18-year-old in the Divine Fire Realm. How is this possible? Could he be a disciple of some hidden ancient monster? Amidst the throng, Nangong Yu's complexion could no longer be described as merely ashen. It was a deep, iron gray. He felt a searing pain radiating from his face. Initially, he had intended to revel in Lin Zhao's misfortune, yet he found himself the subject of ridicule instead. The disciple responsible for the registration stood in stunned silence, the pen slipping from his fingers and clattering to the ground. His worldview seemed on the verge of collapse. How could this new generation be so rife with prodigies? At that moment, a sharp voice pierced the air. Impossible. He must be cheating. How could an 18-year-old lad possibly attain the Divine Fire Realm? The speaker was an elderly man beside Nangong Yu. Indeed, he must be employing some clandestine technique to obscure his true age. Nangong Yu echoed, unable to accept the humiliating reality of being outshone by a mere country bumpkin. Lu Chen observed them, initially vexed at the lack of opportunity to assert his dominance, only to find these two delivering themselves right to him that, "Oh, you accuse me of cheating? Pray tell, how exactly did I cheat?" Lu Chen's tone remained composed. Lin Xiao, who had been waiting at a distance, took note of the unfolding situation and rushed over. "You old fool. Brother Lu has been with me the entire time. He could not possibly have cheated. Is this how your Nangong clan operates? Slandering others without cause?" The elder's expression shifted, momentarily rendered speechless. He had only harbored suspicions, lacking any solid evidence. "Humph. Do you dare allow me to inspect your body?" The elder snorted, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. If he could examine Lu Chen's physique, he would surely unearth proof of his deceit. Liu Chen chuckled brightly, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "Of course, but what if you find nothing?" The elder smirked with confidence. "That I am an elder of the Nangong clan. I would not wrongfully accuse a mere junior. Should I find no discrepancies, I shall publicly apologize." He was resolute, convinced that Lu Chen had engaged in trickery. After all, an 18-year-old in the Divine Fire Realm could rival many inner disciples. "Very well, it is settled," Liu Chen agreed readily, standing with an air of nonchalance. This openness stirred nods of approval among the onlookers. The elder let out a disdainful snort, his withered hand exuding faint waves of spiritual energy as it slowly approached Lu Chen's chest. The spiritual energy seeped into Lu Chen's body, meticulously probing his meridians, bones, and dantian. Initially, the elder bore an air of condescension, but as the examination deepened, his expression grew increasingly grave, his brows knitting tighter. Liu Chen's meridians were broad and resilient, his spiritual energy pure and robust, indicative of genuine attainment in the Divine Fire Realm. There was not a trace of deceit. Undeterred, the elder intensified his spiritual output, scrutinizing even more closely, yet the results remained unchanged. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, a tempest of disbelief brewing within him. How could this be? An 18-year-old youth possessing such pure and profound spiritual energy. The surrounding murmurs rose in volume, crashing over the elder like a tidal wave, driving him to distraction. What is happening? Why does the elder of the Nangong clan remain silent? Can he truly find no fault? Is this lad truly in the Divine Fire Realm? An 18-year-old in the Divine Fire Realm. How monstrous! Nangong Yu sensed the shift in circumstances, and his face darkened ominously. He had intended to use this opportunity to humiliate Lu Chen, only to find himself shooting himself in the foot. Liu Chen regarded the elder with an enigmatic smile. He had no fear of the elder's potential malice. This was the heavenly marshal's sacred ground. Should the elder dare to act against him here, it would be tantamount to slapping the face of the sacred ground itself. I could see that moment. The heavenly martial sacred ground would obliterate the elder without him needing to lift a finger. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the elder finally withdrew his trembling hand, his expression a deep shade of gray. He was compelled to concede that he could find no fault at I apologize. He stammered through gritted teeth, his voice so subdued it was nearly inaudible. Liu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied, "I accept your apology, but I advise both you and Nangong Yu to refrain from provoking me further. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." Though seething with anger, Nangong, you dared not retaliate, merely casting Lu Chun a venomous glare before departing the square in disgrace alongside the elder. Lin Xiao, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Brother Lu, splendidly done. You've given him a resounding slap in the face." He had long harbored disdain for Nangong, and witnessing his embarrassment filled him with indescribable satisfaction. Liu Chen chuckled softly, patting Lin Xiao's shoulder. "Let us proceed to the next challenge." The two departed the square side by side, making their way towards the second assessment point of the heavenly martial sacred ground. Along the way, many cast looks of awe towards Lu Chun, murmuring amongst themselves, "Who is this lad? How dare he offend the Nangong clan? Are you not aware? He is the 18-year-old prodigy of the Divine Fire Realm." Gasp, a Divine Fire Realm at such a young age. His future is boundless. The second assessment point was situated atop a majestic peak known as the Trial Peak. The IT was replete with various formations and powerful beasts, designed to test the disciples' combat and survival abilities. Upon arriving at the base of the mountain, Lu Chun and Lin Xiao found a considerable gathering of disciples who had successfully passed the first round. At that moment, a young man clad in a purple robe approached, his gaze arrogantly sweeping over the crowd before finally settling on Lu Chun. "You are the 18-year-old in the Divine Fire Realm?" "Umph, just a country bumpkin daring to disgrace himself at the heavenly martial sacred ground." The purple-robed youth held his head high, his face a mask of disdain. Liu Chun cast him a sidelong glance. "And you are nothing of consequence. Begone. Impudent, you seek death." The purple-clad youth exploded in rage, murderous intent radiating from him. Lin Xiao, incensed, rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront him, but Lu Chun held him back. "I had wondered who it might be. Turns out you are just another dog of the Nangong clan." The purple-robed youth was none other than Nangong Hao, Nangong Yu's elder brother. "You sharp-tongued brat. Let's see if you can still laugh after this." He had intended to provoke Lu Chun into losing his composure, thus seizing the opportunity to teach him a lesson. However, to his astonishment, Lu Chun not only remained unfazed but also countered with biting retorts, leaving him humiliated. Just then, a resounding gong reverberated through the air, signaling the commencement of the second assessment. The disciples around them surged toward the trial peak. Anxious not to fall behind, Liu Chun regarded Nangong Hao, whose face was now a deep shade of fury. "It seems even the heavens do not wish for you to act, young Master Nangong. We shall meet atop the mountain." With that, he and Lin Xiao entered the trial peak together. Nangong clenched his fists tightly, his eyes gleaming with malice. Inside the trial peak, mist swirled around them, concealing various formations and formidable beasts, a veritable minefield of peril. The rules of the assessment were straightforward. Reach the summit alive to gain entry into the outer sect of the heavenly martial sacred ground. Of course, should one be unable to endure, they could call out to the sky for assistance. But doing so would signify failure, resulting in expulsion from the sacred ground. Liu Chun, possessing the Chaos Dao body, had senses far exceeding those of ordinary individuals. Coupled with the enhancement of the primordial chaos technique, he could perceive impending dangers ahead of time. Accompanied by Lin Xiao, they swiftly ascended to the mountainside. "Lu Chun, I knew you would be here." A voice laced with hatred rang out. Liu Chun looked up to see Nangong Hao and Nangong Yu accompanied by a throng of others. Marching toward him with a fierce demeanor, it appeared they had lain in ambush, waiting for Lu Chun to walk into their trap. "Young Master Nangong, are you so eager to meet your demise?" Lin Xiao, itching for a fight, eagerly prepared himself. "Brother Lu, allow me to practice a bit." Hearing this, Nangong Hao's expression darkened. "Humph, ignorant fool, attack!" With a single command, the dozen or so disciples behind Nangong Hao surged forward, encircling Lu Chun and Lin Xiao. Nangong Yu stood to the side, evidently confident in the outcome of this assault. A rabble of misfits. Liu Chun scoffed derisively, his hand flashing with azure light as the Tian Xian sword materialized. Lin Xiao also drew his spear, positioning himself back-to-back with Lu Chun, ready for battle. The disciples of the Nangong clan summoned their spiritual weapons, unleashing a flurry of blades and spiritual energy toward Lu Chun and Lin Xiao. Though Lin Xiao possessed commendable strength, he began to struggle under the onslaught of so many adversaries. Observing this, Nan Gonghao's confidence surged. He suddenly produced a gleaming golden giant hammer. This was a ground-grade spiritual weapon known as the Mountain Crusher. With a sinister grin, he swung the massive hammer toward Lin Xiao. "Watch out, Lin Xiao!" Lu Chen shouted, attempting to rush to his friend's aid, but was momentarily ensnared by other disciples of the Nangong clan. Boom! The Mountain Crusher smashed into the ground with a thunderous crash. Lin Xiao barely dodged, yet was still sent flying by the powerful shockwave. Lin Xiao. Lu Chen's fury ignited. He had initially thought their intent was merely to teach them a lesson. After all, this was an assessment, and lethal force was not permitted. Yet now, it was evident that they were intent on taking their lives. Nan Gonghao laughed triumphantly. "You overestimate yourselves. This is the fate of those who offend my Nan Gong clan." He once again raised the mountain-splitting hammer, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Lin Xiao. How could Lu Chun stand idly by and allow his opponent to unleash such ferocity? "Open, Jiezi's secret," Lu Chun exclaimed, activating the Jiezi secret, and his strength surged tenfold in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before Lin Xiao, parrying Nan Gonghao's mountain-splitting hammer with a single stroke of his sword. Clang! The sound of a deafening metallic clash reverberated through the air. Nan Gonghao felt an overwhelming force crash upon him, causing his grip to fracture. The hammer nearly slipped from his hands. Liu Chen's gaze was like a flash of lightning as he coldly fixed his eyes on Nan Gonghao. "Now, it is my turn." With a flourish of his sword, he unleashed a torrent of sword energy, sweeping forth like a tempest. Taichu, sword art. Nan Gonghao found himself utterly incapable of withstanding the terrifying sword aura. Retreating step by step, soon adorned with several wounds. Witnessing this, Nan Gongyu's expression changed dramatically as he hurried to assist. He summoned a jade flute, playing a haunting melody to launch a sonic attack in an attempt to disrupt Lu Chun. However, Lu Chun remained unfazed. He shifted the momentum of his sword, invoking the Qinglian sword art. Blossoms of azure lotuses erupted into existence, effortlessly dissolving Nan Gongyu sound waves. Simultaneously, a massive azure lotus surged toward Nan Gongyu. Thud! Caught off guard, Nan Gongyu was struck by the lotus, spewing forth a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. The collaboration of Nan Gonghao and Nan Gongyu proved insufficient against Lu Chen's prowess. Just as Lu Chun prepared to capitalize on his advantage and decisively vanquish the two, a thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the Trial Peak. Roar! The beast's roar erupted like a thunderclap, shaking the mountains and sending a shiver down the spine of everyone present. A formidable aura surged forth from the depths of the Trial Peak, suffocating all with its oppressive presence. The crowd halted, their expressions filled with terror as they gazed toward the source of the roar. Before them appeared a colossal beast, resembling a gigantic ape, its body cloaked in black scales, wielding a dark golden staff. What manner of beast is this? It is terrifying beyond measure. Oh no, it's the demon ape of the Trial Peak. We must flee. Nan Gonghao and Nan Gongyu, disregarding their previous confrontation with Lu Chun, scrambled away in panic. The appearance of the demon ape was like a boulder crashing into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of chaos throughout the once orderly Trial Peak. The disciples scattered in all directions. Lu Chun seized Lin Xiao, observing the demon ape's every move. "Stay close to me," he barked, pulling Lin Xiao down the mountain. Lin Xiao, stricken with fear by the sudden upheaval, paled, nearly being dragged along by Lu Chun. "Brother Lu, what kind of monster is that?" The demon ape is tough-skinned and powerful, with a violent temperament. It kills on sight. Lu Chun succinctly explained, his speed unwavering. He was not afraid of the beast. He simply understood that now was not the time to reveal his true strength. The chaotic Dao body was too unique. Once exposed, it would undoubtedly attract countless troubles. He had no desire to become a target. Pursued by a multitude of old foes, boom! A resounding crash erupted behind them. Liu Chun turned to see the demon ape swinging its dark golden staff, smashing several slower disciples into a gruesome mess. Lin Xiao felt his stomach churn violently, nearly retching. Trembling, he spoke with a quiver in his voice. "Brother Lu, will we be able to escape?" Chapter 47. The Saintess of Tianwu's sacred land, Lu Chun, remained silent. his gaze fixed ahead as he quickened his pace. Escape? He had never entertained such thoughts. He was merely waiting for the opportune moment, a chance to strike decisively without revealing his trump card. The two fled at breakneck speed, finally arriving near the outer gate of Tianwu's sacred land, a relatively safe haven where the demon ape's aura had notably diminished. Liu Chen finally exhaled, slowing his pace. "Brother Liu, are we safe now?" Lin Xiao panted, his face still pale. "For the moment, yes." Liu Chen nodded, though his eyes were drawn to a group of individuals not far away. To his surprise, those two had managed to escape. Liu Chen recognized them immediately. They seemed to have noticed him as well, approaching with intent. A cold smile crept across Liu Chen's face. "What? Do you wish to experience the taste of my reprimand once more?" Nangong Yu stepped forward, fanning himself with an ornate hand fan, no longer resembling the flustered figure from before. "Liu Chen, do you think you can continue to be so arrogant? We are under the protection of the elders of the Nangong family here. Dare you lay a hand on us?" As he spoke, a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe emerged from the crowd. An overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped the area. Nangong Yinhai. Liu Chen's heart sank. He had heard that this man would oversee the assessments, but he hadn't expected to encounter him here. Just as Liu Chen pondered how to break the stalemate, a crisp voice rang out from the crowd. "Stop!" All turned to see a stunning woman in white emerge, her beauty ethereal and otherworldly. Her presence was like that of a celestial being descending from the heavens, captivating all who beheld her. "It is the Saintess! The Saintess has arrived! My heavens, she is breathtaking!" The crowd buzzed with excitement. This enchanting figure was none other than Yi Qingcheng, the Saintess of Tianwu's sacred land. With graceful steps, Yi Qingcheng approached. "Nangong Yinhai, the assessment is a significant matter for the sacred land. How can your family act so recklessly?" Nangong Yunhai's previously imposing demeanor deflated as if a balloon had been punctured. He forced a chuckle, clasping his hands in greeting. "Saintess, it's all a misunderstanding. My young ones are merely impetuous and have spoken out of turn, and I hope you can forgive them." Nangong Yu's complexion shifted between shades of green and white. Yet he dared not protest, lowering his head in silence. Yi Qingcheng's gaze swept over the crowd before finally settling on Liu Chen, her tone softening. "And you, good sir, are you unharmed?" Liu Chen, taken aback, responded with a slight bow. "Thank you for your concern, Saintess. I am unscathed." Confusion filled his heart. He had never met this Saintess before. Why was she coming to his aid? Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was oblivious to the underlying currents, his face alight with awe as he marveled at the fact that his brother Liu knew the Saintess of Tianwu's sacred land. Yi Qingcheng nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, and turned back to Nangong Yinhai. "Elder Nangong, the assessment is of utmost importance. You, as an elder, should prioritize maintaining order rather than indulging your kin's misbehavior." Nangong Yinhai broke into a cold sweat. Repeatedly affirming her words, he shot a fierce glare at Nangong Yu, silently cursing his incompetence for causing such trouble. "Then let the assessment continue," Yi Qingcheng declared, turning gracefully to leave, her white robes billowing like a celestial being. Nangong Yinhai, as if granted a pardon, hurriedly led Nangong Yu away, their departure marked by a palpable sense of relief among the onlookers. Dispersing, the disciples gradually retreated, leaving only Liu Chen and Lin Xiao standing in place. Lin Xiao gazed at Liu Chen with admiration, giving him a thumbs up. "Brother Liu, you are incredible. Even the Saintess spoke in your favor." Liu Chen could only manage a wry smile, still perplexed by the situation. Just as he pondered further, the crowd began to stir once more, parting to make way for an elderly man with a youthful appearance. Striding forward with an imposing presence, clad in a simple azure robe, Liu Chen felt his breath catch, as if a mountain had settled upon his chest, rendering him breathless. The elder approached Liu Chen. Scrutinizing him from head to toe, he stroked his grizzled beard, a smile spreading across his face. "Young lad, quite impressive. I see in you and your companion remarkable potential. Would you be willing to take me as your master?" Liu Chen was taken aback. Who was this elder? Why was he so eager to take him as a disciple? Moreover, the phrase about his remarkable potential felt oddly familiar. Lin Xiao, nearly bouncing with excitement beside him, gestured fervently, whispering, Brother Liu, accept him. This is an extraordinary opportunity. He is the third elder of Tianwu's sacred land, Qin Yunjinren, a peak quasi-saint. A peak quasi-saint? Lu Chen's heart raced at the revelation, realizing why the elder exuded such formidable pressure. Yet he did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he cautiously inquired, "May I ask, esteemed elder, why do you wish to take a disciple?" Qin Yunjinren laughed heartily, pointing at Lu Chun. "Because you, my boy, are as dashing as I was in my youth." Lu Chun, Lin Xiao. Such a flimsy reason, Lu Chun inwardly mused. This elder, appearing so ethereal and wise, should not be so superficial. Besides, with the Nangong family lurking nearby, having a peak quasi-saint as an ally would certainly be advantageous. Disciple Lu Chun, Lin Xiao, pays respects to master. The two bowed respectfully. Qin Yunjinren, stroking his beard, nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. From this moment forth, you shall be disciples of Qin Yunjinren." Exchanging glances filled with elation, Lu Chun and Lin Xiao quickly knelt and proclaimed, "Thank you, master." The celestial cloud master erupted into hearty laughter, his sleeves swirling, as he lifted the two individuals into the air, soaring towards one of the principal peaks of the heavenly martial sacred land. The celestial Qingtian Peak. The celestial Qingtian Peak, a majestic sight of towering mountains, was enveloped in swirling clouds and mist. The air was rich with spiritual energy, and exotic flowers and plants flourished abundantly. Palatial structures and pavilions were built against the mountains, exuding an imposing grandeur. "Wow, Brother Liu, this place is simply breathtaking," Lin Xiao exclaimed, his eyes darting around in excitement like an inquisitive child. Liu Chun was equally mesmerized by the spectacle before him, silently marveling at the splendor. Truly, the heavenly martial sacred land was extraordinary beyond compare. The trio landed before a blessed cave at the celestial Qingtian Peak. The cave's entrance was shrouded in mist, revealing glimpses of pavilions and towers within. Suffused with an ethereal aura that moment, Lu Chun spotted a familiar figure. Clad in flowing white garments, she resembled a celestial being, none other than the Holy Maiden, Yi Qingcheng, who had previously come to his aid. Upon noticing the three, Yi Qingcheng gracefully approached, her steps light as a lotus. "Grandfather, you have returned," she greeted the celestial cloud master with a sweet smile. Her voice melodious and pleasant, Liu Chen suddenly realized that the celestial cloud master was, in fact, the Holy Maiden's grandfather. No wonder she had spoken up for him. Chapter 48. Differentiated Treatment with Affectionate Tenderness. The celestial cloud master ruffled Yi Qingcheng's hair and turned to Lu Chun and Lin Xiao, saying, "This is my granddaughter, Yi Qingcheng, your senior sister. You must have met her already, I presume." Lu Chun quickly clasped his hands in salute. "I have met senior sister." Lin Xiao followed suit. "I have met senior sister." Yi Qingcheng nodded slightly, her beautiful gaze lingering on Lu Chun for a moment. "Qingcheng, please familiarize your two junior brothers with the surroundings." "I must attend to some matters," the celestial cloud master instructed. "Yes, grandfather," Yi Qingcheng obediently replied. After the celestial cloud master departed, she led Lu Chun and Lin Xiao into the blessed cave. Inside, the spiritual energy was even more abundant, with rare herbs exuding a captivating fragrance. As they walked, Yi Qingcheng explained the various facilities and rules within the cave. "This is the cultivation haven of celestial Qingtian Peak, where the spiritual energy is tenfold that of the outside world, making it exceptionally suitable for cultivation. Over there is the Scripture Pavilion, which houses various martial arts manuals of the heavenly martial sacred land. Once my grandfather provides you with your disciple tokens, you may enter and peruse." Her voice was gentle and soothing, like a flowing spring, captivating both Lu Chun and Lin Xiao. While Lin Xiao merely appreciated her beauty and sweet voice, Lu Chun felt a peculiar sensation stirring within him. "Senior sister, why are you here at the assessment site?" Lu Chun couldn't help but inquired at why Yi Qingcheng paused for a moment, then smiled faintly. "I heard that a divine fire realm had appeared at the assessment site, so I came to take a look." In response, Lu Chun chose to remain silent, quietly following behind her. After the tour concluded, Yi Qingcheng led them to a secluded villa. "This is the residence my grandfather specifically arranged for you. It is quite suitable for cultivation, She said softly, I will come personally to impart the martial arts techniques to you later. So please wait here. With a gentle smile, she turned and left, leaving Lu Chun and Lin Xiao behind. Wow, Brother Lu, this heavenly martial sacred land is incredibly luxurious. This villa is even more magnificent than my family estate. Lin Xiao exclaimed, eagerly exploring the yard. Touching this and inspecting that Liu Qin chuckled helplessly. Realizing how easily satisfied the young man was, he settled cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and began to circulate the primordial chaos technique, consolidating his realm. Indeed, the spiritual energy within the blessed cave was extraordinarily rich. Lu Chun felt as if his chaotic body was a parched sponge, greedily absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. His cultivation speed multiplied several times over. After about half an hour, Lu Chun sensed a powerful aura approaching. He abruptly opened his eyes to see the celestial cloud master standing at the door, hands clasped behind his back, smiling at him. Remarkable. At such a young age, you have already attained the first level of the divine fire realm. Moreover, your physique is rather unique, the celestial cloud master remarked, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Liu Qin swiftly rose to greet him. Disciple pays respects to master. There's no need for formalities. The celestial cloud master waved his hand and approached Lu Chun, scrutinizing him closely. Strange, I have never encountered such a physique before. Liu Chun felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze, but he was confident that the master could not discern the true nature of his physique. Master, is there something amiss with my physique? Lu Chun feigned ignorance. The celestial cloud master pondered for a moment before speaking. Your physique is indeed somewhat peculiar that I cannot quite ascertain what is. Do you know what your physique is? Lu Chen's heart sank. This old man had indeed discerned some clues. He quickly devised a plan and feigned a look of bewilderment. Disciple is unaware. No one has ever mentioned anything peculiar about my physique throughout my life. Seeing the sincerity in his expression, the celestial cloud master grew even more puzzled. Could it be that he had misjudged? This young man radiated a unique aura that was difficult to pinpoint. With a sigh, he decided to let it go for now. Very well. If you are unaware, then we shall explore it slowly in the future. He waved his hand. Ceasing further inquiries, he retrieved a jade slip and a longsword from a storage ring, handing them to Lu Chun. This jade slip contains the foundational martial arts technique of our heavenly martial sacred land, the heavenly martial canon. Practice it on your own. This sword, named Qingfeng, is a high-grade spiritual weapon. A gift for your self-defense. Liu Chun accepted the jade slip and sword with gratitude. Bowing respectfully, thank you, master. This old man was indeed generous. His first offering was a high-grade spiritual weapon, confirming the profound heritage of the heavenly martial sacred land. The celestial cloud master imparted a few more words of advice before departing the villa to visit Lin Zhao's room. Watching the master leave, Lu Chun understood that the old man was heading to Lin Xiao. However, that was fortuitous. As long as he was not being watched, he could focus on his cultivation. Returning to his room, Lu Chun settled cross-legged on the bed, placing the jade slip against his forehead to begin comprehending the heavenly martial canon. True to its reputation, the heavenly martial canon was profound and intricate, although it could not compare to the primordial chaos technique. Nevertheless, it was an excellent technique that he could freely demonstrate in public. Soon, Lu Chun began to circulate his spiritual energy according to the technique. Streams of pure spiritual energy surged into his body, continuously nourishing his meridians and bones. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away rapidly. Meanwhile, in Lin Zhao's room, the celestial cloud master gazed at the handsome and extraordinary youth before him, his heart brimming with anticipation. 8 Blessed caves. You are indeed a rare talent in cultivation, one not seen in a millennium. The celestial cloud master exclaimed with excitement. Lin Xiao humbly smiled. Disciple merely had good fortune. The celestial cloud master laughed heartily. Fortune is also a part of strength. Rest assured, I will spare no effort in nurturing you, ensuring you become the pillar of our heavenly martial sacred land. He retrieved a jade slip and a spear from his storage ring, presenting them to Lin Xiao. This jade slip contains the supreme martial arts technique of our heavenly martial sacred land, the heavenly martial divine art. You must cultivate it diligently. This spear, named Overlord Spear, is a top-grade spiritual weapon. Lin Xiao accepted the jade slip and spear, overwhelmed with joy, supreme martial arts technique, and a top-grade spiritual weapon. This treatment is beyond what even core disciples receive. He quickly knelt, bowing deeply, tears of gratitude in his eyes. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Disciple will not disappoint your expectations. The celestial cloud master nodded in satisfaction, helping Lin Xiao to his feet. Good child, rise. With your talent, as long as you cultivate diligently, you are destined to achieve great feats in the future. Chapter 49. A tragic origin that night, under the cover of darkness and a windswept moon. Lu Chun quietly left the villa. Making his way deep into the back mountain, he sought a more secluded location to cultivate his techniques. Though the martial arts of the heavenly martial sacred land were commendable, they were not the most suitable for him, that he needed to find a place rich in spiritual energy to swiftly elevate his strength in the depths of the back mountain, amidst a dense thicket. Lu Chun settled cross-legged atop a massive stone, closing his eyes in concentration as he began to circulate the primordial chaos technique. As he practiced, the surrounding spiritual energy surged violently into his body, forming a colossal vortex that was as if his body had transformed into an abyss, greedily devouring the spiritual energy around him. His cultivation was visibly advancing at an astonishing pace. Suddenly, a shadow flickered, silently appearing behind Lu Chun. The figure held a sharp dagger in hand, emanating a chilling glint. The dagger plunged fiercely toward Lu Chun's back. Clang! A piercing metallic clang shattered the tranquility of the night. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated sound of flesh being torn asunder did not manifest. The assailant's dagger collided with what felt like tempered steel, shattering into two fragments. Lu Chun gradually opened his eyes. Without allowing his opponent a moment to react, he swiftly struck back with an open palm. The surging spiritual energy burst forth like a torrential flood, crashing vehemently into the shadow's chest with a dull thud. The shadow was sent hurtling backward, akin to a kite with its strings severed, crashing heavily to the ground several yards away, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lu Chun rose slowly, advancing step by step towards the disheveled figure. Moonlight poured down, illuminating the shadow's visage. Lu Chun's pupils contracted sharply. Could it truly be her? Yi Qingcheng. In that moment, the once cold and proud Yi Qingcheng bore no resemblance to her former self, a trace of blood staining her lips. Yi Qingcheng, what does this mean? He pondered, utterly perplexed as to why this celestial prodigy would ambush him. Why Yi Qingcheng clutched her chest, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, her gaze as frigid as frost. She did not respond to Lu Chun's inquiry, but instead countered, Who exactly are you? Why are you here in the sacred land of Tianwu? Your furtive approach suggests ill intent. Lu Chun furrowed his brow. The inexplicable attack from this woman vexed him greatly. He had no desire to become entangled with her further, yet her aggressive demeanor was testing his patience. I merely sought a place to cultivate, harboring no malice. Yet, why did you feel the need to assault me? Cultivate? Yi Qingcheng scoffed, as if she had heard the most absurd joke. This forbidden ground of the back mountain is not a place you can tread upon freely. Speak. Which sect do you serve as a spy? And what are your intentions? Lu Chun felt a sense of helplessness. How could this woman be so obstinate? He patiently explained, I am truly not a spy. I simply wished for a serene location to cultivate. Yi Qingcheng remained unconvinced, her eyes glinting with coldness, still daring to quibble. Let me see if I can subdue you today. With that, she grit her teeth against her injuries and charged at Lu Chun once more. Lu Chun's form flickered, effortlessly evading Yi Qingcheng's assault, inwardly lamenting her obstinacy. He had no intention of harming her, yet her relentless pursuit left him no choice but to defend himself. Tai Chu Hun Dun Ju. Lu Chun intoned, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that instantaneously suppressed Yi Qingcheng. Her complexion paled dramatically. She had not anticipated Lu Chun's formidable strength. Leaving her utterly defenseless, Lu Chun struck forth with a palm. Once again, Yi Qingcheng was sent reeling, crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing from her mouth. Yet Lu Chun did not deliver a fatal blow. Instead, he swiftly approached and bound her with a rope he had procured from an unknown source. Observing Yi Qingcheng, now securely bound, Lu Chun sighed inwardly, recognizing her as quite the nuisance that I say, miss. Why do you glare at me so? I haven't harmed you. Yi Qingchang shot him a furious look, ready to retort. But the movement exacerbated her injuries, causing her to gasp in pain. Seeing this, Lu Chun sighed again. Let me be frank, I am not from the central continent. With that, he began weaving a tale that was a mix of truth and fabrication, detailing how he had been pursued by the Tianxian sect, narrowly escaping death, and how his family had exhausted their resources to open a dimensional rift to send him here for refuge. During this narrative, he produced several tokens he had prepared beforehand from his storage ring. A jade pendant inscribed with ancient runes, a ring adorned with a carved ferocious beast, and a scroll of yellowed ancient text. These items, of course, were mere trinkets he had acquired from a roadside stall, slightly modified to serve as his so-called family heirlooms. Yi Qingchang listened to Lu Chen's account and observed the tokens. Her initially cold demeanor gradually shifted to one of skepticism, her doubts beginning to dissipate. Having been born into the sacred land of Tianwu, her discerning eye was keen, although Lu Chun had deliberately concealed the aura of the tokens. Their antiquity was evident, suggesting they were far from ordinary. Sensing Yi Qingchang's expression soften, Lu Chun seized the opportunity to press on, that I truly did not intend to intrude upon the forbidden area. I merely sought a quiet place to cultivate and regain my strength, to one day return to the Kangwu realm and exact vengeance upon the Tianxian sect. He feigned a fierce countenance, his eyes ablaze with hatred at why Yi Qingchang regarded Lu Chen's earnest expression and finally believed his words. Internally, she felt a pang of regret for having mistaken a good person for an enemy in a moment of impulsiveness. Lu Shidi, I apologize. I misunderstood you, she said, her face tinged with remorse. Lu Chun waved his hand dismissively. It's all right. Ignorance is no crime. However, could you perhaps inquire about the situation before launching an attack next time? As he spoke, he began to untie the ropes binding Yi Qingchang. She flexed her wrists, which had grown numb from the bindings, her cheeks flushing slightly. I was merely thinking of the safety of the sacred land. Lu Chun chuckled lightly, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. He channeled the Tai Chu Hun Dun Ju, gradually infusing pure spiritual energy into Yi Qingchang's body to heal her wounds. The warm energy flowed within her, dispelling her pain and enveloping her in an inexplicable comfort. Yes, she gazed at Lu Chun, who stood close by. His handsome visage and focused demeanor stirred an unexpected ripple within her heart. This young man was astonishingly even stronger than she had anticipated. Thank you, Lu Shidi, Yi Qingchang said softly, her voice soothing to the ears that it was but a trivial effort. Lu Chen replied, retracting his hand with a gentle smile. After their conversation, Yi Qingchang felt deep sympathy for Lu Chen's plight and admiration for his strength. She took the initiative to offer her assistance in helping him establish himself within the sacred land of Tianwu, expressing her willingness to introduce him to the elders of the sect. Naturally, Lu Chun did not decline, as he had been seeking an opportunity to infiltrate the inner workings of the sacred land. Yi Qingchang's appearance provided him with an exceptional chance. I am most grateful, senior sister, Lu Chun said, bowing in thanks. Why Yi Qingchang smiled slightly. There is no need for such formality. Just focus on your cultivation moving forward. Chapter 50. Challenge at Yinhai Peak. Under Yi Qingchang's guidance, Lu Chen arrived at a secluded bamboo cottage. The interior was simply furnished, yet impeccably clean. She handed Lu Chen a porcelain vial. This contains special healing elixirs from the sacred land. Take it and rest well. If you need anything, do not hesitate to let me know. Lu Chen accepted the vial, opening it to inhale the fragrant aroma. Indeed, a fine concoction. He glanced at Yi Qingchang. With such generosity, I shall not stand on ceremony. Why Yi Qingchang felt somewhat flustered under his gaze, clearing her throat. Just focus on healing. I must take my leave. With that, she hurriedly exited the bamboo cottage. Lu Chen watched a retreating figure, finding her rather intriguing. After Yi Qingchang departed, Lu Chen sat cross-legged, channeling the Tai Chu Han Dun Ju and commencing his cultivation. The rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into him like a tidal wave, swiftly replenishing his own energy. Why Yi Qingchang did not return directly to her quarters, but instead visited the cave dwelling of Qin Yunjinren. Grandfather, today I encountered Lu Chun on the back mountain. Yi Qingsheng recounted the events to Qing Yunjinren in full detail. He stroked his beard thoughtfully. You say he hails from the Kangwu realm and is being hunted by the Tianxin sect? From my observation, he does not appear to be lying. Yi Qingsheng affirmed. Qing Yunjinren nodded. I have heard of the Tianxin sect. I was aware of their reputation even before the dimensional rift closed. In that case, let him cultivate in peace. Yi Qingsheng bowed respectfully and took her leave. The following morning, Lu Chun sat cross-legged within the bamboo cottage. The Tai Chu Hun Dunju circulated through him as the abundant spiritual energy poured in like a whale swallowing water. Suddenly, a commotion outside disrupted the morning serenity. Lu Chun slowly opened his eyes, his brows furrowing slightly as he rose to open the bamboo door. Outside stood Qing Yunjinren, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom. Beside him, Lin Xiao was animatedly waving his fists in indignation, resembling a feisty little beast. Upon seeing Lu Chun, Lin Xiao immediately suppressed his anger. His gaze filled with sympathy as he rushed towards Lu Chun. Lu Gij, fear not. Once I master my cultivation, I will surely accompany you back to the Kangwu realm, and together we shall exact our revenge. Observing the fervent youth before him, Lu Chun understood it seemed Yi Qingsheng had embellished his tragic tale to Qing Yunjinren, who, in turn, had used Lin Xiao as a pawn to motivate him through the guise of vengeance. Lu Chun inwardly chuckled, maintaining a composed facade while feigning a touch of emotion. Brother Lin, with your words, I would consider my life well spent. Qing Yunjinren stroked his beard, his expression kind and benevolent. Disciple, should you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. Though the dimensional rift is currently closed, should the day come when it reopens, I shall accompany you to trample down the Tianxin sect. Lu Chun promptly bowed deeply, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. Thank you, Master. Your immense kindness will be etched in my heart forever. Meanwhile, he silently scoffed. Old man, your theatrics are quite impressive. The esteemed Qing Yunjinren stepped forward, speaking with earnest gravity. As you are newly arrived, should you find yourself lacking in resources, do not hesitate to voice your needs. Do not allow yourself to suffer in silence. Lu Chun felt a surge of joy within, yet feigned modesty on the surface, responding, Master, how could I possibly impose? Ah, there is no need for such formality. Qing Yunjinren waved his hand dismissively. You carry the weight of deep-seated enmity. Thus you must exert yourself doubly, striving to attain a higher realm swiftly in order to exact your vengeance. Lu Chun readily acquiesced, his heart elated. In the ensuing days, Lu Chun basked in unprecedented glory. Not only did he receive special attention from Qing Yunjinren, but a continuous influx of various cultivation resources flowed to him. Even the other disciples of Tianqing Peak regarded him with a newfound respect, fearful of offending this talented individual with a tragic past. As he reveled in the adulation, he diligently practiced the Tai Chu Huan Dong Ju. Advancing his cultivation at an astonishing pace, he even found time to impart a few techniques to Lin Xiao. One day, as Lu Chun was immersed in his training, a hurried footfall interrupted his focus. Lin Xiao burst into the bamboo cottage, panting heavily, and exclaimed, Lu Ge, this is bad. The disciples of Yunhai Peak have challenged you. Lu Chun slowly concluded his practice, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Yunhai Peak, he had only arrived at Tianqing Peak a few days prior and had had no prior interaction with them. The challenge seemed perplexing. Maintaining his composure, he inquired, Oh, a challenge? What is the reason behind it? Lin Xiao scratched his head, his tone laced with indignation. They claim you are merely an insignificant insect from another realm, unworthy of staying at Tianqing Peak, and they demand that you leave. Lu Chun let out a cold laugh. Insect from the lower realms? What a feeble excuse. He had an inkling of the truth. It appeared the Nangong family was becoming restless. Let us go see, he declared, rising with a glint of cold determination in his eyes. Upon arriving at the training ground, they were greeted by a sea of eager onlookers. Nearly all the disciples of Tianqing Peak had gathered. At the center of the throng stood a familiar figure, proudly posturing. Nangong As Lu Chun scanned the crowd, he unexpectedly spotted Yi Qingsheng standing nearby, her delicate brows furrowed in concern. When she noticed Lu Chen's arrival, she hurried over and whispered, "Lu Chen, Yunhai Peak is the main faction of the Nangong family. They must have prepared for this challenge. You must be cautious." Liu Chen nodded slightly, comprehending the situation. The Nangong family intended to assert their dominance over him. He fixed his gaze upon Nangong Hao, a surge of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. These individuals sought trouble, and it seemed they had delivered it to his doorstep. Yes, if sensing Lu Chen's scrutiny, Nangong Hao sneered, taunting loudly, "Lu Chen, are you too cowardly to emerge from behind a woman? I had thought you possessed some prowess, only to discover you are but a turtle retreating into its shell." A flash of cold light sparked in Lu Chen's eyes as he prepared to retort. But a mocking voice from the crowd interrupted. "Oh, isn't this our grand genius, Lu Chen? What is the matter?" "Afraid. If you're afraid, you might as well scurry back to your lower realm and spare us the embarrassment." The speaker was none other than Nangong Yu, who wore a triumphant expression. Liu Chen's gaze turned icy as he regarded Nangong Yu. "Nangong Hao, if you seek death, I shall gladly oblige," with a decisive step forward. An overwhelming sword intent erupted, enveloping the entire training ground. Nangong Hao's expression shifted, clearly taken aback by the intensity of Lu Chen's aura. He snorted derisively, drawing his sword, its blade aimed directly at Lu Chen. "Enough with the pleasantries. Let us see true skill." Lu Chen chuckled coldly, refusing to flinch or evade. With his fingers poised like a sword, a golden streak of sword light shot forth from his fingertip. Colliding with Nangong Hao's sword energy, boom! A resounding explosion echoed as both energies dissipated simultaneously, sending a powerful wave that compelled the surrounding disciples to retreat in haste, wary of being caught in the crossfire. Nangong Hao's complexion paled. He had not anticipated Lu Chen's prowess to be so formidable. Just a mere finger had deflected his attack. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed another barrage of sword strikes, each one more furious than the last. Like a tempest unleashed upon Lu Chen, in the face of Nangong Hao's relentless onslaught. Lu Chen's speed was such that he appeared as nothing more than a blur. Despite the ferocity of Nangong Hao's sword energy, it could not graze Lu Chen's attire. That all you can muster? Nangong Hao, you truly overestimate your abilities." Lu Chen taunted as he dodged the attacks, his voice laced with derision. Nangong Hao's face grew increasingly grim. Damn it! Damn it! He cursed inwardly, astonished by Lu Chen's swiftness. His own strikes were rendered ineffective. In his rage, he poured his spiritual energy into his sword, causing its brilliance to surge. An even more aggressive torrent of sword energy cascaded toward Lu Chen like a torrential rain. Lu Chen let out a cold laugh, unwilling to hold back any longer. This man clearly aimed to take his life. With his fingers sharpened into a sword, a golden light flickered at his fingertips. A golden sword beam, akin to a soaring dragon, shot forth, meeting Nangong Hao's relentless sword energy in a series of explosive clashes. Boom! 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 The training ground erupted with a cacophony of golden light and sword energy intertwining. The sound deafening. The tremendous force sent shockwaves throughout the area, causing the surrounding disciples to retreat further, anxious to avoid the fallout. Nangong Hao was increasingly alarmed. He realized that Lu Chen's strength far surpassed his expectations. Despite being at a lower realm, Lu Chen effortlessly neutralized his attacks and subtly gained the upper hand, causing his own techniques to become disordered. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen surged forward, pressing his finger against the tip of Nangong Hao's sword. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as Nangong Hao's sword was knocked from his grasp, sending him stumbling back several steps, his face pale and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Trash belongs in the trash heap, Lu Chen declared, seizing Nangong Hao's sword and thrusting it toward him. In that critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared, blocking Nangong Hao's path. It was none other than Nangong Xiong, the peak master of Yunhai Peak. He spoke in a deep voice. "Stop!" Lu Chen furrowed his brow, halting his attack. Nangong Xiong's icy gaze fell upon Lu Chen as he admonished. "Lu Chen, your actions are excessively ruthless." Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. Just moments ago, he had chosen not to intervene, and now this person dared to appear out of nowhere, and if he claimed ignorance of the preceding events, Lu Chen would never believe him. Ruthless? I have barely begun. He challenged me first. If he cannot match me, do I not have the right to retaliate? Competitions are meant for skill, not to seek life or death. Yet you struck with such malice, clearly intending to take his life. Nangong Xiong rebuked, Daha. Peak Master Nangong, one can eat recklessly, but one cannot speak recklessly. When have I sought to take his life? I merely wish to teach him a lesson, to let him know the world is vast. Lu Chun retorted defiantly to the lesson. Your so-called lesson nearly cost him his life. Nangong Xiong's eyes glinted with coldness. I end life and death battles. Each must accept their fate, if he could not withstand this little setback. What was the point of cultivating? Lu Chun refused to back down. Nangong Xiong's face darkened. He had not expected Lu Chun to be so sharp-toned, offering him no face at all. You seek death. Who seeks death? Before he could finish speaking, a new figure descended upon the training ground. That it was Qing Yunjinren. Upon landing, an invisible aura spread, causing the surrounding disciples to momentarily struggle to breathe. He surveyed the pale-faced Nangong Hao, then glanced at the bloodied sword in Lu Chen's hand, his brow furrowing. Nangong Xiong, what sort of conduct is this? Nangong Xiong's expression stiffened. He had not anticipated Qing Yunjinren's sudden arrival, let alone being questioned upon arrival. Suppressing his rage, he clasped his hands and replied, Zhenren, this Lu Chun is excessively ruthless. My disciple merely ruthless? Qing Yunjinren interrupted with a cold laugh. I end competitions. Blades are merciless, and injuries are inevitable. Nangong Hao was bested by Lu Chun due to his own inadequacy. As the peak master, your failure to uphold justice is one matter. But now you distort the truth and shield your disciple, which is utterly unjust. Nangong Xiong's countenance shifted from green to white as he endured Qing Yunjinren's reprimand. Unable to retort, left to stand there in frustration, he inwardly cursed Lu Chun, lamenting his unfortunate luck in drawing Qing Yunjinren's favor. Qing Yunjinren turned his attention back to Lu Chun. Lu Chun, your strength and talent far exceed that of your peers. In this contest, you have emerged victorious. Lu Chun clasped his hands and expressed gratitude. Thank you, Master. His heart soared with triumph. Qing Yunjinren had indeed been a timely ally, for otherwise the situation could have escalated unfavorably. On the sidelines, Nangong Hao seethed with rage, unable to swallow his indignation. Struggling to his feet, he pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Chun, shouting, I refuse to accept this. I demand another challenge. Nangong Xiong swiftly grasped Nangong Hao. Hissing, enough. Do you not feel embarrassed? Given Qing Yunjinren's attention on Lu Chun, further challenges would only lead to greater humiliation. Though Nangong Hao was reluctant, he recognized that this was not the moment to challenge Lu Chun again. With a resentful glare at Lu Chun, he followed Nangong Xiong away from the training ground. The surrounding disciples erupted into a flurry of chatter, astonished. Good heavens, Lu Chun actually defeated Nangong Hao. Moreover, it forced the master of Nangong to lose face. This Lu Chun is truly formidable. Despite being merely at the first level of the Divine Fire Realm, he managed to defeat Nangong Hao, who is at the third level. It appears that Lu Chun should not be underestimated in the future. He might very well become the next core disciple. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Lu Chun returned to Yi Qingqing's side. At this moment, Lin Xiao was also filled with excitement. Brother Lu, that last move was incredibly impressive, Lin Xiao exclaimed, his enthusiasm akin to that of an enamored youth, almost bursting into a dance. Although Yi Qingqing did not speak, the delight in her eyes was unmistakable. Before Lu Chun could respond, however, Master Qingyun descended gracefully from the high platform, interrupting the brief celebration. Qingqing, bring Lu Chun and Lin Xiao with me. Lu Chun understood that it was likely a matter concerning Nangong Xiong. He exchanged a knowing glance with the two, and together they followed Master Qingyun towards the Peak Master's residence atop Tianqing Peak. Along the way, Lin Xiao continued to chatter animatedly about Lu Chen's impressive display, while Yi Qingqing occasionally chimed in, expressing her acknowledgement of Lu Chen's strength. Lu Chen merely smiled faintly, though his mind was already calculating how to handle Nangong Xiong's potential grievances. The Peak Master's residence exuded an ethereal atmosphere. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Master Qingyun gestured for the three to take their seats, while he settled into the main position. "You are likely aware of today's events," he stated directly, though Nangong Xiong is narrow-minded. He is nonetheless the master of Yunhai Peak, and I cannot be overly harsh. Liu Chun, while you triumphed in the contest, your approach was somewhat excessive. Do you understand? Liu Chun felt somewhat helpless on the surface. It seemed a reprimand, yet in truth, it was a defense of Nangong Xiong's dignity. However, he was not foolish and followed Master Qingyun's lead, replying, "Disciple understands his mistake and will be mindful of the appropriate restraint in the future." Indeed, recognizing one's errors and amending them is commendable. Master Qingyun nodded in satisfaction before shifting the conversation. However, be wary of Nangong Xiong. He is one who seeks vengeance for even the slightest slight. You must remain vigilant and ensure not to provide him with any leverage. Liu Chun was not the type to be oblivious to such matters and recognized that Master Qingyun's words were for his own good. Disciple will heed the master's counsel. After a few more casual exchanges with Yi Qingsheng and Lin Xiao, Master Qingyun dismissed them. Before they left, he called Liu Chen aside and handed him a brocade box. "This is a 6-turn golden lotus that I fortuitously acquired. It will greatly aid your cultivation, so take it." Liu Chun did not hastily accept it, but looked at Master Qingyun. "Master, if this were given to junior brother Lin, it would surely serve him better, given his exceptional talent." Before he could finish, Master Qingyun interrupted him. "Enough, this is prepared for you. As the senior brother, you cannot allow yourself to be inferior to your junior. Moreover, you must hasten your own progress and strive to bring honor to your master during the sect's grand competition." Hearing this, Liu Chun felt warmth in his heart. Master was clearly trying to alleviate any burdens he might feel. "Thank you for your generous gift, Master." Liu Chun bowed deeply and accepted the wooden box containing the 6-turn golden lotus. "Now, you may leave. Remember, should you encounter a similar situation again, do not act recklessly. Await my arrival. You understand?" Listening to the elder's admonitions, Liu Chun was reminded of Shui Wanwan back in the Kangwu realm, but he wondered how his esteemed mentor was faring now. Disciple understands. With that, Liu Chun exited the residence. Once back in his quarters, Liu Chun eagerly opened the brocade box and a rich medicinal fragrance wafted forth, revealing a resplendent golden lotus nestled within. Liu Chun sat cross-legged, carefully extracting the 6-turn golden lotus from the box. Taking a deep breath, he activated the Taichu Chaos Art and began to absorb the lotus's medicinal essence. Initially, the spiritual energy flowed into his body like a gentle stream, nourishing his meridians as time passed. The energy grew more potent, surging through him like a roaring river. Liu Chen's bones cracked audibly as the power of the lotus proved extraordinary. Liu Chun mused inwardly. He had initially thought it would merely enhance his cultivation, but was astonished by the purity of the lotus's essence. Not only did it elevate his cultivation level, but it also subtly improved his physique. The chaos body, already rare, gained even more strength with the nourishment of the 6-turn golden lotus. Liu Chun could distinctly feel his physique gradually strengthening. Though the enhancement was slight for the chaos body, any increase was invaluable. After an indeterminate amount of time, Liu Chun sensed that the spiritual energy within him had calmed. He had completely absorbed the lotus's medicinal power. Slowly opening his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashed within them. Liu Chun felt invigorated, filled with newfound strength. Second level of the divine fire realm. "I actually broke through." Liu Chun was elated as he reveled in the surging power within him. He had expected a lengthy period to ascend to the second level of the divine fire realm, yet the 6-turn golden lotus had enabled him to shatter that barrier directly. After a night of cultivation, Liu Chun felt refreshed and energized that he opened the window, allowing the morning light to pour in. A new day had begun. Liu Chun resolved to visit the sect's task hall to find a suitable mission. This would not only earn him contribution points to exchange for cultivation resources, but also provide him with a chance to hone his skills and solidify his cultivation, a win-win situation. Moments later, Liu Chun arrived at the task hall, where numerous disciples were already accepting tasks. Liu Chun was a disciple of the Peak Master. He faced no task requirements in contrast. Those who had recently entered the Tianwu sacred realm and become outer disciples typically had such obligations. Generally, disciples were required to complete 3 C-level tasks, 2 B-level or 1 A-level each month. Liu Chen's gaze swept over the myriad task plaques, and suddenly, a mission to hunt demons caught his attention. Demons? Liu Chen furrowed his brow. He was familiar with demon beasts, but what exactly were these demons? Were they some form of mutated beast? As he pondered, a young man clad in fine attire approached him directly. Initially, Liu Chen thought the man was merely passing by. But to his surprise, the young man halted before him, surveying him from head to toe. "You are Liu Chen?" Liu Chen felt perplexed and replied, "Who are you?" The young man, seeming taken aback that Liu Chen did not recognize him, flashed a flicker of irritation across his face. "You don't know me?" A companion beside the young man, dressed in the attire of an inner disciple, stepped forward. "This is the third holy son of our Tianwu sacred realm. Nieyun." He emphasized the title Holy Son, as if to ensure Liu Chen understood the gravity of Nieyun's status. Hearing this, Nieyun's face beamed with pride. Relishing the attention, he disdainfully glanced at Liu Chen and arrogantly declared, "Stay away from Qingchang in the future. Otherwise, you'll regret it." With that, he strutted off, flanked by a group of followers. Liu Chen watched Nieyun's departing figure, a cold smile playing on his lips. A holy son? Merely that. His relationship with Yi Qingcheng was one of camaraderie. Nieyun was taking himself far too seriously. However, the nature of these demons still puzzled him. He decided to consult the elder at the task hall. Arriving at the entrance of the task hall, he found an elder with a kind and benevolent expression. Liu Chen expressed his curiosity regarding the demons. The elder stroked his beard and explained, "Demons are formed from demon beasts that have absorbed the turbid and resentful energies of heaven and earth. They possess not only formidable strength, but also a savage and bloodthirsty nature, making them exceedingly difficult to contend with." Turbid and resentful energies. Liu Chen's mind stirred. This evoked memories of certain legends from his previous life. Could it be that this world harbored a realm akin to a demon world? The elder continued, "This task to hunt demons has been available for quite some time, yet no one has dared to accept it due to the demons' unpredictable movements and formidable prowess. Even peak-level divine fire realm cultivators may not stand a chance against them." Upon hearing this, Liu Chen felt not a shred of trepidation. Rather, his interest was piqued. He had been seeking a worthy opponent to sharpen his skills, and the emergence of these demons might present an excellent opportunity. "Elder, I will accept this task." The elder regarded Liu Chen with a hint of surprise in his eyes before nodding. "It is commendable for a young man to possess such courage, but you must also act within your limits and not be overly reckless." Liu Chen accepted the task plaque and turned to leave the task hall. However, he did not hasten to depart. Instead, he planned to visit the scripture repository to research the demons before devising a specific hunting strategy. Just as he exited the task hall, he spotted Yi Qingcheng approaching him. Yi Qingcheng wished to say something further, but upon seeing his expression, she swallowed her words. "Take care, then I have some matters to attend to." Liu Chen nodded slightly and proceeded directly towards the sutra repository. The sutra repository stood majestically, exuding a faint aura of scholarly wisdom. As Liu Chen stepped inside, he was immediately enveloped by a surge of profound energy that invigorated his spirit. Within the repository, countless tomes were meticulously arranged on the shelves, dazzling to the eyes. Following the index, Liu Chen quickly located the records pertaining to demons and monsters. However, most entries were merely superficial descriptions without substantial content. Disappointed, Liu Chen was about to depart when his gaze was drawn to a tattered book in the corner. This tome appeared ancient, its cover in a state of disrepair, and the pages somewhat yellowed and curled. Driven by curiosity, Liu Chen cautiously retrieved the book. As he gently opened it, a musty scent wafted forth, causing him to involuntarily sneeze. After clearing the dust, Liu Chen finally discerned the text on the pages. "Demons causing chaos. A great calamity for mankind?" Intrigued, Liu Chen settled cross-legged and began to study the text earnestly. As time passed, he gradually comprehended the meaning of the words. This tome was not an ordinary record, but rather an ancient manual on formations. It detailed a formation known as the Nine-Yang Exorcism Array, specifically designed to counter demons. The text mentioned that demons are manifestations of the world's turbid energy and resentment, fearing pure spiritual energy and righteous vigor. The 9-yang exorcism array harnesses 9 types of utmost yang and solid spiritual entities, arranged into a powerful formation to trap demons within, purifying them with pure yang energy. Joy surged within Lu Chun. This was precisely what he sought. He swiftly etched the formation into his memory and carefully returned the tome to its original place. After exiting the sutra repository, Lu Chun reviewed the details of his task. These demons typically lurked around a place called Yuanwu City, situated near the Tianwu Sacred Land. Yuanwu City, a place rife with chaos, was a melting pot of various factions. Upon seeing this, Lu Chun understood why no one had taken on this mission. Though he had recently joined the Tianwu Sacred Land, he had heard of this place that it essentially lay at the very edge of the Tianwu Sacred Land's influence, beyond which lay another territory known as the Tianwu Sacred Land. Clearly, this task would not be an easy one. He returned to his residence, tidied up briefly, and set off towards Yuanwu City. 2 days later, Lu Chun arrived at Yuanwu City. Before entering, he caught sight of dust swirling near the city gates. Mingled with shouts and the clashing of weapons, he reined in his horse and dismounted, leaving the steed at a modest and outside the city. The innkeeper was a wiry old man, his eyes darting about. After sizing up Lu Chun, he rubbed his hands together and said with a grin, "Guest, Yuanwu City has been rather unsettled lately. I cannot guarantee the safety of your fine horse here." Lu Chun pulled a piece of silver from his pocket and tossed it to the innkeeper. "Less chatter. I give you silver to silence your mouth, not to hear your prattle." The innkeeper quickly accepted the silver, his face brimming with obsequious smiles. "Rest assured, honored guest, I understand. Ignoring him further, Lu Chun strode toward the city gates. At the entrance, 2 groups were locked in a fierce brawl. One side was well-dressed, clearly representing a certain family, while the other appeared ragged, resembling desperate rogues. The 2 factions clashed without yielding, completely disregarding the terrified screams of the surrounding populace. Lu Chun frowned slightly. Yuanwu City was even more chaotic than he had imagined. He circumvented the crowd and entered through a narrow alley to avoid drawing attention. Lu Chun donned a coarse linen robe, wrapping his dark hair with a cloth to conceal his handsome features. As he walked through the streets, he observed his surroundings. Most shops along the road had their doors tightly shut, with only a few still operating, albeit with dismal business. Passers-by hurried along, their faces etched with fear and anxiety. Lu Chun entered a tea house that was still open, ordered a pot of tea, and quietly settled in a corner to listen to the conversations around him. "Have you heard? The young lady of the Wu family went missing a few days ago. Indeed, they say she was taken by demons outside the city. These demons are becoming increasingly audacious, daring to abduct even the Wu family's young lady." Alas, the world is indeed in turmoil. Lu Chun picked up on the keywords Wu family and demons. He had already gathered information before coming. The Wu family was the largest clan in Yuanwu City, and the demons' rampages were not baseless. He rose from the tea house and headed straight for the largest residence in the city, which belonged to the Wu family. Upon arriving, he found the gates tightly shut, with 2 burly guards standing at the entrance, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Lu Chun approached the door and produced his Tianwu Sacred Land token. "I am a disciple of the Tianwu Sacred Land. Take me to see your master." The guards, upon seeing the token, appeared somewhat anxious. "Not just any guest. This is something to report to the family head." Lu Chun smiled and waved his hand, urging them to expedite the process. Just then, a sharp voice called from within, "Who seeks an audience with the family head?" A middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe emerged from inside, his face pale and eyes sunken, clearly a victim of excess. Lu Chun regarded him, recalling the information he had read about the Wu family, that if he was not mistaken, this man should be Wu Yong, the debauched young master of the Wu family. That Wu Yong scrutinized Lu Chun, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "Who are you to dare request an audience with the family head? Speak your business to me." Upon hearing this, the guards immediately panicked and hurriedly advised, "Young master, this is a celestial being from the Tianwu Sacred Land." Wu Yong was taken aback for a moment, then quickly donned a fawning smile. So it's a celestial being from the Tianwu Sacred Land. "Please, come in. The sudden shift in demeanor left Lu Chun somewhat bewildered. "Take me to see the head of the Wu family." "Of course, right this way." Wu Yong nodded and turned to lead the way. Lu Chun followed him into the Wu residence. They traversed several corridors until they reached a study. Wu Yong pushed the door open, gesturing for Lu Chun to enter. Inside, Lu Chun found an elderly man seated, a figure Lu Chun recognized as the head of the Wu family. Wu Changfeng. His hair and beard were completely white, yet he appeared vigorous. His eyes shone brightly, exuding an aura of authority without anger. Chapter 54. Tianlu Lin Father, this is a celestial being from the Tianwu sacred land. Wu Yong respectfully announced. Hearing this, Wu Changfeng squinted, appraising the young man before him. Despite Lu Chen's simple attire, he exuded an air of heroism and authority, suggesting he was no ordinary individual. Liu Chun observed Wu Changfeng, discreetly assessing his cultivation level at the third tier of the Cave Heaven realm. He might be considered a master in Yuanwu City, but to Lu Chun, he was insignificant. May I ask how to address you? Young friend? Wu Changfeng broke the silence first. I am Lu Chun, a disciple of the Tianwu sacred land. Lu Chun replied, cupping his hands and presenting his identity token. Wu Changfeng took the token, scrutinizing it carefully. Once assured of its authenticity, he returned it to Lu Chun, the worry on his face deepening. Young friend, Lu has graced my humble abode. What brings you here? I have heard that the young lady of the Wu family has gone missing. I possess some skills in tracking and have come to offer my assistance. Lu Chun stated plainly. Wu Changfeng sighed deeply upon hearing this. My daughter has been missing for several days. I am frantic with worry, yet have no leads that if young friend Lu can help recover her, I would be eternally grateful. Wu Changfeng recounted the details of his daughter's disappearance meticulously. It turned out that Wu Yueling, the young lady of the Wu family, was exceptionally talented and had reached the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea realm. A few days prior, she had ventured outside the city to gather spiritual herbs in Tianlu Lin, but had not returned. The Wu family had dispatched people to search everywhere, but had found no trace. Tianlu Lin. Lu Chun repeated the name softly. Already forming some conjectures in his mind, he inquired about further details from Wu Changfeng, such as Wu Yueling's attire and the items she carried. Before rising to take his leave, "Oh, not worry. Family head Wu, I shall head to Tianlu Lin at once to investigate." Wu Changfeng was filled with overwhelming joy. He promptly instructed his servants to prepare 3 guards to accompany Lu Chun. Among them, the most formidable was a middle-aged man named Wu Zhen, whose cultivation level was at the Immortal Bridge stage, making him the most skilled member of the Wu family aside from the family head. The other 2 were at the Spirit Sea stage, rather mediocre in strength. Liu Chun graciously declined Wu Changfeng's generous hospitality and hurriedly departed from the Wu residence with the 3 guards. Along the way, Wu Zhen provided a detailed account of the situation regarding the Tianlu forest. This secluded thicket, with its sparse spiritual energy, was home to many rare spiritual herbs, which had drawn numerous desperate individuals to its depths. Prior to Wu Yueling's disappearance, the Wu family had repeatedly warned her against approaching Tianlu Forest. However, she, being overconfident in her own abilities, disregarded their cautions, ultimately leading to a grave disaster. Upon arriving at Tianlu Forest, Lu Chun immediately unleashed his spiritual awareness. Soon, he detected a faint trace of murky energy emanating from a narrow path ahead. It appeared that Wu Yueling's disappearance was indeed connected to some malevolent forces. Wu Zhen, lead your men along this path to search ahead, but exercise caution, Lu Chun commanded, before proceeding alone towards the source of the most concentrated murkiness. As he ventured deeper, the surrounding trees grew increasingly dense, and a chilling, ominous aura enveloped the entire forest. Liu Chun slowed his pace, attentively observing his surroundings. Suddenly, he halted, his gaze fixated on an enormous ancient tree. The trunk radiated a faint demonic energy. Liu Chun extended a finger, lightly touching it. An icy energy surged into his body, causing him to shiver involuntarily. What on earth is this? His brow furrowed as he swiftly circulated the primordial chaos art to dispel the chilling energy. Cursed object, Lu Chun muttered under his breath. He noticed a slender crack in the trunk, from which a faint red glow emanated. Driven by curiosity, he channeled his spiritual power and struck the trunk with his palm. With a sharp crack, the trunk split open. Deep within the fissure lay a crimson orb, exuding a potent demonic aura at a demon core. Lu Chen instantly recognized it, deducing from its aura that it belonged to at least a second-tier demon beast. What on earth is this doing here? His mind swirled with questions. Could there be more secrets hidden within Tianlu Forest? As he pondered, a deafening roar erupted behind him. Liu Chen spun around to see a colossal demon beast charging out from the thicket. Its body covered in black scales and eyes blood-red. It was the master of the demon core, a second-tier black scale leopard. Enraged at the theft of its hidden core, the black scale leopard opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs, and lunged towards Liu Chen. The stench assaulted his senses, making him nauseous. Liu Chen had been prepared. With a cold smirk, he exclaimed, "Beast, you seek death." He swiftly dodged the black scale leopard's attack while simultaneously channeling the Tianshu sword, which blazed with brilliance as he unleashed the primordial sword technique. The razor-sharp sword chi sliced through the air towards the black scale leopard, which, caught off guard, was struck and let out a piercing cry. A deep gash appeared on its body, blood gushing forth. Seizing the advantage, Lu Chen struck again, this time severing the black scale leopard's head from its body. With a thunderous crash, the massive beast collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Liu Chen stowed the demon core away, yet felt little joy. He had initially believed the black scale leopard to be the source of the malevolence. Now, it seemed that matters were far more complicated than he had imagined. He pressed deeper into Tianlu Forest. As he ventured further, the nauseating murkiness intensified. The trees grew even more twisted and bizarre. Suddenly, Lu Chen sensed a powerful presence rapidly approaching. His heart raced, and he promptly released his spiritual awareness, only to discover that the source was not a demon beast, but a person who dares to creep around. "Show yourself," a gruff voice echoed through the woods. Moments later, a burly man, his face a mass of muscle, emerged from behind a tree, wielding a massive battle axe and glaring fiercely at Lu Chen. Behind him trailed several similarly intimidating men, each exuding a strong scent of blood. Clearly, they were desperate rogues. "Boy, who are you to dare trespass on our territory?" the burly man demanded arrogantly. Liu Chen frowned slightly, pondering whether these men were the culprits behind Wu Yueling's disappearance. When Lu Chen remained silent, the muscular man spat impatiently, launching a glob of thick saliva, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a punishment. "Brothers, attack. This kid looks soft. He must have treasures on him." The other men cackled menacingly, brandishing their weapons and surrounding Lu Chen. The battle axe whistled through the air, aimed directly at Lu Chen's face. Without moving his figure, Lu Chen merely tilted his body slightly to evade what appeared to be a fierce blow. At that moment, as Lu Chen prepared to counterattack, he keenly sensed that these men were emanating the same murky energy as the previous demon core, and that which lay deeper within Tianlu Forest. Indeed, these individuals were undoubtedly connected to the so-called demons, Lu Chen concluded. Since that was the case, he saw no reason to hold back any longer. Though these men appeared fearsome, the strongest among them was merely at the third level of the Spirit Sea stage. In contrast, Lu Chen, at the second level of the Divine Fire stage, regarded them as little more than insects, not a bunch of rabble. Lu Chen scoffed coldly as he drew his Tianshu sword, its cold light flashing. He didn't even need to employ the secret of the all-character. The primordial sword technique alone was sufficient to deal with these lowly foes. The sword light surged forth like a rainbow, swift as lightning. Several cries of agony echoed as the assailants fell to the ground, clutching their wounds and howling in pain. The burly man's face paled in shock. He never expected that this seemingly young boy possessed such terrifying strength. What are you?" The man's voice trembled, his grip on the battle axe wavering. Liu Chen ignored his question and approached him step by step. "I ask you again, where is the demon?" The man's complexion turned ashen, his eyes flickering with hesitation as he weighed whether to divulge the truth. Not willing to speak, Lu Chen's gaze darkened with murderous intent as he slowly raised the Tianshu sword, its tip aimed at the man's throat. Then prepare to die. Feeling the threat of death, the man finally broke down, exclaiming, I'll tell you. Lord Huangxian is in the Wyadong of Tianlu Forest." There, before he could finish, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. From deep within Tianlu Forest, A terrifying aura surged into the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar. The entire forest trembled violently. This is bad. Lu Chen's expression shifted as an ominous premonition washed over him. The aura was exponentially more powerful than the black-scale leopard he had encountered earlier. Could it be the demon? With no time to ponder, Lu Chen darted swiftly towards the depths of Tianlu Forest, leaving behind the trembling, burly man who sat on the ground, shaking with fear. Lord Huangxian is furious. We are doomed. We are all doomed. His words incited panic among the others. Some, ignoring their injuries, fled towards the forest's edge. Liu Chen raced forward, leaves swirling beneath his feet and fierce winds howling around him. As he delved deeper into Tianlu Forest, the overwhelming aura grew stronger. The trees around him wilted at an alarming rate. Once vibrant green, leaves quickly turned yellow before disintegrating into dust. An eerie silence enveloped the forest. This demonic energy is truly sinister, Lu Chen thought to himself. Quickening his pace, eventually he arrived at the mouth of a colossal cave. The entrance towered dozens of feet high, with cold winds swirling and black mist coiling about. A powerful demonic energy assaulted him, making him feel nauseous. Wu Yidong. Liu Chen gazed at the three crooked characters carved above the entrance, confirming that this was indeed the location where the burly man had claimed Lord Huangxian resided. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen cautiously stepped into the cave. Inside, the space was vast and shrouded in darkness, with visibility reduced to nothing. Liu Chen extended his spiritual awareness to probe, only to find it suppressed, allowing him to scan only a small area. This cave seemed rather unusual, he mused. Suddenly, a pair of eerie green eyes flickered to life in the darkness, resembling two ghostly flames. Then, a sharp, screeching roar echoed through the cave, causing Lu Chen's eardrums to buzz painfully. Before him stood a gigantic weasel, its body cloaked in black fur, as if draped in a dark cloak. Its razor-sharp claws glinted ominously, instilling fear. However, what truly struck terror into the hearts of onlookers was the fact that this weasel possessed a human face. A pallid, twisted visage emerged, its features grotesque, with a thin stream of repulsive saliva lingering at the corners of its mouth. This was the so-called Huangxian that the burly man had spoken of. Yet in truth, it was a formidable demon, a fifth-tier beast. As Lu Chen gazed at the weasel before him, a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. Something was amiss. A fifth-tier beast should possess intelligence. How could it be so? Before he could finish his thought, the yellow-furred creature let out a piercing shriek and lunged forward. The stench hit Lu Chen like a wave, prompting him to swiftly evade. Beast, seeking death. Lu Chen scoffed, drawing his Tianxian sword. A sharp beam of sword light sliced through the darkness, aimed straight at the weasel. However, this seemingly fierce strike was effortlessly dodged by the creature, which moved with remarkable agility, darting through the cave like a streak of black lightning. Interesting, and no longer holding back, Lu Chen activated the Jizyme, unleashing a tenfold surge of power. The potent wave of spiritual energy enveloped the cave, dispelling some of the surrounding gloom. Beast, today you shall witness what true power is, Lu Chen bellowed as he charged at the weasel. With the Jizyme activated, golden light erupted around Lu Chen, rendering him akin to a war god descending upon the earth. The weasel's once prized speed seemed trivial before Lu Chen's enhanced might. With a flash, the sword light surged forth, and Lu Chen's form transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing instantaneously behind the weasel. The creature felt a chill at its tail, followed by a searing pain as its proud, bushy tail was severed cleanly. Squeak! The weasel emitted a shrill cry, its foul blood gushing forth. It turned in terror, fear dawning in its eyes for the first time. Damn human! You dare! The weasel clutched its bleeding tail, its voice trembling, devoid of its earlier bravado. Liu Chen smirked coldly. Now you know fear? Too late. He swung his sword again, the fierce sword aura cascading down like a torrential storm. The weasel, caught off guard, barely evaded a few strikes, yet still bore several deep wounds, exposing bone. Puff! A mouthful of blood spewed forth, and the weasel collapsed heavily onto the ground. Flee! I must escape! The instinct for survival drove it to disregard the pain. Struggling to rise and retreat deeper into the cave. You think you can escape? Lu Chun swiftly blocked the weasel's path. The Tianqian sword in his hand radiated a chilling light, hovering ominously above the weasel's head. You cannot kill me. In despair, the weasel uttered human speech, its voice high-pitched and shrill that I can reveal a secret about this endless cave. Lu Chen's brow arched, intrigue seizing him. Oh, what secret? Speak. This endless cave is not a natural formation. The weasel gritted its teeth against the pain, its voice faltering. It connects to an ancient relic. Inside are countless treasures and legacies. An ancient relic? Lu Chen's heart stirred, this revelation exceeding his expectations. Indeed, if you spare my life, I will take you there. A glint of cunning flickered in the weasel's eyes, wagering that Lu Chun would be lured by the promise of treasures and legacies. Lu Chun regarded it with a half-smile. Do you suppose I would trust you? Chapter 56. Grandiose claims. With a swift motion, Lu Chun swung the Tianqian sword. The cold light flashing point, one of the weasel's forelegs fell to the ground in response. Squeak! The weasel let out a heart-wrenching scream, rolling on the ground as its foul blood stained the earth. Speak! Where are the people you captured? The weasel trembled. It was not foolish and understood Lu Chen's intent. It had initially considered resisting, but upon seeing the glimmering sword in Lu Chen's grasp, a chill shot through its spine. In the depths of the endless cave. Lead the way. Lu Chen's voice was a cold snort. If you dare play tricks, you shall lose your other leg as well. The weasel, now stripped of any notion of defiance, endured the pain and struggled to rise, due to the loss of its foreleg. It transformed into a half-human, half-demon form, a hunched, yellow-haired elder, still bearing the features of a weasel, appearing decidedly bizarre. Lu Chun was not surprised. A fifth-tier beast was akin to a human race's transformation into the feather realm. So its hybrid form was within reason that he watched the weasel with cold eyes, signaling it to proceed. The weasel trembled as it led the way, limping deeper into the cave. After a considerable distance, they finally arrived at a spacious cavern. The weasel halted, pointing forward. Right there, Lu Chun tossed out a spirit talisman. It erupted in radiant light, illuminating the entire cave instantly. The sight before Lu Chun, even with his vast experience, caused him to draw in a sharp breath. In the center of the cavern lay hundreds, if not thousands, of corpses piled like a small mountain. Most of the bodies were in a state of decay, their bones stark against the dim light, exuding a suffocating stench. Lu Chun fought against his nausea, scrutinizing the remains. Not all were human. Some were the corpses of beasts, and there were even bizarre creatures he had never encountered before. These are all your captures? Lu Chen's voice was frigid. The weasel trembled violently, hastily dropping to the ground, bowing repeatedly. It wasn't me. It was the Great King. The Great King ordered me. Great King? Lu Chen's brow furrowed. What Great King? The master of the endless cave. The weasel quivered as it spoke. It is an immensely powerful being that a sense of foreboding gripped Lu Chen's heart. The endless cave was far more complex than he had anticipated. Just as he was about to inquire further, a chilling laughter echoed from the depths of the cavern. Interesting. A human dares to trespass in my domain. The icy laughter spiraled through the cave. Reminiscent of countless wailing souls, the figure slowly emerged from the shadows, cloaked in a large black robe. Dense, black resentment swirled around it like a living entity. The hood obscured its face, revealing only a pair of crimson eyes. Upon seeing the figure in black, the weasel immediately prostrated itself, trembling uncontrollably, and cried out, "Great King, spare me. I have done my best." The figure in black didn't even glance at it, fixating its gaze on Lu Chun, emitting a disdainful snort. Divine Fire Realm? A mere insect dares to intrude upon my lair. To the figure, Lu Chen's existence was akin to a trivial speck of dust. Lu Chun sensed the overwhelming pressure radiating from the figure in black. His heart sinking. This aura was several times stronger than the weasel's. No wonder it was so fearful. The figure was at least at the pinnacle of the feather realm. The figure in black cast a glance at the weasel on the ground, swinging its large sleeve. Trash. Unable to deal with even a minor divine fire realm. What use are you to me? A powerful gust erupted from its sleeve, sending the weasel flying against the stone wall with a piercing scream. The weasel struggled to rise, only to find its bones shattered, rendered incapable of movement, lying helplessly on the ground, gasping for breath. Liu Chan observed this scene, his expression growing increasingly frigid. Although the weasel had committed numerous atrocities and was unworthy of pity, it was clear from his words that the countless corpses before him were intrinsically linked to the figure standing before him. "Are you the master of the endless cave?" Liu Chan tightened his grip on the Tianxin sword, its tip aimed directly at the figure. The figure in black chuckled disdainfully. "Indeed, that is what? Do you wish to avenge this beast?" "Avenge? It is unworthy of such," Liu Chan replied coldly, and no wonder so many dared not accept this task. Sending an outer sect disciple to slay a demon of the Feather Realm. Those people truly overestimate their own worth. Upon hearing this, the figure in black raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you are a disciple of the sacred land?" It seemed intrigued by this revelation that a mere divine fire realm dares to speak so boldly before me. "You will soon learn the meaning of boldness." A powerful battle intent erupted from Liu Chan. The figure in black, taken aback by Liu Chen's audacity, had not expected this divine fire realm youth to challenge him. However, to him, this courage merely appeared foolish, since you were so eager to seek death. "I shall oblige." The figure slowly raised a hand, a terrifying energy coalescing within it. Liu Chan, sensing the urgency, did not hesitate and activated the Jizyme. With tenfold power coursing through him, he felt an exhilarating rush of strength. Letting out a low growl, the light of the Tianxian sword blazed brightly. Qinglian sword song. A radiant sword aura surged toward the black energy sphere, colliding with a thunderous impact. As the clash between the sword's aura and the energy sphere erupted, debris within the cavern was reduced to mere powder. Liu Chan was staggered back several steps by the force of the impact, his hands tingling, and a sense of astonishment welled within him. The strength of this cloaked figure was indeed formidable. Intriguing. To think he could withstand a blow from me. The black-robed man was taken aback, yet his disdain prevailed. However, that was merely a prelude before his words had fully dissipated. The black-robed man lunged forward, his dark claws, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, aimed for Liu Chen's throat. Liu Chan quickly raised his sword in defense, a sharp clang resonating as the Tianxian sword met the man's claws. Sparking a shower of embers at Liu Chan felt an overwhelming force surging through him, his arm growing numb, nearly causing him to lose grip on the Tianxian sword. Gritting his teeth, he activated the Taichu Chaos Art, allowing the chaotic energy within him to surge forth to fend off the black-robed man's onslaught. Despite the man's formidable prowess, his techniques seemed somewhat disordered. While defending against the man's attacks, Liu Chan pondered inwardly. It appeared that the resentment emanating from him was clouding his mind. Although he was at the pinnacle of the transformative feather realm, his aura was even less refined than that of Nangong Zhe, whom he had encountered earlier. With this thought, Liu Chen's heart stirred. He resolved not to remain solely on the defensive, but to initiate his own assault. With the Taichu sword art, a single sword could shatter myriad laws. Liu Chan bellowed, and the Tianxian sword transformed into a blinding beam of white light, piercing straight towards the black-robed man's chest. Chapter 57. Sword slays demons. The black-robed man appeared unprepared for Liu Chen's sudden and fierce counterattack. In a moment of unanticipated vulnerability, the sword aura grazed his shoulder, slicing through his robe and revealing his true visage. His face was adorned with menacing spikes, resembling a porcupine at first glance. Even Liu Chan, well-versed in various sights, momentarily failed to identify this peculiar visage. The man let out a furious roar, dark energy swirling around him as his assault intensified with the Qinglian sword art. Myriad swords returned to their source. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Chan unleashed the Qinglian sword art once more. The air was filled with cascading sword energy, enveloping the man entirely. He howled in rage, wielding his claws to fend off the oncoming sword aura. Yet the dark energy surrounding him was steadily eroded. Cackling, the man declared, "You have provoked me." Suddenly halting his assault, he threw his head back and howled at the sky. Dark energy surged violently around him, forming a massive black vortex. This is bad. Lu Chen's heart sank. Sensing an overwhelming wave of danger, he attempted to retreat, only to find himself ensnared by the vortex's insatiable pull. Child, become a part of me. The man laughed coldly as the vortex's grip intensified. Liu Chen felt as though his very essence was being devoured like tea that moment. An unexpected event transpired. The man's piercing shriek abruptly ceased. The black vortex came to a standstill. He stared blankly at Liu Chen, the insanity in his eyes slowly replaced by shock. Liu Chen was engulfed in a radiant golden light, as if a deity had descended. 10 heavenly realms manifested behind him, dazzling and pulsating with a heart-stirring energy. Each realm resembled a miniature cosmos, brimming with boundless chaotic energy. Mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and stars thrived within, even teeming with vividly animated creatures. 10 heavenly realms. The man stuttered, as if witnessing something utterly inconceivable. The number of realms a practitioner of the transformative feather realm possessed was contingent upon their innate talent. 10 realms. An unheard-of phenomenon. What could this signify? It indicated that Liu Chen's potential vastly exceeded that of ordinary individuals. Surpassing even the so-called peerless prodigies, Liu Chen paid no heed to the man's astonishment. He slowly raised the Tianqian sword, its tip aimed directly at the man. With 10 realms operating simultaneously, chaotic energy poured unceasingly into the Tianqian sword, rendering its blade even more resplendent. Who exactly are you? The man stammered, struggling to articulate his inquiry. Who I am is of little consequence, Liu Chen replied indifferently. What matters is that you must die today. No sooner had he spoken than Liu Chen appeared before the man in an instant. The Tianqian sword, imbued with fierce sword energy, descended ruthlessly upon the man's head. The man, stricken with terror, attempted to evade. Yet Liu Chen's speed was too swift, leaving him no time to react. With a soft thud, blood splattered as the man's head was severed, his expression frozen in disbelief. The black vortex dissipated in an instant. The man's lifeless body slumped to the ground, devoid of any remaining vitality. Liu Chen sheathed the Tianqian sword and took a deep breath. That last strike had nearly exhausted all his strength. He glanced at the corpse on the ground. His heart unperturbed, he felt no pity for such a remorseless killer of innocence. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, his body swaying precariously. The simultaneous activation of 10 heavenly realms had placed a tremendous burden on him. It seemed I require a moment of rest, Liu Chen murmured to himself. Settling into a meditative posture on the ground, he began to circulate the Taichu chaos art, striving to replenish his waning strength. After a brief period, Liu Chen slowly exhaled a cloud of murky air, the chaotic energy within him gradually calming. The 10 heavenly realms concealed themselves behind him. He opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashing within. Rising to his feet, he surveyed his surroundings. After taking a few steps, he spotted a corpse lying not far away. The body seemed to have recently succumbed to death. Liu Chen furrowed his brow and approached. Before him lay the body of a young woman, adorned in a pale pink dress, her skin as fair as snow, and her features strikingly beautiful. Even in death's shadow, her ethereal grace was undeniable. However, her once lively eyes were now tightly shut, never to open again. The young lady of the Wu family? Liu Chen's heart sank. If there were no unforeseen circumstances, this must be Wu Yueling, the most cherished daughter of the Wu family patriarch. After a moment's contemplation, Liu Chen retrieved a clean piece of cloth from a storage ring and carefully wrapped Wu Yueling's body. Her death, though not directly tied to him, weighed on his conscience, given the circumstances that led to it. Once he had tended to Wu Yueling's remains, he also stowed away the demon's corpse, as it would be required for reporting the mission later. Exiting the endless cave, Liu Chen oriented himself and set off towards the direction of Yuanwu City. An hour later, the city gates of Yuanwu City came into view. The entrance bustled with people, yet the murky air had dissipated. It seemed that with the demon's demise, the eerie atmosphere that had engulfed the city had lifted. Liu Chen strode directly towards the Wu family estate. Along the way, he recalled the 3 Wu family guards he had encountered earlier. Wondering if they had managed to escape the calamity, Before the Wu family estate, a man sat despondently on the threshold, a look of sorrow etched across his face. It was Wu Yong, the eldest son of the Wu family. In that moment, his eyes were devoid of life, a stark contrast to his previously spirited demeanor. Upon Lu Chen's appearance, Wu Yong's dull eyes instantly sparkled with hope. He sprang to his feet and dashed into the estate, shouting, "Father, Father, the immortal from the heavenly martial sacred land has returned." Within the grand hall of the Wu family, Wu Changfeng sat upright, his brow furrowed with anxiety as he awaited news. The sudden outburst shattered the hall's tranquility. Wu Changfeng bolted to his feet, rushing outside in a few swift strides. Upon seeing Lu Chun, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, swiftly followed by a tide of inexplicable panic. "Young hero, my daughter." Wu Changfeng's voice trembled, his words faltering as he dreaded hearing ill tidings from Lu Chun. Lu Chun regarded the middle-aged man before him, a medley of emotions swirling within him. The path of cultivation was long and fraught with the inevitability of life and death. Yet each encounter with the mortal realm's partings stirred a sense of reflection within him. However, Lu Chun chose not to conceal the truth that he retrieved the body, wrapped in cloth, from his storage ring. "I'm sorry, by the time I arrived, she had already." Lu Chun hesitated momentarily, but ultimately revealed the truth. Died. The impact of his words struck Wu Changfeng like a thunderclap, causing him to stagger back a few steps. His face paling instantly, he fought to suppress his sorrow, trembling as he reached for the cloth-wrapped body. Lu Chun noticed the tremors in his hand. The surrounding servants held their breath, silently observing the scene. Wu Changfeng abruptly unveiled the cloth. Yet in the next moment he stood stunned. "Young hero, have you made a mistake? This is not my daughter," Wu Changfeng exclaimed, confusion etched across his face. Chapter 58. Wu Yueling Lives? Lu Chun was equally bewildered. He had only discovered this relatively intact female corpse within the endless cave and had assumed it to be Wu Yueling. Stunned, he faltered, questioning whether he had truly erred. The attire of this woman did not match Yueling's, and she lacked the family heirloom jade pendant that Yueling always bore. Wu Changfeng meticulously examined the corpse, asserting with conviction, "This is not my daughter." Lu Chun furrowed his brow, his confusion deepening. That if this woman was not Wu Yueling, then where could she be? Could it be? Is there a possibility that your daughter is still alive? In Lu Chen's heart, doubts lingered. The disappearance of Wu Yueling was indeed peculiar. However, as he contemplated, he realized it was not his concern. Life and death are dictated by fate, and wealth and honor are determined by heaven. Everything would depend on Wu Yuling's own fortunes. With the demons vanquished, he had no further business to attend to, and thus he prepared to take his leave, for the Holy Land awaited his return to fulfill his mission. Lu Chun clasped his hands in farewell. Upon hearing this, Wu Changfeng was momentarily taken aback, but then hastily instructed his servants to prepare a generous gift. Although Lu Chun had not rescued his daughter, he had nonetheless rid the Wu family and Yuan Wu City of a great menace, making him a benefactor in their eyes. "Young hero, please wait. This meager token of gratitude is but a small gesture," Wu Changfeng said, presenting a substantial wooden box with both hands. Initially, Lu Chun intended to decline, but upon reflection, he realized he was in need of financial assistance. The Wu family's generosity was not to be spurned. Therefore, he graciously accepted the gift, expressed his gratitude, and turned to depart. After exiting Yuan Wu City, Lu Chun did not immediately return to the heavenly martial Holy Land. Instead, he proceeded directly to Tian Wu City, which was closest to the Holy Land. 2 days later, Tian Wu City buzzed with life, bustling and lively, with a continuous stream of vehicles and vendors' cries echoing along the streets. As Lu Chun navigated the throngs of people, his azure robe, emblematic of the heavenly martial Holy Land, stood out conspicuously, drawing the attention of many passers-by. With a clear purpose in mind, he made his way to the city's most renowned tavern, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Upon arriving at its entrance, Lu Chun stepped inside, and before he could utter a word, a familiar figure rushed towards him with great enthusiasm. "Young Master Lu, is it truly you?" Xiao Qing's delighted voice rang out clearly amidst the clamor of the hall. Her round eyes widened as she scrutinized Lu Chun from head to toe. "Could it be that you have joined the heavenly martial Holy Land?" Lu Chun offered a slight smile, nodded, and touched the disciple's robe he wore to it was merely a stroke of luck. Xiao Qing, brimming with excitement, dashed to the back hall, calling out exuberantly, Third mistress! Third mistress! Young Master Lu has arrived. P.S. Even wearing the heavenly martial Holy Land's attire. In a short while, a woman of enchanting grace and myriad charms emerged, none other than Hu Sanyang. She donned a flowing lavender gown that accentuated her snow-like complexion, her eyes carrying a hint of languorous mirth. Upon seeing Lu Chun, Hu Sanyang displayed little surprise, merely smiling gently. Young Master Lu is indeed a dragon among men. How swiftly you have joined the heavenly martial Holy Land. Truly a cause for celebration. Liu Chun cupped his hands in modest acknowledgement. Your praise is unwarranted, third mistress. I am but fortunate. Hu Sanyang stifled a laugh, her beautiful eyes appraising Lu Chun. For one so young to have reached the divine fire realm and joined the heavenly martial Holy Land. It must have been an effortless endeavor for you. I imagine you are quite the sought-after individual. Feeling slightly uneasy under her gaze, Lu Chun cleared his throat and shifted the conversation. Third mistress. You jest. The truth is, I came here because I missed you, did I not? Before he could finish, Hu Sanyang teased. Ah, young Master Lu, how direct you are. Lu Chun was momentarily speechless. Hu Sanyang's forthrightness often left him at a loss. Xiao Qing, standing nearby, stifled her laughter, her gaze darting back and forth between Lu Chun and Hu Sanyang. Third mistress, perhaps you should not tease young Master Lu. Surely, he has important matters to attend to. Only then did Hu Sanyang suppress her amusement and inquire seriously, Pray tell, what brings you here, young Master Lu? After regaining his composure, Lu Chun explained, To be candid, I have come to seek your assistance in gathering some information. Oh, what kind of information? Hu Sanyang inquired with keen interest that I wish to inquire if there have been any recent developments regarding Wyatt Cave. Lu Chun stated, feeling that the demons within that cave are not to be taken lightly. After all, beings that manifested in such places were typically beyond the reach of ordinary sects or forces. Upon hearing Lu Chun's description, Hu Sanyang's brows furrowed slightly. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, I have heard whispers of certain events occurring at the border city. However, I am not well versed in the specifics. IT would require sending someone to investigate for the Wyatt Cave. Hu Sanyang paused, seemingly in thought, before continuing, I believe I have some recollection, but it escapes my mind at this moment. Fear not, I shall keep an eye out for you, and should I obtain any news, I will have someone notify you. Lu Chun was overjoyed at her words and expressed his gratitude profusely. He was not concerned about her ability to contact him, as a demon lord of the Slay My Realm stature would undoubtedly possess the means to navigate the complexities of Tianwu City. After bidding farewell to Hu Sanyang and Xiao Qing, Lu Chun headed straight back to the heavenly martial Holy Land. Upon returning to Tianqing Peak, Lu Chun had yet to submit his mission at the task hall when he noticed a throng of people making their way toward Yunhai Peak. Driven by curiosity, he followed suit. From a distance, he spotted a familiar figure at the forefront of the crowd. Lin Xiao. This young man was presently leading a group of Tianqing Peak disciples, striding purposefully toward the martial arena at Yunhai Peak. What mischief is that rascal up to now? Lu Chun mused to himself, quickening his pace to blend into the crowd as he drew closer to the arena. Upon arrival, he discovered several disciples from the Nangong family had already gathered, led by Nangong Yu. Trailing behind him were Nangong Hao and several other members of the Nangong family, all exuding an air of arrogance. Standing in the center of the arena, Lin Xiao pointed an accusatory finger at Nangong Yu, vociferously proclaiming, Nangong Yu, you wretched scoundrel, get out here. Today, I shall smash your head to pieces. Lu Chun could only shake his head in bemusement at the scene. It appeared that Lin Xiao had changed since joining the heavenly martial Holy Land. The once meek young man now exuded a boldness that was quite to Lu Chun's liking. His melodramatic declarations could easily be mistaken for a performance on stage. Nangong Yu stepped forward with a cold smirk, advancing toward the arena. With a disdainful gaze, he surveyed Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, do not think that because you have a good master, you are invincible. Today, I shall show you what it means to be outclassed. Less talk. Let's settle this with a duel. Lin Xiao shouted defiantly, drawing his long sword and pointing its tip at Nan Gongyu. Nan Gongyu met his challenge with equal fervor, unsheathing his own sword, which crackled with faint lightning. "Come on then, I fear no one. Humph. If Brother Liu can defeat your Nan Gong Hao, then I too shall certainly best you." The declaration caused Nan Gong Hao's expression to darken in the crowd. This fool was speaking indiscriminately. Chapter 59. Nan Gong Wentian Fight. Lin Xiao bellowed, and the Overlord spear surged forth like a dragon breaking through the sea, its tip radiating dazzling golden light as it lunged towards Nan Gongyu's face. Nan Gongyu's expression sharpened. His sword crackled with electric energy as he transformed it into a shimmering arc that collided head-on with the Overlord's spear. The resounding clash reverberated throughout the arena, sending ripples of spiritual power cascading outward, causing the onlookers' garments to flutter wildly. Though Lin Xiao had only recently entered the sect, he had progressed rapidly with the aid of the heavenly martial divine art, compounded by the exceptional spirit weapon, the Overlord's spear, making his moves appear ferocious. Yet he was subtly gaining the upper hand over Nan Gongyu. Infuriated, Nan Gongyu, a prodigious disciple of the Nan Gong family, found himself being pressed by a newcomer, which was a significant blow to his pride. Lightning serpent dance, Nan Gongyu roared, his sword moving in a whirlwind of strikes, conjuring countless bolts of lightning that surged toward Lin Xiao. Unfazed, Lin Xiao wielded his Overlord spear with great finesse, parrying the incoming serpentine strikes effortlessly. The crowd continued to swell, surrounding the arena, their murmurs rife with speculation about the outcome of this fierce contest. Lin Xiao truly possesses remarkable skill. He can hold his own against Nan Gongyu. Some remarked. Indeed, it seems Tianqing Peak has indeed struck gold this time. However, Nan Gongyu is no pushover. He appears to be on the verge of a breakthrough. As whispers circulated, a glint of malice flickered in Nan Gongyu's eyes. He intentionally feigned a weakness to draw Lin Xiao closer. True to form, Lin Xiao took the bait, thrusting the Overlord spear toward Nan Gongyu's chest. At that critical moment, Nan Gongyu swiftly pivoted, lunging his sword towards Lin Xiao's heart with a calculated speed. A move clearly premeditated. Despicable! Someone in the crowd exclaimed in shock. However, to everyone's astonishment, Lin Xiao did not evade. Instead, he charged forward, seemingly intent on a mutual demise. Nan Gongyu's face blanched in disbelief. He had not anticipated Lin Xiao's reckless abandon. In a split second of panic, he withdrew his sword and retreated just in time to avoid the Overlord spear's lethal strike. "That you've lost your mind," Nan Gongyu shouted, trembling as he pointed at Lin Xiao. "Are you trying to die?" Lin Xiao laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with disdain. "Are you afraid? Is that the extent of your courage?" Nan Gongyu's face turned a shade of deep anger, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he had been frightened. He dared not gamble with his life, fearing Lin Xiao's reckless determination to exchange blows. "I simply do not wish to lower myself to your level," Nan Gongyu argued ferociously. "What a coward!" Lin Xiao retorted without mercy, mocking him. Nan Gongyu's expression shifted between shades of green and white, feeling as if he had swallowed a live fly. Utterly uncomfortable, he glared fiercely at Lin Xiao. Feeling exceedingly aggrieved, yet aware that he was in the wrong and could not afford to lash out at that moment, a figure slowly emerged from the crowd of the Nan Gong clan. The man was tall, with a stern countenance and piercing eagle-like eyes, emanating an aura of formidable power. "I am here to fight you," one of Lu Chen's disciples exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the man. "Nan Gong Wentian. It's him, the foremost among the younger generation of the Nan Gong clan." The name Nan Gong Wentian resonated like thunder throughout the training ground. He was the most illustrious figure among the younger members of the Nan Gong clan. Having achieved the 5th level of the Divine Fire Realm at a tender age, far surpassing his peers, it was said that he single-handedly battled 3 formidable opponents of the same level, defeating them all, thus earning widespread acclaim. As Lin Xiao beheld Nan Gong Wentian, a surge of battle intent rose within him. "You wish to challenge me?" Lin Xiao's lips curled into a confident smile. Do you dare?" Nan Gong Wentian's eyes brimmed with disdain. "Whether or not you're a worthy opponent will be revealed in battle," Lin Xiao retorted defiantly, gripping his overlord's spear tightly, its tip aimed directly at Nangong Wentian. With a cold snort, Nangong Wentian suddenly brandished a long sword. The blade was entirely black, unmistakably a treasure of extraordinary quality. This sword, named Yu Ming, is forged from millennia-old cold iron. Today, I shall let you witness its might. Nangong Wentian's tone was chilling, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Before his words had fully faded, he transformed into a shadow, rushing toward Lin Xiao at breakneck speed. The Yu Ming sword sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound, its tip aimed at Lin Xiao's throat. Lin Xiao dared not be careless. He swept the overlord spear out, its body radiating a brilliant golden light that deflected the attack of the Yu Ming's sword entirely. The sound of a deafening metallic clash echoed throughout the training ground. The fact that Lin Xiao could hold his own against Nangong Wentian was utterly astonishing. Indeed, it seems Tianqing Peak has truly stumbled upon a treasure, murmured the crowd. However, Nangong Wentian is not to be trifled with. He appears ready to get serious. The spectators buzzed with speculation about the outcome of this contest. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Nangong Wentian's eyes. The Yu Ming sword in his hand burst forth with radiant energy. A formidable sword intent ascended, enveloping the entire training ground. Yu Ming's sword technique. Wailing of the ghosts, Nangong Wentian bellowed. And the Yu Ming sword transformed into a streak of black lightning, descending upon Lin Xiao with deadly force. This strike contained a destructive sword intent aimed directly at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's expression changed dramatically. He dared not take the blow head-on, retreating swiftly to narrowly evade Nangong Wentian's attack. However, Nangong Wentian's onslaught did not cease. He flickered and reappeared before Lin Xiao, the Yu Ming sword once again cleaving downward. 10,000 ghosts devouring souls, countless strands of black sword energy, surged toward Lin Xiao, overwhelming him. Caught off guard by this sudden assault, Lin Xiao sustained multiple injuries, bloodied and battered. The onlooking disciples gasped in shock at this scene. Lin Xiao has been defeated. It appears Nangong Wentian is indeed the superior. Nangong Wentian slowly approached Lin Xiao, gazing down upon him. I told you, you're no match for me. He lifted the Yu Ming sword, its tip poised at Lin Xiao's throat, that if you weren't a disciple of the heavenly martial sacred land, you would already be a corpse. After arrogantly warning Lin Xiao, Nangong Wentian turned to leave, his black robe swirling dramatically, exuding an air of superiority. Yet at that moment, a clear voice broke the tension like a stone dropped into a tranquil lake. Hold on, Lu Chun, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. The crowd looked up, and upon recognizing the newcomer, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. What manner of person was Nangong Wentian? A prodigy of the 5th level of the Divine Fire Realm, revered even by other peak masters. Now, Lu Chun dared to intervene, undoubtedly challenging Nangong Wentian's authority to the onlookers. This seemed akin to courting death. Lin Xiao stared at Lu Chun, momentarily stunned, then joyfully exclaimed, Brother Lu, when did you return? He intended to rush over, but remembered his injuries. So he stood still, his gaze fixed on Lu Chun with fervor. Lu Chun nodded slightly at Lin Xiao in acknowledgement, offering no further words. His gaze shifted to Nangong Wentian, showing no sign of fear. The crowd was filled with confusion, although Lu Chun had previously defeated Nangong Hao. The difference between Nangong Hao and Nangong Wentian was akin to that between heaven and earth. How could a disciple of the 2nd level of the Divine Fire Realm contend with a prodigy of the 5th level? Nangong Wentian cast a scornful glance at Lu Chun, still brimming with disdain. What? You wish to challenge me as well? Lu Chun scoffed. Challenge you? You think you're worthy? I simply cannot abide your bullying. A person like you does not deserve to be called a prodigy. At these words, the crowd, previously anxious, was now filled with trepidation. What audacity! Nangong Wentian erupted with rage, a powerful aura emanating from him. If you wish for Yi Qing Cheng and the other top disciples of the peaks to come, that is one thing. But you, Lu Chun, I have heard of you. You are merely a newly initiated disciple. How dare you provoke me so brazenly? Unfazed, Lu Chun replied calmly. While Lin Xiao may not match your strength, He is merely 16 years, old, by the time he reaches your age, he will undoubtedly crush you. Lin Xiao, who had been reeling from the blow of defeat, felt invigorated by Lu Chen's words. Indeed, I am only 16. If we were to compare talents at the same age, my 8 cave heavens could certainly rival Nangong, Wen Tian. With this thought, the fire of battle reignited in his eyes. Nangong Wen Tian, enraged, laughed mockingly. What a joke! The victor is king, the vanquished are the outlaws. Where have I gone wrong? You, a mere second-level disciple of the divine fire realm, dare to reprimand me? Trash! Lu Chen's gaze turned icy, a fierce aura radiating from him. If that is the case, let me, second-level disciple of the divine fire realm, teach you a lesson. The crowd gasped in shock. This aura was not in the slightest inferior to Nangong Wen Tian's. Had Lu Chen been concealing his strength all along? Nangong Wen Tian was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. You have brought this upon yourself. With that, he raised the Yu Ming sword once more, its dark blade gleaming with a chilling light, its tip aimed at Lu Chen. Yu Ming sword technique, 10,000 ghosts devouring souls. Nangong Wen Tian launched a lethal attack, the Yu Ming sword transforming into a streak of black lightning, cleaving down toward Lu Chen. Countless strands of black sword energy surged forth like malevolent spirits, enveloping Lu Chen entirely. In the face of this torrent of black sword energy pouring down, Lu Chen smirked coldly, advancing rather than retreating. He raised his right hand, and a long sword, entirely silver with faint golden patterns flowing along its surface, appeared in his grasp. Tian Xian sword. In the next moment, a dazzling golden light erupted from the sword, piercing through the gloom brought by Nangong Wen Tian's Yu Ming sword like the rising sun. The spectators were blinded by the sudden brilliance, retreating in alarm. This boy possesses such a treasure, someone in the crowd exclaimed in awe. Nangong Wen Tian was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Lu Chen to wield such a divine weapon. However, he quickly regained his composure. A fine sword. Too bad it will be changing hands today. Ignoring Nangong Wen Tian's taunts, Lu Chen gripped the sword with both hands, channeling his chaotic energy into the Tian Xian sword. This time, he chose not to employ his usual Qing Lian sword technique, but instead unleashed the more tyrannical and fierce Tai Chu sword technique, Tai Chu sword technique, a sword that opens the heavens. He roared, and the Tian Xian sword struck down with ferocity, a golden sword energy akin to the creation of the world, cleave through the oncoming black sword energy of Nangong Wen Tian. Boom! The golden and black sword energies collided violently, producing a deafening explosion. The two forces neutralized each other, unleashing a powerful shockwave that knocked back the surrounding disciples by several paces. Some weaker disciples even coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground. How is this possible? Nangong Wen Tian stared incredulously at the scene before him, utterly astonished that Lu Chen could withstand his full-powered strike head-on, and this was merely the beginning. Seeing his initial attack thwarted, Nangong Wen Tian roared in fury and increased his power output. The Yu Ming sword radiated a dark light, and countless strands of black sword energy surged from all directions toward Lu Chen, completely enveloping him. Humph, let's see how many more swords you can block. Nangong Wen Tian sneered, seemingly envisioning Lu Chen's tragic fate beneath the onslaught of the 10,000 ghosts devouring souls. Yet, Lu Chen remained unfazed in the face of the tidal wave of attacks. His eyes sparkled with determination as he silently recited a spell, directly activating the secret technique of Jie. Buzz! A peculiar force surged through Lu Chen's entire being in an instant. At that moment, his aura surged tenfold. The Tianqian sword in his hand was wielded with such precision that it formed an impenetrable barrier, deflecting all incoming attacks. What sorcery is this? Nangong Wen Tian was utterly dumbfounded, feeling as if he were trapped in a dream that a disciple of the second level of the divine fire realm could unleash such terrifying power. However, before he could react, Lu Chen seized upon a moment of vulnerability, thrusting the Tianqian sword with lightning speed. With a soft squelch, Nangong Wen Tian was unable to evade, and Lu Chen's sword pierced his chest, blood gushing forth. You! How dare you? Lu Chen chuckled coldly, shaking the Tianxin sword. Sending Nangong Wentian stumbling back several steps, he did not pursue the attack, but instead slowly sheathed his sword, casting a frigid gaze over the onlookers. "I ask there anyone else who dares to defy?" A profound silence enveloped the arena. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. All eyes were fixed on Lu Chun, filled with awe and even a hint of fear. That single strike not only pierced Nangong Wentian's flesh, but also shattered the pride and arrogance harbored in the hearts of the disciples from Yunhai Peak. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of the Nangong family were filled with indignation, yet none dared to step forward to confront Lu Chun. Nangong Wentian clutched his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Glaring at Lu Chun with a livid expression, rendered speechless, Liu Chen's demeanor was indifferent, exuding an air of superiority. "Begone. Remember this next time. No matter how formidable your background, if you dare provoke me again, I will show no mercy." Nangong Wentian's eyes burned with rage. A direct descendant of the Nangong clan, he had been publicly humiliated by Lu Chun, his fists clenched tightly, bones cracking in his fury. Wishing he could eliminate Lu Chun immediately to vent his frustration. Still not leaving. "Do you wish to stay for a reward?" Lu Chun raised an eyebrow, unleashing a wave of sword energy. Nangong Wentian's heart raced as he swiftly retreated from Lu Chun. Once he regained his footing, he shot Lu Chun a fierce glare before turning away with a flourish of his sleeves, leaving behind a chilling remark. We'll see about this. Chapter 61. A critical moment of failure. The news of Lu Chen's victory over Nangong Wentian swept through the outer sect like a hurricane. Almost everyone was abuzz with discussions about this suddenly ascendant powerhouse. Some speculated that he had concealed his true abilities, playing the fool to deceive others. Others claimed he had already received the true teachings of the esteemed Qingyan. Even more embellished tales circulated, asserting that he had cleaved through the waterfall of Yunhai Peak with a single sword strike, scaring the ethereal cranes atop the peak into a 3-day retreat. The disciples who had previously mocked Lu Chun, waiting for his downfall, were now rendered speechless, fearful of being challenged to a duel by him. Meanwhile, those who had always supported Lu Chun wore expressions of triumph. Particularly Lin Xiao, who, on the way back to Tianxin Peak, resembled a victorious soldier, smiling at everyone he encountered. Upon returning to Tianxin Peak, Lu Chun and Lin Xiao had scarcely caught their breath before they were summoned to the residence of Qingyun. Qingyun appeared as he always did, exuding an air of ethereal grace, seated on a mat and gently waving a whisk in his hand. The two stood silently before him, neither daring to speak. At this moment, Qingyun's expression was inscrutable, neither overtly displeased nor angry, as if the two were not his disciples at all. Eventually, Lin Xiao could no longer contain himself and spoke first. "Master, we didn't seek trouble. Those individuals kept provoking us. I merely responded to their challenge." As soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking, Qingyun's gaze fell upon him, sending a shiver down Lin Xiao's spine. Provocation. How is it that I have heard you went to Yunhai Peak, defeated Nangong Yu, yet continue to press on, directly engaging Nangong Wentian? Qingyun's words were devoid of discernible emotion, yet they left Lin Xiao feeling awkward. Lin Xiao stammered, unable to articulate a coherent explanation. He certainly couldn't admit that he had been defeated by Nangong Wentian's single strike, prompting Lu Chun to step in. Observing Lin Xiao's embarrassment, Lu Chun couldn't help but smile inwardly. This lad, usually quite clever, seemed to falter at critical moments. Clearing his throat, Lu Chun stepped forward to clarify. "Master." The events unfolded as follows. He recounted the entire sequence of events, detailing how Nangong Wentian had bullied Lin Xiao, embellishing the narrative of Nangong Wentian's arrogance and Lin Xiao's forbearance. After listening to Lu Chen's account, Qingyun's expression softened somewhat, that he stroked his beard, his gaze shifting between Lu Chun and Lin Xiao. So, it was indeed Nangong Wentian who initiated the conflict? Precisely, Lu Chun affirmed confidently. Then why did he choose to provoke you? Qingyun inquired further. Liu Chen's eyes flickered as a clever thought struck him. Disciple has heard that Nangong Wentian has long admired Sister Yi, yet his affections remain unreciprocated. Upon witnessing Sister Ye's favor towards me, he became envious and thus targeted both me and Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao nearly leaped in protest upon hearing this. When had he ever been associated with Sister Yi? Lu Chen's storytelling prowess was impressive. However, after a moment's thought, Lin Xiao realized this could serve as a convenient excuse for not only Nangong Wentian, but all male disciples of the Tianwu sacred land likely harbored interest in Sister Yi. Qingyan pondered for a moment, seemingly finding some merit in Lu Chen's explanation. Nodding, he remarked, "Very well, since it was indeed Nangong Wentian who instigated this matter, you are not in violation of sect rules." However, his tone shifted to one of severity. Lu Chun, while you have triumphed over Nangong Wentian, do not become arrogant. He is a 5th-level expert in the divine fire realm, while you are merely at the 2nd level. Your victory is a stroke of luck. Henceforth, you must exercise caution to avoid courting disaster. I shall heed Master S' teachings, Lu Chen replied respectfully. Qingyun then turned his gaze to Lin Xiao, his expression darkening once more. As a disciple of Tianqing Peak, to have been defeated by Nangong Wentian with a single strike is a disgrace. I shall impose a month-long seclusion upon you for deep reflection. Ah, Master, Lin Xiao exclaimed, his face a picture of grievance, yet he dared not retort. Go now. Qingyun's thunderous command sent Lin Xiao scurrying away in a flash. Lu Chen shook his head with a chuckle as he watched Lin Xiao's hasty retreat. This lad truly was unfortunate. You should also take your leave. Remember, prior to the outer sect disciples competition, do not stir up trouble. Qingyun waved his hand dismissively. Though both were his direct disciples, they remained outer sect disciples nonetheless. Lu Chun bowed respectfully before departing from Qingyun's residence. As he stepped outside, Lu Chun spotted a strikingly beautiful woman clad in white, waiting at the entrance. Who else could it be but Yi Qingchen? Upon seeing Lu Chun emerge, she hurried over, concern etched on her face. Lu Shitty, are you unscathed? Did my grandfather reprimand you? Lu Chun smiled and shook his head. I am fine. Master merely scolded me a bit. That's a relief. Yi Qingcheng exhaled, then inquired curiously, did you truly defeat Nangong Wentian? That fellow is a 5th-level expert in the divine fire realm. Curious to know? I shall tell you next time. Lu Chen winked playfully. Feigning mystery. This man always enjoyed keeping people guessing. Fine, if you won't say, I won't bother to ask. Yi Qingcheng replied, though her curiosity was undeniably piqued. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Lu Chun seized the opportunity to change the subject. I must head to the task hall to submit my mission. What about you? Of course, I will accompany you. Yi Qingcheng replied as if it were a matter of course, seemingly forgetting their earlier minor disagreement. I also have a task to undertake. The two walked side by side toward the task hall. Along the way, many disciples cast curious glances their way, whispering amongst themselves. Clearly, the news of Lu Chen's victory over Nangong Wentian had spread, and he had become quite the celebrity within the Tianwu sacred land. Lu Chun, you rascal! To think you even defeated Nangong Wentian, you've truly brought honor to Tianqing Peak, a hearty voice called out. Lu Chun looked up to see a tall man clad in a blue robe striding towards them. The man was handsome, appearing to be in his 20s, yet Lu Chun knew that this senior brother, Yu Feng, was actually over 40 years old. His peak cultivation at the transformation realm lent him a youthful appearance that belied his age. The powerful aura emanated from him, commanding respect. Senior brother, you flatter me. It was merely luck, Lu Chun replied with a humble smile. Luck? Humph. Though Nangong Wentian is indeed arrogant, his strength cannot be underestimated. Your ability to defeat him despite the disparity in levels speaks volumes about your talent and skill. Yu Feng clapped Lu Chun on the shoulder, his eyes filled with admiration. However, do exercise caution. That fellow Nangong Wentian is vengeful, and the Nangong family wields considerable influence within the Tianwu sacred land. Should any issues arise, be sure to inform me and Master. Chapter 62. Searching for a person in the Misty Land. Lu Chun was somewhat taken aback. Speaking carries responsibility, especially in front of such a multitude. The Nangong clan's influence within the heavenly martial sacred land is deeply rooted, and Lu Chun understood that he had undoubtedly stirred a hornet's nest. Now, for Yu Feng to utter such words was tantamount to placing himself directly at odds with the Nangong clan once word got out. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. I will exercise caution, Lu Chun said earnestly. Yes, it's good that you understand. Yu Feng nodded, then turned his gaze to Yi Qingcheng, who stood nearby. Junior sister Qingsheng has also arrived. Greetings, senior brother Yu. Yi Qingsheng replied with a slight nod, acknowledging him. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yu Feng took his leave. As Lu Chan watched Yu Feng's departing figure, he couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. Though the senior brother appeared gentle on the surface, he was, in truth, a person of meticulous thought. Let us proceed to the mission hall, Lu Chen remarked, shaking off his thoughts as he addressed Yi Qingsheng. Upon their arrival at the mission hall, Lu Chen submitted his task of slaying demons and received the corresponding rewards. Yi Qingsheng, on the other hand, took on a task to search for spiritual herbs. Intending to venture into the depths of the Misty Land, located in the northwest region of the heavenly martial sacred land. The Misty Land is fraught with peril. I'm not at ease with you going alone, Lu Chen said, furrowing his brow in concern. Not worry. I am not a fragile maiden without the strength to crush a chicken, Yi Qingsheng replied with a confident smile. Besides, I possess the talisman my grandfather bestowed upon me for protection. Very well, just be careful, Lu Chen ultimately acquiesced, knowing well that Yi Qingsheng's stubborn nature made it difficult to change her mind once she had made a decision. Rest assured, I will, Yi Qingsheng replied with a radiant smile before turning to leave the mission hall. As Lu Chen watched her depart, he too did not linger, turning back toward his own cave abode. Upon returning to his dwelling, Lu Chen seated himself cross-legged on his wooden bed, spiritual energy flowing into his body like a gentle stream, nourishing his meridians. Yet his heart remained restless. While Yi Qingsheng's confident visage kept resurfacing in his mind, the depths of the Misty Land were fraught with unknown dangers. Would she truly be safe venturing there alone? Damn it, what is wrong with me? Lu Chen cursed inwardly, forcibly expelling these distracting thoughts. Yi Qingsheng was the granddaughter of Qin Yunjinren, possessing considerable strength. With her protective talisman, there was no need for his concern. He should focus on his cultivation and strive for ascension to the higher realms. With this in mind, Lu Chen steadied his resolve and began to circulate the Taichu Chaos Art, the Chaos Body. Reputed to be the strongest physique across the myriad realms, had only just entered its first phase, leaving him far from the second. The required spiritual herbs, such as Xianhuang grass and Yulin essence, were completely unknown to him. Moreover, to activate the second phase, one must attain the slashing myriad realm. Time slipped away in his cultivation, and before long, half a month had passed. During this period, Lu Chen had devoted himself entirely to training, leading a monotonous existence. However, it was precisely within this tedious regimen that his cultivation steadily advanced, bringing him ever closer to the third level of the Divine Fire Realm. One day, as Lu Chen was immersed in his training, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a series of urgent knocks on his door. Senior brother Lu Chen, are you there? Something terrible has happened. A frantic voice called from outside. Lu Chen, disturbed from his cultivation, felt a twinge of annoyance, but nonetheless rose to open the door. Standing outside was a disciple from Tianqing Peak, named Li Yuan. Typically, he maintained a decent rapport with Lin Xiao, allowing him to converse with Lu Chen this moment. However, Li Yuan was drenched in sweat, his pallor ashen, and his demeanor frantic, clearly indicating that something urgent had transpired. What has happened that has you in such a fluster? Lu Chen inquired, his brow furrowed. Senior brother Lu, something has happened to junior sister. Li Yuan gasped, struggling to articulate his words in his haste. Lu Chen's heart tightened, an ominous premonition washing over him. What has happened to Yi Qingsheng? Speak slowly. Junior sister Yi took on a task to venture into the Misty Land some time ago to gather spiritual herbs. However, 7 days have passed, and she is yet to return. The Peak Master dispatched people to search for her, but they found no trace of her, and even the disciples stationed outside the Misty Land reported that they had not seen her. Li Yuan finally managed to convey the information. Lu Chen's mind buzzed with disbelief. Is the information reliable? What exactly is going on? It is absolutely true. The message was relayed by Qin Yunjinren himself. The entire Tianqing Peak is in disarray, Li Yuan exclaimed, stamping his feet in frustration. Though Yi Qingsheng was regarded as a saintess of the heavenly martial sacred land, she had always treated the disciples of Tianqing Peak kindly, often gifting them low-tier spiritual pills that she no longer required. Without further inquiry, Lu Chun hastened toward Qingyun Jinren's residence. Before he even entered, the commotion within was palpable, resembling a boiling cauldron. The courtyard was teeming with disciples from Tianqing Peak, each displaying an anxious countenance. Lin Xiao, with his keen eyes, spotted Lu Chun and pushed through the crowd to meet him. "Brother Lu, you have arrived," he exclaimed, his expression fraught with urgency, a stark contrast to his previously carefree demeanor. "Were you not confined? How did you manage to come out?" Lu Chun asked, curious. Lin Xiao gave a bitter smile. "Junior Sister Yi is in trouble. My master has no time to keep me confined. Instead, he has sent me out to organize a search party to head into the Misty Land." Lu Chun nodded, scanning the faces of those gathered in the courtyard. Most were disciples at the Divine Fire Realm, with only Yufeng and the two individuals behind him radiating the aura of the Transformation Feather Realm at that moment. Qingyun Jinren emerged from the main hall, and, upon seeing Lu Chun, began the introductions. "This is Yufeng, the senior brother of Tianqing Peak, at the pinnacle of the Transformation Feather Realm. This is the second senior brother, Dongfeng Bai, at the 6th level of the Transformation Feather Realm. And this is the third senior brother, Yuan Ta, at the 2nd level of the Transformation Feather Realm. As for your fourth senior brother, he is currently out training and has not been reachable. I will introduce him to you later." Liu Chun offered respectful bows to each, pondering silently. "So, it seems I rank 5th among Qingyun Jinren's disciples, while Lin Xiao is ranked 6th. Suddenly, he recalled a humorous video he had seen in his previous life, filled with senior brothers in their respective ranks, and could not help but suppress a smile. Noticing Lu Chun's expression, Qingyun Jinren furrowed his brow. "Liu Chun, what are you laughing at?" Lu Chun quickly composed himself, adopting a serious demeanor. "Master, I was pondering whether junior sister might have gotten lost." Qingyun Jinren's expression softened slightly as he sighed. "Qincheng possesses my communication talisman. Even if she were world apart, we could connect. If she truly were lost, she would have contacted me by now. Enough of this. You and Lin Xiao shall form a team to search for her in the Misty Land. Be sure to prioritize your safety. Understood?" Chapter 63. Holy Sun Chu. "Yes, Master." Lu Chun and Lin Xiao replied in unison. Upon leaving Qingyun Jinren's residence, Lu Chun and Lin Xiao joined the team from Tianqing Peak and set off. Along the way, Yufeng wore a grave expression as he recounted the various dangers of the Misty Land. As the name suggests, the Misty Land is perpetually shrouded in thick fog, resulting in extremely low visibility and a complex terrain where one could easily lose their way. Moreover, Yufeng continued solemnly, "The area is teeming with fierce beasts, some of which possess strength rivaling the pinnacle of the Transformation Feather Realm." Lin Xiao scoffed, unimpressed. "Senior brother, surely you exaggerate. Beasts comparable to the pinnacle of the Transformation Feather Realm? They would have to be beast kings." Dongfeng Bai shot him a glare. "What the senior brother says is entirely true. The Misty Land is not to be trifled with." Yuan Tua chimed in. "Indeed, during my own training on the outskirts, I encountered a beast that was comparable to the 5th level of the Transformation Feather Realm. If I had not fled quickly, I might not have returned." Lin Xiao shrank back, silenced by their words. Yufeng continued. "In addition to the beasts, the Misty Land is a site of an ancient battlefield, littered with numerous restrictions and formations. One misstep could trigger them, leading to dire consequences." Liu Chen's curiosity was piqued, and he asked, "Senior brother, do you know when this ancient battlefield took place?" Yufeng shook his head. "The exact era is untraceable. All we know is that it dates back at least 10,000 years." Lu Chun pondered silently. An ancient battlefield from 10,000 years ago. The Misty Land appeared to be even more intricate than he had imagined. After several days of arduous travel, the group finally reached the outskirts of the Misty Land. As they approached, a chilling aura enveloped them, the temperature plummeting as a dense fog rolled in, obscuring their vision entirely. "Everyone, be cautious." Yufeng warned, "We are now at the edge of the Misty Land, where beasts may appear at any moment." The group quickly drew their weapons, vigilance etched on their faces as they scanned their surroundings. Suddenly, a rustling noise emanated from the thick fog. Moments later, several dark figures leapt out from the mist, lunging toward the group. It's the mist shadow leopards. Yufeng recognized the beasts at a glance. "Everyone be careful. These creatures are exceedingly swift and adept at hiding." The mist shadow leopard, a unique beast dwelling in the nebulous realm, is cloaked in an inky blackness, possessing astonishing speed and silent movement, rendering it exceedingly elusive. The crowd hastily brandished their weapons to fend off the onslaught of the mist shadow leopards. Although these creatures were not particularly formidable individually, their sheer numbers and rapid attacks presented a considerable challenge, leaving the crowd struggling to cope. Liu Chun summoned the Tianxian sword, its blade shimmering as he forced several of the mist shadow leopards to retreat. Lin Xiao, ensure the safety of the others, Liu Chun commanded. Rest assured, Brother Liu, Lin Xiao replied, brandishing his long sword to dispatch a few of the ambushing mist shadow leopards. In a flash, Liu Chun plunged into the fray, the Tianxian sword dancing with lethal precision, cleaving through the mist shadow leopards with ease. Just then, a deafening roar erupted from the thick fog. Moments later, a colossal beast emerged from the mist. This creature resembled a giant ape, its body covered in dark fur, with crimson eyes radiating a ferocious aura. It's the black-shot demon ape? Yuan Tuo exclaimed, his complexion paling. This beast is comparable to those at the transformation realm. Fall back, let me handle this. The crowd, upon hearing his words, retreated in unison. However, the black-shot demon ape was exceedingly swift, closing the distance in an instant and swatting at Yuan Tuo with its massive paw. Yuan Tuo hastily raised his sword in defense, only to be sent flying by the creature's strike, blood gushing from his mouth. Third senior brother, the crowd gasped in shock. Seeing this, Liu Chen's heart sank. The strength of the black-shot demon ape exceeded his expectations. At that moment, a commotion arose in the distance, followed by a group of disciples clad in the attire of the Tianwu sacred land bursting forth from the mist. It's the disciples of the Tianwu sacred land, Lin Xiao exclaimed joyfully. Leading them was a young man in white, exuding elegance. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene before him, he furrowed his brow and coldly inquired, "What is happening? How did the black-shot demon ape come to be here?" Recognizing the young man, Liu Chun felt a jolt. This was none other than Chu Tiange, the foremost holy son of the Tianwu sacred land. Yu Feng effortlessly dispatched several of the mist shadow leopards behind him. Shaking the blood from his blade, he finally turned his attention to the tumultuous battle at hand. The hulking form of the black-shot demon ape was particularly conspicuous even amidst the fog. It was locked in combat with Yuan Tuo, who was clearly at a disadvantage, his face ashen and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. However, Yu Feng's attention was swiftly drawn to another group of Tianwu sacred land disciples, led by Chu Tiange, the proud holy son of Tianquan Peak. "What is he doing here?" "Tisk, troublesome," Yu Feng muttered under his breath, but he knew that the immediate threat was the beast before them. He had no desire to allow this creature to harm anyone else. /3, blade, Yu Feng declared, his long knife igniting with a crimson glow as he swung it down. The black-shot demon ape seemed to sense the impending danger and attempted to retreat. But it was too late. The blade's radiance severed its head cleanly. Its mountainous body collapsed with a thunderous crash, shaking the ground beneath them. Emerging from the mist, Chu Tiange approached with an air of grace. Clapping his hands, Yuxixiang/3 has grown increasingly powerful. Even I must bow to its prowess. Yu Feng stood impassively, sheathing his blade and casting a cold glance at Chu Tiange. "What brings you here?" Maintaining his elegant demeanor, Chu Tiange replied with a light chuckle. "Upon hearing of junior sister Ye's disappearance, we naturally came to offer our assistance. The nebulous realm is fraught with peril. The more allies we have, the stronger we become." Yu Feng's eyes flickered with understanding. As the foremost holy son of the Tianwu sacred land, Chu Tiange undoubtedly sought to unite the strength of other peaks. Furthermore, should he form a partnership with Yi Qingxing, the revered Qingyunren would surely align with him, solidifying his standing within the Tianwu sacred land. "Your intentions are commendable, holy son," Yu Feng remarked coolly. Chu Tiange's gaze shifted to Liu Chun, and he smiled. "Junior brother Liu Chun, it is good to see you well." Liu Chun returned the smile faintly, responding, "Thanks to the holy son's blessings, all is well. That I have heard that junior brother Liu has been making waves, defeating experts from various peaks. Truly remarkable for one so young." Chu Tiange's tone appeared complimentary, yet concealed an edge. "Merely a stroke of luck," Liu Chun replied, maintaining a balanced demeanor. The atmosphere between them was charged with subtle tension, which did not go unnoticed by the onlookers. Suddenly, Chu Tinga shifted the conversation, asking, by the way, Junior Brother Lu, have you seen Junior Sister Yi Qingxing? It seems you were with her before her disappearance. Lu Qin's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed trouble brewing. Holy Son, I did have a brief exchange with Junior Sister Yi prior to her undertaking a mission, but I am unaware of her subsequent whereabouts. He did not deny their prior encounter, for they had indeed been together before she left for her task. Any diligent investigator would uncover this, especially since there were many witnesses to their interaction. Noticing Lu Qin's lack of refutation, Chu Tinga's expression grew contemplative. Ditto. Is that so? I hope what you say is true. After all, the last person Junior Sister Yi was seen with was seemingly you. Junior Brother Lu. His words insinuated a connection between Lu Qin and Yi Qingqing's disappearance. The surrounding disciples of the Tianwu sacred land began to murmur, their gazes toward Lu Qin filled with suspicion. Yu Feng, perceiving the unfolding situation, stepped forward protectively. Positioning himself in front of Lu Qin, he immediately recognized Chu Tinga's intentions and was resolute in defending his companion. Holy Son, one must speak with evidence. Junior Brother Lu and Junior Sister Yi merely engaged in normal conversation. What do you mean by such insinuations? Chu Tinga's expression darkened, and he retorted with a cold smile, Yu Shi Xiang, I am merely concerned for Junior Sister Yi's safety. Why the agitation? Are you feeling guilty? Yu Feng scoffed, unyielding in his response. Guilty? What do I have to feel guilty about? Rather, it seems you're overly eager to place blame on Junior Brother Lu. Do you have ulterior motives? Yu Feng? Chu Tinga's face turned ashen, ready to retort, but was interrupted by Yu Feng that if you are unwilling to assist, step aside and let me find the others. Yu Feng snapped impatiently. The tension between the two parties escalated, but at that moment, a piercing scream erupted from the depths of the mist. The crowd was startled, quickly turning toward the sound. They witnessed the fog roiling as a disciple from the Tianwu sacred land was dragged into the mist by a pitch-black beast. In the blink of an eye, all that remained were splashes of blood and faint cries for help. What is happening? Chu Tinga's expression shifted dramatically as he barked orders. Form a defensive formation. Protect yourselves. He immediately commanded the disciples to form a defensive line, while dispatching several to investigate the situation. Liu Qin's brow furrowed deeply as he fixated on the mist. He sensed an eerie aura emanating from the beast, which bore a striking resemblance to that of the demon they had just slain. Approaching Yu Feng, he spoke in a hushed tone, Brother Yu, the aura of that beast seems akin to that of the demon. Upon hearing this, Yu Feng's expression shifted, falling into contemplation. The previous demon had been immensely powerful and unpredictable, evoking a sense of trepidation even in him. If Yi Qingqing's disappearance was indeed the work of a demon, it was beyond their capacity to handle. Suddenly, a cacophony of spine-chilling roars echoed from the mist, accompanied by the sounds of anguished screams and the cracking of bones. Not good! It's a demon! A terrified disciple from the Tianwu sacred land cried out. Scrambling from the mist, bloodied and marked by fear. Fall back! Chu Tinga's complexion paled as he urgently ordered the crowd to retreat. Yet, it was already too late. The mist churned violently, and a horde of pitch-black beasts surged forth, crashing toward the crowd like a tidal wave. Compared to the earlier mist shadow leopards, these creatures radiated an overwhelming sense of resentment and malice. The air filled with screams, and blood splattered as one disciple after another from the Tianwu sacred land was torn to shreds by the beasts. Chu Tinga's face turned ghostly white, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Though he was a holy son, his experience in actual combat was limited, and he appeared somewhat flustered in the face of such peril. He wielded his long sword, barely fending off the beast's assaults, yet sustaining several wounds in the process. Yu Feng, witnessing this, cursed under his breath and reluctantly stepped forward. His long knife emanated a crimson aura, its blade flashing as he forced the beast back. Despite his dissatisfaction with Chu Tinga, he understood that the Holy Son's demise here would place him in a precarious position. Why are you all standing there? Get to work, Yu Feng bellowed, prompting the other disciples to spring into action and join the fray. However, resentment toward Chu Tinga brewed within them. Had he not arrived, they would not have attracted so many demons, nor would they find themselves in such dire straits. Liu Chen disregarded the panicked disciples and moved directly to Lin Zhao's side. For he cared not for others, but Lin Zhao was his younger brother, and he would protect him. Lin Zhao, stick with Brother Yufeng and break through together. I will provide cover for you. Lin Zhao nodded gratefully, fully aware that Liu Chen's prowess far surpassed his own. With Liu Chen providing cover, his chances of breaking through would be significantly enhanced. In Liu Chen's hand, the Tianxian sword shimmered with radiance, and the sword energy sliced through the approaching beasts one by one, each swing accompanied by a piercing cry of anguish. Just then, a deafening roar erupted from the depths of the thick fog. Following that, a colossal shadow emerged slowly from a mist. This shadow loomed several dozen zhang high, resembling a human form, but adorned with a grotesque beast's head, exuding a terrifying demonic aura, akin to a demonic deity. This is bad. It's the Demon King, Dongfang Bai, having just severed a demon with his sword, turned his head only to behold the monstrous entity before him, and he gasped in alarm. The others were instantly engulfed in despair upon witnessing this sight. The aura of the Demon King was vastly more formidable than that of any previous beasts, far beyond their capacity to contend with it. Liu Chen gazed at the slowly advancing Demon King, a look of solemnity flashing across his eyes. Roar. The oppressive presence brought forth by the Demon King was palpable, distorting the very fog itself. The complexion of the crowd turned ashen, and the air thickened with despair. Yufeng tightened his grip on his long knife, which hummed ominously. Liu Chen positioned Lin Zhao behind him and spoke in a grave tone. Run. Follow Yu Xiang and break through. Do not look back. Lu Dage. Lin Zhao's lips quivered, reluctant to depart. Enough nonsense. If you stay, you will only become my burden. Liu Chen barked. Your talent surpasses mine. You have the potential to achieve great things. If I truly perish, you must avenge me. Lin Zhao clenched his teeth, recognizing the truth in Liu Chen's words. Remaining would only weigh Liu Chen down. After casting a deep glance at Liu Chen, he turned and plunged into the ranks of those making their escape. The Demon King unleashed a deafening roar, its immense form inching closer, the rancid stench assaulting their senses. Liu Chen took a deep breath. At this critical juncture, he ceased to conceal his strength and formed seals with his hands. Jiazi's secret. A golden radiance erupted from within him, filling his entire being with an overwhelming force. Come on, you beast! Liu Chen roared, the brilliance of the Tianxian sword intensifying, the blade emitting a clear dragon's roar. Chapter 65. Free Labor. Liu Chen activated the Tai Chu sword technique, and a dazzling beam of sword light cleaved through the fog, hurtling towards the Demon King. Yufeng glanced back, seeing Liu Chen enveloped in demonic energy, his heart sinking. Though Liu Chen's strength was commendable, facing such a powerful Demon King, the odds seemed grim. Let's go. Everyone follow me. Yufeng gritted his teeth and led the group towards the fog's periphery. He had already resolved that once he ensured everyone's safety, he would immediately return, even if it meant death, to fight alongside Liu Chen. Once the crowd vanished into the mist, Liu Chen let out a sigh of relief. He then shouted into the void, Uncle Jiuyu, if you don't show yourself now, your young master will be killed. As the Demon King approached Liu Chen, a golden light suddenly descended from above, enveloping the Demon King. You young master, what a timely trick you have! A mocking voice rang out. The space twisted, and Liu Jiuyu's figure materialized. The Demon King seemed to sense a threat. It emitted an enraged roar. Abandoning the pursuit of the fleeing crowd and lunging towards Liu Chen and Liu Jiuyu, Liu Jiuyu regarded the charging Demon King with disdain. He extended a finger and lightly tapped. A monster tainted by demonic energy dares to show off before me. A flash of golden light darted by, too swift for the naked eye to perceive. In the next instant, a bloody hole appeared in the Demon King's head, and its massive body crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Liu Chen watched this spectacle. Even though he had witnessed Liu Jiuyu's prowess before, he remained astounded. Is this the power of a saint? With a mere gesture, he can slay a Demon King. Akin to a deity, Liu Jiuyu patted Liu Chen on the shoulder, smiling. You performed well this time. You did not disappoint me. Liu Chen scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. However, You truly have a knack for attracting trouble. You've only been here a few days, and you've already attracted such a creature. Lu Jiuyu's tone shifted, laced with reproach. If I hadn't arrived in time, you would have likely met your end here. Uncle Jiuyu, look, I nearly perished. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? Lu Chan rubbed his hands together, a sycophantic smile on his face. Lu Jiuyu shot him a sidelong glance. Half amused, half annoyed. Stop with the flattery. Speak plainly. What scheme do you have in mind? This kid, every time he wears that expression, it's never for anything good. Clearing his throat, Lu Chan said earnestly, Rest assured, I know my limits. But there is indeed a matter where I require Uncle Jiuyu's assistance. Lu Jiuyu raised an eyebrow, a knowing look crossing his face. This boy always thinks of him as free labor whenever trouble arises. However, who could blame him when he is this lad's protector? Speak. As long as it doesn't involve harming your peers, I'll assist. After all, even a saint must maintain his reputation. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Listen to that! Such boldness! Literally, anything goes. It's not a huge matter. I just need your help to locate my senior sister, and also, I need your assistance to deal with this demon's corpse. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain myself. Senior sister? Lu Jiuyu's brow furrowed slightly. This boy has only been in the middle state for a few days and has already entangled himself with a senior sister. You better confess honestly. Have you stirred up any romantic troubles? Lu Chan waved his hands defensively, his expression innocent. Uncle Jiuyu, where are you going with this? My senior sister is pure as snow, with an ethereal beauty. Our relationship is as innocent as the clear spring water. Lu Jiuyu was not convinced by his words. This boy had a penchant for spinning tales, likely having flirted with someone again. Enough of this nonsense. Do you have anything belonging to your senior sister or some other item? I'll help you search. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun perked up and handed over the secret technique that Yi Qingcheng had given him earlier. Will this do? She gifted it to me. All right, I understand. I'll have news for you within a day. As for this demon's corpse. Lu Jiuyu glanced at the massive body with distaste and waved his hand. I'll handle it properly to prevent you from attracting trouble. Lu Chun grinned widely, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Jiuyu. You are truly wise and unmatched. Lu Jiuyu shook his head helplessly. Stop with the flattery. You need to be more careful next time. Don't attract such beings again that if I don't arrive in time next time, you can expect to be devoured by such a creature. Lu Chun nodded earnestly. Lu Jiuyu seemed to see through his thoughts. Don't try to be clever with me. I am not your nanny. I can't always be there to rescue you. Lu Chun chuckled, not daring to respond further. With a wave of his sleeve, Lu Jiuyu unleashed a powerful force that enveloped the demon's corpse, transforming it into a golden light that vanished into the horizon. Phew, I should return. Otherwise, I might raise suspicions. Lu Chan exhaled deeply, preparing to pursue Yu Feng and the others. Suddenly, a commotion erupted behind him, accompanied by a booming voice. Lu Shitty, your senior brother is here to assist you. Lu Chan turned to see a figure rushing towards him. Propelled by a fierce wind, like a cannonball, the newcomer, clad in dark attire and bearing an angry expression, was none other than Yu Feng. Curse that demon! If even a single hair on my Lu Shitty is harmed, I, Yu Feng, will slay it at any cost. Yu Feng shouted fiercely, drawing his long knife. Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle at his senior brother's impulsiveness. This Yu Feng was truly hot-headed, shouting for battle without assessing the situation. Yu Feng charged up to Lu Chun, but suddenly halted, bewildered as he surveyed the surroundings. As the dust settled, aside from Lu Chun, there was no trace of any demons. Where is the Demon King? Yu Feng exclaimed, wide-eyed, pointing at the empty ground. Lu Chen replied casually, It's gone. What do you mean, it's gone? How can that be? Yu Feng asked, bewildered. Seeing this, Lu Chun feigned ignorance that I don't know either, just a moment ago. I thought I was done for, but for some reason, that Demon King seemed to sense something and turned to leave. Upon hearing this, Yu Feng let out a sigh of relief. That's how it is. Thank goodness nothing happened. Then let's hurry. If the Demon King returns, we might be doomed. Lu Chun glanced at his overly dramatic senior brother and reminded him helplessly. Oh, right, let's go. We should leave quickly. Yu Feng promptly collected himself and departed with Lu Chun from his sight. Chapter 66. Rescue Yi Qingcheng outside the foggy area. Lu Chun sat cross-legged, clutching a lustrous jade talisman, his brow furrowed deeply. This talisman was Lu Jiuyu's communication talisman, and within half a day, he had news of Yi Qingqing's whereabouts. Lu Chun took a deep breath and extended his consciousness into the talisman. The next moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, anger flashing within them. Why Yi Qingqing had not gone to the foggy area at all. She found herself targeted by the rabble of the Tianxian sacred ground on her journey. As it happened, Yi Qingqing encountered a group of disciples from the Tianxian sacred ground while en route to the Misty Land. Emboldened by their numbers, they spoke with insolence, subjecting Yi Qingqing to their lewd banter. Who is Yi Qingqing? A paragon of the Tianwu sacred ground. She would never tolerate such humiliation. A few exchanged words escalated into a physical confrontation. Outnumbered, Yi Qingqing was forced to flee, sustaining injuries, while being relentlessly pursued by the Tianxian sacred ground's minions. Upon receiving this news, Lu Chen's fury ignited. He yearned to obliterate that pack of scoundrels from the Tianxian sacred ground. Brother Yu, I have news of Sister Qingqing. Lu Chen sprang to his feet. Yu Feng, idly gnawing on a chicken leg of uncertain origin, paused in surprise and mumbled, "What? News? Where did you hear that?" Lu Chen, with a quick thought, fabricated, "I once knew a person named Usanyang. I asked her to inquire about Sister Qingqing's whereabouts. And just now, I received word that she is in danger." Hearing this, Yu Feng hastily discarded the chicken leg and urgently questioned, "What danger? Speak quickly." Lu Chen relayed the contents of the message from Lu Jiuyu, conveniently omitting Lu Jiuyu's involvement and attributing the information to Hu Sanyang. "What? That pack of scoundrels from the Tianxian sacred ground dares to lay hands on my junior sister. They are courting death." Yu Feng's roar echoed through the valley, attracting the attention of numerous disciples from the Tianwu sacred ground. They gathered around, clamoring to learn what had transpired. With his booming voice, Yu Feng recounted the indignities suffered by Yi Qingqing, embellishing the tale with fervor. "How outrageous! The rabble of the Tianxian sacred ground dares to insult our goddess of the Tianwu sacred ground. They must be tired of living," a burly disciple bellowed, his long knife humming ominously in his grip. "Sister Qingqing has shown us immeasurable kindness. We cannot stand idly by." Yi Qingqing was known for her gentle demeanor and often guided her junior disciples in their cultivation, earning her widespread admiration within the Tianwu sacred ground. Thus, upon hearing of her disgrace, those who had benefited from her kindness were filled with righteous indignation, yearning to storm the Tianxian sacred ground to avenge her honor. "Junior brother Lu, since you know Sister Qingqing's whereabouts, lead the way," Dongfeng Bai urged. "Rest assured, brothers, I will guide you at once." With that, Lu Chen chose a direction and dashed forward, followed closely by Yu Feng and the others. A formidable group making their way to the location provided by Lu Jiuyu. 3,000 miles from the Misty Land, at the border between the Tianwu and Tianxian sacred grounds. A desolate mountain range sprawled across the earth like a colossal beast. Yi Qingqing's figure darted swiftly among the mountains. Her complexion was ashen, the blood at the corners of her mouth still fresh, and her clothing stained with splotches of blood, clearly a testament to a fierce battle. Damn it, this group of scum from the Tianxian sacred ground is truly despicable. Yi Qingqing seethed through gritted teeth. She had intended to hasten to the Misty Land, but unexpectedly found herself ambushed by a group of Tianxian disciples. Had it not been for her formidable strength, she would have long since met her demise. Humph, even burdened with injuries, I am not someone you ants can trample upon at will. A glint of coldness flashed in Yi Qingqing's eyes as she conjured a crystalline longsword in her hand. The blade emanated an icy chill, its edge shimmering with an unsettling light. It was, in fact, a heavenly-grade spiritual weapon. Just then, several figures appeared ahead, blocking her path. "Oh, isn't this the celestial maiden of the Tianwu sacred ground? How did you end up in such a sorry state?" A man with an insufferably mocking tone sneered. Clad in the garb of the Tianxian sacred ground, he bore a lewd grin. "Zhao Wuji, you truly are a persistent pest." Yi Qingqing recognized him instantly. He was a prominent figure among the younger generation of the Tianxian sacred ground, and he had always been at odds with her. Seeing her in such a weakened state, he would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to strike. Miss Yi, you might as well surrender obediently to avoid further suffering." Zhao Wuji's companions chimed in with taunts. They were all disciples of the Tianxian sacred ground, who had often been humiliated by the Tianwu sacred ground. Naturally, they would not pass up the chance for revenge. You rabble think you can force me to submit? You are sorely mistaken. Yi Qingqing's long sword flicked, unleashing a fierce wave of sword energy that surged toward Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji's expression shifted as he hastily swung his long knife to counter. The sword energy danced like a silver serpent, while Yi Qingqing moved with an unpredictable grace. Surrounded by the disciples of the Tianxian sacred ground, she was hard-pressed to defend herself. Her wounds multiplied, blood staining her garments. Yet she gritted her teeth, refusing to allow anyone to come closer. You wench, you can hold on a bit longer. Zhao Wuji cackled wickedly, slashing down with his long knife, sending a deadly blade of energy hurtling towards Yi Qingqing's face. Let us see how long you can endure. Yi Qingqing cried out, her sword slicing diagonally to barely deflect the blade, yet the force sent her reeling, causing her to cough up blood. Zhao Wuji, you despicable coward. You rely on numbers to bully the weak. Yi Qingqing rebuked, in matters of power, the victor is king. Today, you will not leave here alive. Zhao Wuji's eyes glinted with lewd intent. Surrender quietly. And perhaps I shall spare you some suffering. Bah, you think you are worthy? Yi Qingqing spat, her long sword dancing once more, the sword energy cutting through the air, repelling several Tianxian disciples. I could see that moment. A thunderous voice rang out from a distance. You scum of the Tianxian sacred ground, cease this at once. Following that, figures appeared like lightning. It was Lu Chun and his fellow disciples from the Tianwu sacred ground. From afar, Lu Chun sensed Yi Qingqing's spiritual energy fluctuations and rushed over in a frenzy. Upon seeing her besieged and bloodied, a surge of rage flooded through him. Who dares to harm my compatriots from the Tianwu sacred ground shall find no place to bury their bones. Yu Feng roared, brandishing his broad blade as he plunged into the fray. Kill! Avenge Sister Qingqing! The disciples within the Tianqing Peak were all aflame with righteous indignation, brandishing their weapons and joining the battle. The Tianxian sacred ground disciples, who had initially held the advantage, were thrown into disarray, caught off guard. Zhao Wuji's expression changed dramatically. He had not anticipated the swift arrival of reinforcements from the Tianwu sacred ground and inwardly cursed his luck. Retreat! Quickly retreat! Zhao Wuji bellowed, turning to flee. The other disciple from the Tianxian sacred ground followed suit, scattering in all directions. Chapter 67. Chu Tianyi thinking of escaping? Not so easily. Lu Chen's Tianxian sword blazed with brilliance. Qinglian's sword, cleave mountains and rivers. A fierce wave of sword energy sliced through the air, hurtling towards Zhao Wuji and his companions. The menacing sword energy carved a deep gash into the ground. Though Zhao Wuji and his cohorts fled in a panic, they were still caught in the wake of the sword energy, each spitting blood and sustaining grave injuries. Liu Chun did not pursue. The rabble from the Tianxian sacred ground were not worth his time. His sole focus remained on the precarious figure of Yi Qingqing. With a few quick movements, he arrived at her side, his heart aching at the sight of her bloodied state and ashen complexion. Are you all right? Upon seeing Lu Chun, Yi Qingqing's taut nerves finally relaxed, and she weakly shook her head. She wished to say something but found her throat parched, unable to utter a word. Seeing her severe injuries, Lu Chun did not hesitate, swiftly retrieving a precious healing pill from his storage ring. This pill, known as the Soul Reviving Pill, had been acquired from Lin Wuxian's group during their time in the Kangwu realm. Its effects were extraordinary, capable of reviving even those on the brink of death. He carefully fed the pill to Yi Qingqing, and a fragrant aroma instantly filled the air. The pill dissolved upon entry, transforming into a warm current that coursed through Yi Qingqing's body. Her pale face gradually regained a hint of color, and her breathing steadied. How are you feeling? Lu Chun inquired with concern. Yi Qingqing nodded gently, indicating that she was feeling better. She struggled to rise, but Lu Chun supported her firmly. Do not move just yet. Your injuries have not fully healed. Yi Qingqing softly acquiesced, her gaze lingering on Lu Chun. A faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. In that life-and-death moment, it was Lu Chun who had arrived in the nick of time. pulling her back from the brink of death. "Thank you, Lu Chun." Yi Qingqing's voice was barely above a whisper. Liu Chen smiled. "We are comrades. There's no need for thanks." Just then, a wail echoed from a distance. Looking up, they saw Yu Feng had somehow charged into the midst of the Tianxin disciples. Like a tiger among sheep, his broad blade whirled, the glint of the blade flashing, accompanied by the sounds of anguished cries. "Slay! 3 strikes! Blade dragon!" With a thunderous roar, Yu Feng unleashed his fury, the bloodlust enveloping his blade as he executed a single, devastating strike. A crimson blade aura howled forth, morphing into a menacing blood-red dragon shadow, clawing and gnashing its teeth as it lunged towards the disciples of the heavenly Xian sacred land, where the blade dragon passed. Flesh and blood flew in all directions, accompanied by incessant wails of agony. The disciples of the heavenly Xian sacred land fell like straw, utterly powerless to defend themselves. Senior brother Yu Feng is magnificent. The disciples of the heavenly martial sacred land, witnessing the scene, felt their spirits soar, bravely charging into battle. The once disheartened disciples of the heavenly Xian sacred land were now utterly terrified, their souls scattering in panic. "Damn it, Yu Feng has gone mad." Zhao Wujia, hiding at a distance, gazed at the slaughtering Yu Feng, his face pale with fear. He had anticipated capturing Yi Qingqing to humiliate her, but instead, a formidable adversary had emerged, ruining his plans and costing him numerous subordinates. "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" Zhao Wujia, disregarding all else, issued a hasty order to withdraw. Yet, how could Yu Feng allow them to escape so easily? He raised his broad blade high, the blood-red aura swirling ominously. "Zhao Wujia, come and accept your fate." Zhao Wujia, stricken with terror, hurriedly lifted his long sword to defend himself. Clang! A resounding crash echoed as Zhao Wujia's sword shattered under the force of Yu Feng's strike. The blood-red aura unabated as it crashed into his chest. Puff! Zhao Wujia spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flung backward, crashing heavily to the ground, consciousness lost. Yu Feng showed no signs of stopping. He advanced step by step, gripping his bloodied broad blade, eyes gleaming with murderous intent. "Today, not a single one of you shall leave alive." At that moment, a figure suddenly descended from the heavens, positioning itself before Yu Feng. "Halt!" The newcomer, clad in white robes and possessing a refined demeanor, was none other than Chu Qianni, a core disciple of the heavenly Xian sacred land. His icy gaze swept over the scene, taking in the scattered corpses and the trembling disciples of his sect, his expression darkening ominously. "Heavenly martial sacred land, you are exceedingly audacious." Yu Feng laughed heartily, his eyes filled with derision. "Chu Qianni, you have arrived just in time. Today allow me to witness just how formidable the Holy Son of the heavenly Xian sacred land truly is." Chu Qianni's appearance doused the fervor of the disciples of the heavenly martial sacred land like a bucket of cold water. He exuded a formidable spiritual energy, his robes billowing as if he were an immortal descending to the mortal realm. "It seems my senior brother did not inflict enough pain upon you back then, daring you to wreak havoc in our heavenly Xian sacred land again." In the next moment, he swung his long sword, releasing a torrent of sword light that compelled Yu Feng to retreat repeatedly, his broad blade nearly on the verge of shattering. The morale of the heavenly martial sacred land's disciples plummeted, faces paling as they began to retreat in disarray. "Damn it, how is this pretty boy so strong?" Yu Feng spat in frustration, feeling the surge of blood and energy within him, his grip on the blade tightening painfully. Though valiant, he found himself outmatched by someone like Chu Qianni, a prodigious offspring of heaven. Liu Chen gently entrusted the pale-faced Yi Qingqing to Lin Xiao, softly instructing, "Take good care of her," with a determined gaze. He joined the fray. "Heavenly Xian sword," Liu Chen shouted, his sword emitting a crisp, ringing sound, golden light swirling around its blade. "Overestimating yourself," Chu Qianni scoffed, meeting the charge with his own long sword. Clang! The two swords clashed, releasing a dazzling spark. Despite being in a higher realm, Chu Qianni found himself at a disadvantage against Liu Chen's exquisite swordplay. Furthermore, endowed with the Chaos Dao body, Liu Chen's formidable physique held its ground. The surrounding trees were cleaved to splinters by the sword energy, deep gashes etched into the ground. Seizing an opportunity, Liu Chen secretly activated the G character secret technique. Buzz, a powerful aura erupted from within Liu Chen. His hair rising without wind, his garments billowing as his presence surged tenfold. Primordial sword technique, heaven-slaying style. Liu Chen bellowed, the heavenly Xian sword radiating brilliance, a resplendent sword energy akin to the creation of the heavens and earth, surged violently towards Chu Qianni. Chu Qianni's expression shifted drastically, sensing the terrifying force of the strike. His heart filled with dread, he hastily channeled all his spiritual energy into his long sword, attempting to withstand the blow. Boom! With a thunderous sound, Chu Qianni's sword shattered instantly. The brilliant sword energy continued unabated, mercilessly striking his chest, leaving a grievous wound that pierced to the bone. Puff! Chu Qianni coughed up blood, his body hurtling backward. Everyone was taken aback. Not only the disciples of the heavenly Xian sacred land, but even those from Tianqing Peak were stunned. Realizing the dire situation, Chu Qianni dared not linger, clutching his chest as he turned to flee. Liu Chen, about to pursue, suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching from the distance. Alarm coursing through him as he recognized it to be a strong figure from the heavenly Xian sacred land. He glanced at the injured Yi Qingsheng and the demoralized disciples of the heavenly martial sacred land, realizing it was unwise to linger in battle. Retreat, Liu Chen decisively commanded, leading Yu Feng and the others swiftly away from the battlefield. In the dense forest, Liu Chen and his group moved rapidly. Yi Qingsheng, pale and weak, leaned on Lin Xiao as they advanced step by step. Thank you, Liu Chen. Liu Chen smiled, replying, we are comrades. No need for thanks. It is a pity, however, that we let Chu Qianni escape. Humph, should we encounter him again, I shall ensure he meets a gruesome end. Yu Feng gritted his teeth, the pain from his chest wound still lingering. Chapter 68. The opportunity to break through to the third level of divine fire in the domain of the heavenly martial sacred land. Liu Chen and his party, weary from their journey, finally set foot on familiar territory. Upon entering one of the main cities under the heavenly martial sacred land, they found the bustling streets alive with activity. Suddenly, a bespectacled steward in a green robe, sporting a goatee, approached. His eyes widened as he spotted the pale Yi Qingsheng and the bloodied Yu Feng amidst the crowd. His expression shifting to one of alarm as he hastened over, concern etched on his face. Your Highness, the Saintess, senior brother Yu Feng, what has transpired? Yu Feng, clutching his chest, seethed, damn it, do not even mention it. We were ambushed by the scoundrels of the heavenly Xian sacred land. Upon hearing the name of the heavenly Xian sacred land, the stewardess' fury ignited, his beard bristling. Those wretched dogs dare to be so arrogant. Saintess, are you injured? Yi Qingsheng gently shook her head, indicating that she was merely exhausted from the depletion of her spiritual energy. The steward, reassured, quickly organized for their accommodation at the finest inn in the city, arranging for healing elixirs and warm water, while immediately contacting the sect to report the incident. Upon receiving the news, the heavenly martial sacred land erupted like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of chaos throughout. Upon hearing the report, the true man, Qingyun's face darkened, and without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a streak of azure light, vanishing from Tianqing Peak. The leaders and elders of the other peaks hastily converged upon the sacred hall. Inside, the sect leader sat with a grim expression. The atmosphere suffused with tension as the leaders of various peaks stood arrayed beside him, each brimming with indignation. Leader, the heavenly Xian sacred land has gone too far. I have long wished to engage them in battle, boomed the Dragon Peak-S leader, Long Daorin, a towering figure with a shock of white hair, his voice resonating like thunder. Renowned for his body refinement techniques, he was known throughout the heavenly martial sacred land as a formidable warrior. Indeed, leader, we cannot swallow this humiliation. The other peak leaders echoed in agreement, their anger palpable. Only Nan Gongxiong, the leader of Yunhai Peak, remained silent, his eyes flickering as if deep in thought. Meanwhile, in the inn within the city, Liu Chen sat cross-legged, channeling the primordial chaos technique to replenish his expended spiritual energy. Suddenly, he felt a rush of foreboding. His eyes snapping open, he looked out the window to see dark clouds gathering ominously, thunder rumbling in the distance. An oppressive force enveloped the entire city, making it difficult to breathe. What is happening? Yufeng, sensing something amiss, approached the window, his expression suddenly brightening. "It is my master. He has arrived." Before he could finish his sentence, true man Qin Yun had already descended from the sky, a flash of azure light signaling his arrival before landing gracefully before the inn. A gust of wind swept through, rustling the garments of those present. His gaze swept over the crowd, first revealing a look of relief at the safe return of his disciples. But that relief swiftly morphed into fury upon seeing Yi Qingcheng's pale complexion and the blood staining Yufeng's chest. Who did this? The pressure emanating from his voice rendered the air around them almost palpable. This was the presence of a quasi-saint. Yufeng stepped forward, clasping his fists in respect. "Master, it was those from the heavenly Xian sacred land. They ambushed us, and had it not been for junior brother Lu Chun," he paused, casting a glance at Lu Chun, before continuing, "had it not been for junior brother Lu Chun's timely warning, Qin Chun would likely have been captured by them." The revered Qin Yunjinren, with thick brows furrowed and eyes blazing with fury, exclaimed, "The Tianxian Holy Land! What audacity! How dare they lay hands on my granddaughter from the Tianwu Holy Land? Speak, what transpired?" Yefeng recounted the events that had unfolded in the mist with meticulous detail. As he listened to Yefeng's account, Qin Yunjinren's expression grew increasingly dark, to the point that it seemed he could summon rain with his anger. He abruptly turned his gaze towards Lu Chun, his eyes glinting with intensity. Lu Chun stepped forward, maintaining a demeanor of respectful composure as he replied, "Disciple is present." Qin Yunjinren scrutinized Lu Chun from head to toe. He had not anticipated that, despite his disciple's seemingly average talent, his capability in handling affairs was remarkably outstanding. Appearing notably mature and astute when compared to his peers, he remained calm in a crisis and promptly send out a call for help was a rare quality indeed. "Good, very good," Qin Yunjinren exclaimed twice, his ire somewhat abated. "Thanks to you this time, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. You did well." He placed a hand on Lu Chen's shoulder, a surge of potent spiritual energy coursing into Lu Chen's body, instantaneously mending some of his concealed injuries and nourishing his meridians. Liu Chan felt a warm flow enveloping him, an indescribable sense of relief washing over him. This incident would not be easily dismissed by the Holy Land. Qin Yunjinren retracted his hand, his tone turning grim. "Tianxian Holy Land, we shall see." He then turned to Yi Qingcheng, inquiring with concern, "Qingcheng, how are you faring?" Yi Qingcheng shook her head gently, responding softly, "I am unscathed. Merely exhausted from the depletion of spiritual energy. A brief rest will suffice for recovery." Qin Yunjinren nodded in acknowledgement, instructing the steward to take good care of everyone, before transforming into a streak of azure light, heading straight for the Tianxian Holy Land. Once Qin Yunjinren departed, Yefeng sidled up to Lu Chun, grinning mischievously as he said, "Lu Chun, my junior brother, you have achieved great merit this time. The master seldom praises anyone." UVE struck gold. Lu Chun offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate that, in truth, he was more eager to accompany Qin Yunjinren to the Tianxian Holy Land for a first-hand glimpse, given the fierce demeanor just displayed. Even a fool could discern that he was heading there to confront them. The clash at the quasi-saint level would be a spectacle, thrilling to contemplate. However, he was acutely aware that with his current abilities, he would likely be reduced to mere cannon fodder, or worse, be turned to pulp by the aftermath of the battle that moment. The steward entered with a broad smile and announced, "Esteemed guests, tomorrow the Holy Land will dispatch a flying vessel to convey you back. Please take this evening to rest here." As he spoke, he cast a knowing wink at Lu Chun, the implication unmistakable. Lu Chun nodded slightly in response. The guests in the inn's common room engaged in casual conversation, the atmosphere considerably lightened. Yefeng continued to regale the others with tales of his valiant resistance, captivating several junior sisters who gazed at him in admiration. Yi Qingcheng sat quietly nearby, her complexion still pale, yet her eyes sparkled with a newfound vitality. Liu Chun, seeking a tranquil room, departed hastily. The recent infusion of spiritual energy had granted him a fleeting opportunity to break through to the third layer of the divine fire realm. In his room, Lu Chun sat cross-legged, channeling the Taichu chaos or Tide as he cultivated. The surrounding spiritual essence surged towards him as if irresistibly drawn, flooding into his body that a breakthrough was imminent. However, at this critical juncture, Lu Chun sensed a formidable resistance. Yet, being of the Chaos Tao body, such a bottleneck was trivial for him, provided it was not ascension. Break for me. Lu Chun gritted his teeth, channeling all his spiritual energy to batter against the barrier. Once, twice, thrice, he felt his body nearly torn apart by the overwhelming force. Ultimately, with one final push, the bottleneck shattered, akin to a dam bursting, and a powerful surge erupted from within Lu Chun that he felt as light as a feather. The third layer of the divine fire realm. He had succeeded in his breakthrough. Meanwhile, at the Tianwu Holy Land, Qin Yunjinren stormed toward the Tianxian Holy Land with an aura of fury. Chu Hong. Old fool, come out! His voice thundered like a clap of thunder, resonating throughout the entire Tianxian Holy Land. Soon, an elder clad in purple robes emerged from the main hall, none other than Chu Hong. He glared at Qin Yunjinren, his expression dark and cold. Qin Yun, what do you mean by this? What do I mean? Qin Yunjinren retorted, his anger morphing into a sardonic smile. Your disciples from the Tianxian Holy Land ambushed my granddaughter. And you dare question my intentions? Chu Hong vehemently denied the accusation. Nonsense. Our disciples are always disciplined. How could they commit such acts? Do you take me for blind? Qin Yunjinren roared. My disciple was grievously injured. Had he not cleverly escaped, he would have surely perished. If you do not provide me with an explanation today, I shall raze your Tianxian Holy Land to the ground. Chu Hong's expression shifted. Qin Yunjinren was genuinely enraged. However, he was no pushover either, and he retorted coldly, Qin Yun, do not overstep your bounds. If it comes to blows, the outcome is uncertain. No sooner had he spoken than another quasi-saint elder from the Tianxian Holy Land stepped out of the main hall. Standing alongside Chu Hong, casting a watchful eye upon Qin Yunjinren, 2 against 1. Your Tianxian Holy Land certainly possesses considerable bravado. Qin Yunjinren chuckled coldly, his eyes ablaze with combativeness. Very well. Today, I shall experience your skills firsthand. Before he could finish his sentence, the Qin Yun sword materialized in his hand. Cloud Sea Azure Dragon. Slash. The sword energies surged forth, resembling azure dragons, roaring as they charged toward Chu Hong and the Elder. Both Chu Hong and the Elder went all out, unleashing treasures and divine abilities, and the air erupted with deafening explosions. Chu Hong's face darkened as he inwardly cursed. This old codger is truly troublesome. He had assumed that 2 against 1 would easily subdue Qin Yunjinren, but this old man proved to be surprisingly resilient. Qin Yunjinren laughed heartily, mocking, in the past, even your master was no match for me, let alone a mere junior like you. As he spoke, another wave of sword energy swept across. Chu Hong could only defend himself helplessly. After all, behind him lay the Tianxian Holy Land. If he allowed the attack to land, numerous disciples would be caught in the crossfire. The fierce battle raged on for several hours, yet the three remained locked in a stalemate. The mountains outside the Tianxian Holy Land had already been flattened, and several peaks had collapsed, leaving the earth riddled with gaping fissures. I could see that moment. A crimson figure streaked across the sky, descending upon the Tianxian Holy Land like a burning meteor. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated as the ground shook violently, creating a massive crater before the three. The crimson figure slowly rose from the pit, a tempestuous aura radiating from him, causing the surrounding air to vibrate ominously. The newcomer was a towering figure, with long red hair billowing like flames, eyes gleaming with brilliance. He donned a scarlet robe adorned with a vividly embroidered dragon. Before the three could utter a word, the newcomer bellowed, "Despicable wretches of the Tianxian Holy Land. Today, I shall demonstrate to you the might of your grandfather dragon." Upon hearing such arrogant words, Qin Yunjinren could not help but chuckle. "Old dragon, your entrance is as attention-grabbing as ever." Long Daoren, a longtime ally of Qin Yunjinren, had initially come to investigate matters concerning the Tianxian Holy Land. Sensing the fluctuations in spiritual energy, he had hastened to the scene. Without further ado, Long Daoren activated his technique, his blood and energy surging like a roaring fire dragon. Charging directly at the elder beside Chu Hong. The elder was caught off guard and was struck squarely, spewing blood as he was sent flying. Chu Hong's expression changed dramatically as he roared, "Long Daoren, you seek death." Long Daoren laughed heartily, disdainfully declaring, "Chu Hong, spare me your bluster. Do you think no one knows of the sordid deeds your Tianxian holy land has committed? Today, I shall act on behalf of the heavens to give you scoundrels a proper lesson." With that, Long Daoren transformed once more into a streak of crimson light, lunging toward Chu Hong. Feeling alarmed, Chu Hong hastily summoned his life-bound treasure to shield himself. Boom! Long Daoren crashed into the golden shield. Producing a thunderous roar, the shield trembled violently, cracks appearing on its surface, threatening to shatter. "Ah! Chu Hong, your turtle shell is rather unimpressive." Long Daoren resumed his human form, standing before Chu Hong with a mocking grin. He reached out, summoning a red long blade engulfed in roaring flames, exuding an aura of terrifying heat. "Chu Hong, die!" Long Daoren bellowed, bringing the blazing blade down, a crimson arc slicing through the air toward Chu Hong. In that critical moment, a dark figure suddenly appeared before Chu Hong. The crimson blade's edge barely halted at his nose, the searing heat raising the hairs on Chu Hong's body. The figure was none other than the current holy master of the Tianxian Holy Land. Wanren Jie. Draped in an ensemble of black, his visage exuded an aura of cold severity, commanding respect without uttering a word. His sudden appearance felt as though he had been an intrinsic part of the surroundings all along, seamlessly melding with the environment. Wanren Jie gazed at the formidable figures of Qingyun Jinren and Long Daoren before him, internally lamenting the presence of these two old codgers, each more formidable than the other. Qingyun Jinren, a long-standing quasi-saint of the heavenly martial sacred land, possessed an unfathomable strength, perilously close to the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, with his Cloud Sea technique being particularly unpredictable. Meanwhile, Long Daoren was a true madman, resolutely intent on proving his path through sheer strength. Almost invincible among his peers, the amalgamation of these two ancient beings was nothing short of catastrophic. Wanren Jie, resigned, addressed them, "Esteemed sirs, might there be some misunderstanding regarding today's events?" Qingyun Jinren, wielding the Qingyun sword, replied with a sardonic half-smile, "Misunderstanding. Wanren Shangzhu, perhaps you should inquire of him what benevolent deeds he has accomplished, chasing after my granddaughter. Do you truly believe I am deceased?" Long Daoren, with a fiery temper, bellowed, "Spare me your prattle. If the perpetrator is not surrendered today, I shall raise this decrepit, sacred land to the ground." Wanren Jie's expression darkened, internally cursing Chu Hong. This incompetent fellow, for continually embroiling him in trouble, but he turned to Chu Hong, his gaze steely. "Chu Hong, what on earth transpired?" Chapter 70. The Secret of the Heavenly Gate. Chu Hong's face turned ashen, his lips quivering, yet he could not muster a single word. Wanren Jie furrowed his brows, acutely aware that this fellow had instigated the trouble. Drawing a deep breath, he faced Qingyun Jinren and Long Daoren once more. "Sirs, the events of today do indeed stem from my heavenly Xian's sacred land's lax discipline. Chu Hong, this wayward child has acted recklessly and offended you both, that I implore you, for the sake of our past rapport, to show leniency." He paused, continuing, "My heavenly Xian sacred land is willing to offer sufficient compensation to remedy the losses incurred by both you and the holy maiden Y. As he spoke, he retrieved a collection of precious spiritual herbs from his storage ring. Qingyun Jinren snorted coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the treasures. "Wanren Jie, do you truly believe this paltry offering can appease us? My granddaughter was nearly killed by this beast. Such an account cannot be settled with mere trifles." Long Daoren was even more direct, spitting contemptuously, "Enough of your nonsense. This wretched brat must die today. No one can save him." His muscles tensed, crimson blood energy swirling around him like an impending volcanic eruption. Wanren Jie's countenance darkened. As the leader of the heavenly Xian sacred land, even the leader of the heavenly martial sacred land would have to accord him some respect. Chu Hong was a trusted confidant he had personally elevated. Should he surrender him today, it would surely chill the hearts of others. Furthermore, Chu Hong possessed secrets of the heavenly Xian sacred land, and if they fell into the wrong hands, the consequences would be dire. Sirs, do you truly wish to sever ties with my heavenly Xian sacred land? Wenrenjie's tone turned frigid, a formidable pressure emanating from him, enveloping the entire valley. Sever ties? Qingyun Jinren laughed heartily, the Qingyun sword humming in his grasp. Wenrenjie, others may fear you, but I do not. Long Daoren, brimming with excitement, declared, I've longed for a bout with you. Finally, the opportunity has arrived. Realizing that persuasion was futile, Wenrenjie understood the situation could not be resolved peacefully. He could only choose to engage in battle. His gaze sharpened as he coldly declared, if that is the case, do not blame me for being impolite. With a swift motion, he formed seals with his hands, and a black long spear manifested in his grasp. The spear was inscribed with intricate runes, emanating a chilling aura. This was undoubtedly a sacred artifact, the heavenly Xian spear. Qingyun Jinren and Long Daoren exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. They had not anticipated Wenrenjie would summon such a sacred weapon. Wielding the heavenly Xian spear, Wenrenjie swung it fiercely, a golden spear light tearing through the void. Sweeping towards Qingyun Jinren and Long as the spear light traversed its path, the space warped, as if everything were about to be devoured. Qingyun Jinren and Long Daoren did not dare to delay. Hastily summoning their respective treasures to defend against the onslaught, a tremendous roar echoed as the valley trembled, the violent fluctuations of spiritual and blood energy cascading outward. Even united, they were forced back several steps by this one strike. Altogether, Long Daoren steadied himself and shouted, in the next moment, the three quasi-saints engaged in a full-scale battle. Each clash reverberated through the air, producing deafening booms. Above the heavenly Xian sacred land, the previously clear sky became shrouded in dark clouds. The sun and moon obscured. Wenrenjie wielded the heavenly Xian spear with the grace of a dragon, the spear light rending the fabric of space. Golden fissures spread throughout the void. Qingyun Jinren's Qingyun sword, imbued with a piercing sword intent, collided with the heavenly Xian spear, sparking dazzling flashes. Long Daoren, barehanded and immensely powerful, struck with the force of a tidal wave with each punch. After over 100 exchanges, the battle remained inconclusive. Seizing an opening, Wenrenjie thrust the heavenly Xian spear forcefully, pushing both Qingyun Jinren and Long Daoren back several steps. Drawing a deep breath, he proclaimed, Sirs, cease this conflict. Continuing will yield no benefit to anyone. Qingyun Jinren let out a cold huff, clearly uninterested in halting the battle. Wenrenjie, spare me your drivel. You must provide us with an explanation for today's events. Long Daoren roared in anger. Explanation? Bah! If that little beast is not surrendered today, I shall dismantle your wretched sacred land. Wenrenjie's expression was grim, yet he did not succumb to rage. The events of today were indeed unjust, and persisting in this manner would only lead to mutual destruction. Sirs, let us consider an alternative. In half a year, the heavenly gate will open, and at that time, the heavenly Xian sacred land is willing to relinquish one quota to the heavenly martial sacred land. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Qingyun Jinren and Long Daoren immediately paused their movements. Although they had come seeking trouble, the prospect of a quota for the heavenly gate was indeed negotiable. The heavenly gate, a secret realm that opened once every 10 years in the central continent, was rumored to contain countless treasures, even whispers of secrets to ascend to higher realms. The four great sacred lands of the central continent: Heavenly Martial, Heavenly Xian, Heavenly Authority, and Heavenly Feather, each possessed a key to unlock the heavenly gate. Thus, every decade, the four sacred lands selected 10 prodigious disciples under the age of 20 to enter and cultivate within. Qingyun Jinren and Long Daoren exchanged knowing glances, recognizing the futility of their continued battle. Moreover, they were on the territory of the heavenly Xian sacred land. Their ability to cause a ruckus was contingent upon the slumbering ancient beings of the heavenly Xian sacred land. Now that Wenrenjie had voluntarily offered a quota, they could begrudgingly accept 0.5. Qingyun Jinren suddenly demanded, bold as a lion. Wenren Jie nearly spat blood upon hearing this. Point 5. Qingyun, have you lost your mind? Do you think the quotas for the Heavenly Gate are as plentiful as cabbages? With only 10 quotas per sacred land, you dare to demand 5? Why not just seize them? Qingyun Jinren chuckled, stroking his beard. Wenren Jie, there is no need for you to be so agitated. I am merely considering our long-standing friendship by leaving you 5. Had it been anyone else, I would not have offered a single one. Long Daoren chimed in. Exactly. 5 quotas are already quite generous. You should be content. Wenren Jie's face darkened with indignation, having been embroiled in fierce combat moments ago. They now transformed into opportunists the moment a benefit arose. Were it not for his inability to best these 2 old geezers, he would have relished the thought of tearing their beards from their faces. At most 2. Otherwise, we shall declare war between our sacred lands. Before Wenren Jie could finish his sentence, Qingyun Jinren slammed his thigh, his voice booming. Done deal. I shall graciously accept that quota. Wenren Jie stood dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. Frozen in place, he had anticipated Qingyun Jinren would engage in some bargaining to provide him a means of retreat. Yet, to his astonishment, this old coot was so forthright. Leaving no room for negotiation, he opened his mouth, eager to voice a counter, but found no words to express his thoughts. The promise had been made. The die was cast. Should he renege, the reputation of the heavenly Xian sacred land would be irrevocably tarnished, jeopardizing their standing in the central continent. Long Daoren observed Wenren Jie's discomfiture with unrestrained delight. Stepping forward, he playfully patted Wenren Jie on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Wenren, my old brother, do not wear such a gloomy countenance. It is merely 2 quotas, a trifling matter for your heavenly Xian sacred land. Huh? Chapter 71. The outer set competition. Wenren Jie suppressed his fury, forcing a smile as he replied, Long Daoren speaks truthfully. Merely 2 quotas, hardly worth mentioning. Though he uttered those words, internally, Wenren Jie's heart bled. 2 quotas. That was an opportunity to enter the heavenly gate. Countless talented disciples yearned for even a single quota. And now he was to relinquish them so easily. How could he reconcile this? Delighting in Wenren Jie's plight, Qingyun Jinren chuckled, stroking his beard. Old brother Wenren, now that we have reached an agreement, why not visit my heavenly martial sacred land for a few days? Allow me to extend my hospitality. Long Daoren chimed in. Indeed, indeed. Come, let us drink until we are inebriated. Wenren Jie, cursing these 2 cunning foxes in his heart, was compelled to feign enthusiasm on the surface. Your hospitality is overwhelming. I shall certainly take you up on that invitation in the future. In the sacred realm of Tianwu, 9 majestic peaks pierce the heavens. A beautifully carved flying vessel gracefully approaches from the distance. Slicing through the sky, it ultimately descends steadily upon the plaza of Tianqing Peak. Liu Chen leaps down from the vessel. This moment. Yi Qingcheng has nearly recovered, her complexion significantly more vibrant. Yu Feng and Lin Xiao, among others, also disembark from the vessel. The senior brother has returned. A voice breaks the tranquil atmosphere of the plaza. And in the next instant, a throng of disciples surges forth. Senior brother, you have finally returned. Brother Dongfang, are you all right? Senior brother, you are truly remarkable. You managed to return unscathed from the Tianqian sacred land. Various voices resound in a chorus. Liu Chan finds himself encircled by the crowd, feeling a tingle of apprehension that it seems these individuals have heard of the recent conflict with the Tianqian sacred land. Yu Feng promptly steps forward. Esteemed fellow disciples, we have just returned. Let us discuss matters tomorrow. Everyone requires rest. Among the crowd, Yi Qingcheng silently observes Lu Chun, her beautiful eyes sparkling with myriad emotions. She attempts to speak several times. Yet each time she meets Lu Chen's gaze, the words are swallowed back. After finally extricating himself from the enthusiastic disciples, Lu Chun returns to his quarters and collapses onto his bed. The relentless travel and battles of recent days have left him utterly exhausted. It isn't until the following morning that a knock at the door jolts him from his slumber. Brother Lu, are you awake? The master has returned. We are to visit his residence. Lin Zhao's voice calls from outside. Lu Chun rubs his sleepy eyes and opens the door. Returned? So soon? Lin Xiao nods, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, Master possesses great power, able to come and go as he pleases. I hear he has acquired something valuable during this outing and has specifically summoned us. Lu Chen's heart stirs. He quickly tidies up and follows Lin Xiao to the residence of Qing Yunjinren. Presently, Lu Chen is regarded as a notable figure within the Tianwu sacred land out on their way. They encounter several disciples who greet them warmly. Soon, they arrive at the summit of Tianqing Peak. Just as they reach the entrance, a rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafts towards them, refreshing their senses. Come in. The voice of Qing Yunjinren resonates from within the room. The two enter to find Qing Yunjinren seated cross-legged on a mat, an ancient alchemical furnace placed before him. Master, Lu Chun and Lin Xiao bow respectfully. Qing Yunjinren opens his eyes, his gaze landing on Lu Chun, and he smiles faintly to Lu Chun. You have performed admirably this time, returning unscathed while significantly diminishing the pride of the Tianxian sacred land, thereby bringing glory to our Tianwu sacred land. That Lu Chun humbly responds, I was merely fortunate, relying entirely on the deterrent presence of Master and Senior Long Daoist, which prevented the Tianxian sacred land from acting rashly. Qing Yunjinren waves his hand dismissively. There is no need for such modesty. Your strength is evident to me. The reason I have summoned you is to convey something important. Hearing this, both Lu Chun and Lin Xiao remain silent, attentively awaiting Qing Yunjinren's words. The heavenly gate is about to open. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you must seize it well. That Lu Chun and Lin Xiao exchange glances, excitement illuminating their eyes. The heavenly gate. A legendary passage to higher realms, that a place coveted by countless cultivators. Qing Yunjinren continues. This time, only a select few will be permitted entry, and you too are among that select group. What? Both Lu Chun and Lin Xiao are taken aback, astonished that such fortune would befall them. Hee. Were it not for you, we might not have been able to extract ourselves from the Tianxian sacred land. However, do not let this success make you complacent. In 10 days, the outer door competition will commence. That if you do not perform well, the disciples from other peaks will certainly be discontented. Do you understand? We shall not disappoint Master's expectations. Lu Chun and Lin Xiao respond in unison. Very well, prepare yourselves. The outer door competition will be held in 10 days. Qing Yunjinren gestures for them to depart. Upon leaving Qing Yunjinren's residence, Lin Xiao can hardly contain his excitement. Brother Lu, I never imagined we would earn the opportunity to enter the heavenly gate. It is truly incredible. Lu Chun smiles faintly. Let's not dwell on that for now. That if we fail to perform well in the competition in 10 days, our places may be taken by others. At these words, Lin Xiao's expression grows serious. Yet the young man seems to have an epiphany and speaks up. Brother Lu, do you think Master intentionally revealed this to us first? Lu Chen pauses, then a knowing smile appears on his face. Qing Yunjinren seeks to instill a sense of pressure in them. The allocation of places has yet to be finalized, but if Lu Chun and Lin Xiao excel in the competition, they will gain greater leverage when the time comes to contest for those places. Lu Chun returns to his room, preparing to enter seclusion for 10 days. Firstly, to consolidate his cultivation at the 3rd level of the Divine Fire Realm. Secondly, to practice the Taichu sword technique and the Qinglian sword technique, striving to elevate his swordsmanship to a higher echelon. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao focuses on cultivating the Tianwu divine technique while diligently honing his unique martial skill, the gun shadow technique. 10 days pass in the blink of an eye, and the outer door competition is set to commence as scheduled. The Grand Martial Arena of Tianwu Sacred Land is a sea of people, with disciples from various peaks gathering there in the center of the arena. A high platform has been erected where the elders and peak masters of Tianwu Sacred Land are seated. Lu Chun and Lin Xiao arrive at the arena early. At this moment, everyone has taken their seats, engaging in lively conversations in groups. Suddenly, footsteps sound as a man in his 40s clad in green approaches the high platform. He surveys the crowd before raising his arms and proclaiming loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, today marks our Tianwu Sacred Land's annual Outer Door competition. The competition consists of 3 rounds: the elimination round, the decisive round, and the promotion battle. After a brief pause, he continues, I am your chief judge, Sun Lingfeng. The rules for today remain unchanged. All participants will draw lots on stage. As his words conclude, an attendant steps onto the platform, bringing forth a wooden box for the drawing, placing it beside the high platform. Chapter 72. Lin Zhao's initial victory. The drawing concludes swiftly. Lu Chun draws number 7, while Lin Zhao draws number 3. Brother Lu, I shall take the stage first. You must cheer for me later. Lin Zhao pats Lu Chun on the shoulder. Flashing a broad grin that reveals his pearly whites, he strides confidently towards the competition stage. Liu Chen nods with a smile, inwardly reflecting, this lad really can't contain his excitement. Lin Zhao's opponent is a robust man named Li Yuanba, who ranks 5th among the outer disciples of Tianwu Sacred Land, his strength already at the pinnacle of the Cave Heaven realm. Go, Brother Li. Victory is yours. Brother Li will surely triumph. Many outer disciples cheer for Li Yuanba, clearly holding him in high esteem. Li Yuanba stands with arms crossed, exuding an air of arrogance, completely disregarding Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao, I advise you to admit defeat gracefully to avoid suffering later. Li Yuanba looks down at Lin Zhao, convinced that the latter, a new disciple of just a few months, poses no challenge. Lin Zhao's eyes flash with anger as he retorts, who will die first remains to be seen. Humph, you're simply asking for trouble. With a fierce roar, Li Yuanba lunges at Lin Zhao like a tiger descending the mountain. He practices the Overlord Fist, and as he strikes, the air trembles violently, showcasing terrifying power. Lin Zhao, not daring to underestimate him, swiftly employs the gun shadow technique, enveloping Li Yuanba in a myriad of gun shadows. Do not think defeating that waste, Nangongyu, means you can best me. Li Yuanba scoffs, unfazed as he swings his fists, dismantling the gun shadows one by one. Overlord Fist. Li Yuanba bellows, launching a punch that creates explosive sounds in the air. Lin Zhao's expression shifts dramatically as he hastily raises his spear to block. Bang! With a thunderous sound, Lin Zhao is pushed back several steps, his palms numb, nearly losing grip on his spear. Haha, is this all you've got? Kid, Li Yuanba laughs heartily, advancing once more. Lin Zhao grits his teeth, enduring the pain in his arm, and once again unleashes the gun shadow technique. However, Li Yuanba's strength is overwhelmingly superior, rendering Lin Zhao's attacks ineffective. Bang! 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 A series of collisions echo as Lin Zhao retreats step by step, his body bearing multiple wounds. Kid, I wonder how much longer you can hold out. Li Yuanba grows bolder, his punches becoming increasingly ferocious. As Lin Zhao appears on the verge of defeat, Lu Chun furrows his brow. This lad is truly a handful. Lu Chun muses, shaking his head. Just then, Lin Zhao suddenly lets out a fierce roar. Spear strikes like a dragon. Lin Zhao shouts, his spear soaring like a dragon towards Li Yuanba. This strike embodies all of Lin Zhao's strength, its power extraordinarily fearsome. Li Yuanba's expression shifts as he senses the tremendous might of this strike, prompting him to evade in haste. Boom! The long spear missed its mark and crashed heavily onto the dueling platform, producing a thunderous sound that echoed through the air, creating a massive crater in the ground. Dust billowed up, obscuring the sky. Coughing violently, Lin Zhao struggled to catch his breath, his face as pale as parchment, clearly exhausted from the effort. This young man had quite the hidden skill. Emerging from the dust, Li Yuanba wore a terrifyingly dark expression. His clothes were torn in several places, and a trickle of blood stained the corner of his mouth. Evidently, that last spear thrust had inflicted significant injury upon him as well. Just as Li Yuanba was about to speak, a sudden, intense pain shot through his abdomen. Looking down, he was horrified to see a spearhead protruding from his belly. How could this be? There is nothing impossible. As long as my spear is swift enough, nothing can withstand its piercing force. Lin Zhao's complexion was pale, yet his eyes gleamed with triumph. As the dust settled, it became clear that Lin Zhao had executed a final thrust while simultaneously driving the spear downward. In the chaos, the spearhead had silently shot forth, striking Li Yuanba squarely in the abdomen. Though Li Yuanba managed to remain standing, he understood all too well that had Lin Zhao aimed for his head or heart, he would already be lifeless. With great effort, he lifted his gaze toward Lin Zhao and managed to utter, "I concede." No sooner had the words left his lips than Lin Xiao could no longer hold himself upright, his body collapsing in a faint. Lin Xiao, Lu Chun exclaimed, leaping to Lin Xiao's side. He quickly assessed Lin Xiao's injuries, discovering that he had merely succumbed to exhaustion, without any severe internal injuries. Lu Chun retrieved a healing pill from his storage pouch and placed it in Lin Xiao's mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a warm current that spread throughout Lin Xiao's body. The surrounding outer sect disciples erupted in astonishment. Goodness, Lin Xiao actually won. He defeated Li Yuanba. This is unbelievable. Li Yuanba is among the top 5 outer sect disciples. Lin Xiao has been hiding his true strength. Clearly, we have underestimated him. This young man will undoubtedly become a significant figure in the future. Previously, many had believed Lin Xiao would surely lose, even anticipating his humiliation. Yet he had triumphed in a most unexpected manner. Yuanba, clutching his wound, stood nearby with a face ashen with fury, feeling the sting of humiliation from the surrounding whispers. Unfazed by the commotion, Lu Chun offered a faint smile. Dismissing it entirely, he entrusted the unconscious Lin Xiao to Dongfeng Bai, offering a few words of instruction before turning to the dueling platform. His opponent, Wang Tung, was a towering figure, muscular and imposing, resembling a living fortress. This man was a direct disciple of the Dragon Taoist, specializing in physical cultivation, with a body far stronger than that of his peers. Lu Chun, I hear you've been making quite the name for yourself lately, defeating several outer sect disciples. Today, I shall test your mettle. Wang Tung boomed in a deep voice that Lu Chun held a favorable impression of the Dragon Taoist, having heard tales of his exploits alongside Qin Yunjinren in the heavenly, mysterious sacred land. Brother Wang, you flatter me. I have merely been fortunate. I hope you'll go easy on me. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us see your true skills, Wang Tung growled, impatience evident in his tone, as he detested such formalities. Believing that strength was the only truth, with that he lunged at Lu Chun like a fierce tiger. Moving in an astonishing speed, he clenched his fists, aiming a powerful strike at Lu Chun's chest. Lu Chun dared not underestimate him, swiftly employing his agility to evade Wang Tung's assault. What incredible speed! Wang Tung marveled, taken aback by Lu Chun's swiftness. You flatter me, brother, Lu Chun replied humbly. Save your charm for later. Prove your worth in battle, Wang Tung roared, his blood surging with intensity. Demon-slaying fist. Lu Chun could not afford to take the brunt of the attack and relied on his exquisite footwork to evade continuously. The bluestone slabs of the dueling platform shattered under Wang Tung's relentless onslaught, dust swirling around them. This Wang Tung truly possesses formidable strength, Lu Chun thought to himself. Though Wang Tung's attacks were straightforward and brutal, they were imbued with immense force and speed. The watching disciples held their breath in astonishment, never expecting Wang Tung to be so powerful, forcing Lu Chun into a precarious position on stage. Lu Chun maintained a calm demeanor, his eyes fixed intently on Wang Tung. Just when Wang Tung believed Lu Chun had exhausted his options, Lu Chun made his move, seizing the opportunity during an opening in Wang Tung's attack. He swiftly appeared at Wang Tung's side. Azure Lotus Sword Song, Lu Chun exclaimed, his long sword slicing through the air, aimed directly at Wang Tung's face. Wang Tung's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Lu Chun's remarkable speed and the ferocity of the attack. In a hasty reaction, he raised his arm to block, only to hear a sharp sound as the sword's energy sliced through his shoulder, blood spraying forth. Wang Tung cried out in anguish, his rhythm disrupted. Lu Chun seized the moment to pursue, the heavenly mysterious sword continuously inflicting wounds upon Wang Tung. Though Wang Tung's physique was robust, he ultimately could not withstand Lu Chun's relentless assault. Fresh wounds continued to mar his body, blood soaking his garments. At last, Lu Chun capitalized on a fleeting opportunity, thrusting his sword into Wang Tung's abdomen. Wang Tung emitted a muffled groan, collapsing to the ground, unable to continue the fight. Everyone stared in wide-eyed disbelief at the scene before them. The once formidable Wang Tung, brimming with confidence, now lay defeated on the ground. He won. Lu Chun actually triumphed. My heavens, he defeated Wang Tung. How is this possible? This is utterly astounding. Wang Tung is a direct disciple of the Dragon Peak. Those who had awaited Lu Chen's downfall now felt as though they had been dealt a resounding slap. Above, the Dragon Taoist stroked his beard and smiled, his eyes filled with admiration. This young man is indeed extraordinary. He mused inwardly. Though Wang Tung had lost, he felt no anger. Instead, he was gratified. He recognized Lu Chen's potential, which only deepened his appreciation for him. Qin Yunjinren also wore a smile, turning to Yi Qingcheng beside him. Qingcheng, do you see how impressive Lu Chen is? Yi Qingcheng's cheeks flushed slightly. Grandfather, what are you saying? Standing upon the dueling platform, Lu Chen remained unperturbed, merely offering a faint smile as he bowed to the audience below before descending from the platform. Dongfang Bai and Lin Xiao rushed to greet him. Lin Xiao, having regained consciousness, was flushed with excitement upon seeing Lu Chen's victory. Brother Lu, you are incredible. You defeated Wang Tung. Lu Chen chuckled and patted Lin Xiao's shoulder. All right, calm down, as a senior brother. Dongfang Bai also beamed with pride at Lu Chen's success. Well done. I didn't expect you to keep such a low profile. Lu Chen simply smiled in response, not uttering a word. He had not concealed his strength. Rather, his abilities had been steadily advancing. Just then, a cold snort echoed from the crowd. Humph. What does it matter that you defeated Wang Tung? It was merely luck. I shall see how long you can remain arrogant. The crowd turned to see a young man clad in black, his expression icy, striding forward. This man, named Zhao Wuji, was a seasoned disciple of the Cloud Sea Peak, his strength surpassing even Wang Tung's. Before the competition, Nangong Xiong had already instructed him that even if he could not incapacitate Lu Chen, he must not allow him to enter the inner sect. Zhao Wuji approached the dueling platform. Casting a dismissive glance at Lu Chen, I tell you, Lu Chen, you shall not enter the inner sect. The surrounding disciples erupted into a frenzy, whispers swirling around them. What is Zhao Wuji trying to do? Is he attempting to seize an opportunity? I fear for Lu Chen. Zhao Wuji is a formidable opponent, much stronger than Wang Tung. This promises to be quite the spectacle. Lu Chen paid no heed to Zhao Wuji's provocation. Turning as if he had not heard, preparing to leave him, Zhao Wuji was merely a petty jester, unworthy of his time. What? Afraid already? Zhao Wuji's anger flared at Lu Chen's indifference. Mocking, you truly are a coward. Only willing to pick on the weak. Coward? Lu Chen paused, slowly turning around, his gaze suddenly chilling and piercing, as though looking at a corpse. Say that again. A chilling aura of murderous intent radiated from Lu Chen, sweeping outwards in all directions in that moment. Even Lin Xiao and Dongfang Bai, who stood beside him, felt a shiver run down their spines, instinctively taking a few steps back, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at Lu Chen. They had never witnessed such a terrifying side of him. This malevolence did not stem from mere anger. Throughout the process of accepting the primordial inheritance, Lu Chen had endured countless deaths. Now, this essence of death had transformed into a murderous intent. Thoroughly ignited by Zhao Wujia's provocation, Zhao Wujia trembled at the glance from Lu Chen, a chill racing from his feet to the crown of his head that he instinctively attempted to retreat, only to find his legs as immovable as if they were encased in lead. His lips quivered as he tried to articulate something, yet no sound escaped his mouth. Liu Chen advanced step by step towards Zhao Wujia. What do you intend to do? Zhao Wujia finally managed to squeeze out a sentence, his voice quaking violently. Liu Chen remained silent, his gaze icy as it bore into him. I was wrong, unable to bear the terrifying pressure any longer. Zhao Wujia collapsed to his knees, trembling uncontrollably at the sight of this. Lu Chen chuckled. Brother Zhao, it seems you are the one truly afraid of death. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao, Lu Chen's most ardent admirer, immediately chimed in. Exactly. Zhao Wujia, were you not just so arrogant? Why do you cower now? Dongfang Bai could not suppress a laugh either. Zhao Wujia's previous haughty demeanor now appeared utterly ridiculous. The surrounding disciples began to murmur amongst themselves. Zhao Wujia has truly embarrassed himself. Just moments ago, he proclaimed he would teach Lu Chen a lesson, and now he is quaking in fear. What a coward. It appears Lu Chen's strength exceeds our expectations. Managing to frighten Zhao Wujia to such an extent, kneeling on the ground, Zhao Wujia's face shifted between shades of green and white. Overwhelmed with humiliation and rage, he never anticipated that he would be so thoroughly intimidated by Lu Chun. As a seasoned disciple of Yunhai Peak, stronger than Wang Tong, he felt he had lost face in front of a newcomer. How could he maintain his standing at Yunhai Peak after such disgrace? Lu Chun, do not gloat. Zhao Wujia spat through gritted teeth that I concede today, but mark my words, I will settle this score with you. Lu Chun merely smiled lightly. Very well. I await your challenge at any time. With that, he turned and walked away, dismissing Zhao Wujia's threat entirely. Lin Xiao and Dong Fangbai hurried to follow. Yes, they watched Lu Chun's retreating figure. A flicker of resentment flashed in Zhao Wujia's eyes. Lu Chun, just wait. I will make you pay for this upon the high platform. Nan Gongxiong's face was a deep shade of displeasure. Yunhai Peak and Tianqing Peak had always been at odds, and today he had specifically instructed Zhao Wujia to give Lu Chun a harsh lesson. Only for that fool to end up kneeling before Lu Chun. The humiliation he felt was sharper than a slap across his own face. What infuriated him further was that the likes of Qingyun Jinren and Long Daoren were nearby, observing the spectacle and occasionally throwing in mocking remarks. Ha, Nan Gongxiong, look at your prized disciple. He has brought shame upon himself. Long Daoren laughed uproariously, entirely unmindful of Nan Gongxiong's increasingly darkening expression in the past. You were quite a figure. How did you end up with such a cowardly disciple? Qingyun Jinren added insult to injury. Brother Nangong, your disciple must have caught some strange illness to be so terrified of Lu Chun as a mouse is of a cat. The other peak masters joined the laughter, leaving Nan Gongxiong feeling like a stripped clown, pointed at and ridiculed in front of everyone. He gritted his teeth, struggling to contain his fury, and shouted at Qingyun Jinren and Long Daoren. You two old fools, stop with the mockery. If you have the guts, let us go down and spar. Long Daoren raised an eyebrow, dismissively curling his lips. Spar? Sure. Who's afraid of whom? If you can't defeat me. Just call your father, Qingyun Jinren chimed in with a smile. If you lose, you'll have to hand over all the cultivation resources from Yunhai Peak. Nan Gongxiong trembled with rage. These two old geezers were clearly trying to take advantage of the situation. Just as he was about to explode, a cold voice interrupted. Esteemed Peak Masters, today marks the day of the Outer Sect Grand Competition of the Heavenly Martial Sacred Land. Such uproar is unbecoming. Everyone turned towards the source of the voice, revealing a stunningly beautiful woman clad in white. Jili, the former saintess of the Heavenly Martial Sacred Land. To speak of her was to speak of true genius. She had comprehended the Tao at 18, reached the Divine Fire Realm at 20, and achieved the Feather Transformation Realm at 25. Now, after several years, her strength was nearing that of a quasi-saint. Most importantly, she had gained a recognition of the sacred artifact of the Heavenly Martial Sacred Land, the Divine Martial Blade. Her presence immediately silenced the atmosphere. Even the notoriously arrogant Long Daoren and Qingyun Jinren ceased their banter. Upon seeing Jili, Nan Gongxiong's malicious thoughts flickered momentarily. He quickly suppressed his anger, donning a smile as he clasped his hands in greeting. Elder Ji, you speak truly. I have lost my composure. Jili nodded lightly, her gaze sweeping over the crowd before finally settling on Qingyun Jinren. Peak Masters Yi and Long, do keep your identities in mind, and if the disciples below witness your behavior, they will undoubtedly gossip. Qingyun Jinren scoffed, not out of fear, but because he needed to secure the 2 spots he had previously reclaimed. Now that he had been called out, he dropped the pretense, casually retorting, Tisich, little girl, do you really think so highly of yourself? When I was making waves, you were still in diapers. Long Daoren, however, appeared serious, his attention fixated on the arena below. Tiske, this kid is no good. His steps are unsteady, clearly just for show. That move is interesting. Jili sighed in exasperation. Those 2 old men were utterly incorrigible. Shaking her head, she turned her focus back to the arena. The first round of matches had concluded, with 107 disciples advancing. Most of those who progressed were arrogant individuals, while those eliminated were mostly inexperienced novices. Naturally, prodigies like Lu Chun and Lin Xiao advanced with ease. Brother Chun, look at Zhao Wujia. His face is green, as if he has eaten something foul. Huh? Lin Xiao pointed at the ashen-faced Zhao Wujia below, laughing maliciously. Liu Chun followed Lin Zhao's gaze, seeing Zhao Wujie gritting his teeth and glaring at him. His eyes filled with a murderous intent. Just a petty clown, not worth my concern, Liu Chun replied nonchalantly, his gaze scanning the remaining competitors as he calculated his upcoming opponents. With only 20 spots available for advancement to the inner sect, the competition was exceptionally fierce. Having eliminated the weaker disciples, the forthcoming battles would be the real test of strength. The resonant voice of the presiding elder rang out. Now, we will commence the draw for the second round of matches. As the elder's words fell, a massive wooden box was brought forth, filled with bamboo slips inscribed with numbers. Liu Chun and Lin Zhao stepped forward to draw their lots one by one. Liu Chun drew the number 1, while Lin Zhao obtained 23. Brother Chun, I drew 23. What about you? Lin Zhao inquired. Number 1, Liu Chun replied succinctly. The first draw is a bye. The elder's booming voice echoed across the martial arena like thunder. Instantly, the crowd erupted in a clamor. Wow, this kid is incredibly lucky. He get the bye. Surely, Liu Chun must have some inside connections for this to happen. Is it not too coincidental? Could it be predetermined? The disciples below began to chatter animatedly. Although Liu Chun was indeed powerful, among more than 100 participants, there were many with formidable strength. Zhao Wujie's face contorted into a grotesque mask of fury. His rage nearly boiling over, he had originally planned to humiliate Liu Chun in the second round. Only to witness Liu Chun advance effortlessly, it felt as if he had struck a fist into a pile of cotton. Utterly frustrating. Silence, the presiding elder barked, silencing the crowd's murmurs. The competition rules had already been established, and the results of the draw were random and indisputable. Now, let the second round of matches begin. Hearing this, Liu Chun smiled. Turning to Lin Zhao beside him, give it your all. We have a promise to keep. Lin Zhao grinned widely, revealing his bright white teeth. Brother Liu, rest assured, I will definitely advance to the inner sect. Lin Zhao's opponent was a slender man named Zhou Sheng, hailing from Yuhua Peak. Renowned for its mastery of formations, Yuhua Peak attracted disciples who were mostly captivated by the study of array techniques, resulting in a combat style distinctly different from other peaks. Upon taking the stage, Zhou Sheng first clasped his hands in greeting towards Lin Zhao, after which the spectators beheld him deftly extracting a multitude of array flags and discs from his storage bag. Skillfully arranging them, Lin Zhao, arms crossed, observed Zhou Sheng's flurry of activity, muttering to himself, "What on earth is this? If we're going to fight, let us just fight. Why all these flashy trinkets? Is he trying to perform a magic trick?" Witnessing this scene, Liu Chun below the stage was momentarily speechless. This kid really has a carefree attitude. He helplessly rubbed his forehead, inwardly lamenting, how has Lin Zhao become so arrogant? Does he truly believe he is invincible? Chapter 75. Just a formation. I will shatter it with one strike on the arena. Zhou Sheng continued to leisurely set up various array flags. Meanwhile, Lin Zhao appeared to be merely watching Zhou Sheng's antics, as if he were attending a circus. Lin Zhao, what are you doing? If he finishes sketching that formation, he'll take you out in an instant. Liu Chun finally could no longer restrain himself and called out to Lin Zhao on the stage. He certainly did not wish for Lin Zhao to underestimate his opponent and lose the match. Though his voice was not loud, it was perfectly audible to Lin Zhao. Initially planning to observe what tricks his opponent had up his sleeve, Lin Zhao, upon hearing this, belatedly realized his folly. He scratched his head, cursing himself for his carelessness. Formation masters typically belong to a class of cultivators with high offense but low defense. However, once they complete their formations, unless the opponent is extraordinarily gifted, they can maintain an undefeated stance among peers. How could I have forgotten this? With this thought, Lin Zhao immediately ceased his arrogance and shouted at Zhou Sheng. Hey, what are you doing with those flashy gadgets? If we're going to fight, let us get on with it. Stop dilly-dallying like a coward. Upon hearing this, Zhou Sheng looked up and shot Lin Zhao a disdainful glance. Ignorant fool, you have no grasp of the profundities of formations. Once I complete this heavenly net formation, you won't even have the wings to fly. Heavenly net formation? Ha! Set it up if you can, Lin Zhao retorted dismissively. Then swiftly drew his overlord spear. Let me show you its might. Zhou Sheng quickly formed hand seals, Muttering incantations, "AS," he chanted. The surrounding array flags and discs began to emit a dazzling glow. Intricate patterns materializing in the air, weaving into a vast net that enveloped Lin Xiao. "Just a mere formation. I will shatter it with one strike." Lin Xiao scoffed, thrusting the Overlord's spear fiercely. Boom! A tremendous crash resonated as the spear collided with the gigantic net. However, to Lin Xiao's astonishment, the seemingly fragile net remained unmoved, instead sending a jolt through his hands. "Haha! How does my heavenly net formation feel?" Zhou Sheng laughed triumphantly, believing he had already secured victory in this duel. Though he and T managed to inscribe an offensive formation during the earlier opportunity, this defensive formation alone could wear Lin Xiao down to defeat. Lin Xiao's expression darkened, inwardly cursing. This formation indeed possesses some depth. As Lin Xiao continued his assault, the brilliance of the formation rendered his Overlord's spear feeble. Several fierce strikes were repelled by the invisible barrier, leaving his arms numbed. Zhou Sheng stood outside the formation. A smug smile plastered on his face. "Before my formation, you are merely an ignorant brute." Gritting his teeth, Lin Xiao felt a surge of anger. If this continued, he would only find himself ensnared within the formation. The disciples below began to murmur amongst themselves, "If he loses, it's no great matter. After all, formation masters are like this." "I'm not so sure. Don't forget, Lin Xiao possesses 8 caverns of heaven." This remark sparked the memory of Lin Xiao's earlier display of talent when he entered the sect. Such prodigious potential, once matured, could guarantee a solid path towards the Tao of Slaughter, if not the Sage Realm. Lu Chan stood below, his brow furrowed. Anxious yet powerless, he could only rely on Lin Xiao in this competition on the stage. Lin Xiao ceased his relentless attacks. He recognized that continuing in this manner would only lead to his own exhaustion and defeat. Thus, he halted his actions and began to ponder the techniques for breaking formations he had encountered in his studies. Opening his eyes, he meticulously examined the patterns of the formation and the arrangement of the array flags. Before long, he identified the base of the formation located at the 4 corners of the array flags. If he could destroy these bases, the formation would collapse of its own accord. Lin Xiao steadied his breath. Channeling his spiritual energy into the Overlord's spear, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique, the Overlord's sky-shattering strike. He aimed at one of the formation's bases, silently vowing, success or failure hinges on this moment. The Overlord's spear shimmered with brilliant light in his grasp, charged with immense force, and thrust towards the base. With a resounding crash, the base shattered, and the formation's radiance dimmed momentarily. "Good!" A cheer erupted from the audience, as Lin Xiao's breakthrough ignited a glimmer of hope within them. Seizing the momentum, Lin Xiao pressed on, launching successive strikes at the other 3 bases. Finally, with the destruction of the last base, the heavenly net formation emitted a mournful wail before it completely crumbled. Zhou Sheng's expression changed drastically, unable to believe that Lin Xiao could dismantle his formation in such a short span of time. His confidence evaporated, replaced by shock as he stood frozen in place. Lin Xiao emerged from the remnants of the formation, locking eyes with Zhou Sheng. The Overlord's spear swirled in his hand, pointing menacingly at Zhou Sheng. "Now, it's my turn to..." Liu Chun watched intently from below, witnessing the unfolding events on the stage. At this moment, Lin Xiao had indeed broken through Zhou Sheng's formation, the Overlord's spear resembling a ferocious dragon, charging towards Zhou Sheng. Zhou Sheng hastily retreated, widening the distance between them. "I cannot lose. I must not lose," Zhou Sheng internally chanted, realizing he had to turn the tide in this duel, or risk losing all face. However, Lin Xiao offered him no respite. In mere strides, he closed the gap. The Overlord's spear aimed directly at Zhou Sheng with an unmatched ferocity. The atmosphere in the arena reached a tense peak, the disciples below holding their breath, their eyes glued to the unfolding drama. "Lin Xiao, do not get too cocky." Zhou Sheng gritted his teeth, suddenly producing a jade talisman from his robe, chanting incantations. The talisman transformed into a radiant light, enveloping him and forming a sturdy barrier. Lin Xiao let out a cold laugh, mercilessly thrusting the Overlord's spear towards Zhou Sheng's barrier. The spearhead collided with the barrier, emitting a piercing sound, sparks flying. Though Zhou Sheng's barrier was robust, it began to show signs of cracking under Lin Zhao's relentless assault. Is this your trump card? In the face of absolute power, all is futile. Lin Zhao's words dripped with frost as the Overlord spear surged with increased might. Crack! With a crisp sound of breaking, Zhou Sheng's barrier shattered catastrophically. Ah! A wretched scream escaped Zhou Sheng's lips. Amidst the horrified expressions of onlookers, he fell heavily to the ground on the high platform. All the peak masters gazed at Qin Yunjinren with envy. Qin Yun, you truly have a remarkable disciple. One peak master sighed, filled with emotion. Qin Yunjinren smiled, a look of contentment gracing his features at that moment. However, Long Daoren spoke up. Qin Yun, could you allow Lu Chun to join my sect? Upon hearing this, Qin Yunjinren's expression darkened. Though Lin Xiao possessed immense talent, Lu Chun was undeniably a powerhouse in combat. Moreover, after this duration, Qin Yunjinren had grown quite fond of Lu Chun. Then can you share your body refinement techniques with me? Long Daoren chuckled awkwardly. Hey, I was just joking. Let us focus on the duel. Chapter 76. Wind, forest, fire. Mountain as the dust began to settle. Lin Zhao's figure became distinctly visible, the spearhead of the Overlord's spear glimmering with spiritual light. Lu Chun could not help but cheer loudly from below. Lin Xiao, well done. He felt a surge of satisfaction. Though this kid often seemed unfocused, he truly could rise to the occasion when it mattered. Zhou Sheng struggled to rise, his face pale, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Looking rather disheveled, he gazed at Lin Xiao. Clasping his hands in respect, I admit defeat. Lin Shidi's strength is formidable. I am in awe. Lin Xiao sheathed the Overlord spear and approached Zhou Sheng with a smile. Thank you, Zhou Shixiao. Your mastery of formations is also remarkable. It's merely that fortune did not favor you today. We shall have the opportunity to spar again in the future. Zhou Sheng mustered a strained smile and nodded, but inwardly vowed to wash away the humiliation of this defeat as Zhou Sheng withdrew from the arena. The second round of competition continued unabated on each platform. Disciples showcased their unique abilities, spells soaring through the air. Although Lu Chun had a bye, he was far from idle. He meticulously observed each bout. After all, every opponent who emerged victorious could potentially become his adversary in the next round against Lin Xiao. At that moment, a familiar figure caught Lu Chen's attention. It was a young man clad in a blue robe, wielding a shimmering long sword. His swordplay was graceful and agile, akin to a dragon dancing with a phoenix. This was none other than Li Xianfeng, an outer disciple of the Sword Peak. Liu Chun couldn't help but furrow his brow. Li Xuanfeng's strength had likely reached the 5th level of the Divine Fire Realm. This lad could indeed prove to be a formidable challenge. Lu Chun mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully that instant. Yi Qingchang appeared beside him, her presence startling Lu Chun slightly. What are you watching? She asked, her voice soft as flowing water, tinged with curiosity. Snapping back to reality, Lu Chun grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. That I am merely observing the opponent's techniques to bolster my confidence for the upcoming promotion battle, he replied, gesturing towards Li Xianfeng, who was currently in combat. That guy, is he truly deserving of such attention? Yi Qingchang followed Lu Chen's gaze, a hint of disdain flickering in her beautiful eyes. Though his swordplay is magnificent, it is riddled with flaws, making it easily countered. Lu Chun rubbed his nose and chuckled. While that may be true, caution is the mother of safety. Besides, I'm not overly concerned for myself. Rather, I am watching out for that rascal Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao? Hasn't he already won? Yi Qingchang questioned, puzzled that Lu Chun shrugged. Yes, he has prevailed, but it wasn't without difficulty. Look at him. His face is pale and his breathing uneven, clearly indicating he has expended considerable energy that if he encounters a strong opponent in the next round, he may be in dire straits. Yi Qingchang nodded slightly, her gaze falling upon Lin Xiao, her delicate brows knitting together. She could easily discern Lin Xiao's weakness. The price of his victory had been steep, and if he did not recover in time, his chances in the upcoming promotion battle were grim. At that moment, Lin Xiao descended from the platform, striding directly towards Lu Chun and Yi Qingchang. Upon seeing the two standing side by side, he exchanged glances with them, wearing a knowing, ambiguous expression. "Big brother Liu, when did you and senior sister Yi arrive? You should have let me know in advance so I could have welcomed you," he exclaimed with a grin. Liu Chun rolled his eyes in exasperation. What on earth was this lad thinking? Without further ado, he produced a fragrant pill and handed it to Lin Xiao. "Stop your prattling and restore your spiritual energy quickly. The promotion battle is about to commence, and you mustn't let me down." Receiving the pill, Lin Xiao's expression turned serious. "Rest assured, big brother Liu, I will give it my all." With that, he sat cross-legged, commencing his cultivation to absorb the medicinal essence. Observing Lin Zhao's earnestness, Yi Qingcheng turned to Lu Chun and remarked, "You should not be focusing on Li Xianfeng, but rather on Chu Linshan." Liu Chun was taken aback. "Chu Linshan? Why?" Yi Qingcheng elaborated. "Chu Linshan practices the high-tier earth-grade technique, the Xuanwu diamond art, which possesses formidable defensive capabilities, nearly impenetrable at his level. Moreover, he is well-versed in a secret technique known as Wind Forest Fire Mountain, which wields tremendous power. More importantly, Chu Tiange is his brother. Should you encounter him in the promotion battle, it could very well turn into a grueling fight." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's heart sank. The first son of the heavenly martial sacred land, Chu Tiange. He had witnessed this individual in the Misty Land, and while he was uncertain of his exact strength, he was at least at the pinnacle of the divine fire realm, if not already at the feather transformation realm. If Chu Linshan was indeed Chu Tiange's brother, then his strength was likely above the 5th level of the divine fire realm. Just as Lu Chun took a step forward, intending to head towards Chu Linshan's platform, a resonant voice echoed throughout the martial arena. "The second round of competition has concluded. All victorious disciples have 2 hours to recover their spiritual energy. The promotion battle will officially commence in 2 hours." Lu Chen halted, letting out a resigned sigh. It seemed he would have to wait for the promotion battle to begin. Turning to Yi Qingcheng, he noticed her gazing at him with a hint of a teasing smile. "What? Are you feeling disappointed?" she inquired with a light laugh. Liu Chun touched his nose and chuckled. "Not at all. I merely find it intriguing how deeply Chu Linshan conceals his strength. My curiosity has been piqued." "Curiosity? I suspect you are more worried about Lin Xiao." Yi Qingcheng astutely discerned Lu Chen's thoughts. She was well aware of his capabilities. After all, he had nearly mistaken her for an enemy once. Had they not resolved the misunderstanding in time, she might not have been standing there now. Liu Chun did not deny it and shrugged. "Primarily, Lin Zhao's strength is not yet top tier, so it is natural to harbor some concern." Yi Qingcheng nodded slightly, then began to recount the details regarding the Wind Forest Fire Mountain secret technique. The Wind Forest Fire Mountain is a premier secret technique that, once invoked, can instantly triple the user's combat power. It not only fortifies the body but also elevates the user's spirit to its peak state. At this point, Yi Qingcheng paused, her eyes reflecting a grave seriousness. This technique is exceedingly fierce. Once unleashed, the user enters a frenzied state, indiscriminately attacking friend and foe alike, potentially losing all rationality. Liu Chen's heart raced at this revelation. Triple combat power. This secret technique was indeed formidable. However, he felt little trepidation. Triple combat power sounded impressive, yet it paled in comparison to my Jiezi secret, which could amplify combat power tenfold. A surge of inexplicable excitement welled within Lu Chun. He was eager to see just how strong Chu Linshan truly was, and whether he could compel him to utilize the Jiezi secret. As the 2 hours swiftly passed, the promotion battle finally commenced. 40 outer disciples were primed and eager for action. Liu Chun, Lin Xiao, Chu Linshan, Wu Yuanqing, Nangong Hao, Zhang Shi, and Yu Xiaodao. These names are called out one by the elder's booming voice, separating them from the crowd. Chapter 77. The resolve to engage in battle. With death comes life. Lu Chen strolled onto the platform. His gaze sweeping over the densely packed crowd below, he keenly detected several malicious stares aimed his way. Leading the pack was Chu Tiange, flanked by the disciples of the battle peak, all wearing haughty expressions and exhibiting unabashed hostility. The members of the Nangong family from Yunhai Peak wore grim faces. As for the others, Lu Chun had only a fleeting acquaintance with most, and thus felt little goodwill from them. Humph, a bunch of clowns. Lu Chun sneered inwardly, maintaining a facade of composure. but he was curious to see what tricks these individuals might conjure. Once all 40 disciples had gathered, the elder had a massive wooden box brought forth. Draw lots, the elder instructed succinctly to Liu Chan approached the wooden box and casually drew a bamboo stick. The stick felt icy in his grasp, bearing a bold red number 7 platform. I wonder who my opponent will be. After the drawing was completed, Lu Chen's eyes fell upon the bamboo stick in Lin Zhao's hand, which bore the number 19. Liu Chen was uncertain who Lin Zhao's opponent was, but he was certain that Lin Zhao was likely in for a rough time. Be careful, you're still young. You can always try again in 3 years. Lu Chen couldn't help but offer a word of caution. After all, the promotion battle consisted of seasoned veterans who had been in the outer sect for years, if not longer. Who among them did not have a few aces up their sleeves? Lin Zhao's fearless attitude was a cause for concern. Lin Zhao nodded solemnly in response, but his eyes were filled with defiance. He understood Lu Chen's good intentions, yet his stubborn spirit would not allow him to retreat. 3 years. By then, the opportunity will have passed. He was determined to seize this chance, even if it meant risking everything. Seeing the determination in Lin Zhao's expression, Lu Chen sighed helplessly. This lad was truly a stubborn mule. As he scanned the other disciples, Lu Chen noticed Chu Linshan regarding him with a mocking gaze. His own bamboo stick displaying the number 7. What a coincidence that Liu Chen's heart raced. He did not believe such a coincidence could occur. Yet without evidence of foul play, he had no choice but to accept it. It seemed Chu Linshan was resolute in making trouble for him. Very well. Let me see just how capable this so-called genius from the Battle Peak truly is on the number 7 platform. Lu Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly awaiting the arrival of his opponent. Liu Chen, I never expected you to make it this far. Truly unexpected, a sharp voice rang out. And upon looking up, Lu Chen saw Chu Linshan strutting towards him with an air of arrogance. Yes, that's so. If your brother can't handle it, what makes you think you are any stronger? Lu Chen replied, his eyes brimming with disdain. This. Chu Linshan's face darkened instantly. He was the younger brother of the first son of the heavenly martial sacred land. He had always been the center of attention wherever he went, and he had not anticipated Lu Chen's brazen attitude. Very well. Lu Chen, you asked for this. Today, I shall make you understand the consequences of offending me. Chu Linshan. With a fierce roar, Chu Linshan unleashed a torrent of spiritual power within him. And a long, ink-colored blade materialized in his hand, an overwhelming pressure enveloping the arena. In response, Lu Chen calmly drew his Tianxian sword. Enough of the pleasantries. Let us see the true measure of your abilities. The referee, witnessing the unfolding scene, proclaimed loudly, "The contest begins." No sooner had the words left his lips than Chu Linshan made his move, with a swift swing of his long knife, a blade of darkness, as black as ink, surged forth, accompanied by a fierce gale, hurtling towards Lu Chen with a deafening roar. The air split with a piercing shriek wherever the blade passed. Liu Chen, undaunted, shifted his feet lightly, effortlessly evading the onslaught. Quick indeed, but alas, lacking in power. Lu Chen mocked. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger ignited in Chu Linshan's eyes, and he wielded his long knife with renewed ferocity, unleashing a torrent of razor-sharp blade energy like a tempest upon Lu Chen. Unfazed, Lu Chen wielded his Tianxian sword with impenetrable precision, deflecting every attack. Is this the extent of your prowess? It appears you are but a hollow name. While fending off the strikes, Lu Chen continued to taunt. Die for me! Chu Linshan bellowed, bringing his long knife down with tremendous force, a colossal black blade of light aimed directly at Lu Chen. Seeing this, Lu Chen gracefully evaded with his agile movements. Boom! The blade struck the ground, causing the arena to tremble violently. It seems this fellow's combat strength hovers around the 8th level of divine fire. Lu Chen had nearly discerned the depths of his opponent's abilities. In the next moment, the Tianxian sword in his hand blazed with brilliance, a powerful sword intent soaring skyward. Qinglian's sword technique, Lu Chen exclaimed, shaking his long sword, transforming it into a multitude of sword shadows that enveloped Chu Linshan. Chu Linshan's countenance shifted dramatically as he hurriedly swung his knife to defend. Meanwhile, fierce battles raged on other platforms. Lin Xiao faced a burly disciple from the body refinement peak, his face a mask of muscle. Though Lin Xiao's cultivation paled in comparison, he relied on his nimble footwork to narrowly evade the oncoming assaults. Bang! A hammer fell, and Lin Xiao, unable to dodge in time, was grazed on the shoulder, sending him crashing to the ground. Cough, cough. Struggling to rise, blood trickled from the corner of Lin Xiao's mouth. Lin Xiao, you've done well enough. It's time to step down. The burly man raised his hammer, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. No, I will never concede. Lin Xiao roared, bloodied yet fervent, the madness in his eyes burning brighter. The space behind him twisted, and 8 celestial domains suddenly emerged, and a torrential surge of spiritual energy poured into Lin Xiao's body like a bursting dam, instantly revitalizing his previously waning aura. Observing this, the disciples on other platforms halted their actions, their gazes fixated on the 19th arena. Even Chu Linshan was momentarily stunned by this unexpected turn of events, his previously unleashed blade momentum stalling mid-air. With a swift kick, Lu Chan sent Chu Linshan flying, his gaze intensely fixed on Lin Xiao. Pondering, 8 celestial domains activated. What does this fellow intend to do? He too was curious about the limits of Lin Xiao's potential. After absorbing the energy from the 8 celestial domains, Lin Xiao underwent a dramatic transformation, standing tall and fierce as a spear. His might palpable, the Overlord spear in his hand pulsated with spiritual power, a wave of spear intent radiating outward. The third form of the spear shadow technique, the resolve of the charging troops. Life or death, Lin Xiao roared, transforming the long spear into a silver lightning bolt, piercing straight towards the burly disciple from the body refinement peak. The burly man, initially wearing a mocking expression, now froze in place. He sensed a deadly threat emanating from that spear. Spear intent. You've actually gathered spear intent. Before he could finish his thought, a thunderous crash echoed as the hammer in his grasp shattered. His body was sent flying by the overwhelming force. Crashing heavily against the edge of the arena, a profound silence fell over the crowd. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone was stunned by Lin Xiao's earth-shattering strike, unable to fathom the extent of his terrifying combat prowess. Chapter 78. Blood-burning pill leaning on his spear, Lin Xiao gasped for breath, his clothes thoroughly soaked in sweat. He lifted his head, gazing through the crowd towards the 7th arena where Lu Chen stood. Brother Lu, I won. Before he could finish, Lin Xiao's body swayed precariously on the verge of collapse. Just then, a figure flashed beside him, steadying him. You little rascal, why the bravado? Dongfang Bai appeared at Lin Xiao's side, supporting him as he teetered. A gentle wave of spiritual energy entered Lin Xiao's body, swiftly assessing his injuries. Fortunately, it was merely exhaustion of spiritual energy. He was not gravely harmed. Dongfang Bai sighed in relief and whispered, aiding Lin Xiao off the platform. Casting a meaningful glance at Lu Chun before departing, Liu Chen returned a confident smile, redirecting his focus to the now pale-faced Chu Linshan, whose eyes were filled with trepidation. What's the matter? Afraid. Lu Chan's lips curled into a smirk. Chu Linshan gritted his teeth, snorting coldly. Afraid? Nonsense. How could I? Chu Linshan, fear a mere child. You merely rely on secret methods to flaunt your strength, thinking yourself invincible. If you think it's mere bravado, why not test it yourself? Lu Chun replied nonchalantly. Humph. Seeking death, Chu Linshan roared, his internal power surging violently. Though Lin Xiao's outburst had shocked him, it also heightened his vigilance. He could not afford to hold back against Lu Chun any longer. Gale Blade Technique. Wind sweeps the clouds. Chu Linshan's long knife danced, unleashing blade energy that swept forth like a tempest, howling towards Lu Chen. The arena's stone slabs shattered beneath the onslaught, emitting a deafening grinding noise. Liu Chen's eyes sparkled with determination. He refrained from rushing into action, standing resolutely as the tempestuous blade energy approached. Just as the blade energy was about to engulf him, Lu Chen's figure blurred. Tai Chi, tread the clouds. A deep voice resonated across the arena, a terrifying aura erupting from Lu Chen. His speed increased several-fold, remaining unscathed. What? Chu Linshan's pupils dilated, his heart gripped by fear. Lu Chen's swiftness was beyond comprehension. Before he could react, Lu Chen stood before him. Use your full strength, or your defeat will be even more humiliating. Lu Chen's voice was as cold as ice. Chu Linshan's expression shifted dramatically, hastily raising his knife to defend. Clang! A crisp metallic clash sounded as Chu Linshan's long knife was sent flying by Lu Chen's sword. The immense force coursed through him, leaving Chu Linshan's hands numb, staggering backward, nearly losing his footing. That if you don't use your full strength, you will suffer an even more disgraceful defeat. Lu Chen sneered, once more thrusting the Tianxian sword towards Chu Linshan's throat. Chu Linshan dared not conceal his strength any longer. He could see Lu Chen's sword point poised to pierce his throat. Wind, forest, fire, mountain. With a roar, Chu Linshan erupted in a conflagration, engulfing the arena like a volcanic eruption. The searing flames cocooned him, forming a barrier of fire, his aura surging correspondingly. Lu Chen squinted slightly, feeling the intense heat wave wash over him. Finally, this is getting interesting. With a flick of his wrist, the Tianxian sword emitted a clear chime, a faint golden light swirling around its blade. Draw the sword. Break! Lu Chen thrust his sword forth, the golden light slicing through the void like a shimmering ribbon, hurtling towards Chu Linshan with an unmatched momentum. The golden light collided with the fiery barrier, producing a thunderous explosion that reverberated throughout the arena. The fiery barrier quivered violently, yet struggled to halt the golden light's advance. The golden light pierced through the flames, barreling towards Chu Linshan's chest. The look of terror on Chu Linshan's face flickered momentarily, and he frantically summoned his internal power, causing the fiery barrier to swell dramatically. Erupting like a fireball, unleashing a suffocating heat wave, that blinding golden light was momentarily halted by this desperate defense. In that fleeting instant, Chu Linshan seized the opportunity. Retreating swiftly, he stumbled, barely maintaining his balance, awkwardly evading Lu Chen's lethal strike. Boom! The golden light struck the ground with a resounding crash, creating a thunderous noise. The solid stone slabs shattered instantly, debris flying, the entire arena seemingly trembling. Chu Linshan crashed heavily to the ground, tasting blood in his throat as he coughed, staining his chest with crimson. His complexion turned ashen, breath ragged, clearly suffering significant internal injuries. Lu Chen stood with his sword sheathed, his gaze indifferent as he regarded the disheveled Chu Linshan. Is this your secret method? It seems rather underwhelming to me. Chu Linshan struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. He glared fiercely at Lu Chen, retrieving a blood-red pill from his storage ring. The pill emitted an eerie glow, a nauseating scent of blood wafting through the air. Lu Chen, you forced my hand. Chu Linshan howled, swallowing the pill whole. The moment it hit his mouth, it dissolved and a surge of violent energy erupted within him. Chu Linshan's veins bulged, twisting like contorted earthworms beneath his skin. Chu Linshan let out a long howl towards the heavens, emanating an aura of terrifying pressure from his being. That he charged towards Lu Chen once more. His speed exponentially increased, akin to a bolt of crimson lightning. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing the frenzied power radiating from Chu Linshan. The blood-burning pill was a forbidden substance capable of significantly enhancing the user's strength in a brief period. However, the price entailed the burning of one's vital essence, potentially jeopardizing their very life. It seems you truly are willing to gamble with your life. Lu Chen scoffed coldly, as the heavenly profound sword in his hand blazed with golden light, unleashing an even more formidable sword intent that soared skyward. Piercing the clouds, the two immense forces collided upon the arena, leaving the watching outer sect disciples utterly dumbfounded. The two combatants upon the stage, even when pitted against some inner sect disciples, would likely prove to be equally matched. Wouldn't they? Chu Linshan had lost his mind. He actually resorted to the blood-burning pill. Could Lu Chen withstand this? This was a power bought with the price of life? A thrilling spectacle was about to unfold. After ingesting the blood-burning pill, Chu Linshan appeared as though infused with demonic strength. He wielded his long knife, its blade engulfed in roaring flames. Lu Chen dared not be negligent. He activated the primordial chaos art, the chaotic energy within him surging forth, empowering the heavenly profound sword. Clang! The ground of the arena had already been ripped apart by the two's might, debris flying and dust swirling. Chulinshin, seemingly mad, attacked relentlessly without defense. His speed was astonishing, like a crimson lightning bolt, leaving behind trails of afterimages on the arena. This lad truly is reckless. Some disciples observing gasped in astonishment. The side effects of the blood-burning pill were immense. He was effectively burning his own vitality. Could Liu Chun endure? Chulinshin's reckless fighting style was utterly terrifying. Liu Chun's brow furrowed, feeling the madness emanating from Chulinshin. Chapter 79. Narrow-mindedness. Although Chulinshin's attacks were devoid of any discernible strategy, his speed and strength had escalated to a horrifying degree. A moment's carelessness could lead to severe injury. Nonetheless, Liu Chun remained composed. The strength gained from burning one's essence could not be sustained indefinitely. As long as he could stall Chulinshin, the outcome would inevitably reveal itself once the effects of the pill wore off. Time ticked by, and Chulinshin's breath began to grow erratic, his movements gradually slowing. The flames enveloping him also began to wane, and the once fiery red of his eyes slowly returned to clarity. It was time to bring this to an end. Seizing a flaw in Chulinshin's offense, Liu Chun thrust the heavenly profound sword forward like a flash of lightning, aiming directly at Chulinshin's chest. Chulinshin's pupils constricted in sudden realization. He sought to evade, but it was already too late. Thud! The sword tip pierced Chulinshin's chest, blood splattering forth. Chulinshin let out a cry of agony. Collapsing to the ground, Liu Chun sheathed his sword, standing with an indifferent expression. He had deliberately avoided striking a fatal blow. Had he not done so, this strike would have certainly claimed Chulinshin's life. The referee hurriedly approached to assess Chulinshin's injuries, and after a moment, announced, "Liu Chun wins." The uproar from the audience surged forth like a tidal wave. Yet Liu Chun seemed oblivious. He sheathed his sword, his expression serene amidst the tumult. As he slowly descended from the arena, his blood-stained robe fluttered gently in the breeze, adding an air of sternness to his demeanor. This Liu Chun is truly a hidden gem. Indeed, it was already known that he had defeated Nangongyu, but no one anticipated he would be this formidable. Chulinshin had fallen to him. It appeared that the first place in this outer set competition was rightfully his. The surrounding disciples buzzed with discussion, their gazes towards Liu Chun filled with awe and envy. Liu Chun paid no heed to their chatter, striding directly towards the edge of the arena. However, at that moment, a group of individuals obstructed his path. Leading the pack was Chu Tiangu, flanked by several inner sect disciples, each with a menacing demeanor, their eyes fixed on Liu Chun. The surrounding disciples, witnessing this, instinctively retreated, wary of being embroiled in the impending conflict. They understood that Chu Tiangu was Chulinshin's brother and the holy son of the Tianwu sacred land, whose strength far surpassed that of Chulinshin and who bore a narrow-minded grudge. Now that Liu Chun had bested his younger brother, how could he simply let it slide? Liu Chun also sensed the animosity emanating from Chu Tiangu, halting his steps, his gaze calmly meeting Chu Tiangu's. His right hand instinctively tightened around the hilt of his sword, bracing for a confrontation. Yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, Chu Tiangu did not immediately unleash his fury. He surveyed Liu Chun from head to toe, a smile suddenly curling at the corners of his mouth, though it bore a chilling undertone. "You are quite impressive." Chu Tiangu spoke slowly, his voice clear yet laced with menace. "However, you are a bit too rigid. You might easily break." Liu Chun frowned slightly, comprehending the implication behind Chu Tiangu's words. Chu Tiangu chose not to elaborate further, signaling to those beside him. One of them immediately ascended the arena to carry the gravely injured Chulinshin away. "Let us depart," Chu Tiangu commanded, leading his entourage away. Yet Liu Chun was acutely aware that this matter was far from settled. "Liu Chun, are you all right?" At that moment, a melodious voice rang in Liu Chun's ear. He turned to see Qing Chang standing just behind him. Having witnessed Chu Tiangu and his companions approach, she had rushed over without delay. However, just as she arrived, Chu Tiangu had already led his group away. Yi Qing Chang hurried to Liu Chun's side, concern evident in her clear eyes. "That Liu Chun, Are you unscathed? Chu Tiangu is narrow-minded. You. As she spoke, she handed him a silk handkerchief embroidered with exquisite orchids. Lu Chun accepted the handkerchief, a faint fragrance wafting into his nostrils, causing him to glance at Yi Qingcheng with newfound appreciation. This woman possessed a certain charm. He casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, smiling as he replied, "Thank you for your concern. I am fine. Just a mere clown, nothing to fret over." Seeing his demeanor remain unchanged, Yi Qingcheng finally relaxed, offering him a radiant smile. "Hey, as long as you're well. You promised me you'd secure first place at that moment." Dongfang Bai approached with several disciples from the Tianqing Peak, a broad smile plastered across his face. "Congratulations, junior brother Lu, on your triumphant debut." Senior brother Dongfang. "You flatter me," Lu Chun replied with a polite bow, his gaze sweeping over the gathered crowd. "How is Lin Xiao faring?" Dongfang Bai chuckled. Junior brother Lin sustained only minor injuries. He is in no serious condition and has already been taken back to recuperate. Rest assured, with the healing herbs from our Tianqing Peak, he will be fully recovered in less than 3 days. Liu Chen's mind was finally set at ease. Soon after, all matches on the arena concluded. An elder with a white beard soared down onto the central platform, his voice booming as he announced, "The outer sect competition has now concluded. The list of those promoted to inner sect disciples is as follows: Lu Chun, Lin Xiao, Fong Shirley." Wan Long the elder recited the names one by one, concluding with a loud declaration. This time's outer sect competition champion is Lu Chun. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience. Lu Chen's name resonating throughout the square. 3 days hence, please report to the main peak to collect your reward. Lu Chun bowed in gratitude to the elder, but Yi Qingcheng approached him, her smile radiant. "Lu Chun, congratulations. Tonight, I shall host a celebration in your honor. What do you say?" Lu Chun politely declined. "I appreciate the sentiment, but I must return to my cultivation and will have to forego the celebration." A flicker of disappointment crossed Yi Qingcheng's eyes, yet she maintained a cheerful facade. "Very well then. We shall celebrate together another time." Liu Chen nodded slightly before turning to leave, leaving Yi Qingcheng standing there, gazing at his retreating figure in a daze. Upon returning to his quarters, Lu Chun immediately sat cross-legged, beginning to recuperate. The series of battles today had been immensely taxing, and he needed to restore his spiritual energy as swiftly as possible. He activated the primordial chaos art, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy into his body, transforming it into pure energy to nourish himself. As time passed, Lu Chen's aura intensified, an invisible pressure gradually expanding around him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, 2 beams of brilliance shooting forth as if to pierce the very fabric of reality. Chu Tiangu, a cold smile crept onto Lu Chen's lips. "Do you think this will intimidate me?" "I, Lu Chun, am not so easily trifled with." He rose and approached the window, gazing at the bright moon gradually ascending in the sky, a glimmer of killing intent flashing in his eyes. 3 days hence. On the summit of the main peak, Lu Chun muttered to himself, "I hope you do not disappoint me." The sacred hall was a place reserved for core disciples, symbolizing the authority of the sect. At this moment, the sacred hall was ablaze with light and bustling with voices. In the square of the sacred hall, several chairs adorned with gemstones were set up, exuding unparalleled luxury. Seated were various elders and disciples from the outer sect. The peak masters were positioned in the foremost row, with core disciples seated on either side. Their esteemed identities and exalted status were rarely seen together, making their gathering here all the more astonishing. Chapter 80. Exclusively seizing 3 slots inside the sacred hall, the atmosphere was solemn and dignified. At the head of the hall sat the holy master of the Tianwu sacred land, Wu Zhengyang, clad in a golden silk robe embroidered with dragons. Exuding an imposing presence, he surveyed the crowd below, slowly speaking. "Esteemed guests, there are 6 months remaining until the Tianqian sacred land opens. The allocation of slots has been largely determined. Do any of you have objections?" Within the sacred hall, the leaders of the 9 principal peaks sat in silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Most of the leaders appeared indifferent, their gazes unfocused, as if disinterested in the distribution of slots. Only Nan Gongxiong, the leader of Yanhai Peak, wore a sullen expression, as though he had swallowed a fly. After a prolonged silence, he could no longer contain himself, rising abruptly and exclaiming, "I object. Why does Tianqing Peak get 3 slots? This is utterly unjust." His voice echoed through the vast hall, yet it fell flat, stirring not a ripple among the others. The remaining leaders remained mute, not even lifting their eyelids. Frustrated, Nan Gongxiong's beard bristled as he pointed an accusatory finger at the venerable Qingyun, demanding, "Old man Qingyun, what do you mean by this? Tianqing Peak monopolizes 3 slots, leaving the rest of us in the dust." In truth, the other leaders were acutely aware of the situation. The allocation of slots for the Tianqin secret realm had traditionally been 1 fixed slot per principal peak, with the remaining slot contested among the disciples. However, due to Chu Tinga's influence, an additional slot had fallen to his disciple, Chu Lin. Originally, the slot allocated for Tianqing Peak was designated for Yi Qingqing. Yet, unbeknownst to many, the crafty old fox, Qin Yun, had somehow wrested 2 additional slots from the Tianqian sacred land. These were naturally intended for Lu Chun and Lin Xiao. Qin Yun leisurely stroked his beard and cast a sidelong glance at Nan Gongxiong. "Your words are rather unbecoming, Nan Gongxiong. The allocation of slots is determined by the Sacred Lord and has nothing to do with me. Are you questioning the Sacred Lord's decision?" Nan Gongxiong was instantly rendered speechless. Though he felt aggrieved, he dared not openly defy the Sacred Lord. His face flushed crimson as he stammered, "I am not questioning the Sacred Lord. I merely believe this allocation to be unreasonable. Why should Tianqing Peak monopolize 3 slots? Qin Yin let out a cold laugh, retorting, "Why? Simply because the disciples of Tianqing Peak are exceptionally strong. Lu Chun emerged victorious in the outer set competition, and Lin Xiao has also demonstrated remarkable prowess. Both are fully qualified to enter the Tianqian sacred land. As for the girl Qingsheng, her talent is unparalleled, and she is the holy maiden of our Tianwu sacred land. Who dares question her qualifications?" Nan Gongxiong was left speechless, unable to refute the undeniable truth. After all, the prowess of Tianqing Peak's disciples far surpassed that of the other principal peaks. He could only seethe in silence as he returned to his seat, gnashing his teeth in frustration at this moment. The previously silent Wu Zhengyang finally spoke, his voice deep and authoritative. "Nan Gongxiong, if you are dissatisfied, you may challenge Lu Chun to a duel with one of your disciples. Should your disciple emerge victorious, the slot shall rightfully belong to Yunhai Peak." Upon hearing this, Nan Gongxiong's expression shifted dramatically. What a jest! The younger generation of the Nangong family could hardly withstand Lu Chen's might. Among Yunhai Peak's youth, there was no one who could rival him. To send a disciple to challenge Lu Chun was akin to striking a rock with an egg. He inwardly cursed Wu Zhengyang for his bias, but dared not voice his discontent. Swallowing his anger in silence, Qin Yin, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of delight. He stroked his beard and smiled. "Nan Gongxiong, why the sudden silence? Are you afraid? If so, best keep your mouth shut to avoid further embarrassment." With a face like thunder, Nan Gongxiong swept out of the hall, striding swiftly back to Yunhai Peak, where a surge of unbridled fury ignited within him. "Not a bunch of worthless fools. All of you, step up your training. You won't rest until you can surpass those brats from Tianqing Peak." He bellowed at the disciples in the training grounds, spittle flying as he raged. The disciples dared not express their anger, gritting their teeth and continuing to train vigorously. While the other peak leaders harbored discontent over Tianqing Peak's monopolization of 3 slots, they could only grumble in private. Liu Chen's performance in the outer set competition had been nothing short of dazzling, and Lin Xiao had also showcased considerable strength. Coupled with Yi Qingqing's status as holy maiden, they simply found no suitable ground for protest. Meanwhile, Qin Yun's mood could be described as euphoric upon returning to Tianqing Peak. He promptly summoned Lu Chun, Lin Xiao, and Yi Qingqing. "This upcoming venture to the Tianmen represents a rare opportunity for you all. Do not become complacent," he grinned at the trio, stroking his beard. "I have some small gifts that may prove beneficial." As he spoke, he produced 3 ornate boxes, presenting one to each of them. Liu Chen opened his box to reveal a crimson pill nestled within, emanating a rich medicinal fragrance. "This is the Dragon Blood Pill, which can enhance your physical strength. Perfect for you, my boy. Qing Yun explained that Liu Chun accepted the pill, mentally noting that this so-called dragon blood pill was actually crafted from the inner core of beasts with faint dragon bloodlines. A mere insult to true dragons. Nevertheless, even the smallest morsel is still flesh and better than nothing. Lin Xiao received a heart-protecting mirror that shimmered with a faint golden light. This is the Xianjin Heart-Guarding Mirror, a defensive spiritual artifact that may save your life in critical moments, Qing Yun stated. Lin Xiao expressed his gratitude, knowing that this mirror was a timely boon, as his offensive capabilities were formidable, yet his defense had always been a weakness. Lastly, Qing Yun handed a delicate jade box to Yi Qingcheng, that my dear girl. This is the ice silkworm feather garment, woven from the silk of ice silkworms found in frigid lands, impervious to water and fire. Perfect for you. Yi Qingcheng opened the box to find a gossamer garment lying within, exuding a subtle chill. Even Lu Chun, well-versed in the world of treasures, was taken aback. This ice silkworm feather garment was indeed a rare gem, revealing Qing Yun's favoritism towards his precious granddaughter. Thank you, Master, the three chorused in gratitude. Very well, you may all go and prepare to, in 5 months, the Tianmen will open. During this time, strive to enhance your strength should you encounter difficulties. Feel free to consult your senior brothers. If they are unavailable, you may come to me as well. Qing Yun waved his hand, and the trio withdrew. Upon returning to his quarters, Lu Chun did not hasten to consume the dragon blood pill. Instead, he sat cross-legged to cultivate the Taichu Chaos formula. The chaos body within him resembled a slumbering giant, gradually awakening and greedily absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Streams of pure energy surged into his body, akin to rivers converging into the sea. What is this? Lu Chen's heart jolted as he sensed a marked increase in the sensitivity and absorption speed of his chaos body, which had accelerated several times over compared to before. During past training sessions, the spiritual energy flowed like a gentle stream. Now, it surged like a roaring river, tumultuous and powerful. Could it be? Lu Chen pondered, recalling the recent series of battles since the outer set competition. He had faced numerous life and death struggles, each time pushing himself to the brink. Although the chaos body was renowned as the premier physique, its growth rate was notoriously slow, requiring relentless combat and honing to gradually awaken its potential. Could it be that these battles had unlocked the chaos body's latent abilities? Lu Chun felt a surge of joy. If so, this journey to the Tianmen would present a tremendous opportunity for him. Any growth in his chaos body would significantly enhance his power. That moment, a disturbance rippled through the depths of his consciousness. The Taichu inheritance suddenly stirring, a golden orb of light slowly materialized. Containing supreme truths, Liu Chen's heart raced as he focused his mind to investigate. The orb gradually unfolded, revealing a martial technique known as the Chaos Divine Fist within his mind. The technique was archaic and grand, infused with chaotic power, each movement carrying devastating force. Chaos Divine Fist. Lu Chen's heart soared with elation. This was a top-tier martial skill recorded within the Taichu inheritance, immensely powerful and capable of sweeping aside opponents of the same realm. With this technique, he had another layer of assurance for the upcoming Tianmen journey. Eagerly, he began to study the martial skill. The Chaos Divine Fist comprised 9 forms, each imbued with distinct principles, requiring profound understanding to unleash its true power. Immersed in his training, time slipped away unnoticed. Eventually, after an indeterminate period, he finally grasped the fundamentals of the first form, Chaos Initiation. Rising slowly, he clenched his fists, a powerful force surging within him. Let me test its might. A glint of determination sparkled in Lu Chen's eyes as he stepped outside to an open area. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a furious punch. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as the violent chaotic power surged forth. Akin to a volcanic eruption, creating a massive crater in the ground. Trees trembled around him, their leaves scattering in the wind. What immense power! Lu Chen's heart brimmed with joy. This was merely the first form. Yet it possessed such terrifying force that if he were to master all 9 forms, how formidable would he become? Just then, a figure silently emerged behind him. Indeed, it seems you haven't been slacking off during this time. A teasing voice rang out that Liu Chun turned to see a middle-aged man, exuding an air of nobility, gazing at him with a bemused expression. This man was none other than his protector, Lu Juyo. "Uncle Juyo, what brings you here?" Lu Juyo observed the faint flush on Lu Chen's face, a sign of his cultivation efforts. This lad has finally begun to resemble a scion of the Lu family from the upper realm. However, it is essential to provide him with a necessary wake-up call. Clearing his throat, Lu Juyo feigned a serious tone, stating, "While cultivation is indeed of paramount importance, one must not isolate oneself from the world. The outside realm is filled with wonders." Liu Chun retracted his clenched fist, casting a puzzled glance at Lu Juyo. "Uncle Juyo, what do you mean by that?" Lu Juyo, however, chose to be enigmatic, responding leisurely, "I have heard that you recently befriended someone at the heavenly martial sacred land named Husanyang." A jolt of unease coursed through Lu Chun's heart. This vixen was notorious for her troublemaking and elusive nature. How could even Uncle Juyo be aware of her? Cautiously, he replied, "That is true. But what of it? It seems she has recently encountered some difficulties." Liu Juyo paused, scrutinizing Lu Chen's reaction. "She is being hunted." "What?" Lu Chen's expression morphed into one of alarm. Husanyang was a formidable presence, a force to be reckoned with within the heavenly martial sacred land. Who could possibly pursue her? Furthermore, she was exceedingly cunning, possessing numerous means to evade danger. The average individual would find it nearly impossible to harm her. "I'm not entirely certain of the specifics," Lu Juyo replied, adopting an air of mystery. "However, for what I gather, those pursuing her possess extraordinary power and significant connections." Anxiety gripped Lu Chen. Husanyang had once extended her hand to aid him. Had she not intervened during his struggles in Tianwu City, his entry into the heavenly martial sacred land would not have been so seamless. Moreover, he sensed that she harbored many secrets. "Uncle Juyo, do you know who is after her?" Lu Chen implored, and a mysterious smile played on Lu Juyo's lips. "Would you like to know? Then you must investigate for yourself. Young man, point one must learn to resolve their own issues." With that, he vanished in a blink, leaving behind a resonant voice that echoed, "Remember, sometimes being loyal comes at a cost." Liu Chen gazed in the direction of Lu Juyo's departure, his heart awash with mixed emotions. This man always spoke in riddles, revealing only fragments of information, leaving one in a perpetual state of curiosity. Nevertheless, he was right. Certain matters indeed required personal investigation. Stepping out of the courtyard, Lu Chen made his way towards the entrance of the heavenly martial sacred land. Along the path, many disciples cast curious glances his way. Ever since he had triumphed over Chu Linshan, he had garnered a modicum of fame within the heavenly martial sacred land. "Look, I assent that Lu Chen. Where could he be headed? Who knows? He seems quite hurried, as if he has urgent business. I heard he's been quite close to the Saintess. Perhaps he is off for a clandestine meeting? Shoo, keep your voice down. It would be troublesome if he overheard." Liu Chun paid no mind to their chatter, his thoughts consumed by concerns for Husanyang's safety, leaving little room for idle gossip. Meanwhile, within the confines of Yunhaifeng, at Nangong Xiong's residence, the atmosphere was tense. "Are you certain that the lad with the surname Lu has ventured outside the sacred land?" Nangong Xiong leaned back against his intricately carved throne, idly toying with a jade ring. "Absolutely. I witnessed it with my own eyes," stammered the disciple kneeling before him, trembling with fear that a glint of malice flickered in Nangong Xiong's eyes. "He truly is a fool to wander into danger. I have been searching for an opportunity to act, and now he has delivered himself right to my doorstep." He rose abruptly, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, nearly suffocating the disciple. "Go, prepare the family's forces. This time I will ensure he does not return." Lu Chen hastened his steps, exiting the heavenly martial sacred land and heading straight for Tianwu City. A day later, at the Tianxiang Tower, the largest tavern in Tianwu City and Husanyang's domain. Lu Chen arrived only to find the establishment eerily silent, its doors tightly shut, sealed with a notice that read "Closed for investigation." But a sense of dread washed over him. It appeared that the situation was far more dire than he had anticipated. Grabbing hold of the passerby, he inquired, "What has happened to the Zue Xian Tower? Why is it closed?" The passerby cast a terrified glance at him, lowering his voice. "Young man, you must be from out of town. The proprietress of Zue Xian Tower has offended someone she should not have, and I hear she has been placed on wanted list by the heavenly marshal sacred land. Offended someone she shouldn't have. Lu Chan furrowed his brow. Oh, you know who it is? The passerby shook his head, a look of deep concern etched upon his face. I don't know the specifics, but I do know that this person wields considerable influence. Even the city lord must tread carefully around him. With that, he hurried away, as if lingering any longer would invite calamity. Chapter 82. Clues regarding who Sanyang Lu Chun stared at the tightly shut doors of Tianxiang Tower. Uncle Jiyo was correct. Loyalty often comes at a price, and this price is one that I, Lu Chun, am willing to pay. Clenching his fists resolutely, a spark of determination ignited in his eyes, though he remained unaware of who Sanyang's background. He sensed her ties to the city lord's estate. With Tianxiang Tower closed, the city lord's estate would undoubtedly be aware of the circumstances. Resolving to act, Lu Chun turned towards the city lord's residence. As he approached the gates of the estate, he overheard a cacophony of arguments. Slowing his pace, he peered from a distance to see a familiar figure embroiled in a dispute with the guards of the city lord's estate. It was none other than Xiao Qing, the maid from Tianxiang Tower. Xiao Qing appeared disheveled, tears streaking down her face as she cried out, I demand to see the city lord. I must speak with the city lord. Let me in, the guards, visibly impatient, rebuffed her point. One burly guard shoved her to the ground, growling, be gone. The city lord is not someone you can simply approach. Scram. Xiao Qing scrambled to her feet, rushing towards the gates once more. Only to be met with unyielding resistance from the guards, Lu Chun concealed himself, observing the scene without revealing his presence. Now was not the time to make himself known. The enemy lurked in the shadows, while he remained in the light. Premature action would only alert them. It was clear that the city lord's estate was intertwined with Sanyang's plight. Lu Chun mused. He edged closer, straining to hear the conversation between Xiao Qing and the guards. Please, let me see the city lord. Only he can save her, Xiao Qing pleaded, her voice breaking. Your mistress has crossed paths with someone she should not have. No one can save her now. One guard scoffed dismissively. If you know what is good for you, leave this place before you become a nuisance. Who is it? Tell me. Xiao Qing grasped the guard's sleeve, shaking him desperately. How dare you? The guard barked, flinging her aside with a forceful shove. If you continue to pester us, you'll find yourself in chains as well. Xiao Qing fell to the ground in despair, sobbing uncontrollably. Lu Chun's heart tightened, whose Sanyang's situation was indeed more precarious than he had imagined. At that moment, a sharp voice rang out from within the city lord's estate. What is going on? This ruckus is unacceptable. A middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe emerged. It was Nangong Zhe, the city lord of Tianwu. Upon his arrival, the guards immediately bowed in respect. City lord, what is all this noise? Nangong Zhe inquired impatiently. Reporting to the city lord, it is a maid from Tianxiang Tower, seeking an audience with you. A guard indicated towards the weeping Xiao Qing. Nangong Zhe cast a disdainful glance at her. Tianxiang Tower? That wretched vixen? What troubles her now? City lord, please, I implore you to save my mistress, Xiao Qing cried, crawling to Nangong Zhe's feet and clutching at his robe. Nangong Zhe disdainfully shook her off, sneering, Save her, she has offended someone of great consequence. I dare not intervene. Guards, remove her from my sight. Lu Chun's heart sank. It seemed Nangong Zhe was indeed privy to the underlying matters. The guards roughly dragged the despondent Xiao Qing away, tossing her into the streets outside the city lord's estate. Xiao Qing gazed hopelessly at the closed crimson gates, tears blurring her vision. She wandered aimlessly through the bustling streets of Tianwu City, the lively crowd morphing into indistinct shadows before her. Suddenly, a hand grasped her arm. Startled, Xiao Qing turned to see a figure. Just as she was about to scream, the person covered her mouth. Silence, a deep voice commanded near her ear. Xiao Qing's eyes widened, and, in the dim light, she recognized the figure as Lu Chun. Young Master Lu, what brings you here? Joy sparkled in her eyes. Lu Chun released her hand, leading her into a secluded alley. In a hushed tone, he asked, What has transpired? Why has Sanyang been taken by the city lord's estate? Xiao Qing finally grasped the situation, hastily recounting the sequence of events to Lu Chun. It turned out that a few days prior, Hu Sanyang was preparing to return to the demon clan. However, just as she was about to depart, the heavenly martial sacred land unexpectedly issued an expulsion order against the demon clan, prohibiting any of their kind from lingering in Tianwu City. This, in itself, was not surprising, as the heavenly martial sacred land was the sovereign of the region, and their commands were not to be defied. Yet, as Hu Sanyang was on the verge of leaving Tianwu City, individuals from the sacred land suddenly appeared, accusing her of stealing a spiritual artifact known as the Tianqing Pan. Naturally, Hu Sanyang vehemently denied the accusation. But the representatives of the sacred land were unwilling to entertain any explanations and sought to capture her immediately. Ultimately, Hu Sanyang managed to escape, but not without injuring several disciples of the heavenly martial sacred land, which led to the scene at the city lord's residence. The Tianqing Pan? Lu Chun furrowed his brow. He had never heard of such a spiritual artifact. Indeed, young Master Lu, the Tianqing Pan is a treasured possession of the heavenly martial sacred land, said to possess the power to foresee the future and wield immense might. Xiao Qing spoke anxiously. It is impossible for the young lady to have stolen such an item. Someone must have framed her. Lu Chun pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you know who is behind the framing of Hu Sanyang?" Xiao Qing shook her head. "I do not know. The young lady rarely makes enemies. I cannot think of anyone who would do such a thing." That a sense of unease settled within Lu Chun. Why would the heavenly martial sacred land suddenly issue an expulsion order against the demon clan? Uncle Jiu had once mentioned that the waters in Tianwu City ran deep. He gazed at Xiao Qing, whose unwavering loyalty to Hu Sanyang was evident. Yet at this moment, such loyalty had become a burden. Rubbing his temples, a wave of fatigue washed over him. Seeing his troubled expression, Xiao Qing assumed Lu Chun was hesitant to assist, and panic surged within her, tears brimming in her eyes once more. "Young Master Lu, I implore you, you must save my Sanyang. She has treated me with immense kindness. I cannot bear to watch her suffer." "Enough," Lu Chun quickly interrupted her, who said I would not help. "I am merely contemplating a plan." He paused, softening his tone. "Rest assured, I will lend my assistance. However, before that, I must ensure your safe departure from Tianwu City." "Send me away?" Xiao Qing was taken aback. "Why?" Lu Chun patiently explained. "Consider this. You are currently the only trusted confidant by Hu Sanyang's side. If they capture you, they could use you to threaten her, rather than allowing you to become her Achilles' heel. It is wiser to ensure your safety first." Xiao Qing then understood Lu Chen's intentions and gratefully nodded. "Young Master Lu, your thoughtfulness is deeply appreciated." Lu Chun sighed softly. Although this girl was naive, she was reasonably obedient. He retrieved a jade pendant from his storage ring and handed it to Xiao Qing. "Take this. When the time comes, return directly to the demon clan. Someone will be there to assist you." Receiving the jade pendant, Xiao Qing carefully tucked it into her bosom, her eyes brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Lu." Lu Chun waved his hand. "Do not rush to thank me. Whether I can successfully escort you out remains to be seen." He looked up at the sky. Night had already fallen. Chapter 83. "Do you really think I dare not kill you? Follow me," Lu Chun whispered, stealthily leading Xiao Qing through the dark alleys, evading the patrolling guards. He keenly sensed several powerful presences prowling within the city, evidently the heavenly martial sacred lands, people searching for Hu Sanyang. "Young Master Lu, where are we going?" Xiao Qing closely followed behind him, asking in a hushed voice. "There is a secret passage in the west of the city that leads directly outside," Lu Chun explained while observing their surroundings. He had stumbled upon this secret passage previously, intending to reserve it as an escape route, not expecting it to be useful so soon. The two proceeded cautiously until they finally reached a secluded courtyard in the western part of the city. Lu Chun pushed open the courtyard gate, and a wave of decay washed over him. The yard was overgrown with weeds, clearly having been abandoned for a long time. "This is the place." Lu Chun approached a dry well in the center of the courtyard, indicating the well's opening. "The entrance to the secret passage is right below." Xiao Qing gazed apprehensively at the pitch-black well. "Is it safe down there?" Lu Chun smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. I have explored it previously. Although it may seem eerie, there is no danger. With that, he jumped down first. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Qing followed suit. The well was deep. It took them quite some time to reach the bottom. As soon as they landed, Xiao Qing felt a chilling presence that made her shiver involuntarily. Why is it so cold down here? Xiao Qing's voice trembled. Liu Chun pointed his finger, a faint light illuminating their surroundings. They found themselves in a narrow passageway, barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. Moisture dripped from the slick stone walls, echoing hollowly in the stillness. Xiao Qing followed closely behind Liu Chun, casting glances over her shoulder and instinctively clutching the hem of his garment. Is it cold? Liu Chun noticed her unease and turned to inquire. Xiao Qing nodded, then quickly shook her head, whispering, No, it's not cold. Just a bit eerie. Liu Chun chuckled softly, gathering a thread of warm, golden spiritual energy around her. The warm aura swiftly dispelled the chill in the air, allowing Xiao Qing to breathe a sigh of relief and cast a grateful glance at Liu Chun. This wretched secret passage is longer than I had anticipated, Liu Chun inwardly lamented, wishing he had opted for the main road instead. Although it would have been riskier, it would have been better than being on edge in this dreary place. After an undetermined length of time, a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead. Both of their spirits lifted, and they quickened their pace. We are finally getting out, Xiao Qing exclaimed excitedly. However, as they reached the exit, they discovered it was blocked by a massive boulder. Xiao Qing's spirits deflated. How do we get out of here? Without a word, Liu Chun channeled his spiritual energy and struck the boulder with his palm. With a thunderous crash, the boulder shattered, debris scattering in all directions. As the dust settled, fresh air flooded into the passage, mingled with the earthy fragrance of soil and foliage, revitalizing their spirits. Finally out, Liu Chun exhaled deeply. The exit of the secret passage was located in a dense grove outside the city. After carefully assessing the surroundings and confirming there was no danger, Liu Chun led Xiao Qing out of the thicket. Young lady, this is where we part ways, Liu Chun stated. Take the jade pendant I gave you and travel through the night back to the demon clan. Xiao Qing nodded, her eyes filled with reluctance. Young Master Liu, take care. With that, she turned to leave, her figure swiftly disappearing into the night. Liu Chun watched her depart, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. Though this girl was somewhat naive, her kindness and loyalty were commendable. He sincerely hoped she would return safely to the demon clan. Shaking his head, he dismissed further thoughts and turned back towards Tianwu City. Night deepened. The city gates had long since closed. Yet, such trivialities posed no obstacle to Liu Chun, who effortlessly scaled the towering walls and silently re-entered Tianwu City. Free from lingering worries, he headed straight for the city lord's residence, which was heavily guarded by formidable experts, making it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to approach. However, to Liu Chun, these defenses were mere illusions. His objective was clear, the boudoir of Nangongyu. Since Nangongze was aware of the circumstances, it was likely that Nangongyu possessed some knowledge as well. Thus, finding Nangongyu could at least provide a clue to unraveling the mystery he had previously investigated and discovered that Nangongyu's boudoir was situated in a small building at the rear courtyard of the city lord's residence, guarded by maidservants, making it difficult for ordinary people to get close. Liu Chun stealthily infiltrated the back courtyard and soon located the small building. The area surrounding the building was well lit, with several maidservants engaged in quiet conversation, completely oblivious to the impending danger. Employing his concealment technique, Liu Chun silently descended upon the entrance of the small building. Who goes there? One maidservant spotted Liu Chun and gasped in alarm. The others quickly reacted, drawing their weapons and regarding Liu Chun with caution. If you do not wish to die, get lost. Liu Chun's voice was cold. Although the maidservants were frightened, their duty compelled them to stand firm. Brandishing their weapons and advancing towards Liu Chun's eyes flashed with disdain. With a casual wave of his hand, a powerful surge of spiritual energy swept forth, knocking several maidservants unconscious. With the obstacles dealt with, Liu Chun pushed open the door and stepped inside. The room was tastefully adorned, clearly a young lady's boudoir. I could see that moment. Nangongyu sat before a vanity, brushing her long hair while gazing into the mirror. Upon hearing the door open, Nangongyu turned her head, and upon seeing Lu Chun, she froze momentarily before her expression shifted to one of alarm. Lu Chun, what are you doing here? Nan Gongyu exclaimed. Lu Chun stepped closer to her, stating, of course, I am here to find you. Nan Gongyu instinctively took a step back, warily eyeing Lu Chun. What do you want? Lu Chen's gaze roamed over her, and he replied, Miss Nan Gong, it seems we meet again. A sense of unease gripped Nan Gongyu. She felt that Lu Chen's gaze was unsettling, making her uncomfortable. Lu Chun, you had better not act recklessly, Nan Gongyu said, forcing herself to remain composed. Recklessly? Lu Chun chuckled lightly. Miss Nan Gong, what do you mean by that? I am, after all, a paragon of virtue. How could I possibly act recklessly? With that, Lu Chun extended his hand, gently lifting Nan Gongyu's chin, his gaze tinged with an air of aggression. Nan Gongyu's complexion shifted, and she instinctively attempted to evade him. Yet, Lu Chen's grip was as unyielding as a vice, firmly holding her chin in place, rendering her immobile. Speak. Where is San Yang now? His inquiry only deepened the pallor on Nan Gongyu's face. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, What are you talking about? I do not understand. With a scoff, Lu Chen's tone grew icily sharp. Nan Gongyu, do not play the fool with me here. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? Chapter 84. The Valley of 10,000 Demons do not understand. Lu Chun exerted a slight pressure with his hand, prompting a suppressed whimper from Nan Gongyu. Miss Nan Gong, I advise you to be sensible and obediently reveal the whereabouts of San Yang, or else. Enduring the pain, Nan Gongyu defiantly glared at Lu Chun and declared, I do not know what you mean by San Yang. Lu Chun, you overestimate yourself. Who do you think you are to come rampaging into the Lord's estate? Rampaging. Lu Chun let out a cold laugh. Miss Nan Gong, I did not come here to discuss such matters with you. I shall ask you once more. Where is San Yang? I've told you I do not know. Nan Gongyu's voice rose in pitch at Lu Chun. You had best leave now. Otherwise, when my father arrives, you will find it impossible to escape. Is that so? Lu Chun abruptly seized her collar. With a tearing sound, Nan Gongyu let out a piercing scream. What do you intend to do? I shall ask you one last time. Speak, or remain silent. Realizing that Lu Chun was impervious to her defiance, Nan Gongyu ultimately conceded the Valley of 10,000 Demons. San Yang is in the Valley of 10,000 Demons. The Valley of 10,000 Demons? Lu Chen's brow furrowed. He had heard of this place. It was perpetually shrouded in black mist, rife with demonic energy, and generally avoided by cultivators. Indeed, it is the Valley of 10,000 Demons. Those individuals are unable to capture San Yang and are stationed outside the valley. Nan Gongyu quickly added. Having acquired the information he sought, Lu Chun dismissed Nan Gongyu from his thoughts and swiftly rendered her unconscious with a single blow. He was acutely aware that should he kill Nan Gongyu, the old man Nan Gongze would undoubtedly go mad with fury. However, as long as Nan Gongyu remained alive, even if Nan Gongze learned of Lu Chen's journey to the Valley of 10,000 Demons, he would likely not be overly concerned. After all, the Valley of 10,000 Demons was a perilous realm that even those of the Cutting Realm dared not tread lightly. With a flicker of his figure, Lu Chun vanished into the night, leaving behind the unconscious Nan Gongyu, who lay alone in the room. The Valley of 10,000 Demons lay on the fringes of the sacred land of Tianwu, perpetually cloaked in black mist, exuding a foreboding atmosphere akin to the gateway to hell. Standing at the valley's entrance, Lu Chun gazed at the swirling black fog, his brow knitted in concern. Waves of dense demonic energy surged forth from within, accompanied by a repugnant stench. This place is indeed sinister, Lu Chun muttered to himself, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. While he feared not the demonic energy, the very essence of this location unsettled him deeply. At that moment, footsteps echoed from a distance that Lu Chun held his breath, blending his aura seamlessly with the surrounding environment. The footsteps grew closer, three figures gradually materializing from the thick black mist. The foremost individual donned the distinctive silver armor of the Lord's estate, a flamboyant curved blade hanging from his waist. It was Gu Sandao, whom Lu Chun had encountered previously at the Lord's estate. Gu Sandao's expression was grave as he scanned the surroundings warily. Evidently apprehensive of the eerie environment, two figures clad in black trailed behind him, their faces obscured by black veils, revealing only their chilling eyes. The aura emanating from these two was significantly more formidable than that of Gu Sandow, unmistakably indicating they were formidable cultivators at the 6th level of the Feather Transformation realm. Captain Gu, this valley of 10,000 demons is so peculiar. Are we truly going in? One of the black-clad figures asked in a hushed tone. Gu Sandow snorted derisively. What is there to fear? This is a direct order from the head of the family. We dare not disobey. Besides, we are merely stationed outside the valley, not delving into its depths. What is there to be afraid of? The other black-clad figure scoffed. Exactly. Emir Hussein cannot possibly pose a threat. Once she emerges from the valley, the three of us together will easily subdue her. Gu Sandow nodded, a glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes. Hu Sanyang's beauty is unparalleled. If I could. He leered, the implication clear in his tone. The two black-clad figures joined in his lewd laughter, evidently in tune with Gu Sandow's intentions. Concealed in the shadows, Lu Chun overheard their entire conversation, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Initially, he had intended to discreetly observe and seek an opportunity to rescue Hussein Yang. However, his resolve had now shifted. These three must die. Silently, Lu Chun approached the trio, his Tianqian sword trembling slightly in his grasp. Oblivious to the impending danger, they remained engrossed in their lewd fantasies regarding Hussein Yang. Secret art of the characters. Lu Chun silently chanted in his heart, his aura surging violently as his cultivation, originally at the 3rd level of the Divine Fire realm, abruptly surged to a level comparable to the pinnacle of the Feather Transformation realm. A 10-fold increase in combat power, terrifying indeed. The Tianqian sword emitted a clear ringing sound, as though sensing its master's battle intent. In a blur, Lu Chen's figure darted forth, the sword slicing through the air toward Gu Sandow's throat. Who? Despite being a strong practitioner of the Feather Transformation realm, Gu Sandow was momentarily lost in his fantasies. Yet, an instinctive sense of danger jolted him awake. He abruptly looked up, only to see a flash of cold light. He had no time to react before feeling a chill at his throat. Blood gushed forth as he clutched his neck, gasping for air, his eyes wide with terror. He could never have imagined that in this desolate wilderness, someone would dare to strike at him, and with such lethal precision. The two black-clad figures were likewise startled by the sudden turn of events, hastily drawing their weapons and fixating their gaze on Lu Chen's position. Who goes there? Show yourself, one of the black-clad figures bellowed. Though they were 6th-level practitioners of the Feather Transformation realm, Gu Sandow was a favored individual of the Lord's estate. To have him slain right before their eyes would leave them unable to escape blame upon their return. Lu Chun let out a cold laugh, stepping forth from the shadows. The one who has come to kill you. His frigid voice sent shivers down the spines of the two black-clad figures. You brat, you possess an audacious spirit to slay Captain Gu. Do you realize before the black-clad figure could finish, Lu Chun struck again. The Tianqian sword transformed into a streak of flowing light, swift as lightning, piercing through the figure's chest in an instant. Enough with the excessive chatter. Lu Chun did not even spare him a glance, his gaze shifting to the final black-clad figure. The remaining figure stared at the corpse of his companion, his legs trembling uncontrollably, a foul stench permeating the air. He pointed a shaking finger at Lu Chun, his voice quivering. What are you? Do you not know who we are? We are from the Lord's estate. If you dare kill us, the Lord will never let you off. A look of disdain flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. The Lord's estate? Is that truly something to boast about? He advanced slowly towards the black-clad figure, each step seemingly pressing upon the other's very soul. That I ask you, where's Hussein Yang? The black-clad figure, utterly terrified, stammered, I do not know. If I knew, would I be here standing guard? Spare me, I beg you. I have an elderly mother and a 3-year-old child. As he spoke, he prostrated himself repeatedly, blood streaming from his forehead, yet he dared not cease. Chapter 85. The eerie monkey, Lu Chun halted, his gaze icy as he regarded the trembling figure. Do not know, truly do not know, the black-clad figure cried out. I am merely following orders. I truly know nothing. Since you know nothing, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Then what use do I have for you? The Tianqian sword was drawn once more, and a sharp sword chi instantaneously pierced through the black-clad figure's body. With wide eyes filled with unwillingness, the black-clad figure collapsed heavily to the ground. Twitching a few times before falling still, Liu Chun ignored him entirely and turned his gaze towards the ominous valley of 10,000 demons. The dense demonic energy surged like a black tide from within the valley. At the entrance, a stone tablet stood, inscribed with 3 blood-red characters, Valley of 10,000 Demons. Those characters seemed as though written in blood, instilling a sense of dread. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen's eyes gleamed with determination. Hu Sanyang, wait for me. He stepped into the Valley of 10,000 Demons. As soon as he entered the valley, Lu Chen felt a chilling aura rush towards him. The surrounding trees were all withered and twisted, reaching towards the sky like ghostly claws. The ground was covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves, which crunched underfoot, producing a sound that seemed especially jarring in the silence of this eerie environment. Lu Chen proceeded with caution, vigilantly observing his surroundings. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from ahead. Startled, Lu Chen quickly halted, tightening his grip on the Tianqian sword. Not far ahead, a shadow was slowly approaching him. The shadow was small in stature, hunched over, and walked with a limp, resembling an elderly man. However, Lu Chen did not dare to let his guard down. In this strange valley of 10,000 demons, nothing could be judged by common sense. He held his breath, fixating on the shadow, ready to strike at any moment. As the shadow drew nearer, Lu Chen finally discerned its form. It was, astonishingly, a monkey, a small, entirely black monkey that appeared to be carved from obsidian. It was no larger than the palm of his hand, with a pair of red eyes shimmering with an uncanny light in the darkness. It limped closer to Lu Chen, tilting its head as it curiously scrutinized him. Lu Chen gazed at this peculiar monkey, filled with confusion. How could there be a monkey in the Valley of 10,000 Demons? Moreover, this monkey seemed to harbor no malicious intent. Tentatively, he extended his hand. Wishing to touch It, oh his surprise, the little monkey did not flinch. Instead, it reached out its tiny paw and grasped Lu Chen's finger. Its grip was icy and piercing, akin to the touch of ice. Lu Chen was taken aback, attempting to retract his finger, but found it firmly ensnared, rendering him unable to move. The monkey lifted its head, grinning at Lu Chen, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth. Its smile appeared innocent yet carried an inexplicable eeriness. Suddenly, Lu Chen felt a powerful suction emanating from the little monkey. In an instant, he sensed a void within himself, as if his life force was being siphoned away by this seemingly harmless creature. Damn it, what sort of sorcery is this? Lu Chen inwardly cursed, straining to break free, yet the monkey's grip was like iron, securely locking his finger in place. Just as Lu Chen felt he could no longer endure, the dormant Tai Chi chaos art within his Dantian began to operate on its own. A surge of potent chaotic energy surged through his body like a roaring river. Buzz! Lu Chen's body emitted a low, resonant an invisible wave of energy radiated outward from him. The monkey was caught off guard, hurled away by this tremendous force, crashing several paces away with a sharp screech. It tumbled a few times before struggling to rise, its red eyes reflecting a semblance of human astonishment, as if it could not fathom that this seemingly frail human could unleash such immense power. Still shaken, Lu Chen quickly turned inward to assess his condition. Discovering that aside from a lingering weakness, he was not severely harmed, he silently rejoiced, grateful for the protective instinct of the Tai Chi chaos art. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. He kept a wary gaze on the little monkey, unwilling to let his guard down. Indeed, the Valley of 10,000 Demons was fraught with peril, and even a palm-sized monkey could be so enigmatic and troublesome. The monkey rose from the ground, a fierce gleam flashing in its red eyes, emitting a series of chattering sounds from its throat as it lunged once more at Lu Chen. This time, it moved with greater speed and agility, akin to a bolt of black lightning, reaching Lu Chen in the blink of an eye. Not daring to be negligent, Lu Chen swiftly brandished the Tianqian sword. unleashing a sharp wave of sword energy towards the little monkey. Swish! The sword energy sliced through the air with a piercing whistle. Yet the monkey seemed to possess a premonition. Just as the sword energy was about to strike, it deftly twisted its body, narrowly evading the lethal blow. Undeterred, it continued its advance towards Lu Chun, its sharp claws glinting ominously, aimed directly at Lu Chen's throat. Lu Chun felt a jolt. The monkey's speed and reflexes far surpassed those of ordinary beasts. Such nimbleness suggested it was at least a fourth-tier demon beast, comparable to a human cultivator at the feather transformation stage. No wonder those so-called experts avoided the Valley of 10,000 Demons. Just as he stepped into the valley, he encountered this troublesome creature. And no longer daring to underestimate the situation, Lu Chun summoned the chaotic energy within his dantian, fully activating the Tai Chi Chaos Art. "Chaos Divine Fist," he exclaimed, as chaotic energy swirled around his right fist, resembling a chaotic star radiating a sense of annihilation, hurtling towards the little monkey. The monkey seemed to sense the might of this punch, a flicker of trepidation crossing its red eyes. However, instead of retreating, it let out a fierce roar, and its small frame suddenly swelled, transforming into a towering giant ape. Muscles rippled beneath its ebony fur, which stood erect like steel needles, emanating an overwhelming ferocity. Boom! The collision of fists produced a thunderous sound. Lu Chun felt an overwhelming force crash into him, sending a sharp pain through his hands. He was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground, a warm liquid filling his throat as he coughed up blood. Coughing, Lu Chun struggled to rise, wiping the blood from his lips, his complexion pale. He had not anticipated the creature's strength to be so terrifying. A single strike had inflicted considerable injury upon him. The giant ape roared to the heavens, shaking the valley with its thunderous voice. Its crimson eyes bore down on Lu Chun, seemingly mocking his audacity. "Damn it, this beast!" Lu Chun cursed inwardly, feeling a deep sense of frustration. As the scion of the Lu family, being injured by a monkey was a humiliation that would be hard to live down. "Come again," Lu Chun bellowed, once more channeling the Tai Chi Chaos Art, allowing chaotic energy to surge into the Tianqian sword. Tai Chi sword technique. First form, Chaos Unleashed. The Tianqian sword shimmered, its light piercing through the darkness like the dawn, carrying unmatched might as it slashed towards the giant ape. Upon seeing the sword energy infused with chaotic power, the once ferocious gaze of the giant ape flickered with fear. Its massive body nimbly evaded the strike, letting out a low growl that lacked its previous arrogance, now tinged with apprehension as its red eyes fixated on the chaotic energy swirling around Lu Chen's sword. Noticing this, Lu Chun refrained from pursuing. He strove to calm the tumultuous energy within him. Though the previous strike had been grand in scale, it had drained a significant portion of his chaotic energy. The tenfold increase in combat power from the secret technique was indeed formidable. But the toll it took on his body was equally severe. That moment, he felt an ache throughout his body, as if countless needles were piercing through his meridians. This beast actually fears chaotic energy. Lu Chun mused, keeping his gaze firmly locked on the giant ape, unwilling to relax for even a moment. The disparity between him and the giant ape remained vast. If he were to confront it head-on, he would undoubtedly come off worse. His only opportunity lay in exploiting the giant ape's fear of chaotic energy, searching for a chance to escape or to drive it away. Thus, man and ape stood in a standoff in the valley, the atmosphere thick with tension, as if the very air had solidified. The giant ape occasionally emitted low growls, its massive form pacing restlessly, its eyes fixed on Lu Chun, yet it dared not advance a single step. Time ticked by, and Lu Chun felt his strength waning, the chaotic energy within him nearly depleted. Anxiety welled up within him, yet he dared not reveal any weakness. Should he show even the slightest sign of vulnerability, the giant ape would undoubtedly pounce, tearing him to shreds. Finally, the giant ape seemed unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere any longer. With a reluctant roar, its colossal form began to retreat. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Lu Chen's heart leaped in joy at the sight. It had indeed feared the chaotic energy and was unwilling to engage him directly. The giant ape continued to back away, the fear in its gaze intensifying. Suddenly, it turned and fled deep into the valley, disappearing into the dense foliage in the blink of an eye. Liu Chen exhaled a long breath, feeling utterly drained as he collapsed to the ground. Devoid of strength, that he mustered the will to sit cross-legged, activating the Tai Chi chaos art to restore his chaotic energy. The effects of the healing elixir spread through his body, a warm current coursing through him, gradually alleviating the aches in his meridians. Slowly, Liu Chen expelled a breath of stagnant air. The healing elixir was indeed special, its potency overwhelming. He rose to his feet, dusting himself off as he gazed into the depths of the Valley of 10,000 Demons. Fox Sanyang, I am coming. He continued deeper into the valley, where the demonic aura thickened, an oppressive atmosphere that sent shivers down his spine. Not long after, Liu Chen stumbled upon a cave, the entrance shrouded in dense demonic energy. Standing in stark contrast to the surrounding malevolence, the waterfall cascaded like a curtain of stars, obscuring the cave's entrance, and within, he could faintly discern the presence of a hidden dwelling. Could it be that Sanyang is here? In the depths of Liu Chen's heart, a thought emerged. Although the demonic aura was intense, it did not exude a malevolent presence. Rather, it bore a striking resemblance to the essence of Fox Sanyang. Without further hesitation, he strode directly towards the waterfall. The icy water struck him like 1,000 needles. Yet Liu Chen remained oblivious to the sensation. As he passed through the curtain of water, a breathtaking sight unfolded before him. A cave appeared, resplendent in its allure. Inside the cave, there existed a hidden paradise. Contrary to his expectations of darkness and dampness, the atmosphere was dry and warm, suffused with a faint, enchanting fragrance. It subtly revealed the alluring charm of the fox spirit, mirroring the demonic energy outside the cave. Liu Chen became increasingly convinced of his conjecture. Fox Sanyang was indeed within. He softened his footsteps and advanced cautiously, his gaze alertly scanning the surroundings. The dim light within the cave allowed only a vague glimpse of the scenery. As he ventured farther, he encountered a corner. Beyond it lay an impenetrable darkness. Fox Sanyang, are you in there? It is I, Liu Chen, he called softly, while simultaneously preparing himself for any eventuality. Silence enveloped him. With no response, Liu Chen furrowed his brow in puzzlement. Had he misjudged? Was Fox Sanyang not present? After a moment of hesitation, he resolved to press onward. Having come this far, retreating was not an option. He held his breath and cautiously rounded the corner. Beyond the bend, a spacious cavern unfolded, with a stone bed at its center. Adorned with soft animal hides, a graceful figure reclined upon it, draped only in a sheer veil. Cascading like a waterfall, a mane of fiery red hair obscured much of her face, revealing only a delicate chin and enticing crimson lips. Fox Sanyang, Liu Chen tentatively called out. The figure stirred slightly, turning languidly. Her flowing hair shifted. Her breathtaking visage was unveiled. Who else could it be but Fox Sanyang? Yet at that moment, she appeared somewhat unwell. Her eyes were glazed, her complexion flushed, and her breath came in rapid gasps, exuding an intoxicating fragrance even more potent than before. Upon seeing Liu Chen, a flicker of surprise danced in her eyes. Quickly morphing into confusion and anguish, Liu Gongzi, help me, she implored, her voice sultry yet feeble, laced with a hint of pain. Startled, Liu Chen stepped forward with concern, asking, Fox Sanyang, what has happened to you? Fox Sanyang struggled to rise, but her body was weak. She could only lie limply on the stone bed, gazing at Liu Chen with sultry eyes, emitting heart-wrenching moans. I have been afflicted by a seductive poison. Seductive poison? Liu Chen's heart sank. This substance was notoriously difficult to combat. While not lethal, if left untreated, Fox Sanyang might succumb to madness. In that case, death would indeed be a more merciful fate. He hastily summoned the primordial chaotic energy within him, attempting to suppress the rampant toxicity coursing through Fox Sanyang's veins. That a pure energy gradually flowed into her body, but the seductive poison proved to be extraordinarily tenacious, clinging to her like a parasite. Resisting his efforts to expel it, Fox Sanyang's seductive demeanor intensified. her fair skin taking on a delicate blush, her gaze dreamy, as she continuously murmured, "Lu Gongzi, please save me." Damn it, the potency of this seductive poison was far more formidable than anticipated. Lu Chan cursed under his breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead that he needed to devise a solution quickly. Otherwise, not only would Fox San Yang's cultivation be ruined, but her life would also hang in the balance. Just as he was about to summon Lu Jiuyu for assistance, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The aura emanating from Fox San Yang suddenly surged, an overwhelming pressure enveloping the entire cavern. Lu Chan felt as if his breath had been stolen, an invisible force firmly pinning him in place, rendering him immobile. The realm of severance. This woman was actually using her realm to suppress him. Lu Chan was taken aback, helplessly enduring the pressure. Chapter 87. The celestial fox pearl within the cavern, the disheveled animal hides upon the stone bed betrayed the chaos that had transpired. Liu Chun gazed at Fox San Yang before him. This woman, seemingly enchanting and adept, appeared surprisingly inexperienced and clumsy in this regard, akin to an innocent maiden at tea that moment. Lu Chan felt a warm surge within him, his cultivation unexpectedly breaking through to the 5th level of the divine fire realm. This seductive poison was indeed potent. It had nearly led him astray. Yet, through adversity came fortune, enabling him to break through his bottleneck. Just as he was about to speak, Fox Sen Yang abruptly pushed him away. Swiftly, she gathered the stained hide of the unknown beast, her movements so rapid that it was as if she had not just been in a frenzy. "What brings you here?" Fox Sen Yang inquired. Her demeanor now composed. As though the previous intimate entanglement had been naught but a fleeting dream, she had regained her usual alluring charm, her eyes clear, devoid of any trace of the poison's influence. Lu Chan was momentarily speechless. This woman changed her demeanor faster than flipping a page in a book. He steadied himself and replied, "I heard of your predicament, and concerned for your well-being, searched for your whereabouts." Finally discovering this place, Fox Sen Yang cast him a sidelong glance. "Liu Gongzi, you truly have gone to great lengths. However, this minor issue of mine need not trouble you that IT was merely a trivial matter." Lu Chan chuckled awkwardly. The atmosphere growing somewhat tense, he surveyed their surroundings and, attempting to change the topic, asked, "By the way, what kind of seductive poison were you afflicted with? It seems exceptionally potent." Fox Sen Yang's gaze flickered for a moment before she casually replied, "Just a trivial little thing. Nothing of consequence." Liu Chan felt a twinge of confusion. He had experienced the poison's power firsthand and knew it was no trifling matter. Fox Sen Yang was clearly concealing something. However, since she was unwilling to elaborate, he refrained from pressing further. "How do you feel now? Is there any discomfort?" he inquired with genuine concern. "Thank you for your concern, but I am quite well now," Fox Sen Yang responded, seemingly intent on maintaining distance. Liu Chen rubbed his nose, finding her difficult to deal with. Just as he contemplated whether to escort her away, a rustling sound emanated from the depths of the cave. Fox San Yang swiftly placed a finger over Lu Chen's lips, her slender fingers trembling slightly as she gestured for silence. Uncertain, Lu Chen complied and closed his mouth. In the next moment, the previously faint sounds intensified. As if a colossal creature was drawing near, the entire cavern began to tremble violently, loose stones cascading down. Liu Chan felt as though his insides were being shaken loose. Instinctively, he activated the primordial chaos technique to stabilize himself. This commotion persisted for several minutes before gradually receding, until it vanished entirely, as if nothing had occurred. Liu Chan looked at Fox Sen Yang, his expression one of bewilderment, awaiting her explanation. Fox Sen Yang released her hand. Casting a complex glance at Lu Chan, as if weighing her options, "Liu Gongzi, you should not be here. This is not a place for you." She sighed softly, her tone laden with concern. Liu Chan raised an eyebrow. This woman was once again shrouding herself in mystery. "Why should I not be here? Am I wrong to come to your aid?" Fox Sen Yang was momentarily taken aback, her exquisite features betraying her astonishment. She opened her mouth, yet words eluded her, as though a fishbone had lodged in her throat, leaving her speechless. This was entirely contrary to her expectations. This young man was not adhering to the script. Lu Chun felt a surge of frustration. He had come to rescue her, yet she was being evasive and enigmatic. Now, she presented herself with an air of aloofness. He was no sycophant, and there was no need for him to demean himself for her. With an impatient wave of his hand, he declared, "Fine, consider my debt to you settled. If you wish to leave, let us go together. If not, I will leave immediately without further ado." With that, he feigned an intention to depart. Only then did Fox Sanyang regain her composure, hastily grasping his sleeve and exclaiming, "Wait, that is not what I meant." She bit her lip, seemingly in conflict, before finally sighing, "Very well, I will tell you. But I hope you will keep it a secret." Liu Chen replied, "Why should I keep it a secret for you? We are not close, and I see no reason to risk my life for your secrets." Fox Sanyang's gaze shifted, her charm fully on display, as she moved closer to Lu Chun, her breath fragrant as she murmured, "Lu Lang, have you forgotten how you just bullied me?" Lu Chun, confronted with her captivating beauty and intoxicating scent, felt an impulse to salute her immediately. This woman certainly knew how to leverage her advantages. He took a step back, widening the distance between them, and coolly stated, "What is the price? I am not interested in your so-called price. That if you wish to speak, then speak. If not, do not waste my time." Seeing that this tactic had failed, a flicker of annoyance crossed Fox Sanyang's face. But she quickly regained her composure. Now was not the time for clever tricks. "Very well." She sighed softly, a hint of tears glistening in her eyes. "Liu Gongzi, I am not afflicted by any seductive poison. Rather, I have been schemed against, awakening the bloodline power of the nine-tailed celestial fox within me." Liu Chen's heart stirred at the mention of the nine-tailed celestial fox, that he feigned calmness and asked, "The nine-tailed celestial fox? What is that?" Upon observing the naive it reflected in his demeanor, Hu Sanyang could not help but stifle a laugh within her heart. "The nine-tailed celestial fox represents the pinnacle of my fox demon lineage, endowed with unparalleled power. Regrettably, once this bloodline's might is unleashed, it plunges me into a state akin to seduction, rendering me utterly uncontrollable." As she spoke, she purposely puffed out her chest, causing Lu Chun to nearly succumb to a nosebleed. "This woman is truly an enchantress." He cleared his throat, diverted his gaze, and inquired, "So, you are suggesting that your current predicament is one of coercion?" Hu Sanyang nodded, her expression tinged with grievance that melted Lu Chen's heart. "Indeed, I was once an elder of the Fox Demon clan, yet betrayed by traitors who covet the celestial fox pearl that my nine-tailed celestial fox has safeguarded for generations. They conspired with the Nangong family of the heavenly martial sacred land to ensnare me, forcing me to yield the pearl. The celestial fox pearl?" Lu Chen's curiosity was piqued by this novel term. "What exactly is that?" Hu Sanyang wiped away her tears and explained, "The celestial fox pearl is our clan's sacred treasure, imbued with immense power that can aid individuals in transcending their limits, and even has the potential to bring the dead back to life." Lu Chen's eyes widened in astonishment at the notion of resurrection. "Such a miraculous item! Where is it now?" Chapter 88. Reclaiming the pearl, Lu Chen gazed at Hu Sanyang. Now acutely aware of her true name, Hu Sanyang was merely her alias in the martial world. Her real name was Hu Qianqian. Currently, the celestial fox pearl had been seized by a rival faction within the Fox clan. These individuals who captured her sought to exploit her bloodline to activate the celestial fox pearl, thereby gaining complete control over the fox tribe. "Are you implying that you wish to venture into the demon realm to reclaim the pearl?" Lu Chen inquired. Indeed, Hu Qianqian's eyes glinted with determination. "Even if it costs me my life, I shall retrieve the celestial fox pearl. It must not fall into the hands of scoundrels." Lu Chen rubbed his nose thoughtfully. "That place is notoriously perilous. You might find yourself in grave danger if you go alone." That Hu Qianqian forced a bitter smile. "What choice do I have? If I do not act, the celestial fox pearl will be in the hands of traitors, and our Fox Demon clan will inevitably be under their control." Lu Chen regarded Hu Qianqian's resolute gaze and sighed inwardly. "This woman is undeniably fierce. What are your plans moving forward?" Hu Qianqian looked at Lu Chen. Her eyes filled with complexity. She had never anticipated that, in her moment of utmost vulnerability, this man would come to her aid. Even more unexpectedly, she had yielded herself to him so inexplicably that my next step is, of course, to reclaim the pearl. Hu Qianqian's eyes flashed with fierce resolve as she gritted her teeth. That I will accompany you, Lu Chun declared. Hu Qianqian was taken aback, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. She bit her lip and softly protested, but the demon territory is fraught with peril. You, a mere human, should be cautious. Lu Chun waved his hand dismissively, interrupting her. Oh, you think I'm a pushover? Besides, do you not know what kind of person I am? He retrieved a black token from his pocket, waving it before Hu Qianqian's eyes. See this? With this item, I could traverse even the most treacherous lair. Hu Qianqian took the token and examined it closely, noting the vividly detailed little dragon engraved upon it. This is the Demon King's token. How did you come by such a thing? Lu Chun chuckled. This was left over from when I vanquished that evil creature. Thanks to Lu Jiu, I didn't think it would come in handy now. That is of no concern to you. Just tell me if it is useful. Hu Qianqian replied, taking a deep breath before returning the token to Lu Chun with a solemn tone. Young Master Lu, I owe you a favor this time. Should you ever require assistance in the future, I shall repay you wholeheartedly. Lu Chun waved her off nonchalantly. It was merely a trifling effort. No need for formalities. Besides, considering your situation. He paused deliberately, his gaze lingering on Hu Qianqian's alluring figure, leaving his implication unspoken. Hu Qianqian's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot him a sharp glare. This lecher. Even at a time like this, he still dares to take advantage. Ahem. Lu Chun cleared his throat, shifting the topic. Where is the Celestial Fox Pearl hidden? In the forbidden grounds of the Fox clan, within the Celestial Fox Cave, Hu Qianqian stated earnestly. That place lies deep within the demon territory, fraught with danger. We must proceed with caution. The demon territory? Lu Chun stroked his chin thoughtfully. If I recall correctly, the nearest town to the demon realm should be Sunset City. Let us first go there to gather information and procure some essential supplies. Hu Qianqian nodded, producing a smooth jade pendant from her bosom and handing it to Lu Chun. This pendant can sense the location of the Celestial Fox Pearl. Take it. After deliberating, the two decided to head to Sunset City. Sunset City is situated at the juncture of the human and demon realms, a melting pot of various factions and influences. Lu Chun and Hu Qianqian disguised themselves and entered the city discreetly. The bustling streets of the city were alive with vendors calling out, though the majority were demon cultivators, including many who had failed their transformations, their beastly features giving them an odd appearance. As they walked, Lu Chun suddenly halted, his gaze fixed on a group of individuals not far ahead. There were disciples clad in the garb of the heavenly martial sacred land, with none other than Lu Chun's acquaintance. Chu Linshan at the forefront. What a twist of fate! Lu Chun scoffed inwardly. How ironic that he would encounter his nemesis here. After being tricked by this fellow last time, he had yet to settle the score. At that moment, Chu Linshan was flirting with a captivating demoness, completely oblivious to Lu Chun's presence. Lu Chun was contemplating how to confront this old friend when suddenly, Hu Qianqian grasped his arm, pulling him aside. Do not act rashly. They are numerous, and we should not engage them directly. Lu Chun frowned, about to respond when he noticed Chu Linshan suddenly look in their direction. Upon spotting Lu Chun, a chilling smile crept across his face as he strode towards them. Ah, if it isn't Lu Chun, what brings you to a disreputable place like Sunset City for some merriment? Lu Chun met his gaze with defiance. Chu Linshan, spare me your sarcastic remarks. What I do here is none of your business. Who do you think you are? Chu Linshan's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with malice. The disciples behind him stood tall, as if Chu Linshan had already ascended to the status of a saint. Drawing their weapons, they brandished their Xin-grade long swords, surrounding Lu Chun and Hu Qianqian completely. Hu Qianqian discreetly conveyed to Lu Chun, Lu Chun, do not act impulsively. We have just arrived here, and it is unwise to confront them head-on. Lu Chun smiled reassuringly and replied, do not worry. I am well prepared. He maintained a calm exterior while internally channeling the primordial chaos technique, ready to act at a moment's notice. I could see that moment. A flamboyant demon man approached, swaying as he walked. His name was Jin Buhuan, the son of the lord of Sunset City, accustomed to arrogance due to his father's influence. Two sycophants trailed behind him. Bowing and scraping, fearful of offending this little tyrant, Jean Buhuan's eyes lit up upon spotting Hu Qianqian in the crowd, but he leered at her, assessing her with a predatory gaze. Well, what a fine beauty. Such delicate skin and features. She must be a gem. But he swaggered forward, completely disregarding the tense atmosphere between Lu Chun and Chu Linshan, and addressed Hu Qianqian. Little beauty, why not accompany me? I promise you a life of luxury and indulgence. Chu Linshan, already harboring resentment towards Lu Chun, seethed further at Jean Buhuan's interference, which thwarted his chance to deal with Lu Chun. However, knowing Jean Buhuan's background, he dared not provoke him. He suppressed his anger and spoke tersely. Young Master Jean, I am Chu Linshan, a disciple of the heavenly martial sacred land. I would appreciate it if you allow me to settle my matters first. Jean Buhuan dismissed him with a disdainful glance. And who might you be? Ignoring Chu Linshan, he continued to pursue Hu Qianqian, even reaching out to touch her face. Chapter 89. The Demon King's token. Hu Qianqian deftly evaded Jean Buhuan's advances. Her brows furrowing in distaste, Liu Chun could no longer contain himself. He seized Jean Buhuan's hand, twisting it sharply until a resounding crack echoed through the air, causing Jean Buhuan to howl in agony. Jean Buhuan's cry resembled that of a wounded animal. His lackeys turned pale, paralyzed with fear and uncertainty. Meanwhile, Chu Linshan and his followers watched with glee, relishing the prospect of showdown between Lu Chun and Jean Buhuan. You dare to strike me? Jean Buhuan winced in pain, pointing a trembling finger at Lu Chun. You are finished. My father is the Lord of Sunset City. If you lay a finger on me, he will not let you off lightly. Lu Chun scoffed, delivering a kick to Jean Buhuan's abdomen that sent him sprawling. The Lord of Sunset City? How impressive! He brushed his hands together dismissively. Let us see how he plans to make me pay. Jean Buhuan, battered and bruised by Lu Chun, struggled to his feet, pointing a trembling finger at Lu Chun as he uttered menacing words. Just you wait. I will ensure you pay for this. With that, he scurried away, accompanied by his two lackeys, their tails firmly tucked between their legs. Observing this, Chu Linshan felt a surge of secret delight and was poised to mock Lu Chun. However, he was taken aback when Lu Chun suddenly turned, regarding him with a smile that barely concealed his menace. This is not the territory of the Tianwu sacred land. If I were to eliminate you all here, no one would ever know. Upon hearing Lu Chun's words, a chill gripped Chu Linshan's heart. He had no doubt about the veracity of Lu Chun's threat, as the murderous intent gleamed in his eyes. Yet, with so many subordinates around, surrender was out of the question. Then you shall see. Surely you are unaware that disciples of the sacred land possess soul tokens. Should I perish and my token shatter, do you think my brother won't track you down? Lu Chun frowned at this revelation. He had indeed overlooked that detail. Back when he first entered, Qingyan Jinren had requested a sliver of his soul token, but he had thought little of it at the time. Now it seemed his token was safely stored away by Qingyan Jinren. Liu Chen narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint sparking within. Soul token? Are you threatening me? Chu Linshan, with a stiffened neck, retorted with a facade of bravado. I am merely cautioning you against self-destruction. My brother is the scion of the Tianwu sacred land. Should you dare to harm me, you will undoubtedly seek retribution. His companions echoed his bravado with shouts of support. Lu Chun scoffed, Scion. Is that truly something to boast about? I have slain even saints. Why should I fear a mere core disciple? This was no idle boast. Had he been in the upper realms, Lu Chun was confident that Lu Juyo could summon a saint for him to toy with at, well, a shiver ran down Chu Linshan's spine. Lu Chun's arrogance left him uncertain. He scrutinized Lu Chun, wondering if this individual truly possessed an extraordinary background. Sensing the tension, Hu Qianqian deftly moved closer to Lu Chun, whispering, Lu Chun, it is wiser to avoid unnecessary conflict. Let us leave. She feared that Lu Chun might indeed take lethal action against Chu Linshan, which would irrevocably sever their ties with the Tianwu sacred land. Liu Chun pondered briefly. Hu Qianqian had a point. Now was not the time to sever ties with these individuals. With a cold snort, he withdrew his gaze and addressed Chu Linshan. I shall spare you this time. Should I see you again, I will certainly take your life. With that, he took Hu Qianqian's hand and turned to leave, completely ignoring the seething glares of Chu Linshan and his entourage. The two walked side by side along the streets of Sunset City. Hu Qianqian stole a glance at Lu Chun, noticing his calm demeanor. Seemingly unfazed by the earlier confrontation, which eased her worries that, Lu Chun, you truly terrified me just now. I thought you would actually kill Chu Linshan, she confessed, still shaken. Lu Chun chuckled lightly. Why would I act so impulsively? However, Chu Linshan is indeed a troublesome adversary. We will undoubtedly have to deal with him in the future. Indeed, especially with his brother in the mix, that I heard that Chu Tiange is about to break through to the pinnacle of the transformation feather realm. Hu Qianqian replied, nodding in agreement. By the way, did you really slay saints as you claimed? Lu Chan feigned mystery with a sly smile. What do you think? Hu Qianqian rolled her eyes at him. If you're not going to tell me, then I don't want to know that. They continued their conversation. They soon arrived at the central square of Sunset City. The heart of the square stood an imposing altar, towering into the clouds. This the teleportation array of Sunset City? Lu Chun mused inwardly. His purpose for coming was to use the teleportation array to reach the location of the Fox clan. Just then, a commotion erupted in the square. The crowd surged like boiling water, parting to reveal a wide path. A man clad in golden armor, his stature as formidable as a bear, strode forward with an air of authority. Each step he took echoed ominously against the ground. His weathered face was contorted with rage, and his fierce eyes blazed with fury. The newcomer was none other than Jin Wanshan, the lord of Sunset City. It's this brat who injured my son, Jin Wanshan bellowed, locking onto Lu Chun amidst the throng. His soldiers, clad in iron armor and wielding long spears, encircled Lu Chun and Hu Qianqian, their blades glinting ominously in the sunlight. Lu Chen's gaze turned icy as he shielded Hu Qianqian behind him, an invisible aura emanating from him that compelled the surrounding soldiers to instinctively retreat a few steps. With a derisive laugh, he retorted, your son was simply outmatched. He deserved to be beaten. You audacious rogue. How dare you be so brazen? Jin Wanshan roared in fury, raising his hand. Seize him.